year, people flock from far and wide to North Cyprus. Some are here to experience the culture, some want to sample the food, some are chasing the sun. There are others, however, who come here for the poker, to try their luck in the Merit Poker Room inside the Merit Casino and Resort. They dream of capturing titles, holding trophies aloft, and taking home oodles and oodles of cash. 17 of these people are taking their seats as we speak. They're hoping that today will be their day, that the moniker of Western Warm-Up Champion 2024 will be theirs. That's $165,000 will be in their pocket when the dust has settled. My name is David Lappin. I am alongside Andrew Headley. The venerable James Dempsey will be joining us a little bit later on. And we three shall be taking you through what I am going to guess is going to be an engrossing day of poker. Andrew, it's fair to say, though, that some players are in a better position than others right now. Some maybe are more likely contenders to the crown.
Yeah, good afternoon, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, big day ahead. Final day here of the warm-up at the Western Series. Well, we're talking about contenders. Number one in the box seat, Simone Andrian, 8.4 million in chips. I know yourself and James took us through the last level last night. He accumulated a huge stack. You know, it's still 17 left, long way to go, but you'd have to make him the favourite at the moment. We have a few very accomplished players in the field who I was impressed with. Akimov and Mustafov both played incredibly well. I was very impressed with them technically. You know, maybe probably a couple of the stronger players, I think, technically in the field.
Yeah, I agree.
We have Basta, who's on the short stack. I was very impressed with him as well. Good table presence. He's got a lot of work to do to spin it up. And the Enigma, who we've enjoyed watching, I would say possibly the most, King Dark. 6 million in chips. Never quite know what he's going to do. Limps a lot of pots. Does a lot of kind of random things that you don't normally see. And it's going to be a challenge for the players, you know, to sort of get to grips with his style. Lots of people in the mix, 17 left. Excited to see who's going to take it down, David.
Yeah, I see with King Dark, you've highlighted the phrase wild card. I think he's very much a wild card in this tournament right now. We're obviously optimistic for an entertaining day of poker. One feels like he could definitely bring some entertainment. He is that kind of guy. Basically plays a bit unorthodox, and that sort of, you know, ruffles feathers for people, really takes them out of their comfort zone. But Simone Andrian, you mentioned him there, and you know we can't talk enough about this guy. He has 8.4 million. He could have over 10 million. He actually took a bad beat. Ace Queen lost to Ace Jack close to the end of the day yesterday. Had that not happened, he would have walked away from his day's work with over 10 million and a quarter of the chips in play. He's still in an incredible spot here, and you can see Andrian and Dark just so far clear of everybody else right now.
Yeah, I mean, pretty wild stuff. You can see there 140 big blinds for Andrian, good for 30.5% of the chips at the table, which is pretty insane with 2 tables left. And yeah, I mean, it's really anyone's game. There's still, as we referenced there, Akimov, 42 bigs. He is one of my picks. You see him there. He did have yesterday the old jumper over the shoulders, casual look. Yeah. Today he's looking a bit more business-like. Right into the action at Daniliuk. We see him on these streams a lot. Very strong player. And yeah, he went deep in a couple of events at the Gangster Series. And we see him here with Ace King under the gun. Starting the hand with 20 bigs. Pretty nice situation to wake up with Ace King here, hand 1. Round to weigh here in the cutoff. Pocket 3s, David. One of these very awkward spots, you know, Daniliuk here, 20 bigs effective under the gun. Those pocket 3s start to shrink a lot. Don't have too many implied odds. Decides to let it go.
Yeah, good decision there. James Dempsey talked yesterday about how Wei's tendency is to take a moment or two over pretty much every decision, but almost always comes to the right answer in the end. Well, we see here, my goodness me.
Hand 1, guys. It's going in. Andrian here, the overwhelming chip leader. He's just going to 3-bet call this one, David, for 20 for sure.
Yeah.
Shocked to see anything else. Does have King Dark behind him. There we go, 3 bets to 640. Pretty large sizing. It's gone 10.5 blinds, David, which is pretty huge. Daniliuk not going to be folding Ace King. We're going to be flipping, guys. Hand 1. What a start to the day. Off to the races we go. 2.5 million in the middle.
Yeah, classic flip here. I suppose Andrian very much thinking to himself, well, if this day starts well, it could be my day. But also, given the fact that he lost the ace, queen, ace, jack earlier, if he was to lose this one, is he sort of going backwards? Well, so far so good for the Italian.
Yeah, queen 6-6. Jack's still holding. Daniliuk here gonna need an ace or a king, or he is out the door on hand 1.
Standing up for the extra bit of equity that supplies, and it works.
What a start to the coverage, Mr. Lappin, King of Hearts River, and Daniliuk couldn't have dreamed of a better start to this final day. Doubles up on hand 1. Here we go, David. What a start to the final day. Gotta love merit.
Yeah, veteran stand-up there from Daniliuk. He knew he needed that little extra, but I don't know, Andrian, I don't want to put the mockers on this man, but you know, he was a couple of cards away from having 10.5 million yesterday. He's now probably got about 7 million, and he is going south pretty quickly. Remember, that 3 million lost would basically eliminate most players in this tournament right now. It's only because he has such a huge chip lead that he can withstand a couple of these body blows. Yeah,
I mean, I guess, you know, silver linings and all, relatively small pot, right? You never really want to lose 20 bigs. It did start the day with 140, so I'm sure he'll be able to shake it off and continue moving forward. What a start for Daniliuk. You know, you wake up this morning, David, you have your Weetabix, you have a little stroll around the Cyprus coast and think, right, I could do with an early double. And 1, boom, King of Hearts River. I swear every one of these streams, ever since I've joined the booth here in Merit the last couple of events, always just kicks off like a house on fire.
Yeah, it's always electric in this poker room. Andrian, there you see him, center of your picture.
He looks pretty unfazed to me.
He does, and I suppose so much good came to him. He had the ace-king against ace-king. He got there in that spot, which was pretty filthy. He's had the rub of the green as well. Obviously had some big hands all day yesterday, and most of the time they did hold up. So, yeah, we sort of tried to analyse his game, and really he doesn't step out too much. What's interesting about him is he's accumulated this huge stack without really doing anything too frisky. Not like King Dark, who is sort of bringing the game to the players with these kind of stranger Jack 2 suited flats, that kind of stuff. He's been much more inclined to let the game come to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Just we'll come back to that in a second. Interesting decision point here from Krasilnikova. You know, 15 blinds, David. You've got the 2 chip leaders behind you. You have a very good player in the big in Daniliuk. Personally, I'd prefer just to shove this hand play it as either fold pre-flop or jam, rather than, you know, you don't want to raise fold a hand as good as pocket 5s. And now you can see, unless you can find a way to barrel this one off or improve, likely to be a very awkward situation here post. Daniliuk flopping at middle pair.
What I would say about Krasilnikova, and we have watched her play on numerous streams over the past year, is she is fearless. So it is possible that she will recognize that this is more her board, and may represent that ace, and may find a way to get Daniliuk off the king down the streets. But obviously, right here, right now, facing 1 bet, not going to be easy for Daniliuk. But he actually lets it go immediately. My goodness me! Wow. Well, that is pretty sick. If you're going to flat the king 9, you can't really give up on the ace king 3.
Bit of wizardry from Krasilnikova.
I really strongly had a sense that she was going to take it off him on the turn. I did not think she'd take it off him on the flop there.
Yeah, surprising that, just perhaps showing Daniliuk thinks it's going to give her a lot of respect.
Yeah.
And of course, to immediately fold a pair of kings there, got to give your opponent a heap of it. Great result for her, though.
Yeah, going back to your original point, though, 100% agree. I think a hand like, you know, ace 5 works well as an open. A hand like 5s, really, you just want to, you know, see all 5 cards, get it in if you are going to go to showdown, maybe exploit the fact that there's plenty of hands that are basically flipping against you that will fold behind.
Yeah, we do have the Enigma King Dark in the small as well, who, you know, his VPIP and willingness to put chips in the pot with all sorts of hands. In any case, she gets it done. Great start for her.
Way with the pocket threes once again. This time he gets to open it. It's a little tricky because, yes, he does have 50 big blinds, and you might consider an open off 50 bigs, but a lot of the players behind you don't, and you're playing their effective stack, so I'd actually prefer to see a fold in this instance.
I like fold 100%. Wow, look at this. Super intriguing. Not a fan of this from Krastilnikova. I think we have to just 3-bet jam this hand, David.
Agreed.
Pocket 10s, sub 20. I know that she doesn't like to get a bunch of chips in pre, but you know, 20 bigs against a player like Vey, who is more than capable of opening wide enough, and now you have this problem of going 4 ways with a hand that is vulnerable like pocket 10s. Still good so far though. Interesting spot for Vey now. Does check it over to her.
And one wonders if people will give Krastilnikova a lot of credit here. Again, she's probably got a hand that has to call once. Oh, look at this man. He is relentless. King Dark, if he's got
gotta love
position,
him.
he just will never not take the spot to bet. It's absolutely relentless. I wonder here how much Krastilnikova played with Dark, and will she find the one street call? I think she probably has to call once here in a vacuum. We'll see now, does she?
There we go.
No, lets it
Snap
go.
bins them.
My goodness, he does run over people sometimes,
Really
doesn't he?
does. I believe you and James were referencing yesterday that this happened a lot in the final sort of frame, where if it checks to him, he'll bet. And then if people don't have a strong enough piece, if they have like a vulnerable middle pair type or like a pair of 10s on ace-ace-x, you're just getting people to overfold.
Yeah, at the risk of oversimplifying what he does, he did look to get into a lot of pots, so he limped a lot and would sort of limp call if isolated, and just look to play more pots than most other people. But then post-flop, he was incredibly aggressive, almost always looked to play cut-offs and buttons regardless of the holding. It could be a really, really ugly holding, and he just wanted to be in there with position because he's a player who basically really does believe that position is power and that he can take pots away from people. Certainly a candidate that if you do make a hand, you might go for an exploitative check even if it's your board, because he is going to represent almost anything.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, De Nicola yesterday had all the chips, David. Now we can see very short. 16 bigs. I think showing some experience here. Under the gun, 16 bigs, pocket 4s. You know, ICM starting to creep up very heavily on the players at this point with 17 left. Lets it go.
Much more playable hand now for Way, this time ace-jack off.
Yeah, this hand going to play a lot better, I think, than a hand like pocket 3s, especially with this lineup of players behind. I think it's fair to say, David, people playing much looser than you would typically see with 17 left.
Yeah, and I think
Pre-flop, I mean, with flat calling.
Totally agree, and I think specifically something we've seen often in this poker room is that tendency to maybe overplay the small pairs in those sort of shallower spots where, you know, the solvers will certainly tell you that they no longer like playing them. Players instinctively, from experience, will know how tricky it is to play them off those shallower stack depths. And yeah, I think that is something that maybe is still a strategic error that is commonplace here. But you know, when you've got players like Dark and you got, you know, those sort of wild card foes around you, yeah, it becomes street poker very quickly here. Let's put it that way.
It makes for amazing viewing, though, for us in the booth.
Really does.
Definitely, in my experience thus far, not the type of final day, final table streams where you see just lots of raise and take it and kind of dry poker. We see a lot of post-flop action. I'd love to see it. We see Way there showing discretion, gets rid of King Jack off, early position. Quite like it. 50 bigs. Chip preservation kind of important at the moment as we approach the FT. Andrian back at it here with the ace-10 off. King Dark, never quite know what he's going to do. Lets this one go.
Danilio with a candidate for a light 3-bet. I like the fold on balance.
Yeah. Be a little too spicy, I think, 40 deep. Final 2 tables or so with the middle and stack.
So Andrian still chip leader despite that body blow. 7.1 million now. Has opened the ace-10 and found a customer in Danicola, Jack-9 suited, more than qualifying here in the big.
Yeah.
This man playing relatively short now, already a stack-to-pot ratio of about 3. Will be looking to pick up some equity. Doesn't really get a ton there on the 7-5 deuce. That 7 of hearts sort of standing out a little bit as a card that connects with his holding, but it's not much to write home about here.
Yeah, Adrian deciding to check back here gives Danicola a free one. Opening the door here, 6 of diamonds. One of the better cards in the deck, of course, for Danicola. Turning a gutter to go with those 2 overs. Pretty nice spot from David here to go for a small stab.
Yeah, I really like this. I think there is a tendency, even though there shouldn't be, that players who are playing a shallower stack willing to commit chips in this way get more credibility than they would if they were deeper as well.
Agreed. Yeah, best 150, shade under half pot. Very difficult now for Andrian. Is just going to let this one go.
Lovely work there from Danicola.
A little surprised not to just see a small c-bet from Andrian, I think. You know, on a board, it's pretty disconnected. Danicola shouldn't have too many deuce X type holdings. You know, he is going to defend pretty wide, of course, off the shorter stack. But going to miss this board quite a lot.
Yeah, he is going to miss it a lot. And you also get to barrel turn as well, and sometimes even barrel river. Or you also get to make your hand down the streets too. So why not just start putting chips in the pot right away?
Yeah, I thought he might just go for a little equity denial against, you know, 2 overs like the Jack-9 of hearts. Perhaps knows, though, that Danicola we've seen before, very spicy customer. Deciding to check back in position. Nice pickup for Danicola. Not much chatter at the table thus far. We are at the business end.
Oh, you nearly did it. You nearly did it.
I'm waiting for Dempsey later on today. It's coming.
My 2 co-commentators for this weekend. Big Flight of the Conchords fans, it's fair to say. So we see Panaguide's going to take flight here himself with these queens.
A beautiful spot. Of course, going to be perceived to be relatively wide from the cutoff. 2.5x, David. Sizing up a little to Akimov.
Ooh, spicy defend here from Akimov with the 9-6-0.
Yeah, I think Akimov believes that he's going to be one of the best post-flop players in the room, so happy to take some lighter defense. Comes up as empty as it gets. Panagidis here, top set.
Do you ever fire a c-bet here? Obviously, when you have top set, it's a reasonable candidate to check back, but this board a little bit coordinated. Maybe you want to still fire out a small bet.
I like a bet here.
I do too.
You know, Akimov can have a bunch of Jack X, 7X that never fold, hands like King 9, King 10.
Yeah.
Even some ace highs with a club in them against such a small bet. And we know he's very accomplished. He's going to defend properly on flops. But yeah, does just whiff that one, let it go.
I think also too, because you've opened that bigger sizing, you've actually defined his range a bit more and maybe pushed more of his range up into the Broadway category. So maybe there's more connectivity than there would have been to a min.
Sure. Yeah, I think Queen Jack 7 Rainbow could qualify more as a check back.
There it is.
Not having a club in our hand,
A cappuccino.
you know, against a very good player. Seems fine. Just go ahead and bet small. Try and induce some action.
Very aggressive pass.
Andrian likely to get back on the horse here with these suited broadways. He's in a great spot to open up his game a little, leverage that ICM pressure on his opponents. As a general point here, while we watch King Dark contemplate a positional flat, one of his trademark moves, talk to me a little bit about your approach to a final 2-table situation. It's kind of when you can get busy. Yes, there's ICM implications, but there's much more once we hit final table. And actually, maybe if there's a time to make your move and be one of the bigger stacks going into that final table, now is the time.
Yeah, the interesting thing, you will see big stacks. I mean, you always just feel kind of obligated to push the action.
Sure.
And start opening a little wider, use these blockers, these ace and king X. You'll see a bunch of opening from big stacks. But we've said it before, a feature of Merit. There's so many wild cards at the table, and I just see people completely disregard this fear of busting or laddering up.
Yeah.
And Andrian here, I guarantee you he's not happy having King Dark on his direct left.
No.
Who just doesn't really seem to care too much. You know, most players here with the big stack don't want to clash, and they're probably going to fold a hand like King Jack off versus an under the gun 1 open.
For sure they will.
King Dark, no, he's in there.
Well, a beautiful flop. And this is a great example of one of those boards that I said to you. This is a man who, oh my goodness me. Well, I was about to say I would check it over to him because I think he might bet the 10 for me. And that would be a great situation. But now we see actually a disastrous turn card. Dark taking a big lead.
Yeah, pretty problematic here, of course, for Andrian. Don't think we can fold our hand just yet. Half pot sizing from King Dark. One of the problems here is that the most natural bluffs, hands like King 9 suited, King Queen, and us holding a king, not ideal, but I think we're going to have to take one off. Andrian does do so. It's a pretty good card in terms of this should slow the action down, but you never quite know with King Dark. Does go check, check though. You get the bad news. And our resident Enigma scoops a nice medium-sized one early doors. But yeah, this is going to be really tricky, David, for Andrian to navigate against it. You know, directly out of position to King Dark. Just doesn't seem like the guy who's going to let you open too often.
Yeah.
So I might moderate my strategies as Andrian, but I'm not too sure. I mean, I've been seeing King Dark's hands throughout, and even I don't know how to play them.
Yeah. And it can be the thing is that, you know, I've sort of suggested that an interesting strategy is to exploitively check over to him with some of your stronger holdings because he will do the betting for you. But then if he sort of counter exploits there, well, now you're just giving him free cards. So it's, you know, it's maybe a little dance we're going to see between these two big stacks.
Yeah, going to be fun to see. Also intrigued to see if he changes gears himself in a way. Like, here we go, for example.
Oh my goodness,
But
the dirty diaper.
Like, lots of limping, right, from King Dark. Look at this, like, deuce 3 off, just going to open limp +1. We did tend to see that when he has a good hand, he just puts a lot of money in pre and limps the rest.
Yeah.
Whether he changes the strategy or not. As we see Tulip Berganov wake up with the ladies in position.
Yeah, dreamy situation against an opponent who you actually strongly feel has two undercards a decent amount of the time. Yes, we saw him limp some King X from that spot, but we also saw him limp a lot of, let's be honest, garbage type hands. And this is as garbagey as it gets.
He has the two underest of undercards. Very awkward now for Wei. May have been a hand that he would VPip against just a Tulip Berganov open. But with the limp and ISO, starts to become a big problem.
Yeah, and interesting to see Tulip Berganov go for this bigger sizing here. He's over 4x'd it, which
I really like it.
I think is basically him thinking his opponent is inelastic in these spots.
Yeah, very nice from Wei. I really like this laydown. Out of position. Jack 10 suited has a lot of reverse implied attached. But that's a good point, David. I like it a lot. Honestly, I don't think people adjust well enough against players like King, who, you know, who are in there limping too wide. You can just go ahead, 5x, start 5x, and, you know, just go huge with your value. A lot of the time, if he has a strong enough hand to continue, probably going to continue for 5x just as easily as against 3.5.
Думаю, ну давай вот сейчас.
Nice fold from Wei, though. Like it.
Yeah, Wei has been a shrewd customer, obviously guilty of a little slow roll yesterday.
Oh, he did?
Well, we did a little slow roll. Flopped top set of jacks against aces. Flatted flop, leaving a stack to pot ratio of 1.
Okay.
Queen on the turn. Okay, so no longer has the nuts, but he has the second nut.
The guy jammed and he tanked.
Guy jammed and
Oh,
he went,
no.
how much do you have? And spent a good 20 seconds before calling.
Oh,
and
dear.
we were a bit like, ooh, is this the Dunica OD hand all over again from the Irish Open, the famous slow roll? But in fairness, obviously, you know, perhaps Wei just...
Oh,
you know,
that one's the all-time worst, right?
I
That's
think
the
that was one.
all-time worst slow roll ever.
But in terms of playing his hands away has been pretty canny customer, it's got to be said. And
Yeah, I've seen him on stream before and really like how he holds himself at the table. Very deliberate. No snap acting.
it's going to open the Jack 10-0 here on the button. Immediately gets a customer in Krasilnikova, who again I would have liked to see shove this one. The
Yeah,
King Queen,
this is a
very
mistake.
nice hand. Obviously, it does have playability, so you know, not the worst flat in the world, but much more suitable to go into your shoving range here, as we see a flop where she can get outmaneuvered now.
Yeah, this is definitely a misstep. Similar to the pocket tens that we saw around about 15 minutes ago. Problem here is now we're getting somewhat shallow. We do allow our opponent to take the betting, to continue the betting lead, excuse me, by just calling pre. He has bet very small.
Yeah.
Quarter pot. Can't be folding this one, David, if you're going to flat pre, 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. But this is the problem when you flat. It starts to get very tricky to navigate it.
Yeah, and it almost feels like Krasilnikova perhaps a little bit guilty of wanting to see boards that she likes, wants to get to the flop, see a flop where the tens would be happier than they were, obviously in that instance, wants to see a king or a queen or maybe a Jack 10 board.
Not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Big fan of Krasilnikova's table banter and talk. She's a lot of fun. Couple of spots there, though, David, I think. Missteps. End up costing yourself chips. Just reshove pre the tens and the king queen. But nice result for Wei.
Так. Надо было положить короля или даму, чтобы я спокойно могла выставить. Надо было. Да. I understand.
Take a little look at our wide shot. Love the camera work again. Sherhan guys are
what you
just
show me, like,
absolutely top of the pops when it comes to setting up these stages.
Yeah, mate, really amazing stuff.
Daniliuk with a cuspy queen 9 suited. I like the fold. Again, that murderer's row behind is always going to force you into a narrower opening range than maybe you would otherwise. Akimov undeterred, however. King 10 qualifying in his mind. He's going to open this up in the hijack. Cuspy one as well.
Yeah, king 10 off, probably bottom. Akimov also going to be very happy to play in position against King Dark's big, I would suggest. So likely tips the balance here, wants to get in pots with him.
Yeah, Dark with a suited hand here. And does pick up a flush draw, and we've seen him just lead out in these spots before. Obviously, you would expect more to go check call in this situation. King of spades in Akimov's hand, every reason for him to fire a small c-bet too. Interesting to see how King Dark will proceed here. Will he go with the raise or will he just flat?
Yeah, a couple of options open here. Does have a backdoor straight draw to go with the flush draw. You do often see players use these candidates that have a little additional equity. Check raise, but is content to just call. Of course, fine. 10 of clubs turn. Akimov improves now to second pair. Fairly likely to check this one back, David, I think.
Yeah, no reason to bet this spot, I don't feel. If you are, it's sort of one of those advanced blockers. That's
He's going for
the
it.
other idea, isn't it? That you're, targeting a 10x or maybe even a draw that you're going to get a little bit of value from, and then hopefully face a check on the river.
Sure.
Problem is, it opens the door against a dangerous opponent. In this instance, Dark just feeling like he has enough of it here. He can hit that gutter or that
Yeah,
flush
certainly can't fold. Interesting point from you, David. For sure could have considered raising here. Feasibly rep all of the 7-8 combos. The 7-8 in his hand. Does brick out though. This is the brickiest of river cards.
draw. Oh, look at this.
It's not never going to work here for this size in.
No, he looks like he's only carving out
Yeah,
enough to get
quarter
rid of
pot.
a king queen or a king jack. Here is the only fold he's going to find.
Yeah, Akimov, too experienced a customer, in my opinion, to ever fold to this. Quarter pot.
No, it's it's just not. It's just not enough. It would be a tester if he was to go a big size here.
Sure.
For sure, Akimov could be uncomfortable, but I'm surprised that we're taking this long, to be honest, for this sizing. Unless he's actually contemplating a raise.
I don't think so from the body language. I think he's just taking his time, trying to maybe pick up a live read. Did have a short look over at King Dark. I would be shocked if he laid this one down, I must say.
Oh, same. We saw quite a few.
There it is. Flicks it in.
Cheap bluffs from King Dark yesterday as well. He does like to take little stabs in these situations sometimes. Akimov. Maybe, you know what, when you take your time in that spot, again, I wouldn't be burning a time chip, but when you do take a little bit more time over what should really be a snap call decision, I suppose you're getting to read your opponent's body language, and knowing that you're going to call, you're going to find out was he bluffing or what did he have it, and you can maybe assess a little bit of that in those moments and, you know, put that in the memory banks for later.
Sure. Kudos to Akimov also there. I think on the turn against a lot of players, you're going to check. But recognizing that King Dark's range is so wide pre-flop, which we've been talking about the last couple of broadcasts, deciding that the pair of 10s with King Kicker was worth another value bet. Well played.
Yeah.
Akimov, one of my picks to start the day. Really big fan of how he approaches the game. If he gets, you know, up to the sort of 5 million sort of realm, David, he's going to be a big front runner, I'd say.
Another one of these testers for Di Nicola. I think we'll see him fold as we did moments ago. No, he's actually going to open this one. Well, this is exactly the spot we talked about, Andrew. These light opens with pocket fours from early position. They really don't function well as opens. They really should be binned. Di Nicola is going to try his luck, though, from early. Get a sneaky one through. Well, so far so good. King Dark going to get involved with 8-6, though.
Yeah, I would be terrified to open fours here at this exact table.
Oh, and Daniliuk with a real hand.
Yeah, this is very intriguing now. Of course, we know that King Dark is really wide. And Di Nicola should have enough raise folds. Daniliuk definitely could consider squeezing here, David, and calling off Di Nicola.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one that you can go both ways.
Yeah, does decide to just keep the variance to a minimum. Flicks in the call. It's going to work out pretty well so far. Flops top pair. As flops go, David, not the worst for the fours.
Definitely not. At least you've got that 3-4-5 working as well, if called. So you can fire out a small c-bet, maybe somewhere around the same sizing as your pre-flop open.
Yeah, I think we just have to go ahead and bet sort of quarter pot type size here. Just hope to get fold. Obviously, not going to happen. Daniliuk now with the king queen. Just has to decide, David, are we going to go ahead and click it and get it in? Or are we going to play this one slow? Go a couple of ways. Yeah, he's going to go for the little click like this. Functions a lot better than jam. Hand's too good.
Yeah, and what's fun about this is if he's going to raise the king queens, the queen jacks, to just get it in at this stack depth, well, you know, he's also going to be doing this with some flush draws.
Yeah.
Maybe an open ender as well.
Yeah, certainly going to have some bluffs. Nice laydown, Di Nicola. Daniliuk. We saw this last time in the Gangster series, was very short and spun up early. History could be repeating. I believe he got heads up in that event from memory. I'm gonna have a little look. My memory's not what it used to be. We'll have a little check.
And we see there Di Nicola maybe regretting that pocket four is open. Not the easiest hand to play. Definitely not solver approved. And much better off in a spot like that, opening a king four suited or an ace four than a pocket fours. Not that I'm recommending that either, but they would actually at least function better for you.
Yeah, you did touch on it, David, a few minutes ago. about these low pocket pairs being overvalued. They really do lose their value when you're sub sort of, even sub 40 bigs, right? And
For
you
sure.
know, especially 20 big blinds early position don't function well as a steal. Fortunately for Di Nicola, punished on that occasion.
Lots of quick folds here around to Adrian, who's likely going to muck the 6-3. King Dark, well, a tester for him. 7 deuce on the button. Does let it go. Daniliuk here, blind v blind. Suited 10. Might limp in. Might also turn this one into a light open. Yeah, I think I like the option to
I'm a
open
fan.
it. Yeah, I think it's like one of those ones that's just not good enough to maybe proceed out of position with, and you want to actually have the betting lead if you are
Look at
going
this,
to
pretty tight
do
fold.
it. Yeah, very tight. So again, even more reason to open the 10-3 suited there, I think, against a particular villain.
Yeah, you see this a lot with the sort of middling low, like one middle card, one low card, excuse me, suited combos from the small. Don't want to limp call, as you suggested, David. Just go ahead on the attack. What a start for Daniliuk. Won every pot he's played.
Yeah, tremendous start, and actually interesting to see here. I don't think we've had a single bust out yet.
No, whereas yesterday they were flying out the door.
Yeah, it's sort of been happening in fits and starts. We've had these flurries of bust outs and then these periods where the leaderboard sort of stands still for a while. The attrition rate drops to 0. It was a interesting decision by tournament organisers to give the guys a short day yesterday.
Yeah.
I think had we played on, the expectation would have been that we'd have got down to maybe 12, and that's maybe a more normal number for us going into the final day. 17 implies we might have a longer day on our hands today, but that's okay. It will bring play into the later part of the evening and into the night, where hopefully there will be more audience to watch as well. People home from work, tuning in. They might be checking in on us throughout the day, maybe having that little sneaky window open in their offices, just having a little gander at what's going on. But then get to fire it up properly for maybe the sort of 5-handed and beyond after work this evening.
Look, absolutely. Do you want to finish your spreadsheet or finish that email to the boss?
Yeah.
The big cheese? No, you don't. You want to watch the Western Series warm-up final day with myself and Mr. David Lappin. Please don't get fired. Disclaimer. As we see Akimov, pocket 7s, runs into the 8s of Daniliuk. He has position. Pretty standard here. Daniliuk wants to see 3. Akimov now out of position. Slows it down. Pretty normal so far. These guys, 2 of the more technical players, you might see a little more normal, quote-unquote normal poker strat. Deuce turn, check, check.
Yeah, both might feel like they've just enough to hang on and get all the way to showdown here. I'm not sure we'll see a single chip go into this pot.
Yeah, inclined to agree. There is the opportunity for Daniliuk to just bet very small in position here. Look to sort of get a tiny bit of value from hands like this.
Yep.
7s and ace-4 suited type, pocket 6s. Hand like ace-queen, probably going to call one small bet. It is going to result in check call.
Yeah, and virtually certain to see a check on river now.
Yeah.
And Daniliuk, yeah, that bet functions beautifully as an advanced blocker, and I think very unlikely that we'll do anything other than turn our hand over. It's exactly what's happened, and yeah, nicely played from both. As you said, normal service has been resumed, at least for one hand.
Yeah, it's such a great feeling for Daniliuk there. It isn't shown, you know, a hand like Queen 9 suited or something like this. It just pips him. One of the best feelings in poker, David, when you get that early spin on the final day. I think he started with 900k, a little more.
That sounds exactly right.
I think around about 1 million. Now he's up to 3. Trebling up within the first level. Stuff of dreams. Action back underway. Akimov is out of the way from under the gun. Round to Krasilnikova.
He's gone.
Getting very short now. Wow, 12.5 bigs. Does decide to just let this one go. Don't mind this.
It's right on the border,
Yeah.
to be honest. It's like
It's okay.
I know we've been critical of a couple of other hands. I think that one's okay. King Queen, you definitely have to go with. King 10, you wouldn't actually think twice about. King Jack, right on the line.
Yeah.
Krasilnikov is a very astute, very talented poker player. We're being critical here of a couple of hands where we feel like maybe in the end game, maybe on these short stack spots, she's being a little bit too precious about wanting to sort of see a safe board, wanting to get to flop and be happy with her holding at that point.
Sure.
Whereas sometimes it, becomes you better to just, let the cards fall where they may and just play pre-flop aggressively. And I suppose it's a couple of spots like that we're honing in on right now.
Absolutely. As we see Andrian absolutely smash this board. Trip nines on the Jack 9-9. Unlikely to get a customer. Nicola with just 10 high.
Yeah, dreamy situation here where his opponent can certainly have open-enders, gutters, he could have a jack. But not in this instance. And then she's pointing out that she had a king jack, which probably would have just changed the hand completely. Should she open, he probably doesn't get involved.
Yeah,
so.
he just folds, I think. But definitely a reasonable fold pre. 12.5 bigs, king jack off from early.
Yeah.
Very awkward.
Yeah, very awkward.
I like the fold.
Actually, it does function maybe as an open.
I'd rather min raise than jam.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Verso la morte. Provate.
Watch some very interesting hands on the WPT World Championship main event stream. Reasonably late on, I think maybe like 50 players left, something like that. And very talented Elliot Houdon, who of course won that event the previous year. I saw do something which really stood out to me, and I thought, wow, that can't be right. What's going on here? And he opened off 7 bigs with Queen Jack under the gun and folded to a raise. Now, unfortunately for him, I think it was Ren Lin with pocket eights, which is a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But he opened, folded off that, and I just thought instinctively that just doesn't seem right. And I looked it up. King Jack does exactly what he does. Queen Jack doesn't.
Sure.
But that shows you where he's thinking and how he's thinking, and maybe a little exploitative deviation there. I thought that was just very interesting to see, raise folds from under the gun off that stack.
Yeah, something you just see a lot of now, players min raise folding off, as you just referenced, David, as short as 7 bigs. One of these things where people just really need to wake up with a big hand to continue.
Oh, they
a
really
lot of the
do.
time. We have 2 blockers. Not the worst. Very talented player, Elliot. As we see here, Andrian back at it. Widening that range as we suggested. Like this from Panagidas, not having it. Comes in with 3-bet. Has gone the small size. Shade under 5 bigs.
Yeah, and there's a very tempting one to flat for Andrian at this price. Obviously, not a hand he's loving, but it is suited. It does have a big card in it. And, yes, okay, out of position is always tricky, but he'll back himself, I feel. I think if this was a raise to 340, we might see a fold, but 280 might induce a call.
Yeah, gonna take the price, David.
And one wonders if Panagidas would have been better served getting more folds than having to play
Yeah, can get tricky now.
a pot where, like post-flop ICM could very much become a thing by the turn.
Do have position though. 10 at 9-5.
All the back doors in a creative sense here.
Wow, it's gone tiny size in here, sub 20%.
This is a raise candidate. All the back doors, 1 over card, backdoor spades. There's a lot of cards that bring you equity on the turn. That's why you see him have so much. He's got 27% because of all those back doors. He's just going to call and maybe look to stab certain turn cards. If he sees an 8, I was about to say, that's maybe one of them that he can represent, thinking, well, I can have Jack Queen, and does my opponent ever have Jack Queen?
Yeah, this is really intriguing now. Certainly could see a lead here from Andrian Would make a lot of sense to me. We can start to put the pressure on.
Yeah.
You know, even a hand like kings or queens, sorry, excuse me, kings and aces, excuse me, by the river, start being very uncomfy. We can see though, Panagidas with that jack in his hand, ace jack, can't fold here.
No, he can't fold, but it's so uncomfortable. And Andrian watching him like a hawk, so crucial to pick up any body language tells in a spot like this. How does Panagidas feel about his hand? Is he going to hang on for one call here and then maybe give up on a lot of rivers? You really got to assess that at this point.
Yeah, has to call for sure. Very key river coming. Pot bloating up to a shade under 2 million. Huge river coming. Does brick out. Now, Andrian, can you find it? I mean, we have arrived at the river, David, with the very worst hand we ever have. Literally nothing worse gets to the river. Pot behind for Panagidas.
I think a big part of the equation for Andrian here is he's putting his opponent maybe on a hand like kings, and he's thinking, can I get kings to fold? Because that's what I have to
He's
do.
going to try. He ships it in. What a play from Simone Andrian. Wow.
This will work very quickly against the ace-jack, but if he
Beautiful
had kings,
stuff.
what a spot to be put in the blender.
That takes a lot of heart, especially with that 5 pairing the board on the river, David. King's now beating a hand like 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited, 10-8 suited that could potentially call that 3-bet and lead turn. Still found the heart to jam it in. Potentially tournament defining hand. Very well played, sir.
Yeah, and can I just reflect back upon that decision not to go for a slightly larger 3-bet Panagidas, really opening the door to get flatted by a much wider range of hands and be put in tough spots down the streets. Post-flop ICM, Darrow Kearney writes a great book on this. Post-flop ICM is a very real thing, and if you have an opponent that you can put in a spot like that, 17 left, 16 left, whatever it is right now, you know, it really serves you better to find more folds when you can find them.
Absolutely. Yeah, perhaps a slight error from Panagidas. I think flop also 20%. I don't think you get a single hand to fold realistically on the 10-9x. As we see King Dark back at it. King Dark, that much of a wizard, David. He's managed to raise less than 2 bigs.
Well spotted. Fantastic spot there. Yes, 115k, an interesting sizing. We'll see if dealer.
I'm not sure if he
picks up on
limped. I'm not sure. We'll
find out in a
get a
second.
look in a minute.
Tulip Berganoff, happy to just flat here, take maybe it in position. Obviously, that could bring in the blinds.
Definitely fine decision. 30 bigs, deciding he doesn't want a 3-bet call. Fine to just go ahead and peel.
Very similar in terms of stacks as the last hand here. Dark can put that post-flop ICM pressure on Tulip Berganoff down the streets. We see here Way probably joins the party here with the suited hand. No, let's it go.
I'm a huge fan of Way. I like how he plays these kind of garbage, I'll call them, suited hands, which we would always defend, you know, earlier in the tournament. When you get down to the final couple of tables, they really start to lose their value. You know, if you get coolered against a nut flush, for example, and you're out the door, really like the laydown. Both players whiff, neither player with a heart in hand. Tricky spot here for both. Both content to check.
Oh, and a nice card for Dark now.
Door is open. From what we know of King Dark, he likes to try and push his way through. When he faces weakness, David, you referenced it earlier. Very reasonable, this.
Yeah, it's a very instinctive game, Dark.
Yeah,
you know, it mightn't be as technical as some of the other guys at the table, but it's very instinctive. It's very back to basics. You know, let's use position well. Let's sniff out weakness, like you just said.
Look at this, though. Tulip Berganov gonna be sticky. Calls turn. We can see that if Dark can muster one more bet, likely gets it done. Gives up. Tulip Berganov now takes his showdown. Gonna be delighted to see the Jack-8. Perhaps one of the first small missteps that I've seen from King Dark in terms of showing aggression on rivers.
Yeah. Yeah, mistimed it there. You know, found the aggression in the wrong spot earlier, and maybe that was a better spot to do it.
Yeah.
Not just because we can see the hands, of course, but maybe just in and of itself it was a better spot.
Yeah, agreed. Very nice one for Tulip Berganov. Still 17 left, David. I think this is the longest in merit history without losing a player.
You could be right. My goodness me. I do recall one from the last series where I think we did have maybe an epic six-handed period. I think we might have gone through about like 7 levels for 6 hours. It was
Really?
something crazy. We were playing 40-minute clock. It might have been the high roller.
Wow.
And there was just an incredibly long period where we just couldn't get anyone out, and it went from like a 50 big average down to like a 14 big average.
That's insane.
Maybe less. But yeah, very strange to see. And I'm sure the organisers are not loving the fact that we still got 17, given that we turned down the possibility of playing 2 extra levels last night. These players will be fresher as a consequence, but those who make it deep are probably going to burn the midnight oil
Yeah, going to be
tonight.
a slog.
Yeah.
Panagidis here. Going to go ahead and ISO against the limp of King Dark. It really does make interesting dynamics. It changes the matrix, so to speak, when he continues to limp like this. Pots get inflated behind.
Yeah, because it's like right away we leave the game tree. So you can put your GTO to one side,
Yeah.
in a sense, and now you have to sort of start getting into street poker from the outset. And he obviously has more experience of it because he's the one who does the limping all the time. They only face an opponent like him occasionally. He's always him.
Absolutely. Very tricky to play. Panagidis here. Saw him with that ace-jack against Andrian. Try and make sevens work.
Oh,
There
hello.
we go. This could be danger for King Dark. Coordinated board.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere for one bet here, you can be sure. Backdoor diamonds to go with the goodie.
Look how small this is.
Oh, just begging for a check raise.
I kind of prefer just to size up here against King Dark a little.
On that texture,
I
too.
just don't think he folds too often.
Yeah, I think he could.
90k, tiny bet.
Okay,
But it's
well,
working so far.
yeah, Panagidis, now that he's got the read that his opponent has something, not enough to check raise his incredibly small bet, but, you know, some sort of coordination with that Jack 9-7, as most holdings will have. Definitely like a larger bet here. I think he's gone small again, though.
Yeah, not a huge fan. I think we really want to try and get stacks in. I mean, we can see, of course, that against this exact holding, it doesn't really matter what the size is.
Sure.
But in the long term, I think we really want to be looking to get it in there by the river. In any case, nice pick up, Panagidis. Couple of chinks in the armor, David, of King Dark.
Yeah, you know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If you decide you're going to be an exploitative player, then you're going to have ways in which players can exploit you, and that's sort of what we're seeing here. We actually saw it in the first frame yesterday as well. We saw this limping strategy, this sort of imbalancing way that he plays work so well for about an hour and a half, and then in the final half hour of that frame, we saw guys pick on him. The isolation bets came in, the C bets came in, and he started getting pushed around a little, and I'm sure started maybe questioning the wisdom of the limps.
Sure. Oh, wow. Well, here we go. First major cooler of this final day. Tulip Berganov, pocket tens. Di Nicola, what a time to find it. 10 bigs. Pocket queens going in. There's no escape here, David, unless someone finds something behind.
No.
10's not going anywhere for 10 big blinds.
Certainly not. And with that, barring a bad beat, we're going to see Di Nicola get back into the mix here, up to 1.3 million. Tulip Berganov going to fall back to 1.3 million. That will put both players still in the bottom 5 of the 17 remaining players, but both a bit more, you know, both competitive at that stack depth. Obviously 20 bigs, workable for both. Tulip Berganov Just getting a count here before he does the inevitable.
Yeah, he's not folding this one. Just taking his time, making sure. Like to see that. Don't want to make any big mistakes. Here we go. What a spot for Di Nicola. Had all the chips yesterday, has chipped down, but chance here to get back into the hunt. 1.4 million in the middle. 80% to win. Tulip Bergenov looking to run down those queens. Here we go.
It's not the ace.
Jack 7-7. Tulip Bergenov with backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Not the worst flop in the world.
No.
Very bricky turn. Ace of clubs.
We hear Cove in the background, who had the ace-7, of course, of hearts, getting a little perturbed.
2 outs for Tulip Bergenov. Doesn't find it. Di Nicola back in the hunt. Back up to 1.4.
Yeah, both players now sitting with roughly the same stack, 1.3 million. Krasilnikova and Basta shorter still. We may have one other shorter stack on an outer table as well. Going to try and keep you up to date with what's going on the outer tables, or outer table I should say, as well. Those players all in the hunt. And presumably we will switch it up at the break and get a look at those guys for a while.
Yeah, everybody's still jockeying for position here early on the final day. Those just joining. This is the warm-up. Final day here at the Merit Western Series. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the wonderful musings of Mr. David Lappin in the booth. Tulip Bergenov, Groundhog Day, just lost a big pot with 10s. Did he give the cards back to the dealer? And he used them again. 125 to go. Di Nicola here, David.
I don't see the stack. Yeah, okay.
Asking
Thank
for a count. Fresh off that double. Does have a potential 3-bet fold candidate. We've seen how aggressive he is. No, he likes to use as many of these sort of combinations as possible.
Yeah, I feel like there's a dog barking. Yeah.
Certainly an option here, David. Make this 5 bigs. I could see it. He's going for it.
Who let the dogs out?
There it
Di
is.
Nicola.
Also chooses this sort of 5 big blind size, shade under. I think this is a lot more reasonable against someone who has 25 blinds, whereas we saw Panagaitis do it against Andrian, who can just peel very wide because he had all the chips. I think this sort of sizing works a lot better. When players are shallower, you know, Tulip Bergenov going to be perceived to mostly fold or shove when starting the hand with 25 blinds.
Yeah, and when it gets back to you, you're not going to love your 10s here facing a +3 3-bet. It's a very uncomfortable situation, even with, you know, a premium hand, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think this just really is all opponent dependent.
Right.
Like I'm not sure how much Tulip Bergenov knows of Di Nicola. We know he's very aggressive in position. Know he 3-bets a lot. He's going to defend.
So stack to pot ratio very shallow here, probably 1.5 to 1.
Yeah, I think I would tend to play this hand as a jam. Has decided to peel. Gets the safe board. 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, if he was trying to fade the ace or king high board, he has successfully done so.
Yeah, Di Nicola now. Obviously not loving this board. Hoping to just generate a fold from a hand like ace-10 suited, David, potentially.
Yeah.
Something like ace-jack, ace-10 suited. Hand like a Broadway holding. Problematically for us, we do hold a king and a queen.
Oh, there is the king.
Not so much of a problem anymore.
No. Gift from the poker gods to Di Nicola here. And exactly the kind of card Tulip Bergenov would have been dreading. Ace-king, obviously the big portion of his opponent's range that he was beating on that flop.
Yeah, this feels like the effect of nuts in position. Unless our opponent's trapping us pre with a hand like aces, I don't think Tulip Berganov's going to open 5s.
No.
Potentially a hand like 7s, I guess, could be in there. Not going to have an 8-9 suited, I don't think. Although you never know in merit.
For that reason, do you ever like a check here?
I don't think so. I think we just want to go ahead and bet again. You know, get value from hands like 8s and 9s. Things like this.
Do we find a non-all-in sizing? There's 2/3 pot behind.
Tricky. You could. But likely jam, I think, if we're going to continue with betting. 2/3 pot starting to get pretty shallow. Yeah, does just send it. Not surprised. And now what do you do, David? This is the problem with flatting the 3-bet pre.
Yeah, you're thinking about the light ones, and obviously one of the light ones is King Queen, and that's what has got there. You're thinking about Ace 5, you beat that. You're thinking about maybe Ace Queen, you beat that. That's kind of it, isn't it? Maybe the Ace 4 suited.
Ace Queen, Ace Jack, I think, are the normal hands that could potentially try to barrel off on this king. Grim spot. Not great to have this 10 of clubs in your hand. You know, if your opponent had a hand like Ace 10 of clubs. 10 Jack of clubs, is it really going to go for it pre? Probably not anyway.
I love the artistry here that we've cut the background sound, so it's almost like we're inside the head of Tulip Berganov as he contemplates this one.
I always imagine the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom. The pressure. Yeah, grim spot here for Tulip Berganov.
Burning time banks now as well. Looks like there's going to be another one. This is the time to use them, in fairness.
Trying to run through the bluff versus value combos of De Nicola. Super gross spot. I just don't think we can call, David, really.
No, I think the king or the ace obviously were the disaster cards. One wonders if it had been an ace and De Nicola does the same thing, blocking ace king and ace queen.
Does get away from it. Well played. Nice folds. Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, against an aggressive opponent, these hands like 10s and jacks, started the hand with 25 bigs.
Just stick it in.
Just stick it in. Sometimes, you know, if your opponent has you crushed, so be it. Unfortunately, it's a not very unlucky turn. What can you do? And De Nicola basically trebled up, David, in the last couple of hands.
Yeah, great little spin from De Nicola. Speaking of spinning, Mustafov on the outer table has got a little spin of his own going. He's up to almost 3 million now. As we raise the blinds, 40-80 with an 80k, a big blind ante. Simone Andrea, I'm not going to worry too much about that with 95 big blinds still in the tanking dark. Now 65 bigs with his 5.2 million. And then we take a look at the bottom there. Tulip Berganov down to 14 bigs after letting that one go correctly. We might add, he put chips in the pot, went ahead, didn't put any more in, went behind, so credit to him for that. De Nicola obviously on a spin of his own there, 26 bigs now. And Krasnilnikova going to have to find a spot probably in the next orbit or two. She's not going to want to let herself drift too much further back than she already has. As I mentioned there on the outer table, man we're very keen to watch and I'm sure will be a big part of the next frame. Mustafov, he's taking pots off Hasbani over there. He's taking pots off State, our Romanian player. He is on the move and he's a dangerous one as well because he will play fearlessly at a time when maybe fear is creeping in to his opponents.
Yeah, very impressed with him yesterday.
State.
De Nicola exercising some discretion there. Folds King Jack early. Certainly not bad decision to make. 25 bigs to start the hand. Round 2, our chip leader. Andrian ace deuce off. Certainly going to put chips in here from the button. For the min raise, 160k to go.
And Daniliuk likely to defend this 10-8 suited. As you said there, you know, the 10-3 suited in these kind of hands maybe versus early position won't start falling away, but certainly not the suited and connected cards here. They're pretty pure to flat here in the big.
100%.
These guys both fairly deep and both catching a piece.
Yeah, potentially dangerous board for Daniliuk. Ace 10-9. Of course, the chip leader going to be leveraging aggression. Going to c-bet this board extremely often. Our hand far too strong for the moment to do anything but call, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we could certainly lose a couple of streets here if we don't improve here. Daniliuk only facing quarter pot. That's not a bet that will clean out too much of his range. Certainly going nowhere now either. Could have the best hand. Certainly has a live draw. Oh, almost certainly. Adrian,
really
does he go for value again
spot.
or does he just check here? I think checking's okay.
Certainly going to put some of our worst ace-x into the check-in range. You know, if we bet here and get raised, it's a little bit of a disaster. Can still get some value on the river.
Daniliuk going to come
gonna
out leading. Interesting. Obviously, can have the jack-8 I've got there. Can have some other draws that are setting their own price while also taking a stab. But it's not really a board he can lead at turn, I feel. Adrian.
Not too sure about this. Not too sure about this one.
Maybe fearing facing a very big bet on the turn and really didn't want to.
He's a genius.
He's a genius.
Daniliuk, well played.
We take it all back. That deft lead just teed it up beautifully for you. You set your own price, juiced up that pot to 1.2 million, and now you can fire at will. Although I think Adrian can get away here. It's become a very coordinated board.
Dreadful run out. You know, trying to start finding bluffs here becomes really, really tough. I can't even really think of any natural ones. It'd have to be a hand like 9-6 or something like this that decided to lead turn for some reason. An interesting decision on size, and you know, if we have a hand like 2 pairs here, we probably still want to bet. So I don't think we want to go huge.
No, I like that. I like a smaller sizing that represents 2 pair because you want a better 2 pair to call. You want ace jack and ace 10 to call.
Yeah, this is good. Like this a lot. Shade under half. Looks pretty reasonable to me. You know, you can still feasibly value bet a hand like ace 7 or something like that for this size.
Yeah, and I think this is a 2 pair or better bet. Yeah. So you need a good 2 pair if you're Adrian to call. As you said, very hard to find bluffs. No natural ones really. So, oh no!
No, this is
that's
first
too
big misstep from Adrian. What a start to this final day. Daniliuk just winning pot after pot.
Yeah, and taking them off Adrian as well.
Very surprised to see that river call, I must say. First real big misstep from Adrian. Up to 4.3 million, I believe. Terrible run out, of course, for the ace deuce. Daniliuk motoring. What a time to find the heat, David. 17 left. Warm up, final day.
Yeah, and I did single out this man in the preview here as a dangerous player. Yes, he was short stacked, but not too short stacked. He had 20 bigs. Players of his talent level with 20 bigs can make serious progress. We've seen him in the winner's enclosure before. We've seen him on a lot of final tables here in Marathon. Well, he's in a great spot now to get to the final table. Although, again, I want to point out to you guys at home, still 17 left. We've been stuck on 17 for about an hour and 20 minutes now of real play. That is somewhat surprising. A lot of pressure now on the short stacks as we quickly race around the table.
We are setting up here, David, for a war of attrition.
Yeah,
an hour and a half spell or so here without an elimination, a little less.
Yeah, and Daniliuk, interesting there, goes for the limp this time. You know, the raise worked so well against Panagidis. I'm actually surprised he didn't go for it again with the king 4. But that has allowed for a limp pot where he has a gutter and an overcard, but Panagidis, top pair.
He's going to go ahead and start stabbing. As we go to the outer table, looks like all in and a call, David.
Yes. I don't know.
There we go, as we see King Queen of Diamonds at risk versus the Ace Nine of Clubs. No help as we lose our first player here on the final day. King Queen unimproved against the Ace Nine of Clubs.
And there's the man we spoke to in the bar
We did.
last night, the Jordanian Albakir, who is really just loving life. I think did he get in on a 160 quid satellite, he said?
Yeah, amazing. I believe he just never plays tournaments at all. As we quickly cut back to the action here for a moment, Daniliuk playing some great stuff here. Finds the little blocky value bet on the river with the king. I believe the flop went stab call, check, check, turn. Daniliuk motoring. But yeah, we did see Albakir last night in the bar. I believe he'd played a $50 satellite.
Lovely.
Got that to the 500 stage, then played the 500 or whatever equivalent, sat it to the 2K. And now all of a sudden, knocking players out with 17 left in this warm-up. 2K buy-in, David? 2,200?
2,200, you love to see it.
2,200.
This is the poker dream as well.
Yeah, the underdog story, we love it.
We do.
We wish him the best. So we do finally lose our first player. 2 tables of 8 remain. 16 players in the hunt. $165,000 up top, guys. Not too shabby. Action on way. Seen him be very deliberate, very patient. Not looking to get in there with too many wide holdings. Lets it go. Quite a big fan of the adjustment, in fact. You know, lots of chips are going in around this table. Content to be patient. Wait for more profitable spots. As we see King Dark. Finds the open here. Somewhat normal sizing from King Dark. 185K. Pocket fours.
185.
Down to Nicola. It's a pretty atrocious holding. Straight into the muck. Flashes the deuce.
Dark. Holding steady around the 5.5 million mark. Began the day with 6 million, so basically just that one misstep, maybe the small bluff that didn't make a huge amount of sense from about an hour ago. Other than that, he's been quietly accumulating small pots when entered. Getting word that that man Albakir playing somewhat loose on the outer table. Obviously, we saw him playing somewhat honest, so maybe some good card distribution coming his way, but he's been all in a couple of times. Seem to be building a dynamic there with both Mustafov and State. So you can look forward to some of those dynamics in the next frame with James Dempsey when I take a brief leave of absence.
Yeah, lots of things developing. Look at this. Akimov, I did highlight him at the start of our coverage. Just takes every spot.
Yeah.
Big fan. Isolating the trashy 4 deuce. Nicola, nothing to be done with just 3-4 himself.
Yeah, and with very little fanfare, Akimov has chipped up from 2.4 million to 3 million over the course of this hour and 20 minutes or so. Sign of a good player when you can sort of stay out of trouble, just win a few small skirmishes, particularly when you do it with nothing. Those chips helping to keep
very dangerous player. As we see Nina Krasilnikova get into the very dangerous territory now, David. Big blind hunting her. Really needs some love. Unfortunately for her, very frustrating. 10-5 off. such a character. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, fantastic character in this poker room. In fact,
Yeah.
it's coming back to me now. I presided over the mystery bounty, possibly at this very stop last year, or maybe it was the Carmen, and Krasilnikova was offering to pull bounties for different players, and I remember she did pull the big one for somebody, much to the excitement of the room. Promised him as well, promised him she was going to pull the big one too. Guaranteed it.
Reminds me of in Galway recently. Mr. Neil Farrell was at the final table of the mystery bounty. Of course, Irish poker legend Andy Black was his bounty puller of choice. And Feraldo said, if you pull the 5K, I'll give you a 10% free roll. And he just pulls it. Of course he does. Gets a little €500 sweetener.
Nice.
As we see Daniliuk here, ace-jack off. Way finds a defend. Hasn't been able to get involved too often. Comes up empty. Interesting spot for Daniliuk. 2 overcards, backdoors everywhere. Seems reasonable. Checks it back. They take a free one. Queen of clubs turn.
Tough one for Way here to stay interested now. Daniliuk may well just knuckle this one back if it gets to him here. I can't see Way pouncing upon this. It's a little optimistic if he does.
Yeah, pretty intriguing. Double flush draw turn. Daniliuk was content to check flop. Yeah, trying to decide now if he wants to run a little semi-bluff. We can see he has the best hand. Content to check again. Board pairs. Queen of diamonds, river.
Way will be pretty sure he's up against a hand of value, be that ace high or a small pocket pair, wondering if he can get
Actually, don't hate this.
both to fold.
You know, you could feasibly value bet a 10, right? For sure.
I think he could have a 9
I
at
think you
this
can
size.
bet a 9, 100%. You can still have a queen in your range. You can still have some diamonds in your range. Pretty reasonable. This is a tough spot now for Daniliuk. We, of course, only beat a pure bluff. And Way, you know, should get respect a good amount of the time, I think. Yeah, very nice Way. Well played. Finds it. Little kind of value bluff sizing on the river. Little
Exactly,
half pot,
very
little
mergy,
half pot number.
the kind of size that doesn't contain a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, very nice. Been impressed with him. He's made some nice, prudent folds pre-flop. Not getting in there out of position with the sort of marginal holdings too often. Finds a nice defend and a little nice river stab. Very much a player, David, I think, that goes under the radar a little bit. Just sort of ticking along. Keeping himself around about that 3 million mark. Plenty of chips in the tank. Action fold in round to Akimov. 10-5 of diamonds. Sandal sneak into a chip EV raise, but getting to the final 2 tables, deciding to fold. Does have the short stack in the big. And look at this, she finds a walk just in time.
You see, these cards I have.
Silnikova delighted with life.
But I was high.
Did he fold a jack?
Jack deuce off seems, yeah.
I'm not sure I have any folds there.
We're not all as crazy as you, David.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a time to find a walk. 2 of your 8 big blinds already at risk. I know we're supposed to be impartial, but I'm rooting for Krasilnikova.
Oh,
Give her a spin up.
I never claimed to be impartial.
No,
I
it's
pick
great.
my favorites, and I'm with them till the end. It'll be the same when we're covering you in the high roller and main event.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I'm going to play main event day 1A tomorrow. It's my day off from comms.
You played a tournament at the Vintage. Was it the Vintage last time around? No, maybe it was the
Gangster.
Gangster.
Yeah,
You played the High Roller?
Played the 5K, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Did not go particularly well. But tomorrow's another day.
That's it. Had a very good year, must be said though, on the felt. I've seen a lot of Andrew Headley, big scores.
Yeah, I've been doing pretty well in the live streets. Yeah, I've got a fair few runs. Would love to keep it going here. I'm just a massive fan of Merit in general.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to play the main. I don't think I've ever played the main, in fact.
Such a
Or
good
maybe one
structure.
visit in the past.
Such a good structure.
Yeah. We see Akimov in there, ace deuce of hearts. Andrian defending queen 9. A little bit of a stuttering start to his day. Still with chunks, of course. Akimov comes up best. This one looks like a pretty quick bet fold. Quarter pot number. As you mentioned, David Akimov just quietly going about business.
Yeah.
To 3.2.
15 minutes break in the bounty tournament.
The short day allowed you to have a little bit of time off to enjoy the pleasant features of Merit.
It
Maybe
did.
some spa time, was there?
No, actually, I went and had dinner with my fiance, beautiful JDK, and we had dinner with our friend Mr. Neil Barrett, poker stalwart in his own right, and then I met two fine gentlemen at the bar when they finished work, yourself and Mr. Dempsey.
Two men who'd put in a real shift compared to yourself.
Exactly.
Did the full 6
You
hours.
put in the hard hours. I was let off with 4.
Wow, we're gonna work you to the bone today.
Yeah,
don't worry.
today we're in for the long haul.
Well, if these guys refuse to bust, we're in for a very long day. 16 still from the 17 who began 90 minutes ago. Adrian going to maybe get involved here.
Yeah,
From a small.
a couple of options were open here. Could certainly 3-bet. Certainly going to call at least. King Dark, 9-4-0.
In there.
26% to win. And wow, trouble ahead. Andrian going to have to navigate this spot carefully. Real dire shape. King 7-5. Akimov here with the King of Spades working for him also.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot here. Very hard for his opponents to be ahead, proceeding with the best hand and plenty of hands that can come along for the ride here. Adrian, mandatory call here. King Dark, mandatory fold. Let's go to the turn.
Yeah, big turn coming up. This is a blank.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh my days. Case King drills the turn.
Andrian in a world of pain now. There are some opportunities. There are 3 10s in the deck, but in the vast majority of worlds, Akimov is going to win an absolutely humongous pot. And Adrian, who started the day with 8.4 million, may find himself down to 4.5 million, depending on the sizings here.
Yeah, it's going small again. Makes sense.
I do like that.
I mean, we do, you know, it's coming down to what are we targeting here. Don't expect our opponent to have a king very often. We do have the King of Spades ourselves, blocking some flush draws. Kind of targeting hands like a 7, sort of like an ace-7 suited type, ace-5 suited,
Yeah, maybe
pocket
a
eights,
pocket eights, I was going to
pocket
say.
sixes type holding. Like this from Akimov, content not to put too much money in
Oh
the
my
pot.
goodness me.
Wow, 10 of spades somehow finds its way out of the deck. What a horrific run out.
And he
for
slides it over.
Akimov.
He snap slides it over.
Has to check for sure. And Akimov, how do you not go for value?
Wow. Is this the end? Akimov
I don't think so,
goes-
David. I don't think so.
The flush gets there, so he can't go big, I don't think, anymore. He can probably go half pot, 800, 900, and then...
Is he going to find a wizard?
Yeah.
A wizard check back. But yeah, I'm with you, David. Still a pretty dangerous run out in some respects. And we do want to target these sort of hands that we just referenced.
Well, King
Pocket
Jack is still
eights.
out there.
King Jack is still there.
King 9 might be out there. He's gone very small. Okay, this is... Okay, it's not quite...
Yeah, you've called it, about half pot.
Yeah. I thought he'd actually gone a little south of that. I thought he'd maybe only put out 500 or 600, and that would have been even better for him because those chips are not coming back.
Oh, what a decision point coming up for Akimov.
He's got the King of Spades in hand. That's quite awkward.
I mean, this is going to be grim. Andrian, of course, going to jam. You have to start trying to work out bluffs, David. What are they going to be? Ace-7? Ace-7 that just goes crazy and tries to represent a boat. Ace-5? 5-6 suited? It's real tough to find natural bluffs once more. Pocket 8s with a spade, right? 9s with a spade. These could be types of hands that go crazy and bluff.
Oh, this is so tough. Has the shove been made?
Wow, it has. This is grim. I don't think Akimov was ever really planning to check back river. Did tank a little.
But it is a thin enough value bet on the river.
It is.
Like, it can be deceptively, it can feel like a stronger hand than it is, but on that specific river.
I'm inclined to agree. Our opponent going to have, you know, a lot of sort of nut flush draws that call flop and turn. We really need him, David, to just be going kind of crazy here with a 7 or a 5 in his hand. Or a hand like pocket 8s with a spade, as I just referenced. Pocket 9s with a spade.
Yeah, I think
Do they really find it enough of the time? This is a critical moment in this tournament. Akimov, not many time banks. I think one left, David.
I think he's going to find the fold. We've really enjoyed watching him play. We've really been impressed by his awareness, his understanding. And I think as difficult as this decision is, and he's burnt his final time bank.
30 seconds to go.
I think he's going to find the fold.
I mean, Andrea and David, right? He's going to have pocket 10s here even still, I believe.
Yes,
doesn't have to
point.
get that in pre for 40. 10s, 7s, 5s, has all of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, King Queen is a thin enough value bet on the river.
King 7 of clubs going to be in there. King 10 of clubs. So there is a lot of value and the nut flush, right? All going to probably get it in. Not enough bluffs, David. Oh, this is so grim. 4 seconds.
3, 2, 1. Hand is dead.
Wow.
Well played, Akimov. Well played, everybody. Nothing Andrian could have done.
What a hand.
As that hand played out. Absolutely beautiful textbook stuff from every single player. Aki, take a bow. You may have lost a hand, but...
Here we go, David. Sorry to cut you off. Outer table. Basta at risk. We referenced him earlier. Ace deuce. He's still in his seat against King 5. Looks like a double up for John Basta.
It sure does.
Has not left his seat. Oh, apologies there, David, for cutting you off. The excitement is non-stop.
Oh no, well, suddenly we've got a flurry of activity. In fairness, we were begging for it.
Basta hangs on.
Yeah, he had got quite short there. I'm not sure he's much above what he started the day with.
I think fold. If you don't have like time bank. And
Interesting to listen into Daniliuk there. What do you think about this on time banks? I'm not against them, but in moments like this, I wish there was like a one-time tournament golden time chip or something, right? That gives you 5 minutes or something. What do you think? To think about a critical all-in moment, you think it would be fair? You're not a fan?
No, I am. Like,
thoughts?
I know that time banks sportify poker in a nice way for a lot of situations, and I know it benefits the stronger players because they're going to know what to do in most situations quicker.
raise.
But I completely agree. There are just going to be scenarios, usually check raise, shove river spots, where your tournament life is on the line, where nobody at any other stage of the tournament would deny you a full 5 minutes. No one's calling clock on you for 5 full minutes in a really gross situation like that. So why then are you left with just your 6 or 8 paltry 30 seconds that burn through, give you no other time allowance for any other spot for the rest of the day, remember?
Exactly, it's just like a double punishment, right? Like that spot was horrific for Akimov.
Okay, I'm going to go an extra step here. There should be a VAR. If it's justified, if it's a really justified, there's a jury. Maybe it goes to the commentators. We could do it.
Oh, brilliant.
They send it in here and they go, was that fair that he took 3 minutes? And we go, we allow it.
Like on the
And
X
then
Factor,
they
a
give-
big X comes
yeah.
up in the room.
And then they walk over and they hand him
So
back all
good.
his time bank chips and go, you get to keep these.
I'm going to take it a step further. The camera zooms in on your face in the booth on a big screen in the room, and you do the old, what is it, like the Julius Caesar-esque, or not, Gladiator? Who was it?
Gladiatorial thumbs up or thumbs
Joaquin
down.
Phoenix?
Yes, Joaquin
Yeah, you
Phoenix.
do the old, and the thumb trembles in the room, everyone,
Yeah.
trepidation builds.
And maybe I choose a number. I go, give him back 4 of those time
Oh,
banks.
nice.
Yeah. I
That's
actually
a pretty
don't,
cool
I
idea.
don't hate the idea. Like, obviously, this person would have to be unimpeachable. So, me, basically, I would be the right person for this. No, I love the idea that, and then if you use them gratuitously, it's like, no, take another one off
Sure.
for messing.
Yeah, that'd be class. I do genuinely believe that a moment like that, critical to
Oh, it's huge.
It's $165,000 up top.
Yeah.
We have one of the most brutal decisions you're ever likely to face in the tournament, and he had, what, 90 seconds to act? I'm
Yes.
not a fan.
No.
I think it's a little unfair. And of course now the punishment compounded by having no time banks remaining.
Yeah.
Do they refresh every
They
2
might,
levels?
They might refresh for the final table.
Is that
I'm
it now?
actually not
You
sure.
don't, yeah. Got a feel for Akimov, but landed on the right fold. Potentially there, having less time banks might have worked in his favor. You know, could have talked himself into a call if he had an extra few minutes. We'll never know. You see King Dark took one down there, blind on blind. And look at this. Now, first real dangerous moment brewing for King Dark. King Queen. Strong holding on the button, and Daniliuk. 50 bigs effective. Pocket aces in the small. This could be big, David. Don't see King Dark fold in this pre from what we know of him.
No, I don't see it at all.
Nice.
What's the size and choice? 7 bigs, a little less, excuse me. 6 big blinds. King Dark snap calls the 3-bet. 1.1 million in the middle. Fortunately for King Dark thus far, very bricky board for him. 8-6-4. Aces still way out in front.
Yeah.
Can Daniliuk find some deception?
Slide it over to your laggy opponent here
Yeah, you
on a
did.
board that actually isn't too bad to check anyway.
Yeah, we can have a lot of checks here.
Yeah. Like, it might be GTO anyway, but against this particular opponent, it becomes even more advantageous, in my opinion.
Small bet from Daniliuk. He's going to get away from it. Great result for King Dark. Doesn't know it yet, but could have been in a whole world of pain. As it stands, though, another nice pot goes Daniliuk's way. Our big mover here on the final day. I believe he started with 1 million, up to close to 5 now, I believe. What a start. First couple of levels. Action's starting to heat up now, David. People were feeling their way, jockeying for position. Action beginning to heat up. What a hand, the Adrian hand. I'm still digesting it.
Looks like we might have lost a player on the outer table. Is that why we're holding the deal here? Because we might have to send someone across to there? No, just a new deck. Must have been a little crease or bend in one of our very expensive RFID cards. Shame on you, whoever put that mark on it. Those decks are expensive. And we do have a momentary lull while the dealer scrambles a fresh deck. We see there Akimov still perhaps dwelling over the wisdom of his fold. I think, you know, regardless of what we know, we see the cards. I think it was a good fold anyway. If he did manage to find a strange bluff with an ace-7 with the ace of spades or something like that, well, then hats off to him, I suppose.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, David, really, when you said it's sort of a deceptively strong-looking hand for us on river in many ways. Where, you know, the front door flush completes, and having that king of spades, we feel sort of obligated to go for 3 streets. Once our opponent jams, it's pretty underbluffed.
Yeah.
Right, as you just referenced, really need our opponent to just go crazy. The random 7 or 5 blocking full houses, and as it stands, Akimov, very nice laydown. King Dark back in business, 9-4 of clubs, limping at the cutoff.
Panagidas now 21 bigs. Does he pounce upon this one with an open or a shove?
Wow, he's just ISOing. Gotta say, not a fan. I would just shove this in. Out of position, 20 big blinds or so. You have an aggressive player in the big into Nicola. And a very passive limp from King Dark. Decides just to make it 290 though. It does get the job done. Risky out of position, I think, with 6s, not to just rip it in.
Sure. Especially when, again, we haven't seen King Dark limp strong yet. Like in quite a lot of live stream coverage now, I don't know how many hours he's been on the live stream, I'm going to guess about 5 or 6. We haven't seen a strong limp.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he doesn't have one, but we haven't seen it, so he's becoming a bit predictable. Krasilnikova, well, she got the walk last time around. That's bought her another lap of the track, but what was your lovely expression there a moment ago, Andrew? The big blind and big blind. Andy hunting her now. I think she's in early position. Daniliuk facing with a limp from Dark here. The Jack-2 of diamonds. Pretty sure I've seen that hand played 3 or 4 times. That exact hand from King Dark. Looks like Daniliuk may well pounce and try to do some isolating of his own. I like this from these guys. I think they're just deciding they're going to pick on King Dark. He's got a lot of chips, and those chips could make their way into their stacks in installments if he continues to play this loose passive style. It's going to force a gear change, I think, from Dark, who is going to defend the suited Jack-2 here. Lots of trouble flops out there possible. Let's see how he navigates this one. Well, a pretty big whiff for both players.
Yeah, pretty dreadful flop for the ISOR. Daniliuk not going to be happy with this situation. 10-7-6. Hard to think of too many hands that we get to fold like this check. That does improve to the Queen of Clubs. Top pair. Checks over to him from King Dark.
I wonder if Daniliuk will eye up charging a club here and pursuing some value from maybe a 7, 6 or 10. One expects he might.
Yeah, you can be worried, of course, on this texture still. But deciding that King Dark's range more than wide enough for us to go ahead and just seek some value on the turn. Potentially check some scary rivers. Daniliuk just absolutely smashing it.
And
getting up there towards one of the chip leaders in the tournament now, David, after starting as the shorty, or close to it.
Yeah, he's playing very well. On the flip side, King Dark really getting exploited now. He's sort of a leaky ship. He's going to have to...
A little bit of frustration creeping in, perhaps, David. He's playing too many hands. You did reference it earlier, that if you are going to play this style, going to get yourself in some tricky situations as you progress. You've got a feel for Krasnilikova. Not finding it. Andrian now, after that King 10, somewhat steadied the ship himself, David. Had a few tricky spots to start the day, but still has absolute towers. 100 big blinds. Ace 10 off. King Dark there, nice little downshift. Look at this, Daniliuk.
Well, the wind is very much at his back right now.
Pocket queens in the hijack. Play this a couple of ways, David. Not a mandatory 3-bet. Yeah, I like this a lot.
I do too. I think recognizing is basically the only person at the table who can eliminate him from the tournament right now. There are plenty of, you know, squeezable options behind, and it's a great spot if he can get one of those in. And yeah, he can just play an under-repped big hand in position against a player, and you know, maybe carve out value in other ways down the street as well.
Oh
Whoa.
my goodness.
Whoa.
Oh my word, here we go.
Here we go indeed. Nut flush, gutter, overcard versus top set. If he knuckles over here, Daniliuk may feel compelled to bet himself, but it does look like Andrian's going to go for a sort of holding bet here, 20%er.
Yes, it's like almost just checking in many ways. Don't absolutely hate it. You know, you can target a hand. A pocket pair without a spade is going to immediately have to fold.
Okay, well, we've improved to open-ender and nut flush draw. Definitely a semi-bluffable candidate.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff.
I can see him going big here.
I think so. If we're going to bet, we're going to have to start juicing this one. Target hands, you know, like a king jack, ace jack type holding, right? You're going to really start to put under pressure any of those pocket pairs that I just referenced that contain a spade. You know, 6s through 8s. They're all now going to have to fold. Of course, we can see Daniliuk never folding this one.
It's getting coordinated, which is awkward in two ways. Should he flat, he's pretty much going to have to close his eyes and call most rivers.
I think he'll just call again, most likely here.
I think that's the way to go.
You know, if you raise and get shoved on here, it's you know, not a disaster, but not far from it. Daniliuk does continue with just call.
Speaking of disasters, is there a 9 of spades in the deck?
Oh my goodness, big river incoming, and it's the ace of diamonds. Very tricky now for Andrian. We were bluffing, now we've got there. Are we going to block target hand like king, queen, queen 10, deciding to check?
Yeah, I like the block idea. I actually really like a bet of like 350 here.
Yeah.
I think that services us very nicely. Remember, if our opponent was to raise us in that spot, we could turn our hand into a bluff.
It would have been absurd, yeah.
As it stands, Daniliuk could pick the right number here and get a caller out of Andrian.
Yeah, very easy value bet spot. Very interesting river upcoming.
Give me a sizing
river
here,
decision.
Mr. Headley.
I don't think we go massive.
Half pot?
At like 66%, I could see 1.1, something like this. I don't think we want to go too small. I like 1.1 million would be my sizing of choice.
I think he's chosen 1.1 million.
That's why I'm the best.
That's why he's the best.
That's why Daniliuk is playing very well. Yeah, real fan of this. What a gross spot now. You have to think of hands that could potentially bluff. Not a lot of them in there, Lappin. 9-10. 9-10 suited seems like a stretch. I think your opponent is going to show you a lot of hands like ace-queen, ace-jack here that have improved, made 2-pair.
It is a setty board.
Set of 5s, set of 9s is in there, right? 9s with a spade.
Well, jacks and queens are in there because they are in there. Like, that's also a
Oh, he did it! He shipped!
Wow!
Oh my days. What a moment. How many time banks does Daniliuk have? Hand of the tournament in progress. My word, Andrian, bravo to you if it works or not.
Well, we talked a moment ago about the possibility of going
for
for the small blocker to induce, and then you could come back over the top.
Wow.
But he's actually checked it over, and he's still gone for it.
Oh, this is savagery of the highest level.
Give the man, we're going to judge here, if we're going to be the VAR, give the man 14 time banks.
This is sick.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament. This is the biggest moment of the tournament. This is 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament.
Edge of seat stuff here. Daniliuk sick to his stomach. Probably thinks you never get jammed on. How many we can't see his time banks adds to the drama. What a moment. And he lets it go!
Wow!
Simone Andrian with the bluff of the tournament.
The coolest man in the room right now is Andrian.
What a play. What a moment. 10 million chips.
Wow.
David Lappin, dissect it for me.
Well, we said that
Wow.
Simone Andrian was a man who let the game come to him, never really stepped out, never really did anything audacious. Well, we just saw the most audacious move of the tournament in a crucial moment against a really, really talented player.
What a hand.
Possibly giving his opponent credit to make a hero fold of that nature too. Remember, he could have been up against King 10 there. He could have been up against all the sets.
Absolutely sick, sick hand.
He could have been up against a flush.
Yeah.
Heart in mouth stuff.
Brilliant. Fantastic hand. Can't really fault Daniliuk either, right? It's very possible that Andrian could just have top set of aces himself.
Yeah.
He's not with the ace of spades, right? And targeting a set, targeting a two-pair type holding. What a hand. Bravo.
What a moment. What a bluff.
Brilliant.
What a man. Daniliuk, obviously in the ascendancy all the way through today. He's been nipped back a little now, back to 3.3, 3.4 million. But can't really fault him as that hand played out. It was a fraught with danger situation. And you just have to take your hat off to Simone Andrian for pulling the trigger in the biggest spot. He's allowing himself a little smile now.
Magari non trova il link.
But he was like a sculpted piece of marble after pulling the trigger on that one. He was immovable. Good luck getting a read. And poor old Daniliuk put in the blender. Wow. It's going to take a little while to recover from that one.
Absolutely incredible hand. So he tried to get back in the mix. Daniliuk now needs to just recalibrate. Can't really fault him for folding either, David. Gross, gross situation. You need your opponent to bluff you with the ace of spades.
King Dark is going to play this one to the turn.
Wild. Floating out of position with King Deuce. Explosion of action here out of nowhere. Daniliuk still best, can't know it.
A real sign of intent here that Daniliuk got in behind King Dark here from +2. Basically targeting his man here for...
Look at this, he's about to face another bluff, you would imagine.
Oh my goodness me, what are we witnessing?
Is King Dark going to find a large enough size? This one more plausible for value. We did see him bluff out of position with an 8-3 suited. Right. Akimov picked it off. This one a lot more feasible that he can have value. Little blocky size.
You feel like this is never a call except for the fact that it's King Dark and he's done it before, but wow, Daniliuk going in the wrong direction.
We need to cam our jets in the booth. What a 10-minute spell. The fact that we couldn't see the time banks added to the drama. I wonder if he has any left, Daniliuk. What a hand. Still stoked from it. I just saw Andrian reaching for it. I thought he was just calling. And all of a sudden, announced
no,
6 million. Let's go.
I guess he just decided, I can check, and if it gets checked back, I have the best hand, and if the guy bets, well, I'm just going to put him in the blender.
Go, yeah.
He can't have the nuts, and I can.
I feel like he doesn't expect his opponent to have his hand as strong as top.
No, definitely doesn't. Definitely
probably thinks his opponent ace-jack, ace-queen, quite often. Top two pair, or like top and middle pair. What a hand. Brilliant.
Yeah, really was a special one.
Tough little spell for Daniliuk, but he'll be more than experienced enough to just recalibrate. Now look at this. All of a sudden, this table exploding into life. Way being extremely tight. Rightly so. deciding now, wants to play a pot with King Dark. Does have position. Certainly makes some sense if you think that a player can give you action if you make a big hand. Calls with 7-5 suited. Andrian completing with the 6-3. Here we go again. King Dark. Flops, trip, kings. It's gonna, no deception. Quickly gonna see bet. Like this from him. Andrian all of a sudden.
Yeah, right.
Has a combination. If he decides to bluff this one, be an ill-advised piece of timing.
And not a man I expect hero folds from.
Does look like check call. Don't mind it.
Nope.
Potentially deciding that he doesn't want to inflate this one. Look at this.
Wow.
7 of clubs and King Dark. Bravo. Snap checks. Gets
Wow.
there on the river. What is
a run
happening
out.
in this booth? Queen of Diamonds. Another outrageous run out.
Andrian's about to get a taste of his own medicine here. He's going to bet and be faced with a very large raise.
He's gonna bet big. Look at this. 800k, I believe. And yes, indeed, King Dark, you have rivered the stones. My goodness. These runouts.
Give me a sizing here. All in seems like too much. I think he's maybe going to find something around 2.5 mil.
I think when Andrian chooses the size, he really starts, his range begins to narrow a lot. Gonna have a flush a lot, right? And we, of course, can see that he does have it. Sizing-wise, I think all in is a little too much.
Yeah, all in gets called by King 8, King 7, perhaps.
Yeah, potentially the nut flush, but even
But
that.
not by flushes, and I think you want to make
Yeah.
the flushes your target hand.
Yeah, something like 2.6 million. Hard to find a bluff. This is just wild. My head is spinning.
Loading up the soldiers right now. Not going a big size by the looks of things, just clicking it.
He min clicks.
And we've seen him go small, bluffing quite often.
Okay.
This is as small as he's allowed do. This is tough for Andrian now at this size against this particular opponent. This is tough.
Goodness me. The little eyebrow raise. I think we need to ask these players to or show us their time back. Or maybe not. It's like more dramatic for us.
I'm genuinely wondering here if Andrian's thinking that his opponent could have a hand like Ace-King and just do this.
Not
And he's wondering,
possible.
is it possible that it's value that I'm beating? Again, such is King Dark's. Oh, look at this. He's going to... Oh, no, he's nearly folded and he's thinking about it again.
I think people just don't bluff
Well
you.
played,
Done,
Andrian.
sir.
Well played, Andrian.
Andrian putting on a sensational display so far.
Oh, my goodness me.
Big fold.
Big fold.
Folds for the min raise. Well played. Tell you something.
Oh, this has come alive. Like, I know we're not getting bust outs, but we're getting exceptionally exciting, thrilling hands.
Amazing.
King 8. King
We
8.
let you listen in.
Like yesterday. Like yesterday. King 8. King house in the flop.
Well, we are just 7 or 8 minutes away from a break, which will, of course, be a blind increase to 100k. That should put the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, with 16 remaining. The average stack getting rather shallow compared to where we were at the start of the day. This frame bubbled. It had a little flutters of excitement throughout it, and then suddenly an explosive last half hour.
Absolutely insane, David. If you could bottle 30 minutes of live poker and put it on stream, we just witnessed it. Absolutely insane stuff. Adrian finding the bluff of the tournament, followed by a remarkable laydown against an aggressive, tricky player, and the trickiest of tricky. King Dark finds pocket aces.
That's it. I'm messaging James Dempsey. I'm
What
telling him not to bother to come in. I'm staying.
is
I do not want to
happening?
leave the booth. It is too good right now.
And Way potentially going to be a non-believer, right? Like all of a sudden, King Dark just blasting off, but quickly folds. Of course, going to fold Queen Jack, but I don't know. You never know. The drama's been that insane. I wouldn't have been shocked. See it
Yeah.
continue.
You know, hands have dictated the action in a big way. It's
Yeah.
not really like we're seeing people force it so much. But wow, what a gear shift
Tremendous stuff.
as we look to play. I'm going to guess 2 or 3 more hands. We will be on a short break after that, guys. We would encourage you not to go anywhere. Watch some of the highlights. They're going to be on. If you're tuning in late, there's plenty of highlights. And they're going to be good ones, to be honest. They're going to be exceptionally good to watch. And then James Dempsey and Andrew Headley will be back for what I'm going to expect is some bust outs. I think we're going to have some bust outs in your next frame. It's got to happen, right? 16 left. 1 bust out in 2 hours.
You would imagine so. You never quite know what's going to happen. It's Andrian. No rest for the wicked. Back in the hunt. Ace-Jack on the button. Penny for the thoughts of Daniliuk. Head must be spinning. King Dark. Jack 6 suited. Says, that's enough for me. He gets Daniliuk now. Very experienced player, David, which he has going for him. You know, you do get these horrible rocky moments in tournaments. This is a little thin for a defend. Perhaps thinking that with King Dark's range being so wide, gonna take the price. King 7, not normally a hand that we want to defend multi-way, but flops top 2. Andrian here with the betting lead. Just ace high.
Might go super small, he might check.
Yeah, finds a nice check. Look at this.
Well, Daniliuk in dreamland right now. Maybe wondering if he can extract more value with the second check.
Yeah, I like this.
Get the...
You
Maybe...
just have such a lock on the hand, David, you know, that you allow the button who has give-ups, right? Like, Andrian definitely going to be opening pretty wide. He's going to check a lot of hands that have nothing going for them and now delayed bluff.
Yeah, and also an equity denier, really, because, you know,
Yeah.
the 7 pairing less likely combinatorically to be a 7. No one showed interest on the king. You know, even a 4 might take a little stab there, so he's sort of just trying to clean up equity
Yeah.
in a nice way. We
Yeah,
see
you
there...
can just have the best hand for sure, put a little tickler out there.
Exactly. Now, Daniliuk playing possum here, going to come with a raise here. I don't see anything other than that. It would be a very strange line to just call here and then check over to your opponent once again. I think he's got to pursue some value of his own, out of position in particular. Probably going to make this 350.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. Andrian really is aware. Look how quickly the fold. Very nice.
Beautiful. But these guys are battling.
Really are.
3比我他妈的
Nice little ship steadier there for Daniliuk after a couple of rough hands as we approach the end of our first 2 hours of play. What a great frame.
Oh,
Awesome.
it just came alive. It was a good frame.
Sure.
It became a great frame.
Fantastic 30 to 45 minutes of poker. Guys, if you are just joining and you missed the madness, 16 left. Warm up main event here at the Western Series in North Cyprus. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin in the booth. Shortly to be joined by James Dempsey. Still 16 left. We lost 1 player, David, in the shade under 2 hours.
Я просто не понимаю, что происходит. 2 часа у меня просто...
Bound to Daniliuk,
На цифрах надо играть.
of course involved in the hand of the tournament a few moments ago.
Raise.
Undeterred though. Finds the raise, gets it done from the small with the Jack 5-0.
These guys going to play their last hand, I believe.
Krasilnikova, David, on the ventilator.
Yeah, right. Tough couple of hours for her. We were critical of a couple of spots where arguably she took unorthodox pre-flop lines, but has been basically card dead since. And once again,
5 bigs.
Going to be coming back to 4 bigs now. As we take a quick gander over at the other table, I see pocket queens in the middle
Or maybe one bus or no?
on a
For sure double.
Jack 8-5-3 board.
There was
Not quite sure what happened there, but we may have had an elimination.
Did
We
see
may have had a double up.
A couple of towers of white were being counted down. About 1 million in reds. As we see King Dark opens the cutoff. A few options here for Panagidas. This is risky. We have seen that when King Dark raises, David, for the most part, as you said, seems to raise his value and limp the rest.
Such a small size out of position. King Dark, at the very least, going to call here. Might just stick it in.
Yeah, this is dicey from Ace-7 suited. Again, I think I'm just a fan of finding just 3-bet shoves in these spots. Players seem to be reluctant to put all their chips at risk. Now we're out of position. Big flop incoming for Panagidas. And that is not good news.
No.
Queen at 10-4, no clubs. I think you got to give this one up, David. You know, your opponent gonna smash this board.
Yeah, it's
Hasn't done it.
case of good money after bad, and King Dark happy to commit.
Just ships him in. Disastrous turn of events for Panagidas pre-break.
Yeah, Panagidas started the day with 2.7 million. He's going to finish it with 1.1 million, which is just 11 big blinds when he returns. Mentioned there, Krasilnikova going to have 4 bigs when she returns. We have a lot of short stacks. We're going to have a lot of bust outs in the next 2 hours. James Dempsey and Andrew Headley going to preside over, I think, at least 4 or 5 bust outs minimum. With all those short stacks about.
Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of action. There's also going to be some deep stack play. Still, we have some deep stack players who have shown no reluctance to commit those big stacks. Andrian, in particular, put on something of a clinic. It must be said, as we take a quick gander there, 8.5 million for Andrian. Dark, 7.5 million, Daniliuk 3.6 million. Well, I want to focus in with you now, Andrew Headley, before we go and before I leave, on those 3 players, Andrian and Daniliuk. Well, Andrian, 1 card from falling back to 4 million, remember, midway through that frame, ended up getting back to 8 million courtesy of that miracle 10 ball, and then from there obviously pulled the trigger on an insane balls out bluff that I am just still taking my hat off to him for. Incredible. Daniliuk, you can't really blame him. He was putting the blender in that spot. He is the story of the frame as well. 1.2 million at the start, 20 big blinds, spun all the way up to 5 million until that hand.
Absolute chaos, it really was. Daniliuk, you know, you mentioned it, had the wind at his back, the world at his feet, the world was his oyster. Everything was going right. Had a set of queens, thinking to himself, I'm about to get myself up to 8 million with this river value bet. Andrian put him in the sea with a fantastic, it must be said, check raise river jam. Also, Andrian in that hand against Akimov, where he rivered the full house that you mentioned. Akimov made a great laydown, so he's still in the mix, getting short. Absolutely insane, breathless last sort of 30, 45 minutes. Can't wait for the next couple of hours. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, I have to say, I put some question marks over Simone Andrian at the start. I said the chips were kind of coming to him. He wasn't really pressing the action. I wasn't sure if he would be a great front runner. Well, now I completely believe he is the front runner and he is the man to beat in this tournament. Please join us in just a few minutes' time when we will be back with 16 players still remaining in the warm-up, the 2K, fighting for 165k. We'll see you shortly. To himself, well, if this day starts well, it could be my day. But also, given the fact that he lost the ace, queen, ace, jack earlier, if he was to lose this one, is he sort of going backwards? Well, so far so good for the Italian.
Yeah, queen 6-6. Jack's still holding. Daniliuk here gonna need an ace or a king, or he is out the door on hand one.
Standing up for the extra bit of equity that supplies, and it works.
What a start to the coverage, Mr. Lappin, King of Hearts River, and Daniliuk couldn't have dreamed of a better start to this final day. Doubles up on hand one. Here we go, David. What a start to the final day.
Daniliuk with a cuspy queen 9 suited. I like the fold. Again, that murderer's row behind is always going to force you into a narrower opening range than maybe you would otherwise. Akimov undeterred, however. King 10 qualifying in his mind. He's going to open this up in the hijack. Cuspy one as well.
Yeah, King 10 off, probably bottom. Akimov also going to be very happy to play in position against King Dark's big, I would suggest. So likely tips the balance here, wants to get in pots with him.
Yeah, Dark with a suited hand here. And does pick up a flush draw, and we've seen him just lead out in these spots before. Obviously, you would expect more to go check call in this situation. King of spades in Akimov's hand, every reason for him to fire a small c-bet too. Interesting to see how King Dark will proceed here. Will he go with the raise, or will he just flat?
Yeah, a couple of options open here. Does have a backdoor straight draw to go with the flush draw. You do often see players use these candidates that have a little additional equity to check raise, but is content to just call. Of course, fine. 10 of clubs turn. Akimov improves now to second pair. Fairly likely to check this one back, David, I think.
Yeah, no reason to bet this spot, I don't feel. If you are, it's sort of one of those advanced blockers. That's
He's going for
the
it.
other idea, isn't it? That you're, targeting a 10x or maybe even a draw that you're going to get a little bit of value from, and then hopefully face a check on the river. Problem is it opens the door against a dangerous opponent. In this instance, Dark. Just feeling like he has enough of it here. He can hit that gutter or that
Yeah,
flush
certainly
draw.
can't fold. Interesting point from you, David. For sure could have considered raising here. Could feasibly rep all of the 7-8 combos. The 7-8 in his hand. Does brick out though. This is the brickiest of river cards.
Oh, look at this.
It's not never going to work here for this size in.
No. He looks like he's only carving out
Yeah,
enough to get rid of a king queen or a king jack here is the only folds he's going to find.
Yeah, Akimov, too experienced a customer, in my opinion, to ever fold to this. Quarter pot.
No, it's just not enough. It would be a tester if he was to go a big size here.
Sure.
For sure, Akimov could be uncomfortable, but I'm surprised that we're taking this long, to be honest, for this sizing. Unless he's actually contemplating a raise.
I don't think so from the body language. I think he just taking his time, trying to maybe pick up a live read. Did have a short look over at King Dark. I would be shocked if he laid this one down, I must say.
Oh, same. We saw quite a few
There it is. Flicks it in.
cheap bluffs from King Dark yesterday as well. He does like to take little stabs in these situations sometimes. Akimov.
Я так и знала, что он
Maybe. And he opened off 7 bigs with Queen Jack under the gun and folded to a raise. Now, unfortunately for him, I think it was Ren Lin with pocket 8s, which is a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But he folded off that, and I just thought instinctively that just doesn't seem right, and I looked it up. King Jack does exactly what he does. Queen Jack doesn't, but that shows you where he's thinking and how he's thinking, and maybe a little exploitative deviation there. I thought that was just very interesting to see, you know, raise folds from under the gun off that stack.
Yeah, it's something you just see a lot of now. You know, players min raise folding off, as you just referenced, David, as short as 7 bigs. One of these things where people just really need to wake up with a big hand to continue.
Oh, they
a
really
lot of
do.
the time. We have 2 blockers. Not the worst. Very talented player, Elliot. So we see here, Andrian back at it. Widening that range as we suggested. Like this from Panagidas, not having it. Comes in with 3-bet. Has gone the small size. Shade under 5 bigs.
Yeah, and there's a very tempting one to flat for Andrian at this price. Obviously, not a hand he's loving, but it is suited. It does have a big card in it. And, you know, yes, okay, out of position is always tricky, but he'll back himself, I feel. I think if this was a raise to 340, we might see a fold, but 280 might induce a call.
Yeah, gonna take the price, David.
And one wonders if Panagidas would have been better served getting more folds than having to play
Yeah, can get tricky now.
a pot where, yeah, like post-flop ICM could very much become a thing by the turn.
Do have position though. 10 at 9-5.
All the back doors in a creative sense here.
Wow, we've gone tiny size in here, sub 20%.
This is a raise candidate. All the back doors, 1 over card, backdoor spades. There's a lot of cards that bring you equity on the turn. That's why you see him have so much. He's got 27% because of all those back doors. He's just going to call and maybe look to stab certain turn cards. If he sees an 8, I was about to say, that's maybe one of them that he can represent, thinking, well, I can have Jack Queen, and does my opponent ever have Jack Queen?
Yeah, this is really intriguing now. Certainly could see a lead here from Andrian. Would make a lot of sense to me. We can start to put the pressure on.
Yeah.
You know, even a hand like kings or queens, sorry, excuse me, kings and aces, excuse me, by the river, start being very uncomfy. We can see though, Panagidas with that jack in his hand, ace jack, can't fold here.
No, he can't fold, but it's so uncomfortable. And Andrian watching him like a hawk, so crucial to pick up any body language tells in a spot like this. How does Panagidas feel about his hand? Is he going to hang on for one call here and then maybe give up on a lot of rivers? You really got to assess that at this point.
Yeah, has to call for sure. Very key river coming. Pot bloating up to a shade under 2 million. Huge river coming. Does brick out. Now, Andrian, can you find it? have arrived at the river, David, with the very worst hand we ever have. Literally nothing worse gets to the river. Pot behind for Panagides.
I think a big part of the equation for Andrian here is he's putting his opponent maybe on a hand like kings, and he's thinking, can I get kings to fold? Because that's what I have to do.
Well, he's going to try. He ships it in. What a play from Simone Andrian. Wow.
This will work very quickly against the ace-jack, but if
Beautiful
he had kings,
stuff.
what a spot to be put in the blender.
That takes a lot of heart, especially with that 5 pairing the board on the
Ways in which players can exploit you, and that's sort of what we're seeing here. We actually saw it in the first frame yesterday as well. We saw this limping strategy, this sort of imbalancing way that he plays work so well for about an hour and a half, and then in the final half hour of that frame we saw guys pick on him. The isolation bets came in, the C bets came in, and he started getting pushed around a little, and I'm sure started maybe questioning the wisdom of the limps.
Sure. Oh, wow. Well, here we go. First major cooler of this final day. Tulip Berganov, pocket tens. Di Nicola, what a time to find it. 10 bigs. Pocket queens going in. There's no escape here, David, unless someone finds something behind.
No.
10's not going anywhere for 10 big blinds.
Certainly not, and with that, barring a bad beat, we're going to see Di Nicola get back into the mix here, up to 1.3 million. Tulip Berganov going to fall back to 1.3 million. That will put both players still in the bottom 5 of the 17 remaining players, but both a bit more, you know, both competitive at that stack depth. Obviously 20 bigs, workable for both. Tulip Berganov just getting a count here before he does the inevitable.
Yeah, he's not folding this one. Just taking his time, making sure. Like to see that. Don't want to make any big mistakes. Here we go. What a spot for Di Nicola. Had all the chips yesterday, has chipped down, but chance here to get back into the hunt. 1.4 million in the middle. 80% to win. Tulip Berganov looking to run down those queens. Here we go.
Not the ace.
Jack 7-7. Tulip Berganov with backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Not the worst flop in the world.
No.
Very bricky turn. Ace of clubs.
We hear Cove in the background, who had the ace-7, of course, of hearts, getting a little perturbed.
2 outs for Tulip Berganov. Doesn't find it. Di Nicola back in the hunt. Back up to 1.4.
Yeah, both of the next frame. Mustafov, he's taking pots off Hasbani over there. He's taking pots off State,
He's on the
a
move.
Romanian player. He is on the move, and he's a dangerous one as well, because he will play fearlessly at a time when maybe fear is creeping in to his opponents.
Yeah, very impressed with him yesterday.
State.
Di Nicola exercising some discretion there. Folds King Jack early. Certainly not bad decision to make. 25 bigs to start the hand. Round 2, our chip leader. Andrian ace deuce off. Certainly going to put chips in here from the button. For the min raise, 160k to go.
And Niliuk likely to defend this 10-8 suited. As you said there, you know, the 10-3 suited in these kind of hands, maybe versus early
Yeah.
position, won't start falling away, but certainly not the suited and connected cards here. They're pretty pure to flat here in the big.
100%.
These guys both fairly deep and both catching a piece.
Yeah, potentially dangerous board for Daniliuk. Ace 10-9. Of course, the chip leader going to be leveraging aggression. Going to c-bet this board extremely often. Our hand far too strong for the moment to do anything but call, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we could certainly lose a couple of streets here if we don't improve here. Daniliuk only facing quarter pot. That's not a bet that will clean out too much of his range. Certainly going nowhere now either. Could have the best hand. certainly has a live draw. No, almost certainly.
This is a
Adrian,
really
does he go for value
interesting
again,
spot.
or does he just check here? I think checking's
Double up.
okay.
Certainly going to put some of our worst ace-X into the check-in range. You know, if we bet here and get raised, it's a little bit of a disaster. Can still get some value on the river.
Danilio going to come
gonna
out
lead.
leading. Interesting. Obviously, can have the Jack 8. I've got there. Can have some other draws that are setting their own price while also taking a stab. But it's not really a board he can lead at turn. I feel. Adrian.
I'm not too sure about this. Not too sure about this one.
Maybe fearing facing a very big bet on the turn and really didn't want to.
He's a genius.
He's a genius.
Daniliuk, well played.
We take it all back. That deft lead just teed it up beautifully for you. You set your own price, juiced up that pot to 1.2 million, and now you can fire at will. Although I think Adrian can get away here. It's become a very coordinated board.
Dreadful run out. You know, trying to start finding bluffs here becomes really, really tough. I can't even really think of any natural ones. It'd have to be a hand like 9-6 or something like this that decided to lead turn for some reason. An interesting decision on size, and you know, if we have a hand like 2 pairs here, we probably still want to bet. So I don't think we want to go huge.
No, I like that. I like a smaller sizing that represents 2 pair, because you want a better 2 pair to call. You want ace jack and ace 10 to call.
Yeah, this is good. Like this a lot. Shade under half. Looks pretty reasonable to me. You know, you can still feasibly value bet a hand like ace 7 or something like that for this size.
Yeah. And I think this is a 2 pair or better bet. Yeah. So you need a good 2 pair if you're Adrian to call. As you said, very hard to find bluffs. No natural ones really. So, oh no!
No, this is
that's
first
too
big misstep from Adrian. What a start to this final day. Daniliuk just winning pot after pot.
Yeah, and taking them off Adrian as well.
Very surprised. Actually, I went and had dinner with my fiance, the beautiful JDK, and we had dinner with our friend Mr. Neil Barrett, poker stalwart in his own right, and then I met 2 fine gentlemen at the bar when they finished work, yourself and Mr. Dempsey.
2 men who put in a real shift compared to yourself.
Exactly.
Did the full 6 hours.
You put in the hard hours. I was let off with 4.
Well, we're gonna work you to the bone today.
Yeah, today we're in for the long haul.
Well, if these guys refuse to bust, we're in for a very long day. 16 still from the 17 who began 90 minutes ago. Adrian gonna maybe get involved here.
Yeah,
small.
A couple of options were open here. Could certainly 3-bet. Certainly going to call at least. King Dark, 9-4-0.
In there.
26% to win. Wow, trouble ahead. Adrian going to have to navigate this spot carefully. Real dire shape. King 7-5. Akimov here with the King of Spades working for him also.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot here. Very hard for his opponents to be ahead, proceeding with the best hand, and plenty of hands that can come along for the ride here. Adrian, mandatory call here. King Dark, mandatory fold. Let's go to the turn.
Yeah, big turn coming up. This is a blind.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh my days. Case King drills the turn.
Adrian in a world of pain now. There are some opportunities. There are 3 10s in the deck, but in the vast majority of worlds, Akimov is going to win an absolutely humongous pot. And Adrian, who started the day with 8.4 million, may find himself down to 4.5 million, depending on the sizings here.
Yeah, it's going small again. Makes sense.
I do like that.
I mean, we do, you know, it's coming down to what are we targeting here. Don't expect our opponent to have a king very often. We do have the King of Spades ourselves, blocking some flush draws. Kind of targeting hands like a 7, sort of like an ace 7 suited type, ace 5 suited,
yeah, maybe pocket eights, I was going to say.
6s type holding. Like this from Akimov, content not to put too much money in.
Oh my
pot.
goodness me.
backgammon tournament. Sign me up, Andrew. I'll give it a little go. Don't know how to play the game. I know there's a doubling dice. There's a lot of gambling. There's a lot of bravado. I'll stick to poker for now. That's where we are, the beautiful North Cyprus. The sun is out. It is shining. It's a beautiful, warm day here for a January day. And myself, James Dempsey, joining Andrew Headley in the booth. We're giving David a little rest. And what do I come back to find?
I tell you something, he needs a rest. Our heart rate in the booth was spiking. Sort of like slow action to start with. Everyone sort of feeling out the table, jockeying for position. And it just exploded. Last sort of 30 minutes, 45 minutes of the stream, we saw an epic tournament-defining, potentially, bluff from Simone Andrian against Daniliuk. Really sick hand. So played pretty well by both.
I hadn't seen any of this. I walked on the tournament floor. David and Andrew there, and Andrew came running up to me like a little puppy. You won't believe this bluff. You won't believe this bluff. And I mean,
I'm like a fanboy, you know. I love it.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of poker, and he's still got that excited about this particular hand. And it did sound like a fun one. So obviously, some of you may have missed that, but you can go back in the stream later on and watch it.
I've always got respect, you know, for when it's all on the line and you have to play brave. I mean, if he's wrong here and gets called, he's basically out the door from being chip lead to start. It takes a lot, you know, of bravery. And it was a very high caliber bluff, really nice. We saw another couple of like sort of cooler spots. Still some great players in the mix. And King Dark, the old wild card, still in there, messing around, putting people to the test.
He's in the mix, and we're just seconds away from getting action back underway here as we look to first get to the final table, then, of course, crown our champion. That's how each table lines up with Fadi Mustafov, top of the pick on our... I assume this is the new feature table, right? We switched the players over, of course.
Yeah.
Having played 2 hours with the first lot. So certainly it looks to me slightly shallower stacks on this table than the other.
Yeah.
Especially the bottom three, of course. 8, 7, and 4 blinds each. Very, very short stack. As of course, we have pay jumps to consider at this point of the tournament. But yeah, I mean, last night, David sort of picked Fadi. And we saw the chip leaders, but he was like, no, this is the guy that obviously has the most experience. He's the best known, plays a lot of high rollers, a regular at the Triton circuit. If he got something going, this could be his tournament, was David's call last night. So nice to see he's at least taken a couple of steps in that direction.
Yeah, agreed. We did reference Mustafov and Akimov as two very high caliber technical players. But you've just referenced it there, James. Kind of getting to the tipping point now. We only had one bust. Speaking of tipping points, here we go. All in outer table.
Well, I do gather it is Akimov. All in with the Queen Jack. And he has spiked a Jack. And will double up. The Nicola, of course, the one paying out. It looks like it's
very close.
Pretty close, right? They're going to count it down.
Going to be crippled, James, if not eliminated.
Well, there you go, left with less than 2 blinds as we're playing 50-100 at this point of the tournament. The man who was chip leading late on yesterday, now left with just fumes. Player again, I mentioned it yesterday, got to call the action when he won the Colossus at the World Series Poker Europe back end of last year. Very aggressive player, kind of lives and dies by it, so
sure.
He's going to be someone who's perhaps more experienced of having been in that chip lead position and then also having it quickly turned away. It can happen to anyone, but it happens to the aggressive players obviously far more often.
Yeah, agreed. Blind on blind there, it looked like. Ace-8 of De Nicola. Couldn't hold against the Queen Jack of Akimov. He is going to need an otherworldly spin-up to try and stay in the hunt. So we see Haddad here, Ace-King of Hearts, opening +1. Soiree defending the King-10. Let's flop a gut shot.
It's one head of a bucket hat.
It is. Pretty tricky board, James, for an Ace-King of Hearts.
Yeah, certainly is. Obviously, there's not a lot of backdoor opportunity. You still rate to have the best hand a lot. He's gone for a kind of smallish sizing here. It's nice that the 4 doesn't really connect with the board either, but of course, we know the calling range from the big is going to be slightly tighter than, say, if there was 70 or 80 left in this tournament. Right. Therefore, the Queen-9 is a little bit more relevant than it would normally be. Obviously, you are concerned that kind of texture, as we see here. Soiree with a gut shot and an overcard. Going nowhere thus far, but all that in mind, Haddad is essentially getting some value in here. Obviously, if this goes check on the turn, it'd be hard for him to realize that value on the river because he'd probably face a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Board pairing fours. He's
Ooh,
gonna
wow.
barrel this one.
Love this. Just going after the 9x,
Yeah.
going after those straight draws. He's ahead of the straight draws, but like I just said, if he checks back, is he really going to be cooling off?
Yeah, very nice to deny equity to a bunch of those gutters and open-enders. Maybe low flush draws, hands like this. Put a lot of pressure on them. And yeah, a 9 starts to shrink up considerably. Well played, Haddad. Nicely timed.
Yeah, of course, all those flush draws as well.
Yeah,
Failed
high
to
five.
mention.
This is?
I tell you, bucket 5.
Stick to
This
backgammon.
This
I have 9.
Oh, Nina is out of her seat. Looks like she's found herself all in on the flop with 6-4 on a 10-7 full board against A7. It's a clean run out. She will now make her exit as well. So just like that, we have 2 bust sets. What were you guys doing in here? No one was busting out.
Mate, we said, James, you know, you always time your entrances like a champion, don't you? In for the business end. Yeah, there's lots of shorties now. Going to be a flurry of bust outs. You would imagine lots of shorties. Unfortunate for Nina. She hung on as best she could, James. Really got dealt out on her feature. Yeah, can't hang on. Busts in 16th.
George Panagaitis, of course, the one doing the damage over there, increasing his stack. With 15 left, we have now reached a new pay jump. $9,850 is the min cash. Basta, 6 blinds, Queen Jack. I haven't seen this man put a foot wrong all tournament.
Absolutely.
1 loss.
Yeah, we did pick him out
Ah,
as a man to watch. Time to go.
Again.
Chips them in.
ah, okay, yeah, I was wondering what was happening there. Sort of Faddy was sort of gesturing to Basta, going like, because I think obviously we're watching that hand, and maybe it's happening now in their time kind of thing, like slight time discrepancy. So he's saying, hey buddy, just wait a second before you go all in because it looks like she's all in kind of thing. Just kind of nice, but also, you know, it's nice to your table, it's not so nice to the other table, but it just shows the kind of guy Faddy is, I think. Soiree, of course, lurking behind Ace-Queen. Going to give his man a spin, and a spin he doesn't like the look of.
I had all in.
Dominated with the Queen Jack.
I had S5.
Yeah, unfortunate here for Basta. Gonna have to get there. We see 26% to survive.
King 10-6. Little increase in hope.
Ready.
Ah.
Deuce. Material. Just an ace for a 9 will keep Basta going.
Jack you win. Ace you win.
And a brick, he will win as well.
Like
Another bust out. Basta, 3 in the space of what? Less than 10 minutes here. We are down to 14 players. Already kind of looking towards that next page jump. Comes at 12, and it gives you $12,000.
Payouts creeping up considerably. Did mention first 2 hours of play, only 1 elimination. Always comes that tipping point in tournament poker. Like buses, 3 come along in a couple of minutes. Bucket hat gets it done. James, can you pull off that look? What you got for me?
How do you feel on sort of similar colours? Kind of, it always it's a little clash for me. I kind of upset. It's like they're very similar shades of green, but distinct.
Colour theory is branching
Well,
out.
it's not colour. Like, this is just general
fashion theory.
You know, it's a bit rich coming from me. I will concede. Actually, my backpack is a very sort of similar shade to his greens. So I do like the colour.
You're a pretty well-dressed man.
Well, thank you very much.
Get the job done.
I was fishing.
I mean, I'm obviously
Albuquerque.
being facetious.
All in.
He just continues the all-in manoeuvres.
I just open rip set. We should prefix this, shouldn't we, James, by saying Albakir, very inexperienced. I believe it's one of the first tournaments he's ever played.
Yeah,
we met him last night at the bar.
Yeah, we certainly did. Bagged up, and he came over. He was like, "Thanks, guys. The commentary really enjoying it." And he told the story, didn't he? Effectively, he's in for $160. Barely ever played a tournament before. Won a satellite into a satellite or something, and here he is now. Said he doesn't, you know, hasn't played that much poker. Oh, here we go again. It is Dina Cola. It's like tapping the table in a three-way pot.
You will catch me.
It looks like.
I have this card before. I have the last
Didn't see Dina Cola's.
Yeah, when there was the trick. And then before I had the two.
Hand, but nonetheless, it's the two guys who had the big stacks. I didn't notice they got drawn together again, hey?
Yeah. King Dark has had possession on Andrian throughout. Takes that pot down. Unfortunate for Dina Cola. Never really got anything going today. There is our man we just referenced, Albakir. Maybe something to be said, Demps, if you're inexperienced, to just keep your decisions simple. Obviously, for us, we think that's a few too many chips to be ripping in. Speaking of ripping it in.
It's one of the, well, yeah, here we go. Tulip Bergenhoff, loving life with his 4 1/4 blind stack. But yeah, I mean, obviously he feels like, Ruby feels like all these guys are going to be a lot better than him.
Right.
Reduce the decisions, ramp up the variance, kind of, yes, he's going to have to get an way above average starting distribution of good cards.
Absolutely.
But that can happen. And also, with this point, he's got 33 blinds. Survival's worth a lot of money. Dato. For 4 blinds and a suited ace.
More than happy to flick this one in. Pretty unfortunate, James, to be up against this hand as strong as queens, you'd suggest, when he has 4 blinds only. Tulip Bergenhoff looking for the spin to 10 blinds.
3 I have.
我操，那这把他如果逼他，我就解禁我们的 jump。
I folded 8-3, I folded an 8, but an ace on the board
短码那个落后了。
sends Dato into the lead. Tulip Bergenhoff in need of a miracle to survive. Well, that card reducing him to just a solitary out. Only the Queen of Diamonds can get him out of this. That is not the Queen of Diamonds. I like how much Albakir is just living and breathing every hand, isn't he? He's seen this and he's gone, well, now there's 12 left. I am now guaranteed $12,000. That was, you know, he was sweating every moment of that 22,200 kind of ladder. A buy-in. I love it. Living every moment of it, enjoying it. We said it last night when watching him. He's kind of, it's nice to see. It's not something that you won't advocate too much of being this emotional at the table, but it's just nice as us for viewers to see someone living and breathing every moment of the tournament.
Absolutely. We all love an underdog story. An absolutely lovely guy. Albakir still in the hunt with 12 left. What's going on, Dempsey? Are you the Grim Reaper or what?
I feel like it.
Walking the door?
Yeah, it happens a lot, doesn't it? We get to the final 2 tables, they bag up, they come back, everyone's reset, but no one busts out for a couple of hours. The blinds have jumped from 30, 60 to 48, then to 51. It just has to happen eventually. Time waits for no man.
Yeah, absolutely. Tipping point reached. Just like that, 2 tables of 6.
And you have asked me about color theory, though, because high-value chips are green, aren't they?
Oh.
And I see a man who's come with a green hoodie. I think he's got a green jacket on the back of his chair and a green bucket hat.
Are they green? Have we got new chips in play?
I saw some green in front of
right.
Faddy.
That'll be the 500k chips, you would presume.
شو بدك منه يا خيي؟ Fold.
All I know is that means I'm probably going to fold. Rightly so with the Jack-4 offsuit. Oh, here we go again. We have action. Panagaitis is in with Ace-3 suited. Up against King-Queen, which I believe has turned a flush draw. And a 3 on the river. Wasn't needed, but it is a brick. We'll see him double up through Akimov. And it looks like a reasonable amount of chips there. Blind on blind encounter, I believe that was.
12 active?
Yeah, action heating up. As you said, James, you get to that stage now. Stacks getting shorter. Going to inevitably be more clashing. As we see Adrian Soare here under the gun, sporting that magnificent hat. Just a 6 exposed. Gets this one through uncontested. Mustafov got a great presence at the table, right?
He
no
looks,
nonsense.
He just looks like the grizzled poker vet, doesn't he?
He really does. You see Gu there in your frame. Under the gun next. Very short. Looks like about 5 blinds, James. Or potentially even a little less. Gonna have to find something here.
So the shortest at this table.
Yeah. Big blind stalking him. Really needs to find some upward momentum. And there we go, exactly 5.25 blinds. Not what you want to see, James.
No. Jack 3, not enough. You're aware of that.
Round to Mustafov. King 4 in the small.
Yep, certainly going to want to play the one. Just a question of whether he's going to limp, whether he's going to raise. It looks like he's gone for the latter. Apply some pressure with 12 left, kind of coming up to this final table bubble. Obviously, he is raising into a very similar stack. Nonetheless, you can still apply pressure.
Yeah, these sort of middling stacks are not often incentivized, James, to sort of defend too light, right, or want to go to war. And we, of course, know that Gu is down at 5 blinds on this table, a bunch of other shorties, so you're actually going to get some of these aggressive small blind raises through with a good frequency. Nicely picked up on by Mustafov.
And like you said, obviously, Fadi carries himself at a table in quite a way that he's somewhat intimidating. It doesn't look like the soft spot, does it? You're not going to make slightly core lights. And obviously, I assume most, if not all of them, will be aware that his poker pedigree is that he does now regularly compete in the biggest tournaments around the world.
Yeah, David was telling me he's cashed 4 of 4, Triton, is that right?
He cashed 4 of 4 in Monaco.
Right, okay.
He went through the card in Monaco.
Pretty strong. And that, of course, the most elite fields in the business, pretty much.
Yeah, and he wasn't in for a lot of bullets either. It wasn't like he was machine gunning away. He just did very well.
Folds to Dato here. King Jack and a hijack. Pretty strong holding, 6-handed.
200,000.
Comes in for the min raise. I love Al Bakir's mannerisms. Emotion written all over his face.
Yeah. Enjoying every moment of it.
Very easy to root for.
Yeah.
Now, round 2, Gu James, problematic. Jack 10 off. Half of his stack committed here. Close to it.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
Flicking
Try and make
one
something.
more. Just, you know, there are some flops he's going to have to fold, but most of the flops he's going to go on. I think as soon as you see the 9, you know he's probably going.
And 9 of diamonds, very nice first card to see. Not so good behind.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to work out here whether he's can ever make anything fold by jamming. And that can include worse hands, because you certainly do want to deny equity to a hand like, say, well, I guess 7-8 is not going to fold. But even, I actually struggle to find hands that could be in there. But you know my point. He's happy to deny equity, but then you balance that with maybe Dato just is happy to check it down with a weaker hand as well, knowing that he's never going to fold. You've got to balance that out. Dato here facing the bet.
Very
taking a bit of time.
Very
He just asked how much it is, and he's going to find out it's just half pot. He's got 2 overcards, isn't he?
I would be shocked to see a fold here. Of course, we can just still be good.
Yeah. He's never good. It's one of these situations. Just taking his time. They're playing for a lot of money.
I
have no qualms with people taking a bit of time just to run it through in their head. You can get tired. It's day 4. You get frazzled. You think it's 2 blinds, but then you. I've done it before. Right?
I've done it
I was
many
actually
times.
4 blinds or.
Yeah. Bad news for Gu. Sees he's dominated. Needs to find a 10 or some kind of backdoor.
Just the 3 outs.
Good game.
Good game indeed. $12,000, but no more for Gu.
See you next tournament.
There you go. See you next tournament. That's how it is. High roller resuming this evening, day 2. Starts 8 p.m. I think most, if not all, these players will be hopping in that once they finish this.
It's so good, isn't it, James? The schedule here at Merit. So many options and tournaments to play. You have the 2K warm-up, this event. The 5K high roller, 3,500 main event later in the week. And a little mystery bounty.
Oh, there's all
to
sorts.
round
There's
it
daily tournaments, there's
everything.
turbos, there's bomb pot tournaments, there's whatever you want, they've got it. You know, we only get to cover 3 tournaments. See the 3 sort of marquee events, the warm-up, the high roller, and the main. But there are multiple tournaments a day here at Merit. Of course, this time round, you're going to get your feet a little wet.
No.
Well, I say your feet wet. I mean, you're going to be 6 foot underwater.
Yeah, very excited actually. I'm going to play 1A of the main event tomorrow. Ooh. Hopefully look to bag. That would be nice. And I'm back in the booth with yourself and David, 21st and 22nd. So we'll try and bag 1A. And if not, I think I can reg the day 2 on the 23rd.
Yep.
So fingers crossed to get something going.
We want some one-bullet hero stories.
It's in. Interesting spot here. Potential 3-bet candidate, James.
Yeah, certainly is. And it looks like that's where he's landed on. I'm not surprised to see this from Fatty.
Yeah,
I like the suspiciously small sizing because he is up against a stack that just doesn't really want to peel very much at all, and perhaps correctly deducing that the opening range is perhaps a little wide. We see King 6 suited, not a hand you'd expect the undergun to open. We are playing 5-handed, right? So
yeah, you do see a lot of this, don't you, James? These sort of blocker-orientated opens, hand like King 6 suited, liable to perform better as a steal than like pocket 5s or something like this. And yeah, very astute sizing from Mustafov. You know, we see this a lot in modern poker, the sort of 4.5 to 5.5 blinds, whereas historically it was probably 6.
Right,
You know,
if Datto was opening off 4 million,
yeah,
he would need to make this
Nice,
600k. Once he gets below 3 million, though, he can certainly go down the sizes.
yeah, very nice, Mustafov. But you're right, you referenced doesn't look like the spot at the table. Just holds himself well, right? And it means something, right? You've played a lot of live poker there. Sometimes your sort of demeanor and aura can play a big fact in whether you're going to go after people.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think you can learn so much when you sit down at a poker table with just how someone carries themselves at the table, how they handle the chips, how they handle the cards. You kind of get a level of their experience. Now, of course, experience doesn't always translate into someone being a good player. And inexperience, the opposite. I mean, I'm going to use a prime example that completely shoots my theory apart. If you sit down at a table and hadn't heard of this person and you saw him, you think he's got to be a fish, and that's Chris Moorman. Just looks completely useless at a live table. Obviously, a very good friend of mine, and I'm sure yours as well. But I mean, he still looks at his cards like lengthways, and he stacks chips in 10. He looks like a disaster at the table, but obviously one of the most accomplished poker players of our generation.
Loving that bit of shade thrown at Merman.
Well, it's love, really. Okay, it's a bit of shade.
Oh, I'm loving it. Throw as much as you want. Love to give Merman a bit of abuse.
But you know what I mean? A lot of these online wizards can sometimes look a little bit out of place. I would say I remember once playing with Patrick Leonard when he first sort of started playing more live, and again he just kind of didn't look like he was comfortable at the table, but obviously would have been a far better player than I.
I think I still struggle with that sometimes a little. I've been historically online player for what, best part of 20 years. When you first make that transition, it can feel a little uncomfy, you know, just how to sit in a comfortable yet foreboding way, shall we say. Very easy to be a little twitchy, be on your phone too much, or, you know, just not focused. Maintaining your poise. Staff off, none of those problems.
No, not at all. Spent a lot of time around a table.
Are they ever going to give you the pass, James, to flick in some of these events, or you're just too integral to the booth?
I mean, to be honest, if I wasn't here, the whole place would fall apart. So. I got to fire one bullet last series, but obviously we're expanding our coverage this stop. I think last time out we perhaps had 6 days of coverage. We're going to 8 this time.
Interesting decision here, James, for Dato. I believe he has Albuquerque on his left.
He does, who's someone I think we can definitely play some exploitative hits. And this Jack 10 suited is one perhaps that, you know, normally he'd be keen to kind of limp in and definitely see a flop, but he's willing to. I think he's probably the mind that if he raises here, he's only getting blown off it by a real hand anyway, and he can probably make his man overfold.
Yeah, agreed.
So nice adjustment for him.
Yeah, you do start to see sort of ranges tighten a little, James, right? And people enter pots with aggression when you get to this sort of, you know, if you decide to play a hand, rather not be limp calling out of position too often here from the small. Nicely done. Big hand for Soiree. Ace King in the hijack now, playing 5-handed, of course.
Yeah, this is a beautiful spot, of course, to pick up this hand. Certainly induce some action behind. Dato with 26 blinds, Albuquerque with 30. I don't think you get too much looses coming at you, and of course Mustafov being the man in the big blind.
Unfortunately for Soiree, just the Jack 3 off for Mustafov. Nothing to get in the mix with. In any case, picks up the blinds and antes. Never a bad result as we approach this final table.
Yeah, exactly that. You
don't mind,
you know,
too
you want to
much,
get
right?
some action, but you probably don't really want it from Mustafov when he covers you. You can get in some scary spots.
Absolutely.
Kind of awkward that I sort of referenced how this table was kind of shallow in chips, but the 3 micro stacks have busted, and now the shortest stack is sort of 25 blinds. The complexion of the table is certainly changing.
Yep. Action clock now, of course, in play. Queen Jack off from Haddad. Let's it go.
Yeah, we were talking in the break, weren't we, before I came in about the clock, and you were referencing some players getting low or non-existent when it comes to time cards. They came in, of course, with 3 tables left. Everyone got 6 of them, and then when you get to the final table, you get an additional 6.
Okay.
So you can have 12 at one point, but if you're
But that's it. No other additions unless FT.
It's also
Correct.
good
Okay.
that I don't have decisions.
Fans' favorite.
Yeah.
Albuquerque.
That's a
Sometimes.
they're saying you didn't go all in, just a 3x. What's going on? Thought we had an understanding.
Firmly in the hunt, Albuquerque.
Oh yeah.
We did reference an experienced player, but looks pretty comfortable out there.
I think living on a just mix of adrenaline, excitement, enjoyment.
It's so nice to see, you know, like when we play nowadays, it's hard to feel anything, James.
Yeah.
You've been so...
Well, we're conditioned to get into this stage and just keep yourself level-headed because ultimately you don't really want to be getting emotional whilst you're playing, but at the same time, you've got to enjoy the
I
moments.
love to see it.
I know I shouldn't, but I do get overly excited at these kind of points, just because that's what we play the game
You
for,
have
the love
to,
of
right?
it.
Absolutely.
Right? It's not always just about the money.
Interesting spot here, James. Soiree, 45 bigs deep. Type of hand, right? You don't want to 3-bit fold this hand ever. Don't mind the peel here. Yeah, quite like this.
I like the peel too. You keep a lot of the dominated stuff
Absolutely.
in. You kind of keep the pot small against the other big stack at your table.
Yeah.
You don't mind if the big blind comes along here because they can call a lot of dominated stuff. And you kind of get to pursue with King Jack on a lot of boards, even when you miss, such as this one.
Yeah, certainly can't be folding here versus small bet. Hand figures to still be good a large amount of the time.
That's a small bet, all right.
Yeah, pretty normal. One big blind size in here on the ace-8. Staffoff just targeting some potential jack high, queen highs without a backdoor that'll just fold.
Yeah.
Obviously not too many hands will fold. But
No, but yeah, certainly the queen, 10 of hearts.
Yep.
Those kind of hands certainly go there. But you also, of course, give yourself options to fire multiple barrels. Say if you turned a 6. Certainly a potential bluff card.
yeah,
I
certainly
think
a
probably the
fun
best one, right? I mean,
I think so, other than a 9. Absolutely. This is a great development from Mustafov. Hard to continue here for just king high naked.
and that's the beauty of having bet just 100k on the flop. All these hands are still in here, right? So we do get a lot of folds. If you've got a bigger sizing on the flop, then it's very hard to continue with the bluff here because you've already narrowed your opponent's range.
Yeah, agree completely. Very nicely done.
Yeah, good play from both players.
Yep.
Standard stuff. Not often we get to say standard stuff when we're
I know.
in the merit streets.
But yeah, that's a great point, James. With that min bet, all those sort of marginal hands are still in the range of the small blind. Nicely picked up from Mustafov when he turns the open ender. Still find myself obsessed watching those vultures in the background on the screen.
There's some vultures circling these tables, although the pickings have become slim. 3 short stacks are no more. Carcass is picked clean. Albuquerque again coming in with a raise. King 10, he opens a 3x. Everything else is a jam. That's the system.
Thus far.
Adjust, of course, but
Something to be said, James, for these like slightly larger opens. If you're inexperienced, also maybe stops people coming after you quite so much.
I was going to say exactly that. I think.
Oh,
well, here we go.
Perhaps not.
But this is the thing. But we know that people are going to want to get in the mix a little bit more with Albuquerque. We'll come back to that. Let's see how this hand plays out with that having peeled from the small blind. I can't say I'm a huge fan of this, but let's see how he does. Well, he's going to struggle on this flop.
I feel like he might be in the big, potentially. I didn't see anyone fold the big blind. I could be wrong, because it would, of course, change
Right.
if he would defend here or not.
Yeah, that does make more sense. Chunky bet, 600k. Gets the mark.
Show 2.
I don't want to show in YouTube.
Show on YouTube indeed. Oh no, it is.
It's even better to show live.
Oh, he was small blind?
It was small blind, yeah.
YouTube, everybody
there we go.
sees the hand.
I'm
I was
wrong.
going to say, yeah, I think, you know, a lot of players see the way hands get played. They see, oh, min raise is my thing. But if you are less experienced and you are playing a much tighter range, there's no reason to comply with that. Just raise bigger. You've got a tighter range, raise bigger.
Yeah.
If they want to play, they've got to pay.
I agree completely, and really makes it difficult, I think, for people to 3-bet you light, for example, when you make it 200k.
And famous.
You know, your opponent can make it 500, 550. Right. You make it 300, all of a sudden he's got to go 750, 800k. Starts to get, you know, more difficult to come after your opponent.
And also, obviously, you're denying the big blind the opportunity to call as liberally.
Right.
Because you're effective, like I say, you're playing a tight range anyway, so you kind of want to dissuade them. And then, of course, you're not as comfortable playing post-flop. All reasons to just try and take things down pre.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what's so beautiful about our game. It's like, right, this is the right way to play the hand, but if you're playing a hand against Phil Ivey, that's not the right way to play it. You want to bet big, you want to increase the variance, decrease the edge,
Buongiorno.
shallow the stacks.
ticking ever so slightly quicker towards that final table. 11 players left.
No dad. Going upstairs once again, this time ace queen. Into the fatty big blind who wakes up with kings, and everything we were just saying, this is the player that is maybe the most capable of 3-betting light from the big blind and applying pressure. This feels like a mandatory jam against Fatty. I
think it is, James.
don't know how we get away from ace queen.
Certain players, of course, where you'd be terrified here
Right.
against the big blind 3-bet. Mustafov, not one of them.
No, this is one of these where
Feels very, very much so like a 4-bet jam.
this is one of these where you're opening and hoping you get 3-bet by Fatty in the big blind, because you think it's just a print with this hand.
Yeah, I think specifically as well, hands like ace queen off just really benefit just from putting it in here, trying to pick up the sort of 9-10 big blinds that are already out there.
Yeah, look at that, 1,075,000 in
Yeah.
the pot, and he's got 2.5 behind. It's just such a huge increase if he just gets it through. And of course, if he does run into some of the value hands, it's like jacks and 10s, well, okay, we flip, and
Sure.
even here, 30% equity against the second worst case scenario.
Wow! He gets away from it.
No chance that I think he was getting away from that. Zero chance.
That is a wild fold. Very impressive timing. That's pretty insane, James. Maybe some past history between
Perhaps.
the two.
Yeah, but
What a laydown.
well, maybe not enough history between the two, because, like I said, I think
be.
if you know Fatty, you're
Yeah.
putting him in there. Wow, great fold from Haddad. I'd already written the eulogy. I'd rehearsed it.
I'm already all in and out of my seat.
Yeah,
Out of my seat and hitting an ace, obviously.
potentially. 3 out of 10 times he was going to win the pot.
Interesting to see here how Albakir approaches these sort of middling strength holdings facing an open. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
Once again, the facial expressions. He's so honest.
Yeah, I think I like this from him. It's just like everyone was said, you kind of, you know, you're not as confident. You've never been in this position before in a tournament where there's like 11 left. Wouldn't know how things change. So just tight is right.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Just
Certainly had options there.
My friend. What's his name?
Soiree takes his option to defend.
Jack 8 heads to a King 10-6 rainbow board. No hope for either. Of course, a lot of cards have at least a gut shot on this board. It is rainbow, but still fairly connected.
Yeah, not a thrilling development, of course, when you've opened with ace-4.
Right.
But still, figure to have the best hand sometimes. Should have a range advantage. Going to go ahead and just try and fold out hands like this.
Yeah.
Don't have much equity to continue.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're after. You want to find the 5-7s of the world, the Jack 8s, the
Yeah.
Jack 7s, the Queen 8s, the ones that few have. And perhaps some better ace X's, the ace 7s through ace 9 are kind of not really going to be able to continue there.
Yeah, pretty indifferent. Yeah, nice result for Dato.
3 million?
It's one of those C-bets that you fire and then it works. You're like, oh, that's a
I
bonus.
know, you don't expect it to work too often, it's true.
2-4.
Very nice. Takes it down. Did speak about table presence. Dato, I haven't seen much of him in the past. Seems to hold himself very well.
Even Musta's not going to spin the 5 deuce from the button. So we're going to limp things in with a suited jack. Haddad's going to check a slightly better one back. And hits his kicker, leaving Soiree dead. Interesting. We see a lot, don't we, the small blind kind of just stab these paired boards in these situations, but he's probably the mindset that Jack high maybe just a little too good. If he had a 10 high or a 9 high, maybe bet, try and make some Jack highs fold. But
Yeah, of course, very unlikely to get a better hand to fold. Haddad here takes the bet and lead himself. To leave one big blind.
yeah, and Suarez just Jack 6 without the backdoor flush draw. I don't really see how we can continue here.
Yeah,
He had
agreed.
Jack 8, Jack 9 of hearts, you know, that kind of hand maybe, but
Yeah, I'm with you. Haddad shows the 7. Gets it done.
with the honesty stage.
Heaven.
Still reeling from his ace-queen fold.
Jack 7. Heart.
Break. During the break, we're going to do the chip raise of the 100 funny chips. Okay, yes. The chip leader of each table start buying the hundreds by the end of the level.
You call all in before?
Thank you.
Yes.
There's some love to the rail going on here. Tato and Albuquerque.
Seemed like an honest answer. Yeah. Usually he's very sarcastic. But
No, he's.
With his staff off, James getting a little out of line. Opening as wide as the 9-6-0. Foot to the floor time, Fatty.
Yeah, he had to fold a button last hand, so now he's like, I'm not folding a cutoff as well, come on. Suarez with a lovely little hand to go to war with. Can of course go to war with just the call as well though, right? With this hand on the button, we're playing 40 bigs deep.
800.
Yeah, does elect to take the aggressive route.
Yeah, I like this sizing as well. Going over 3x, sub 40, just makes it so hard for Mustafa to continue with literally almost all of his hands. Very unlikely to ever get peeled there. You're asking your opponent to jam or fold at that spot, that point. Obviously, having an ace so useful in that sense. If you do put that proposition forward to an opponent, so much harder for them to have it.
Yeah, we touched on this earlier. A little less calling tends to happen now as we approach this final table bubble. Rather just take that hand, turn it into a 3-bet. Gets the job done. Staff off now. Wakes up with a real one. Pocket 9s in for the men.
And this is a spot where I'd expect him to be perhaps over-raising as
like
when
that,
Albuquerque's in the big blind. But he's going to flick it in with 10-5 of diamonds.
Oh my word.
That's quite a good flop if you've got 2 9s. He goes for the casual flick.
Fold?
The casual 1 blind flick.
Really is
Good
fascinating to watch Albuquerque. Like, the emotions are so honest. Even pre-flop there is like, oh, I don't like my hand at all, but there's 100K. Is that something he should keep his eye on, James, you think? If you were to advise new players, try and hide your emotions a little? Or you think it doesn't matter so much?
Like I say, I mean, ideally you want to kind of give nothing away, show no highs, no lows, keep yourself level-headed, give your opponents no read, but yeah, we're human.
Indeed.
It's fun.
It is.
I think I'm the guy, if I was on the main event final table, I'd be running to the
Oh, loving that.
gallery or the rail every hand and just enjoying every moment of it.
Fist bumping away.
Yeah. So I've been fortunate enough to be in that position, obviously not in World Series main, but in some big events, and that's definitely how I was. I was quite animated, and I think, yeah, maybe a more stoic approach is what's needed, but I look back at those and I just remember it all, living every moment of it.
You gotta enjoy it, or why would we be here?
Soiree, he's enjoying this. The Butchers taking them post-flop against Mustafov, who's caught a piece on the 9-8-4 rainbow.
Pretty thin defend pre. Mustafov wants to take it post. Bottom pair with some backdoor straight draws. Likely to want some big bets, I think, James, sometimes on this type of texture. Let's size up a little. Yeah, I think I like it. Around about 66%. Of course, charge the draws, get value from a bunch of the flopped one pair hands. Starts to get tricky.
Well done.
Very nice laydown.
Teddy recognizing exactly what you're saying. Slightly larger sizing.
Yeah, I like it from Soiree. Quite connected board. Big blind's going to hit it a lot. Let's juice it up a little. Some big bets in there.
Close.
A burst of action to start the frame. Things have certainly calmed down a little, as we would expect. We are so close now to that final table. ICN building and building. I don't claim to understand it. I just know that it's really big just for a final table. Is that okay?
Normally just defer to Darrow Kearney and just say,
Yeah.
you're good at this bit. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah. I'm a guy who chases trinkets.
Look
Okay,
at this.
Albuquerque. Going to play from the button. Wants to just limp in.
Actually, a very reasonable theory limp here from Albuquerque.
Right. Obviously, in some sense, backfiring in this particular instance
Sure.
because Mustafov is going to now see the flop with the king 8, but obviously most of his 8s are lower than the queen. Soiree as well, seeing the flop with that 10-7 and finding bottom 2 when Mustafov finds top pair. Quickly checking through.
Pretty
And the
big
brick
turn.
on the turn is huge for Soiree. There are so many action-killing cards here.
Yeah, you beat me to it, James. Was thinking to myself, big turn coming here in terms of the clash between the blinds.
Now,
Soiree now with the decision point.
yeah, 250, not inconsequential bet, over half. Does he elect to raise here? You can kind of, at this point, eliminate Albuquerque from the pot, right? He's limped in and checked that flop. Unlikely he's going to show any interest in this now. So does he want to call and potentially allow some bluffs, or does he want to juice this pot now? So he's going for the raise. I like this. I think we're deep enough. We want to somewhat protect as well, somewhat get value. There's a lot of scary cards that Mustafov won't value bet his king with.
Yeah, it does feel kind of mandatory to me, James. Unblock that top pair, which is always important. Unblock all of the diamond draws, all the 8-9, Jack-9 double gutters. Can get value from basically all of these holdings when you raise. Pretty grim spot now for Mustafov. Of course, the problem, James, when the button limps, the big blind now has all the 2-pair combos that would fold pre-flop to an open. Hands like 7 deuce off, 10 deuce, hands like this. But of course, there will be some semi-bluffs in there from Soiree, but also some better king X, potentially. Maybe not too many of those.
Yeah, I wonder, yeah, I'd imagine he probably doesn't have a better king, maybe
King
a
Jack,
king 9, king
potentially.
jack, but like I think maybe even king jack might have raised pre here with the
It
Albuquerque
might.
limp. But king 9 certainly possible.
Yeah. This is tough. Real tough.
I think it'd be very impressive if he manages to fold it here for just this one bet. I think you want to perhaps keep your man honest.
Perhaps that 8 in there, James, taking away some of the semi-bluffs.
Nicely done.
Yes.
Seen some great folding in
Very
the last
nice.
30 minutes on this table.
Yeah, that's a fantastic fold.
It's almost, I don't think it is, but it's almost at the level of like a disrespectful fold. It's like you're not capable of bluffing me here.
I mean, I don't think you get bluffed that often there, right? You know, when we think it through, is Jack 8, Jack 9 really just? I mean, it could, of course.
Yeah.
You need a hand like deuce X of diamonds. Is it going to raise? Probably not.
Yeah.
It just takes the price.
So, I mean, I think you're right. It's the straight draws, isn't it? It's
the straight draws
more than
that
the
you
flush
need
draws.
to be in there. That's it. And having an 8 ourself, right?
Yeah.
Blocking some of them. Very nicely done. Yeah, I've been really, really impressed with Mustafov across the last couple of days. Showing his chops, James. Triton pedigree. You referenced earlier. And look at this, rewarded. Pocket kings on the button. Fortunately for Fadi, no customers.
No dice once again with the kings. Still somewhat flawed by Haddad's fold of ace queen.
That was unbelievable.
Nice fold.
I always wonder with these folds, you know, was that an overly cautious, you know, you don't mean to be casting aspersions, was it an overly cautious kind of, a little scared to get all the stack in fold, or did he just have a read, or do they have a history? Because of course, most players, I think, just going to ship it in there.
Yep, I was out at the tournament.
Me too. That's why we're in here, mate.
That's true. Safer in here, though.
Ducks.
It is.
See all the cards. Abakir, queen 10 suited. Let's see, is this going to fall into his little 3x? Certainly been dealt a few more hands he can play at least. He does.
Yeah, it sticks to that 3x sizing.
Here we go, just makes the 4-5 offsuit just impossible to defend. Or it would have been much closer to a min raise.
Really does have a lot going for it, the larger size. Especially if you're inexperienced, don't want to play a lot of pots post-flop.
Yeah, it's not something you can do if you're opening a very wide range, obviously, because you're just going to get picked apart.
Sure.
But if you are playing that tighter range, it's more than okay.
I feel like Albakir just, in terms of game flow and stuff, it looks like he's going to get a lot of respect when he opens a pot. You know, the other players already referenced in, you didn't shove this time. It was Fadi earlier.
Dato, see, last time he was in this position, found a raise to 300. That's what he's done again here. I like it again, although running in once again to Albakir's kind of bottom of range and a Jack 4 offsuit.
Yeah, I think Dato correctly identifying Albakir going to play fairly honest. Just electing to open with raises from the small.
A walk for King Jack. Certainly a hand that would have been happy to take on some action.
الله عندنا مواهب على الطاولة.
Day 4 of this $2,200 warm-up event here at Merit Poker. What a beautiful day it is as well. I've had a little wander. Sat outside in the sun, had my little coffee and croissant this morning.
In your perfect spot.
I went to a different spot today. I'm mixing it up. I don't want them to find me. So you've got to, you know. There's a nice little sun trap, but I'm not going to tell you where it is.
Oh, it's just classic Dempsey. He knows all the tricks of the trade.
Did a wander.
All the hot spots here in Cyprus.
Wander
Not
around
willing to share.
Took myself down to the spa. Had a good little relax in there. Went up for some lunch. Wandered over here. And here we are. Let you guys warm it up for a couple of hours. And I'll come take care of all the bust outs.
I may copy you and visit said spa when I get my first break of the day.
Oh, yeah.
2.5, roughly.
Roughly. A little bit less.
Thank you.
A couple of options here, Demps, with this ace-3.
Yeah, certainly are. You can obviously leverage the fact that Dato is opening off 24 blinds, come in with 3-bet here, non-committal.
Yeah, I quite like that.
Dato has shown a propensity to open somewhat wide. That's what he's done.
Very nice.
Reading on that, and I love this sizing as well. Don't have to go very big. Still give him to 3x, obviously out of position. But this hand just can't call 400k.
Function of the shallower stack depths. Swarry very aware.
I still long for the old days when the jacket suitor would just rifle it in anyway.
Just jam anyway. Whatever.
When poker was poker.
You looked your opponent in the eye and said, "Don't think you've got it, son."
You haven't got this.
In we go. I believe I just saw myself in the background.
Continuity error here. Dato popping up 200k. Of course, we are coming to you guys on a 1 hour delay. So it is possible we see your beautiful face and hear your beautiful voice at the same time.
What a gentleman. Too kind. We see her dad defend the king 6 of hearts. Dato will try again. Ace queen. Queen 9 7. Dato smacking this one. The one time he didn't get played back at. But it's a very, very rich board. With just 20 blinds behind would be one he'd be more than happy to bet and go with, should he be requested to do so. Yeah, agreed, James. Another one of these boards that we can have some larger sizings.
Yeah.
Lots to protect from, lots of hands that will call a large size or potentially check shove themselves. For 40%.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's
okay.
slightly larger, but yeah, I might have expected to see kind of like a 350 type bet there.
I would have landed on your solution, my friend. Yeah, I don't think a 9 is going to fold. Lots of straight draws, lots of flush draws, lots of queen X, king 10, king jack type holdings.
You really want to put them in a tough spot, don't you?
Gets the job done, but I agree.
Here with the textbook Mormon look.
The Mormon look. How do you define that for me?
Just the
250.
Does he do that?
The 2 cards lengthways.
So good.
I've got a funny story in that front. I'll come back to it in a moment as Mustafa's popping up this king 10. How fruity is Soiree feeling? Covering stag on the button. It just, like I say, it's not the man I want to pick on.
Does feel like he's looking for spots, right?
I wonder if he's doing the old fake 3-bet, I used to call it, where you kind of tank when that person opens a couple of times, makes it look like you're thinking about doing them, and then you're not going to do it at all, you're going to wait for a good hand. But when you do, it's like you planted the seed that it looks like
I like it.
You've been waiting to get them.
I like it.
I used to do that a lot, because I'm net, you see, so I tank, next time.
All right, next time.
They're like 3-bet, I've actually got ace king, and they 4-bet 7-5 suited, and you've got them.
And this is awkward, James. King 3 suited. One of these hands that you like to defend, but oh, here we go.
Wow, and I was just about to notice Mustafa has changed his open size as well here to 2.5 blinds. Met by this 3-bet. Like,
this is nice and spicy.
I wonder how much of this is a factor is that it's a slightly larger open. Would that be more inclined to peel against the min, but against a slightly larger size? More to be gained by 3-betting versus taking the direct price.
Very nice, Dato.
All right, something goes his way.
It expands the 3-bet bluff range into the suited king. Not something you see too much of. Timed it very well. Well played.
Yeah, there was this hand at the World Series many years ago, talking 10 plus years ago. Mormon got in some crazy raising ball, which wasn't against his style at the time. You know, this would happen a lot. But
even that.
Yeah.
No one is stealing.
Some guy, I want to say like 5-bet called it off, or
still with a good hand.
Something ludicrous like that, with king queen offsuit. And Mormon was fuming because Mormon had queen 10 suited. And he's like, "This is ridiculous." And everyone was talking, "Oh, hand." I went, Chris, was this guy sat on your direct left by any chance? He's like, yeah. I'm like, maybe we need to work on how you look at your cards. Because he'd pick them up like that, and just like...
Guys had a little look.
It's hard not to see if you can look at your cards. You've got to really protect your hand. I mean... I was like, there is a thing that makes sense here. You look at your cards like someone doesn't know how to look at cards, and some guys managed to 5-bet call it off with King-Queen against you. Now, but it was the day that we couldn't rule out that someone just decided to 5-bet call it off with King-Queen against Mormon, because he is... Well, he's in there with Queen-10, but...
That's happened to me many times, where I thought to myself, right, did my opponent see my card?
Yeah, and it messes with your head a lot as well, doesn't it?
Well, then I just realised I just made a really bad bluff. But
oh, I thought you meant in a hand. I've been in a hand where I'm thinking, like, did I have that card up quite high? Like, now in my head thinking, have they seen it? How's that going to affect me? I end up shutting down a lot more in the hand. Abakir in the small. 3x with a little bit of interest with that ace-8. Makes it hard for Mustafa with hands like this, but he is just going to defend that little bit wider against this player. Abakir, still the best of it, but a very, very intimidating board when you're the 3.5x opener from the small and you've been met with a call.
Yeah, first true test of his post-flop chops here, Demps.
Yeah, I hope he does check. Yeah, this is just one of these boards I think we have to give up on.
That opens the door. Mustafov, you know, he likes to charge through it.
Boss move from the boss.
Yeah, half pot. Gets it done.
Perhaps, you know, concluding that Abakir is the kind of player that would just bet his hands there. The checks are much more weighted towards folds rather than traps. Blinds are going up. 125k is now the big. That means Fadi's stack slipping below 50 bigs. Him and Soiree both very comfortable. The other three feeling the pinch, especially we're playing 5-handed. Big blind ante comes around quick.
Yeah, pressure starting to build, Demps. You're not wrong. Stack's finally beginning to sort of shallow out earlier on in the day. Lots of players with heaps of chips. Now Mustafov chip leader on the table, 45 bigs. And pressure starting to sneak up for sure now on Haddad, Albakir and Dato. It feels like the next tipping point is coming, James.
There we go. Yeah, we were blessed with a flurry of action at the start of the frame. Obviously has slowed up. 25% increase in the price of poker will certainly drive some action. Here we go. Here's one of those players that has been considerably shortened, and he's going to open it up and surely be met with some form of resistance from Dato. Because Abakir just, I guess, missed that hand. Enjoying it too much. The experience of talking to the fans.
What a legend. 11 left.
A dealer change there. He probably just miscalculated how long that was going to take.
A very charming man. 11 left, biggest spot of his life. Whatever, not there.
Wow, look at this. This is a curious 3-bet size. Because is he really 3-betting this to fold? It seems like a lot of hands.
I'm not sure about this one. Personally, would much prefer flat or jam.
Right.
I think our hand's too good. If we get shoved on here, it's really a bit of a disaster. We can see he does have Haddad dominated. Tough to continue, Demps.
But as I was saying, interesting with such a small 3-bet that he does allow his opponents to come along with some of these dominated hands that perhaps if he got a bigger size he wouldn't. But the Queen Jacks, the Jack 10 suitors of the world do want to take a flop, and well, as much as it may have been a misstep and gets themselves in difficult situations, a king high board, not one of those.
Yeah, worked out fantastically thus far. Should be seeing a lot of very, very small c-bet sizes here. Got this board not locked down, but with just an SPR of 1. See something as small as 10% here, Demps, I think, sometimes. Very, very small bets.
Haddad just throwing out a time bank before checking.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it really is. It's kind of. I wonder how Datto perceives that. Obviously, he's mostly doing cartwheels in his head because he knows he must have the best hand here.
Yeah, hard to imagine we're ever beaten.
Right. I'd imagine the only way we're ever beaten here is if our opponent's got aces.
It's just aces, I think.
Right.
King, queen off that took the price somehow. That's got to be it. There we go. I did say 10%. Very nice to see. Oh no, I thought you spent 300. I thought you said 165.
Yeah, I thought I had 175 myself, so there we go.
I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, it's very small.
Yeah,
bet.
it is. Yeah, you're right. I think it was 175. Just a few white 25k chips. Either way, same result. It's kind of fun. Seeing some finicky play. That small 3-bet.
Yeah.
Getting a defend from the Jack 10, then playing a board that obviously he massively favours him in the King 7 deuce. Almost would it be more interesting if he didn't have the king? Like, it'd be more fun. It was almost like a waste hitting a King 7 deuce board as the 3-better there.
And that's all moving upwards now, getting some momentum. Up to around about 30 bigs. Showing his willingness, James, to use these suited King X as his lightish opens.
He's been dealt a number of these kind of open spots as well, hasn't he? It's like he's getting to exhibit that skill over and over. This time, getting swift folds. Climb up to 3.5 million. All right. 3.9 even. Sorry, with the pickup, of course, with the big blind ante. All right, look, a little bit of comfort. You see that little stretch just there? All right, we're back.
Yeah, making his move.
Got the 3-bet through against Faddy. And the previous pot wins this pot. Good start to the level.
Yeah, I like how he holds himself, and he's going for the win. Good to see.
Staff off with exactly that kind of hand. All right, Datto last time with King 4 off. This is a very sort of similar situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I could certainly see him taking this again.
I feel like because he took the last one and it got through, he's more likely to take this one.
Yeah, I think these weak offsuit ace-X play very nicely as the 3-bet bluffs. Saw him use the King 3 suited an orbit ago.
Again, worth noting, of course, Mustafa coming with a slightly over min.
Yeah, very nice, Datto. Going for it again. A little larger this time, then slightly deeper, 6.5 bigs. Just a slight increase.
Right, yeah, I was getting I was trying to think what he made it last time. See, it's just a little bit below 3x here, but again, he's playing just 30 blinds against a pretty wide range. Mustafa getting angry. Looking at him with disdain.
Good run, huh?
Datto on
Good
the
run.
move.
That is it, yeah, I'm just catching some heat, catching some good cards.
Just a little insight into Datto's sort of poker acumen those last few hands. These are certainly the sort of in fashion 3-bet bluff type spots, using the king and ace-X with a bad side card. Gets them both through. Impressive.
Very much so. Doubling down on, my lucky dealer's here, I'm just getting a good run of cards. Don't worry guys, I'm playing honest. Dad's getting very short now. He does make way for Datto, who I'm certain is going to 3x this one from the small. It's been his MO in this seat. Ah, he made me alive for 25k. Albuquerque just constantly got trash in the big blind, hasn't he? We haven't actually seen if he's... I made the assumption that I would have played at this table that perhaps he's going to be an overfolder, but we haven't had a chance to see it yet because he has just had clear folds.
Agreed.
I want to see what he's going to do with like a 7-8 off or a
Exactly. Yeah, we would like to see how he adjusts.
3-4 suited kind of hand.
Yeah. And Dato making a move here. I think recognizing that other than Mustafov, table's playing somewhat passive. Kind of deciding to try and make his move. Try and get that big stack before the final.
Yeah. The man feeling the pressure here, though, is surely Haddad. That stack dwindling. Soiree now with the option. King 7 suited. Seems like a reasonable one with 40 blinds.
Yeah, definitely.
I kind of like how he's approached this as well. His frequency has been very much in check. I don't think anyone's going to go after him thinking he's getting out of line. Albuquerque rolling the die. See what to do with deuce 3 off. Didn't wait for it to settle. He knew the answer.
Yeah, I love his emotions. It's so good. It's so funny. Great to watch. Good TV.
No, diamond, flop. Everything favoring the aggressor at the moment. The last few hands we've had.
Can certainly mix some checks in here, Demps, on this type of texture against the big blind. Like I don't mind to see it with a hand like this. You can be pretty disguised.
Right, perhaps even more attractive, not just the diamond draw, but having a 7 as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah, very key card.
You can get bluffed in some very good spots.
Is going to decide to default to the norm, which is small c-bet. You just know Mustafov looking for an opportunity. Might not be this holding though, Demps.
Yeah, right now the devil and the angel are having an argument on his shoulders. Go off this guy. No, we can't. We've got queen 3 spade. No, but we can get him. He's not going to play good. Well, yeah, but we can wait for a better hand. In a monologue. The angel winning this one.
Come on, aces please, aces. King.
Ho pensato, però il big blinder pelato, ho detto questo qua adesso approfitta della situazione, mi dava troppo fastidio dover passare campa jack.
And you weren't wrong. I didn't realize quite how short Haddad had gotten.
Problem is the blinds have gone up. Playing 5-handed, it comes around fast.
Really
He obviously peeled that 3-bet. Jack 10 suited, which kind of had to do, I guess, at such a close price.
Somewhat refreshing that we haven't seen a lot of slow play, and often 5-handed, 6-handed. You know, people know that those blinds are coming all the time and need to take a long time. And look, we really haven't seen it whatsoever.
No, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I would be advocating. If I was advising one of these guys on the table, especially Haddad now, as he's the shortest, I'd be saying, come on. Whoa.
Oh, he's ripped it.
Okay, actually, he's sub 20 now, of course, been lying down as well, but.
Thank you.
Keeping with his MO. I kind of like that. If he's going to play hands sub 20.
Don't mind it, yeah.
Just be ripping them.
I'm sure Soiree, they're not going to be thrilled to call off with like an ace-8 type holding, right? That's going to shove on you, so don't hate it.
Yeah, when he has a reputation of having open jam so many premium hands, it's much more protected range than anyone else would have there.
100%. Yeah, I'm just never going to have anything good.
Yeah.
It's the problem.
Yeah. But if you do have the good hands in there, happy days. In fact, Albuquerque the only one who is taking that few moments in a lot of hands, but still not anywhere near a proper tank. The staff off examining the stack in the big blind, wondering whether he wants to get involved with the 7-5 offsuit.
9, I think. No, million.
Soiree, King 8 from the small. This feels like a pretty good spot to jam. That's what he's landed on.
Yeah, pretty mandatory. And Haddad finds it.
Yeah, with snap, with a dominating King, Queen. Soiree, of course, with plenty behind, but this is a significant pot.
9-5.
2 million chips find their way into the middle.
Yeah, pretty much a cooler Yeah. Swery more than happy to rip the king 8. Big moment for Haddad. Can he survive?
Good luck.
8 in the window and another 8 behind. That is cold. Haddad does have backdoor spades, but he's gone from such a favorite position in this pot to virtually dead on this final table bubble.
Oh.
Spade on the turn. Here we go.
Sweaty.
Albuquerque out of the seat as well. Living every moment of it. The queen, too little, too late. Soiree spiking somewhat of a miracle there. Sending Haddad out an 11th. Bringing us to our direct final table bubble. He'll pick up 12K for his efforts. And just a bad 45 minutes for the man. Kind of nothing went his way. Played one pot. Kind of compelled to call a 3-bet. I think with the Jack-10 suit at such a great price. And then they're getting brutally outdrawn.
I will not give you, but don't be offended.
First of all, I will not give you a punch. I'll give you my fist. So, and second, you can refuse.
Yes, but don't be offended if I refuse.
Of course not. Of course not. It's up to you.
You are too far.
It's up to you, my friend. It's up to you. I mean, I'm not going to start like doing like.
Yeah, exactly.
One lag. One player. To final.
We have short stack.
Well, we are down to the final 10. We have 4 on this table, so of course there'll be a brief pause as we bring over a player.
2 million is not short.
لا.
Lot of inquiring. Any short stacks over there? What's the situation?
No short stack.
That was interesting. I was wondering if there was a confrontation or not, or was it love?
Was it that he went for kind of like a fist
and
bump?
He didn't reach across?
Or maybe didn't accept it or something? I'm not quite sure what happened there. As things stand, Soiree now the chip leader on this table, of course, having won that pot, has himself 50 blinds. Fadi Dato in their mid-30s, very comfortable. It is Albuquerque asking about short stacks, because he is the shortest stack over here, but still has 20 blinds. I imagine there are some shorter on the other table.
Yeah, commiserations to Haddad. Just a little footnote there to his exit. You referenced it there, James. Pretty unfortunate. Nothing really went his way on feature short-handed. Of course, your stack could get demolished.
There's a lot of action, a lot of interest on our outer table, which can mean only one thing. Here we go. We do have an all-in at the same time. The next hand looks like we have Galong Wei's queens getting flushed out of the tournament. By King Darks, 7-8 suited on a Jack, 4 board, 2 spade. The turn was the king of spades, making King Darks flush. Galong Wei is the final table bubble boy. So just like that, we had a flurry of bust outs. It stalled for a while, but we lose 11th and 10th at the same time, both picking up that $12,000, meaning we have reached our final table. Everyone now guaranteed 60.5K. Well, there we go, Andrew. Fast and furious.
Fast and furious, my friend. Just like that, 11 is down to 9. We have our final table lineup. Brief break now, James, while they draw for the final table, and we'll be back for the action.
Yeah, for those of you unfamiliar here, we have a beautiful final table intro. We'll have Milbutas doing his piece, hyping up the crowd. It hypes me up. I can't be in the room when it's going on. I get too excited. But it does take a little bit of time. So we're going to get the stage set, and then we will return for the final table. So guys, 45 minutes to an hour, not quite sure, but just keep an eye on the stream, and we'll see you in a little bit.
also, given the fact that he lost the ace, queen, ace, jack earlier, if he was to lose this one, is he sort of going backwards? Well, so far so good for the Italian.
Yeah, queen 6-6. Jack's still holding. Daniliuk here gonna need an ace or a king, or he is out the door on hand 1.
Standing up for the extra bit of equity that supplies, and it works.
What a start to the coverage, Mr. Lappin, King of Hearts River, and Daniliuk couldn't have dreamed of a better start to this final day. Doubles up on hand 1. Here we go, David. What a start to the final day.
Very aggressive pass.
Andrian likely to get back on the horse here with these suited broadways. He's in a great spot to open up his game a little, leverage that ICM pressure on his opponent. As a general point here, while we watch King Dark contemplate a positional flat, one of his trademark moves, talk to me a little bit about your approach to a final two-table situation. It's kind of when you can get busy. Yes, there's ICM implications, but there's much more once we hit final table. And actually, maybe if there's a time to make your move and be one of the bigger stacks going into that final table, now is the time.
Yeah, the interesting thing, you will see big stacks. I mean, you always just feel kind of obligated to push the action.
Sure.
And start opening a little wider, use these blockers, these ace and king X. You'll see a bunch of opening from big stacks. We've said it before, a feature of Merit. There's so many wild cards at the table, and I just see people completely disregard this fear of busting or laddering up.
Yeah.
And Andrian here, I guarantee you he's not happy having King Dark on his direct left.
No.
Who just doesn't really seem to care too much. You know, most players here with the big stack don't want to clash, and they're probably going to fold a hand like King Jack off versus an under the gun 1 open.
For sure they will.
King Dark, no, he's in there.
Well, a beautiful flop. And this is a great example of one of those boards that I said to you. This is a man who, oh my goodness me. Well, I was about to say I would check it over to him because I think he might bet the 10 for me. And that would be a great situation. But now we see actually a disastrous turn card. Dark taking a big lead.
Yeah, pretty problematic here, of course, for Andrian. Don't think we can fold our hand just yet. Half pot sizing from King Dark. One of the problems here is that the most natural bluffs, hands like King 9 suited, King Queen, and us holding a king, not ideal, but I think we're going to have to take one off. Andrian does do so. It's a pretty good card in terms of this should slow the action down, but you never quite know with King Dark. Does go check, check though. We get the bad news. And our resident Enigma scoops a nice medium-sized one early doors. But yeah, this is going to be really tricky, David, for Andrian to navigate against it. You know,
Daniliuk with a cuspy Queen 9 suited. I like the fold. Again, that murderer's row behind is always going to force you into a narrower opening range than maybe you would otherwise. Akimov undeterred. However, King 10 qualifying in his mind. He's going to open this up in the hijack. Cuspy one as well.
Yeah, King 10 off, probably bottom. Akimov also going to be very happy to play in position against King Dark's big, I would suggest. So likely tips the balance here, wants to get in pots with him.
Yeah, Dark with a suited hand here. And does pick up a flush draw, and we've seen him just lead out in these spots before. Obviously, you would expect more to go check call in this situation. King of spades in Akimov's hand, every reason for him to fire a small c-bet too. Interesting to see how King Dark will proceed here. Will he go with the raise or will he just flat?
Yeah, a couple of options open here. Does have a backdoor straight draw to go with the flush draw. You do often see players use these candidates that have a little additional equity. Check raise, but is content to just call. Of course, fine. 10 of clubs turn. Akimov improves now to second pair. Fairly likely to check this one back, David, I think.
Yeah, no reason to bet this spot, I don't feel. If you are, it's sort of one of those advanced blockers. That's
He's going for
the
it.
other idea, isn't it? That you're, targeting a 10x or maybe even a draw that you're going to get a little bit of value from, and then hopefully face a check on the river.
Sure.
Problem is, it opens the door against a dangerous opponent. In this instance, Dark. Just feeling like he has enough of it here. He can hit that gutter or that
Yeah,
flush
certainly can't fold. Interesting point from you, David. For sure could have considered raising here. Feasibly rep all of the 7-8 combos. The 7-8 in his hand. Does brick out though. This is the brickiest of river cards.
Oh, look at this.
It's not never going to work here for this size in.
No. He looks like he's only carving out enough to
quarter
get rid of
pot.
a king queen or a king jack here is the only folds he's going to find.
Yeah, Akimov, too experienced a customer, in my opinion, to ever fold to this. Quarter pot.
No, it's just not enough. It would be a tester if he was to go a big size here.
Sure.
For sure, Akimov could be uncomfortable, but I'm surprised that we're taking this long, to be honest, for this sizing. Unless he's actually contemplating a raise.
I don't think so from the body language. I think he just taking his time, trying to maybe pick up a live read. Did have a short look over at King Dark. I would be shocked if he laid this one down, I must say.
Oh, same. We saw quite a few.
There it is. Flicks it in.
Cheap bluffs from King Dark yesterday as well. He does like to take little stabs in these situations sometimes. Akimov. Maybe by tournament organisers to give the guys a short day yesterday.
Yeah.
I think had we played on, the expectation would have been that we'd have got down to maybe 12, and that's maybe a more normal number for us going into the final day. 17 implies we might have a longer day on our hands today, but that's okay. It will bring play into the later part of the evening and into the night, where hopefully there will be more audience to watch as well. People home from work, tuning in. They might be checking in on us throughout the day, maybe having that little sneaky window open in their offices, just having a little gander at what's going on. But then get to fire it up properly for maybe the sort of 5-handed and beyond after work this evening.
Look, absolutely. Do you want to finish your spreadsheet or finish that email to the boss?
Yeah.
The big cheese? No, you don't. You want to watch the Western Series warm-up final day with myself and Mr. David Lappin. Yeah. Please don't get fired. Disclaimer. As we see Akimov, pocket sevens, runs into the 8s of Daniliuk, who has position. Pretty standard here. Daniliuk wants to see 3. Akimov now out of position, slows it down. Pretty normal so far. These guys, 2 of the more technical players, you might see a little more normal, quote-unquote normal poker strat. Deuce turn, check, check.
Yeah, both might feel like they've just enough to hang on and get all the way to showdown here. I'm not sure we'll see a single chip go into this pot.
Yeah, inclined to agree. There is the opportunity for Daniliuk to just bet very small in position here. Look to sort of get a tiny bit of value from hands like this.
Yep.
7s and ace-4 suited type, pocket 6s. Hand like ace-queen, probably going to call one small bet. It is going to result in check call.
Yeah, and virtually certain to see a check on river now.
Yeah.
And Daniliuk, yeah, that bet functions beautifully as an advanced blocker, and I think very unlikely that we'll do anything other than turn our hand over. It's exactly what's happened, and yeah, nicely played from both. As you said, normal service has been resumed, at least for one hand.
Yeah, it's such a great feeling for Daniliuk there. Isn't shown, you know, a hand like Queen 9 suited or something like this that just pips him.
And he opened off 7 bigs with Queen Jack under the gun and folded to a raise. Now, unfortunately for him, I think it was Ren Lin with pocket 8s. Which is a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But he folded off that. And I just thought instinctively that just doesn't seem right. And I looked it up. King Jack does exactly what he does. Queen Jack doesn't.
Sure.
But that shows you where he's thinking and how he's thinking, and maybe a little exploitative deviation there. I thought that was just very interesting to see, you know, raise folds from under the gun off that stack.
Yeah, something you just see a lot of now, you know, players min-raise folding off, as you just referenced, David, as short as 7 bigs. one of these things where people just really need to wake up with a big hand to continue.
Oh, they
a
really
lot of
do.
the time. We have 2 blockers. Not the worst. Very talented player, Elliot. So we see here, Andrian back at it. Widen in that range as we suggested. Like this from Panagidas, not having it. Comes in with 3-bet. Has gone the small size. Shade under 5 bigs.
Yeah, and there's a very tempting one to flat for Andrian at this price. Obviously, not a hand he's loving, but it is suited. It does have a big card in it. And, you know, yes, okay, out of position is always tricky, but he'll back himself, I feel. I think if this was a raise to 340, we might see a fold, but 280 might induce a call.
Yeah, gonna take the price, David.
And one wonders if Panagidas would have been better served getting more folds than having to play
Yeah, can get tricky now.
a pot where, yeah, like post-flop ICM could very much become a thing by the turn.
Do have position though. 10 at 9-5.
All the back doors in a creative sense here.
Wow, we've gone tiny size in here, sub 20%.
This is a raise candidate. All the back doors, 1 over card, backdoor spades. There's a lot of cards that bring you equity on the turn. That's why you see him have so much. He's got 27% because of all those back doors. He's just going to call and maybe look to stab certain turn cards. If he sees an 8, I was about to say, that's maybe one of them that he can represent, thinking, well, I can have Jack Queen, and does my opponent ever have Jack Queen?
Yeah, this is really intriguing now. Certainly could see a lead here from Andrian. Would make a lot of sense to me. We can start to put the pressure on.
Yeah.
You know, even a hand like kings or queens, sorry, excuse me, kings and aces, excuse me, by the river, gonna start being very uncomfy. We can see though, Panagidas with that jack in his hand, ace jack, can't fold here.
No, he can't fold, but it's so uncomfortable. And Andrian watching him like a hawk, so crucial to pick up any body language tells in a spot like this. How does Panagidas feel about his hand? Is he going to hang on for one call here and then maybe give up on a lot of rivers? You really got to assess that at this point.
Yeah, has to call for sure. Very key river coming. Pot bloating up to a shade under 2 million. Huge river coming. Does brick out. Now, Andrian, can you find it? We have arrived at the river, David, with the very worst hand we ever have. Literally nothing worse gets to the river. Pot behind for Panagidas.
I think a big part of the equation for Andrian here is he's putting his opponent maybe on a hand like kings, and he's thinking, can I get kings to fold? Because that's what I have to do.
Well, he's going to try. He ships it in. What a play from Simone Andrian. Wow.
This will work very quickly against the ace-jack, but if he had kings, what a spot to be put in the blender.
That takes a lot of heart, especially with that 5 pairing the board on the...
You know, it really serves you better to find more folds when you can find them.
Absolutely. Yeah, perhaps a slight error from Panagidas. I think flop also, 20%. I don't think you get a single hand to fold realistically on the 10-9x. As we see King Dark back at it. King Dark, that much of a wizard, David. He's managed to raise less than 2 bigs.
Well spotted. Fantastic spot there. Yes, 115k, an interesting sizing. We'll see if dealer.
I'm not sure if he limped. I'm not sure. We'll
find out in a
get
second.
a look in a minute.
Dealer Berganoff, happy to just flat here, take maybe it in position. Obviously, that could bring in the blinds.
Definitely fine decision. 30 bigs, deciding he doesn't want a 3-bet call. Fine to just go ahead and peel.
Very similar in terms of stacks as the last hand here. Dark can put that post-flop ICM pressure on Tulip Berganoff down the streets. We see here why probably joins the party here with the suited hand. No, lets it go.
I'm a huge fan of Wei. I like how he plays these kind of garbage, I'll call them, suited hands, which we would always defend, you know, earlier in the tournament. When you get down to the final couple of tables, they really start to lose their value. You know, if you get coolered against the nut flush, for example, and you're out the door, really like the laydown. Both players with, neither player with a heart in hand. Tricky spot here for both. Both content to check.
Oh, and a
Yeah,
nice
door-
card for Dark now.
Door is open. From what we know of King Dark, he likes to try and push his way through. When he faces weakness, David, you referenced it earlier. Very reasonable, this.
Yeah, it's a very instinctive game, Dark.
Yeah,
you know,
look at this.
it mightn't be as technical as some of the other guys at the table, but it's very instinctive. It's very back to basics. You know, let's use position well. Let's sniff out weakness, like you just said.
Look at this, though. Tulip Bergenov gonna be sticky. Calls turn. We can see that if Dark can muster one more bet, likely gets it done. Gives up. Tulip Bergenov now takes his showdown. Going to be delighted to see the Jack-8. Perhaps one of the first small misstep
Ways in which players can exploit you, and that's sort of what we're seeing here. We actually saw it in the first frame yesterday as well. We saw this limping strategy, this sort of imbalancing way that he plays work so well for about an hour and a half, and then in the final half hour of that frame we saw guys pick on him. The isolation bets came in, the C bets came in, and he started getting pushed around a little, and I'm sure started maybe questioning the wisdom of the limps.
Sure. Oh, wow. Well, here we go. First major cooler of this final day. Tulip Bergenov, pocket tens. Di Nicola, what a time to find it. 10 bigs. Pocket queens going in. There's no escape here, David, unless someone finds something behind.
No.
10's not going anywhere for 10 big blinds.
Certainly not. And with that, barring a bad beat, we're going to see Di Nicola get back into the mix here, up to 1.3 million. Tulip Bergenov going to fall back to 1.3 million. That will put both players still in the bottom 5 of the 17 remaining players, but both a bit more, you know, both competitive at that stack depth. Obviously 20 bigs, workable for both. Tulip Bergenov just getting a count here before he does the inevitable.
Yeah, he's not folding this one. Just taking his time, making sure. Like to see that. Don't want to make any big mistakes. Here we go. What a spot for Di Nicola. Had all the chips yesterday, has chipped down, but chance here to get back into the hunt. 1.4 million in the middle. 80% to win. Tulip Bergenov looking to run down those queens. Here we go. Jack 7-7. Tulip Bergenov with backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Not the worst flop in the world.
No.
Very bricky turn. Ace of clubs.
We hear Cove in the background, who had the ace-7, of course, of hearts, getting a little perturbed.
2 outs for Tulip Bergenov. Doesn't find it. Di Nicola back in the hunt. Back up to 1.4.
Yeah, both.
Final day here at the Merit Western Series. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the wonderful musings of Mr. David Lappin in the booth. And Tulip Bergenov, Groundhog Day, just lost a big pot with 10s. Did he give the cards back to the dealer? And he used them again. 125 to go. Di Nicola here, David.
I don't see the stack. Yeah, okay.
Asking for a count. Fresh off that double, does have a potential 3-bet fold candidate. We've seen how aggressive he is. No, he likes to use as many of these sort of combinations as possible.
Yeah, I feel like there's a dog barking.
Certainly an option here, David. Make this 5 bigs. I could see it. He's going for it.
Who let the dogs out?
There it
Di
is.
Nicola.
Also chooses this sort of 5 big blind size, shade under. I think this is a lot more reasonable against someone who has 25 blinds, whereas we saw Panagaitis do it against Andrian, who can just peel very wide because he had all the chips. I think this sort of sizing works a lot better. When players are shallower, you know, Tulip Bergenov going to be perceived to mostly fold or shove when starting the hand with 25 blinds.
Yeah, and when it gets back to you, you're not going to love your 10s here facing a +3 bet. It's a very uncomfortable situation, even with a premium hand, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think this just really is all opponent dependent.
Right.
Like I'm not sure how much Tulip Bergenov knows of Di Nicola. We know he's very aggressive in position. Know he 3-bets a lot. He's going to defend.
So stacked pot ratio very shallow here, probably 1.5 to 1.
Yeah, I think I would tend to play this hand as a jam. Has decided to peel. Gets the safe board. 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, if he was trying to fade the ace or king high board, he has successfully done so.
Yeah, Di Nicola now obviously not loving this board. Hoping to just generate a fold from a hand like ace 10 suited, David, potentially.
Yeah.
Something like ace jack, ace 10 suited. Hand like a Broadway holding. Problematically for us, we do hold a king and a queen.
Oh, there is the king.
Not so much of a problem anymore.
No. A gift from the poker gods to Di Nicola here. And exactly the kind of card Tulip Bergenov would have been dreading. Ace king, obviously the big portion of his opponent's range that he was beating on that flop.
Yeah, this feels like the effect of nuts in position. Unless our opponent's trapping us pre with a hand like aces, I don't think Tulip Bergenov's going to open 5s.
No.
Potentially a hand like 7s, I guess, could be in there. Not going to have an 8-9 suited, I don't think. Although you never know in merit.
For that reason, do you ever like a check here?
I don't think so. I think we just want to go ahead and bet again. You know, get value from hands like 8s and 9s. Things like this.
Do we find a non-all-in sizing? There's 2/3 pot behind.
Tricky. You could. But likely jam, I think, if we're going to continue with betting. 2/3 pot starting to get pretty shallow. Yeah, does just send it. Not surprised. And now what do you do, David? This is the problem with flatting the 3-bet pre.
Yeah, you're thinking about the light ones, and obviously one of the light ones is king queen, and that's what has got there. You're thinking about ace 5, you beat that. You're thinking about maybe ace queen, you beat that. That's kind of it, isn't it? Maybe the ace 4 suited.
Ace queen, ace jack, I think, are the normal hands that could potentially try to barrel off on this king. Grim spot. Not great to have this 10 of clubs in your hand. You know, if your opponent had a hand like ace 10 of clubs. 10 jack of clubs, is it really going to go for it pre? Probably not anyway.
I love the artistry here that we've cut the background sound, so it's almost like we're inside the head of Tulip Bergenov as he contemplates this one.
I always imagine the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom. The pressure. Yeah, grim spot here for Tulip Bergenov.
Burning time banks now as well. Looks like there's going to be another one. This is the time to use them, in fairness.
Trying to run through the bluff versus value combos of Di Nicola. Super gross spot. I just don't think we can call, David, really.
No, I think the king or the ace obviously were the disaster cards. One wonders if it had been an ace and Di Nicola does the same thing, blocking ace king and ace queen.
Does get away from it. Well played. Nice folds. Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, against an aggressive opponent, these hands like 10s and jacks started the hand
of the next frame. Mustafov, he's taking pots off Hasbani over there. He's taking pots off State,
our
Romanian player. He is on the move, and he's a dangerous one as well, because he will play fearlessly at a time when maybe fear is creeping in to his opponents.
Yeah, very impressed with him yesterday.
State.
Di Nicola exercising some discretion there. Folds king jack early. Certainly not bad decision to make. 25 bigs to start the hand. Round 2, our chip leader. Andrian ace deuce off. Certainly going to put chips in here from the button. And for the min raise, 160k to go.
And Daniliuk likely to defend this 10-8 suited. As you said there, you know, the 10-3 suited in these kind of hands, maybe versus early position, won't start falling away, but certainly not the suited and connected cards here. They're pretty pure to flat here in the big.
100%.
These guys both fairly deep and both catching a piece.
Yeah, potentially dangerous board for Daniliuk. Ace 10-9. Of course, the chip leader going to be leveraging aggression. Going to c-bet this board extremely often. Our hand far too strong for the moment to do anything but call, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we could certainly lose a couple of streets here if we don't improve here. Daniliuk only facing quarter pot. That's not a bet that will clean out too much of his range. Certainly going nowhere now either. Could have the best hand. Certainly has a live draw. No, almost certainly. Adrian, really does he go for value again, or does he just check here? I think checking's okay.
Certainly going to put some of our worst ace-X into the checking range. You know, if we bet here and get raised, it's a little bit of a disaster. Can still get some value on the river.
Daniliuk going to come out leading. Interesting. Obviously, can have the Jack-8 I've got there. Can have some other draws that are setting their own price while also taking a stab. But it's not really a board he can lead that turn, I feel. Adrian,
not too sure about this. Not too sure about this one.
Maybe fearing facing a very big bet on the turn and really didn't want to.
He's a genius.
He's a genius.
Daniliuk, well played.
We take it all back. That deft lead just teed it up beautifully for you. You set your own price, juiced up that pot to 1.2 million, and now you can fire at will. Although I think Adrian can get away here. It's become a very coordinated board.
Dreadful run out. You know, trying to start finding bluffs here becomes really, really tough. I can't even really think of any natural ones. It'd have to be a hand like 9-6 or something like this that decided to lead turn for some reason. An interesting decision on size, and you know, if we have a hand like 2 pairs here, we probably still want to bet. So I don't think we want to go huge.
No, I like that. I like a smaller sizing that represents 2 pair, because you want a better 2 pair to call. You want ace-jack and ace-10 to call.
Yeah, this is good. Like this a lot. Shade under half. Looks pretty reasonable to me. You know, you can still feasibly value bet a hand like ace-7 or something like that for this size.
Yeah, and I think this is a 2 pair or better bet. Yeah. So you need a good 2 pair if you're Adrian to call. As you said, very hard to find bluffs. No natural ones really. So, oh no!
No, that's first big miss from Adrian. What a start to this final day. Daniliuk just winning pot after pot.
Yeah, and taking them off Adrian as well.
Very surprised.
Players of his talent level with 20 bigs can make serious progress. We've seen him in the winner's enclosure before. We've seen him on a lot of final tables here in Marathon. Well, he's in a great spot now to get to the final table. Although, again, I want to point out to you guys at home, still 17 left. We've been stuck on 17 for about an hour and 20 minutes now of real play. That is somewhat surprising. A lot of pressure now on the short stacks as we quickly race around the table.
We are setting up here, David, for a war of attrition. Yeah, an hour and a half spell or so here without an elimination, a little less.
Yeah, and Daniliuk, interesting there, goes for the limp this time. You know, the raise worked so well against Panagidis. I'm actually surprised he didn't go for it again with the King 4. But that has allowed for a limp pot where he has a gutter and an overcard, but Panagidis, top pair.
He's going to go ahead and start stabbing. As we go to the outer table, looks like all in and a call, David.
Yeah.
There we go, as we see King Queen of Diamonds at risk versus the Ace 9 of Clubs. No help as we lose our first player here on the final day. King Queen unimproved against the Ace 9 of Clubs.
And there's the man we spoke to in the bar
We did.
last night, the Jordanian
Al-Bakir.
Al-Bakir, who is really just loving life. I think did he get in on a 160 quid satellite, he said?
Yeah, amazing. I believe he just never plays tournaments at all. As we quickly cut back to the action here for a moment, Daniliuk playing some great stuff here. Finds the little blocky value bet on the river with the king. I believe the flop went stab call, check, check, turn. Daniliuk motoring. But yeah, we did see actually, I went and had dinner with my fiance, beautiful JDK, and we had dinner with our friend Mr. Neil Barrett, poker stalwart in his own right, and then I met two fine gentlemen at the bar when they finished work, yourself and Mr. Dempsey.
Two men who'd put in a real shift compared to yourself.
Exactly.
Did the full 6 hours.
You put in the hard hours. I was let off with 4.
Well, we're going to work you to the bone today.
Yeah,
don't worry.
today we're in for the long haul.
Well, if these guys refuse to bust, we're in for a very long day. 16 still from the 17 who began 90 minutes ago. Adrian going to maybe get involved here.
Yeah,
a small.
A couple of options were open here. Could certainly 3-bet. Certainly going to call at least. King Dark, 9-4-0.
In there.
26% to win. Wow, trouble ahead. Andrian gonna have to navigate this spot carefully. Real dire shape. King 7-5. Akimov here with the King of Spades working for him also.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot here. Very hard for his opponents to be ahead, proceeding with the best hand and plenty of hands that can come along for the ride here. Adrian, mandatory call here. King Dark, mandatory fold. Let's go to the turn.
Yeah, big turn coming up. This is a blank.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh my days. Case King drills the turn.
Andrian in a world of pain now. There are some opportunities. There are 3 10s in the deck, but in the vast majority of worlds, Akimov is going to win an absolutely humongous pot. And Adrian, who started the day with 8.4 million, may find himself down to 4.5 million, depending on the sizings here.
Yeah, it's going small again. Makes sense.
I do like that.
I mean, we do, you know, it's coming down to what are we targeting here. Don't expect our opponent to have a king very often. We do have the King of Spades ourselves, blocking some flush draws. Kind of targeting hands like a 7, sort of like an ace-7 suited type, ace-5 suited,
Yeah, maybe
pocket
a
eights,
pocket 8s, I was going to say.
6s type holding. Like this from Akimov, content not to put too much money in
Oh
the
my
pot.
goodness me.
Wow, 10 of spades somehow finds its way out of the deck. What a horrific run out.
And he
for
slides it over.
Akimov.
He slides it over.
Has to check for sure. And Akimov, how do you not go for value?
Wow. Is this the end? Akimov
I don't think
goes
so, David. I don't think so.
The flush gets there, so he can't go big, I don't think, anymore. He can probably go half pot, 800, 900, and then...
Is he going to find a wizard?
Yeah.
A wizard check back. But yeah, I'm with you, David. Still a pretty dangerous run out in some respects. And we do want to target these sort of hands that we just referenced.
Well, King
Pocket
Jack is still
eights.
out there.
King Jack is still there.
King 9 might be out there. He's gone very small. Okay, this is... Okay, it's not quite...
Yeah, you've called it. About half pot.
Yeah. I thought he'd actually gone a little south of that. I thought he'd maybe only put out 500 or 600, and that would have been even better for him, because those chips are not coming back.
Oh, what a decision point coming up for Akimov.
He's got the King of Spades in hand. That's quite awkward.
I mean, this is going to be grim. Andrian, of course, going to jam. You have to start trying to work out bluffs, David. What are they going to be? Ace 7? Ace 7 that just goes crazy and tries to represent a boat. Ace 5? 5, 6 suited? It's real tough to find natural bluffs once more. Pocket 8s with a spade, right? nines with a spade. These could be types of hands that go crazy and bluff.
Oh, this is so tough. Has the shove been made?
Wow,
It
it has. This is grim. I don't think Akimov was ever really planning to check back river. Did tank a
No.
little.
But it is a thin enough value bet on the river.
It is.
Like it can be deceptively, it can feel like a stronger hand than it is, but on that specific river.
I'm inclined to agree. Our opponent going to have, you know, a lot of sort of nut flush draws that call flop and turn. We really need him, David, to just be going kind of crazy here with a 7 or a 5 in his hand. Or a hand like pocket 8s with a spade, as I just referenced. Pocket 9s with a spade.
Yeah, I think
Do they really find it enough of the time? This is a critical moment in this tournament. Akimov, not many time banks. I think one left, David.
I think he's going to find the fold. We've really enjoyed watching him play. We've really been impressed by his awareness, his understanding. And I think as difficult as this decision is, and he's burnt his final time bank.
30 seconds to go.
I think he's going to find the fold.
I mean, Andrea and David, right? He's going to have pocket 10s here even still, I believe.
Yes,
doesn't have to
good
get
point.
that in pre for 40. 10s, 7s, 5s, has all of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, King Queen is a thin enough value bet on the river.
King 7 of clubs going to be in there. King 10 of clubs. So there is a lot of value, and the nut flush, right? All going to probably get it in. Not enough bluffs, David. Oh, this is so grim. 4 seconds.
3, 2, 1. Hand is dead.
Wow.
Well played, Akimov. Well played, everybody. Nothing Andrian could have done.
What a hand.
As that hand played out. Absolutely beautiful textbook stuff from every single player. Aki, take a bow. You may have lost a hand, but...
Here we go, David. Sorry to cut you off. Outer table. Basta at risk. We referenced him earlier. Ace deuce. He's still in his seat against King 5. Looks like a double up for John Basta.
It sure does.
Has not left his seat. Apologies there, David, for cutting you off. The excitement is non-stop.
Oh no, well, suddenly we've got a flurry of activity. In fairness, we were begging for it.
Basta hangs on.
Yeah, he had got quite short there. I'm not sure he's much above what he started the day.
You get yourself in some tricky situations as you progress. Got a feel for Krasnilikova. Not finding it. Andrian now, after that King 10. Somewhat steadied the ship himself, David. Had a few tricky spots to start the day, but still has absolute towers. 100 big blinds. Ace 10 off. King Dark there, nice little downshift. Oh. Look at this, Daniliuk.
Well, the wind is very much at his back right now.
Pocket queens in the hijack. Play this a couple of ways, David. Not a mandatory 3-bet. Yeah, I like this a lot.
I do too. I think recognizing he's basically the only person at the table who can eliminate him from the tournament right now. There are plenty of, squeezable options behind, and it's a great spot if he can get one of those in. And he can just play an under-repped big hand in position against a player, and maybe carve out value in other ways down the street as well.
Oh
Whoa.
My goodness.
Whoa.
Oh my word, here we go.
Here we go indeed. Nut flush, gooder, overcard versus top set. If he knuckles over here, Daniliuk may feel compelled to bet himself, but it does look like Andrian's going to go for a sort of holding bet here, 20%er.
Yes, it's like almost just checking in many ways. Don't absolutely hate it. You can target a hand. A pocket pair without a spade is going to immediately have to fold.
Okay, well, we've improved to open-ender and nut flush draw. Definitely a semi-bluffable candidate.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff.
I can see him going big here.
I think so. If we're going to bet, we're going to have to start juicing this one. Target hands, like a King Jack, Ace Jack type holding, right? You're going to really start to put under pressure. Any of those pocket pairs that I just referenced that contain a spade, 6s through 8s, they're all now going to have to fold. Of course, we can see Daniliuk Never folding this one.
It's getting coordinated, which is awkward in two ways. Should he flat, he's pretty much going to have to close his eyes and call most rivers.
I think he'll just call again, most likely here.
I think that's the way to go.
You know, if you raise and get shoved on here, it's you know, not a disaster, but not far from it. Daniliuk does continue with just call.
Speaking of disasters, is there a 9 of spades in the
deck? Oh my goodness, big river incoming, and it's the ace of diamonds. Very tricky now for Andrian. We were bluffing, now we've got there. Are we going to block target hand like king, queen, queen 10, deciding to check?
Yeah, I like the block idea. I actually really like a bet of like 350 here.
Yeah.
I think that services us very nicely. Remember, if our opponent was to raise us in that spot, we could turn our hand into a bluff.
It would have been absurd, yeah.
As it stands, Daniliuk could pick the right number here and get a caller out of Andrian.
Yeah, very easy value bet spot. Very interesting river upcoming.
Give me a sizing
river
here,
decision.
Mr. Headley.
I don't think we go massive.
Half pot?
At like 66%, I could see 1.1, something like this. I don't think we want to go too small. I like 1.1 million would be my sizing of choice.
I think he's chosen 1.1 million.
That's why I'm the best.
That's why he's the best.
That's why Daniliuk is playing very well. Yeah, real fan of this. What a gross spot now. You have to think of hands that could potentially bluff. Not a lot of them in there, Lappin. 9-10. 9-10 suited seems like a stretch. I think your opponent is going to show you a lot of hands like ace-queen, ace-jack here that have improved, made 2 pair.
It is a setty board.
Set of 5s, set of 9s is in there, right? 9s with a spade.
Well, jacks and queens are in there because they are in there. Like, that's also a possibility.
Oh, he did it! He shipped!
Wow!
Oh, my days. What a moment. How many time banks does Daniliuk have? Hand of the tournament in progress. My word, Andrian, bravo to you if it works or not.
Well, we talked a moment ago about the possibility of going for the small blocker to induce, and then you could come back over the top.
Wow.
But he's actually checked it over, and he's still gone for it.
Oh, this is savagery of the highest level.
Give the man, we're going to judge here, if we're going to be the VAR, give the man 14 time banks.
This is sick.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament. This is the biggest moment of the tournament. This is 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament.
Edge of seat stuff here. Daniliuk sick to his stomach. Probably thinks you never get jammed on. How many we can't see his time banks adds to the drama. What a moment. And he lets it go!
Wow!
Simone Andrian with the bluff of the tournament.
The coolest man in the room right now is Andrian.
What a play. What a moment. 10 million chips.
Wow.
I didn't see, I just saw Andrian reaching for it. I thought he was just calling. And all of a sudden, announced
no,
6 million. Let's go.
I guess he just decided, I can check, and if it gets checked back, I have the best hand, and if the guy bets, well, I'm just going to put him in the blender.
Go, yeah.
He can't have the nuts, and I can.
I feel like he doesn't expect his opponent to have his hand as strong as top. Like,
no,
second
definitely
set.
doesn't. Definitely
probably thinks his opponent ace-jack, ace-queen, quite often. Top 2 pair, or like top and middle pair. What a hand. Brilliant.
Yeah, really was a special one.
Tough little spell for Daniliuk, but he'll be more than experienced enough to just recalibrate. Now look at this. All of a sudden, this table exploding into life. Way being extremely tight. Rightly so. Deciding now it wants to play a pot with King Dark. Does have position. Certainly makes some sense if you think that a player can give you action if you make a big hand. Calls with 7-5 suited. Andrian completing with the 6-3. Here we go again. King Dark. Flops trip kings. It's gonna, no deception. Quickly gonna c-bet. Like this from him. Andrian all of a sudden.
Yeah, right.
Has a combination. If he decides to bluff this one, be an ill-advised piece of timing.
And not a man I expect hero folds from.
Does look like check call. Don't mind it.
Nope.
Potentially deciding that he doesn't want to inflate this one. Look at this.
Wow.
7 of clubs and King Dark. Bravo. Snap checks.
Wow.
On the river.
What
is
a
happening
run out.
in this booth? Queen of Diamonds. Another outrageous run out.
Andrian's about to get a taste of his own medicine here. He's going to bet and be faced with a very large raise.
Gonna bet big. Look at this. 800k, I believe. And yes, indeed, King Dark, you have rivered the stones. My goodness. These runouts.
Give me a sizing here. All in seems like too much. I think he's maybe going to find something around 2.5 mil.
I think when Andrian chooses the size, he really starts, his range begins to narrow a lot. Going to have a flush a lot, right? And we, of course, can see that he does have it. Sizing-wise, I think all in is a little too much.
Yeah, all in gets called by King 8, King 7, perhaps.
Yeah, potentially the nut flush, but even
but
that's...
not by flushes, and I think you want to make the flushes your target hand.
Yeah, something like 2.6 million. Hard to find a bluff. This is just wild. My head is spinning.
Loading up the soldiers right now. Not going a big size by the looks of things, just clicking it.
He min clicks.
And we've seen him go small, bluffing quite often.
Okay.
This is as small as he's allowed do. This is tough for Andrian now at this size against this particular opponent. This is tough.
Goodness me. The little eyebrow raise. I think we need to ask these players to or show us their time back. Or maybe not. It's like more dramatic for us.
I'm genuinely wondering here if Andrian's thinking that his opponent could have a hand like Ace-King and just do this. And he's wondering, is it possible that it's value that I'm beating? Again, such is King Dark's. Oh, look at this. He's going to... Oh, no, he's nearly folded and he's thinking about it again.
I think people just don't bluff
well
you.
Played,
done,
Andrian.
sir.
Well played, Andrian.
Andrian putting on a sensational display so far.
Oh, my goodness me.
Big fold.
Big fold.
Folds for them.
They're going to be exceptionally good to watch. And then James Dempsey and Andrew Headley will be back for... What I'm going to expect is some bust outs. I think we're going to have some bust outs in your next frame. It's got to happen, right? 16 left. One bust out in 2 hours.
You would imagine so. You never quite know what's going to happen. It's Andrian. No rest for the wicked. Back in the hunt. Ace-Jack on the button. Penny for the thoughts of Daniliuk. Head must be spinning. King Dark. Jack 6 suited. Says, that's enough for me. He gets Daniliuk now. Very experienced player, David, which he has going for him. You know, you do get these horrible rocky moments in tournaments. This is a little thin for a defend. Perhaps thinking that with King Dark's range being so wide, gonna take the price. King 7, not normally a hand that we want to defend multi-way, but flops top 2. Andrian here with the betting lead. Just ace high.
Might go super small, he might check.
Yeah, finds a nice check. Look at this.
Well, Daniliuk in dreamland right now. Maybe wondering if he can extract more value with the second check.
Yeah, I like this.
Get the...
You just have such a lock on the hand, David, you know, that you allow the button who has give-ups, right? Like Andrian definitely going to be opening pretty wide. He's going to check a lot of hands that have nothing going for them and now delayed bluff.
Yeah, and also an equity denier, really, because, you know, the 7 pairing less likely combinatorically to be a 7. No one showed interest on the king. You know, even a 4 might take a little stab there. So he's sort of just trying to clean up equity in a nice way. We
Yeah,
see
you
there.
can just have the best hand for sure. Put a little tickler out there.
Exactly. Now Daniliuk playing possum here, going to come with a raise here. I don't see anything other than that. It would be a very strange line to just call here and then check over to your opponent once again. I think he's got to pursue some value of his own, out of position in particular. Probably going to make this 350.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. Andrian really is aware. Look how quickly the fold. Very nice.
Beautiful. But these guys are battling.
Really are. Nice little ship steadier there for Daniliuk after a couple of rough hands.
Tough couple of hours for her. We were critical of a couple of spots where arguably she took unorthodox pre-flop lines, but has been basically card dead since. And once again,
5 bigs.
Going to be coming back to 4 bigs now. As we take a quick gander over at the other table, I see pocket queens in the middle
Maybe one bus or no?
on a
Sure double.
Jack 8-5-3 board.
There was
Not quite sure what happened there, but we may have had an elimination.
Did
We
see
may have had a double up.
A couple of towers of white were being counted down. About 1 million in reds. So we see King Dark opens the cutoff. A few options here for Panagidas. This is risky. We have seen that when King Dark raises, David, for the most part, as you said, seems to raise his value and limp the rest.
Such a small size out of position. King Dark, at the very least, going to call here. Might just stick it in.
Yeah, this is dicey from Ace-7 suited. Again, I think I'm just a fan of finding just 3-bet shoves in these spots. Players seem to be reluctant to put all their chips at risk. Now we're out of position. Big flop incoming for Panagidas. And that is not good news.
No.
Queen at 10-4, no clubs. I think you got to give this one up, David. You know, your opponent gonna smash this board.
Yeah, it's
hasn't done it.
Case of good money after bad, and King Dark happy to commit.
Just ships him in. Disastrous turn of events for Panagidas pre-break.
Yeah, Panagidas started the day with 2.7 million. He's going to finish it with 1.1 million, which is just 11 big blinds when he returns. Mentioned there, Krasilnikova going to have 4 bigs when she returns. We have a lot of short stacks. We're going to have a lot of bust outs in the next 2 hours. James Dempsey and Andrew Headley going to preside over, I think, at least 4 or 5 bust outs minimum, with all those short stacks about.
Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of action. There's also going to be some deep stack play. Still, we have some deep stack players.
Of us 2 very high caliber technical players. But you've just referenced it there, James. It's kind of getting to the tipping point now. We only had 1 bust. Speaking of tipping points, here we go. All in outer table.
Well, I do gather it is Akimov. All in with the Queen Jack. And he has spiked a Jack. And will double up. The Nicola, of course, the one paying out. It looks like it's
very close.
Pretty close, right? They're going to count it down.
Going to be crippled, James, if not eliminated.
Well, there you go, left with less than 2 blinds as we're playing 50-100 at this point of the tournament. The man who was chip leading late on yesterday, now left with just fumes. Player again, I mentioned it yesterday, got to call the action when he won the Colossus at the World Series Poker Europe back end of last year. Very aggressive player, kind of lives and dies by it, so he's going to be someone who's perhaps more experienced of having been in that chip lead position and then also having it quickly turned away. It can happen to anyone, but it happens to the aggressive players obviously far more often.
Yeah, agreed. Blind on blind there, it looked like. Ace-8 of De Nicola. Couldn't hold against the Queen Jack of Akimov. He is going to need an otherworldly spin-up to try and stay in the hunt. So we see Haddad here, Ace-King of Hearts, opening +1. Soiree defending the King-10. Let's flop a gut shot.
It's one head of a bucket hat.
It is. Pretty tricky board, James, for an Ace-King of Hearts.
Yeah, certainly is. Obviously, there's not a lot of backdoor opportunity. You still rate to have the best hand a lot. He's gone for a kind of smallish sizing here. It's nice that the 4 doesn't really connect with the board either, but of course, we know the calling range from the big is going to be slightly tighter than, say, if there was 70 or 80 left in this tournament.
Right.
Therefore, the queen nine is a little bit more relevant than it would normally be. Obviously, you are concerned that kind of texture, as we see here. Suarez with a gut shot and an overcard. Go nowhere thus far, but all that in mind, Haddad is potentially getting some value in here. Obviously, if this goes check-check on the turn, it'd be hard for him to realize that value on the river because he'd probably face a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Board pairing 4s. He's gonna
wow.
barrel this one.
Love this. Just going after the 9x, going after those straight draws. He's ahead of the straight draws, but like I just said, if he checks back, is he really going to be cooling off?
Yeah, very nice to deny equity to a bunch of those gutters and open-enders. Maybe low flush draws, hands like this. Put a lot of pressure on them. And yeah, a 9 starts to shrink up considerably. Well played, Haddad. Nicely timed.
Yeah, of course, all those flush draws as well.
Yeah,
Failed
nine
to
five.
mention.
Deuces?
I tell you, bucket 5.
Stick to backgammon.
Deuces?
I have 9 5.
Oh, Nina is out of her seat. Looks like she's found herself all in on the flop with 6-4 on a 10-7 full board against A7. It's a clean run out. She will now make her exit as well. So just like that, we have 2 bust sets. What were you guys doing in here? No one was busting out.
Mate, we said, James, you know, you always time your entrances like a champion, don't you? In for the business end. Yeah, there's lots of shorties now. Going to be a flurry of bust outs. You would imagine lots of shorties. Unfortunate for Nina. She hung on as best she could, James. Really got dealt out on her feature. Yeah, can't hang on. Busts in 16th.
George Panagaitis, of course, the one doing the damage over there, increasing his stack. With 15 left, we have now reached a new page up. $9,850 is the min cash. Basta, 6 blinds, Queen Jack. I haven't seen this man put a foot wrong all tournament.
Absolutely.
1 loss.
Yeah, we did pick him out.
Uscito uno.
As a man to watch. Time to go.
Again.
Chips them in.
Ah, okay, yeah, I was wondering what was happening there. Sort of Faddy was sort of gesturing to Basta, going like,
Sei rimasto con lui.
because I think obviously we're watching that hand, and maybe it's happening now in their time kind of thing, like slight time discrepancy. So he's saying, hey buddy, just wait a second before you go all in, because it looks like she's all in kind of thing. Just kind of nice, but also, you know, it's nice to your table, it's not so nice to the other table, but it just shows the kind of guy Faddy is, I think. Suarez, of course, lurking behind ace-queen. Going to give his man a spin, and a spin he doesn't like the look of.
All in.
Dominated with the Queen Jack.
I had F5.
Yeah, unfortunate here for Basta. Gonna have to get there. We see 26% to survive.
King 10-6. Little increase in hope.
Ready.
Ah.
Deuce. Material. Just an ace or a 9 will keep Basta going.
Jack you win. Ace you win.
And a brick, he will win as well. Another bust out. Basta, 3 in the space of what? Less than 10 minutes here.
Seat open.
We are down to 14 players. Already kind of looking towards that next page up. Comes at 12, and it gives you 12,000. Ah, it is Di Nicola. Looks like tapping the table in a 3-way pot.
He will catch me.
It looks like.
I have this card before. I have the last
Sit open.
Didn't see Di Nicola's
Yeah, when there was the trick. And then before I had the thing before.
hand, but nonetheless, it's the 2 guys who had the big stacks. I didn't notice they got drawn together again, hey?
Yeah. King Dark has had possession on Andrian throughout. Takes that pot down. Unfortunate for Di Nicola. Never really got anything going today. There is our man we just referenced, Albakir. Maybe something to be said, Demps, if you're inexperienced, to just keep your decision simple. Obviously, for us, we think that's a few too many chips to be ripping in. Speaking of ripping it in.
It's one of the, well, yeah, here we go. Tulip Bergenhoff, loving life with his 4 1/4 blind stack. But yeah, I mean, obviously he feels like, probably feels like all these guys are going to be a lot better than him.
Right.
Reduce the decisions, ramp up the variance, kind of, yes, he's going to have to get an above, way above average starting distribution of good cards.
Absolutely.
But that can happen. And also, at this point, he's got 33 blinds. Survival's worth a lot of money. Datto. For 4 blinds and a suited ace.
More than happy to flick this one in. Pretty unfortunate, James, to be up against this hand as strong as queens, you'd suggest, when he has 4 blinds only. Tulip Bergenhoff looking for the spin to 10 blinds.
我操，那这把他如果逼他，我就解释一个门内 jump。
I folded 8-3, I folded an 8, but an ace on the board
咱把那个落后了。
sends Datto into the lead. Tulip Bergenhoff in need of a miracle to survive. Well, that card reducing him to just the solitary out. Only the Queen of Diamonds can get him out of this. That is not the Queen of Diamonds. I like how much Albert is just living and breathing every hand, isn't he? He's seen this and he's gone, well, now there's 12 left. I am now guaranteed $12,000. That was, you know, he was sweating every moment of that 22,200 kind of ladder. Panagaitis is in with ace-3 suited. Up against king-queen, which I believe has turned a flush draw. And a 3 on the river. Was it needed? But it is a brick. We'll see him double up through Akimov. And it looks like a reasonable amount of chips there. Blind machine gunning away. He just did very well.
Folds to Datto here. King Jack and the hijack. Pretty strong holding, 6-handed.
200,000.
Comes in for the min raise. I love Albakir's mannerisms. Emotion written all over his face.
Yeah. Enjoying every moment of it.
Very easy to root for.
Yeah.
Round 2, good, James. Problematic. Jack 10 off. Half of his stack committed here. Close to it.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
Flicking.
Try and make
one
something.
more. Just, you know, there are some flops he's going to have to fold, but most of the flops he's going to go on. I think as soon as you see the 9, you know he's probably going.
And 9 of diamonds. Very nice first card to see. Not so good behind.
I guess he's just trying to work out here whether he's can ever make anything fold by jamming, and that can include worse hands, because you certainly do want to deny equity to a hand like, say, well, I guess 7-8 is not going to fold, but even I actually struggle to find hands that could be in there. But you know my point. He's happy to deny equity, but then you balance that with maybe Datto just is happy to check it down with a weaker hand as well, knowing that he's never going to fold. You've got to balance that out. Datto here facing the bet. Taking a bit of time. He just asked how much it is, and he's going to find out it's just half pot. He's got 2 overcards, doesn't he?
I would be shocked to see a fold here. Of course, we can just still be good.
Yeah. He's never good. It's one of these situations. Just taking his time. They're playing for a lot of money. I have no qualms with people taking a bit of time just to run it through in their head. You can get tired. It's day 4. You get frazzled. You think it's 2 blinds, but then I've done it before.
I've done it
I was
many
actually
times.
4 blinds, or
Yeah. Bad news for Gu. Sees he's dominated. Needs to find a 10 or some kind of backdoor.
just the 3 outs.
Good game.
Good game indeed. $12,000, but no more for Gu.
See you next tournament.
There you go. See you next tournament. That's how it is.
Anything, James.
Yeah.
You've been so...
Well, we're conditioned to get into this stage and just keep yourself level-headed because ultimately you don't really want to be getting emotional whilst you're playing. But at the same time, you've got to enjoy them.
I love to see it.
I know I shouldn't, but I do get overly excited at these kind of points just because that's what we play the game for, the love of it.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not always just about the money.
Interesting spot here, James. Soiree, 45 bigs deep. Type of hand, right? You don't want to 3-bit fold this hand ever. Don't mind the peel here. Yeah, quite like this.
I like the peel too. You keep a lot of the dominated stuff in.
Absolutely.
You kind of keep the pot small against the other big stack at your table.
Yeah.
You don't mind if the big blind comes along here because they can call a lot of dominated stuff. And you're going to get to pursue with King Jack on a lot of boards even when you miss, such as this one.
Yeah, certainly can't be folding here versus small bet. Hand figures to still be good a large amount of the time.
That's a small bet, all right.
Yeah, pretty normal. One big blind size in here on the ace-8. Stafov just targeting some potential jack high, queen highs without a backdoor that'll just fold.
Yeah.
Obviously not too many hands will fold. But
no, but yeah, certainly the queen, 10 of hearts.
Yep.
Those kind of hands certainly go there. But you also, of course, give yourself options to fire multiple barrels. Say if you turned ace-6. Oh, sorry, we're back. Welcome back to the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino and Spa here in a very early evening in North Cyprus. Myself, James Dempsey, alongside Andrew Headley, and we have set our final table. What a little spectacle we have ahead of ourselves.
Too good, mate, I've got to say. You guys aren't privy to this, or maybe they'll see it when the coverage starts. A little final table intro.
Oh, yeah.
The Western Series theme. We got our team out in the streets setting that up. It was good fun to watch for us. Yep, final table is set. Final 9 Demps finally getting down to... Oh, and we did say it was coming. It's business time, baby.
It is business time. And just a quick glance at the counter. You will see them in a moment. But it is King Dark, the man who's been kind of the star of the show over the last 2 days. Yeah. He is the overwhelming chip leader in this one. So the guys have got their work cut out, of course. For those of you who weren't with us, we lost Gao Wei in 10th, and just a fraction before that, Sari Haddad finished in 11th place. We are now guaranteed 16,000. We are just moments away from getting things down to Morbutas to introduce our final table.
Ladies and gentlemen, what could be the better feeling to start new, fresh year than to come to the place where you call the second home and enjoy the game you love the most? At least 282 players did so, and with an addition of 164 entries is a total prize pool of staggering $820,000 was formed, including the first one. It takes $165,000, and we're down to final 9. So it's perfect time to meet our 9 finalists. Seating the first, he's the guy who has amazing results in main poker events lately, crushing the final tables. With 4.2 million in chips from Bulgaria, let's meet Fahreddin Muz. Start the year with the phrase we all the time hear once again. Could be the year of Romania, as we have in the second seed, 6.2 million in chips, is Sorelle! Shortest, 2.2 million in chips, representing Kazakhstan, is Bojan Akimov! we have very mysterious chip leader, a commanding one. 12.8 million in chips, it's King Dark. Probably it's not the accident the guy who's sitting in the middle represents Cyprus. No matter of fact, he's the shortest with 1.2 million in tournament value. It's Georgi Panagides! The guy who's sitting in 6th place, he already gave us the most beautiful moment of this warm-up tournament so far. So maybe we can expect from him more. 4.7 million in chips. It's Italian, Simone Adrian. The guy who is 7th here, he finished the year in amazing fashion. He was the 2nd in EPT Cyprus main event for more than $650,000. And he's back here to show what he's got. Let's meet Andrea Dato. Talking about the great results finishing 2023, we have the runner-up of the warm-up event during one of the last Gangster Series. He got 123,000 for the very last warm-up event. And now he's back in 8th seat to finish his job maybe this time. It's Andrei Danilou! And the last but not least, because he's making history for himself, and it's Kuwaitian who has 2.5 million in chips, and for sure it'll be the biggest tournament he made his appearance there. It's Kusai Al-Bakir! So guys, don't be afraid of the blood, huge falls, and forget about ICM. Just enjoy your cowboy story here in Western Series. And dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
Well, there you have it. Players introduced in the very specific Milbutesh style. And what an incredible intro that was. And the music to go with it, Andrew. You were loving it.
I'm absolutely pumped. Felt like I was actually out there in the Wild West myself. Milbutesh, never change, my friend. Did you see the chip counts? King Dark.
Oh, yeah. That's the lead.
12.7 million demps. 29% or so the chips in play. And a bit of bunching. Soiree, 2nd place. Little gap.
As we sort of now get to look at it, we do still to see the 3 the shortest stacks, but 18, 20, and 20 blinds. Then, of course, you've got the next 4, all bunched within 5 blinds. Adrian separated a little bit from the pack, but obviously it is King Dark who can really set the tempo here. But from what we've seen of him over the last couple of days, he's not a big front runner. He will play a lot of the pots, but from what we've seen, not really going to put people too much to the test. Certainly pre-flop. He gives it a go post, for sure.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic for us, Demps. As you just referenced, King Dark, he limps a lot. We know that that's his, overriding dominant strategy. Whereas at an FT here, where he can leverage pressure on all those mid to low stacks, I'll be intrigued to see if he gear changes and starts open raising a lot more to put the pressure on rather than limping.
Yeah, it would be nice if he did. Certainly would suit him best, you would think. Just a few seconds away from getting things back underway. little lineup we have here for the first final table of the year at Merit. Who will take down this warm-up? Color theory dictates that the man in seat 2 will be the current favorite. Highest value chips are the greens.
It's a fascinating lineup for me. You look at, there's some very accomplished technical players. Akimov there, you can see in seat 3. Daniliuk, who came second in the Gangster Series warm-up. Dato to his right there, who came second in the APT Cyprus.
Yep.
Milbutis was announcing. And a couple of wild cards in King Dark and our man Albakir, playing one of his first ever tournaments.
Yeah.
He is on the short stack. He's going to have to get busy, but very excited to see what happens.
Certainly potential Cinderella story there. I think if you're a neutral, the one you're hoping gets a good run at this.
Massively rooting for him, I can't lie.
Look. First hand of this final, following from +1. As we get a little look at how the seat draw falls out. Mustafov in seat 1, but kind of not the best seat, with Soare behind, obviously very accomplished. Akimov the same, and then of course the chip leader behind there. So not the best seat draw, but you can't have everything. He's got 5 million chips on a final table. Here we go, King Dark kicking off the final with a limp. Panagaitis going to complete with ace-4 from the small. Perhaps options there, even just a jam for 20, because we know that the range is so wide. Andrian, the man who did have a big lead himself, has drawn perhaps a better seat. Finds himself in position here, and look at this. Going to punish this limp straight off the bat.
Yeah, I've been impressed with his awareness of, what is happening at the table, trends. He knows that King Dark is limping extremely liberally, electing just to take the option here to bump this one up and take it down pre. Andrian, we saw execute the biggest bluff of the tournament in that fantastic hand against Daniliuk.
Yeah, you were in love with that one.
Oh, it was an amazing hand. Turned that pair of aces with the ace of spades on the 3-spade board into a check raise all in bluff. There's our man Daniliuk. Managed to get Daniliuk to fold a set of queens. It was difficult to blame him. His played was a very scary spot. He's still comfortably in the middle around about 40 bigs.
It breaks the tension.
No attention.
Here we go, Demps. He's King of Hearts under the gun.
Yeah, obviously, as we mentioned, it's one of these stacks here that's not really encouraged to play any hands, certainly from under the gun.
Yeah.
Of course, ace-king going to play, and it looks tight. It looks like a strong range, because it is a strong range from that seat. And Albakir in the next seat with 20 blinds says he wants to run it with ace-queen. Hard to fault that, even though we are up against the perceived very tight range.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Albakir. Daniliuk should be pretty tight, but still experienced enough to find some lighter raise-fold type candidates.
Count, please.
Fortunately for Albakir, he's just run straight into it.
There's still going to be some hands that are going to raise fold from the seat. Daniliuk will give his man a spin. Albakir gets the bad news. He's in dominated. Needs to find a queen.
Right off the bat here at the final, all in and call. Albakir gonna have to get there. He's gonna be out in 9th.
10-9-6. So far, so good for the experienced man. Albakir playing the biggest tournament of his life. He's on the final table. Not dead yet. 3 outs become 4. He tapped the table, so Jack will get it done. Now, the tap is real. Albakir out. Second hand of this final table. A fun ride he's had.
Thank you.
I'm sure he'll be very happy with the return and the performance. And he'll be coming back for more, no doubt, after that. A little taste of how much fun these big tournaments can be. He gets $16,500 for his efforts. Perhaps had the most animated walk-on as well. He was really leaning into that, wasn't he?
He was firing the air guns, getting ready to gunsling at the FT. You did reference them. Cinderella story of Albakir, unfortunately, won't be going to the ball on this occasion. But 9th place, fantastic run, you know, for the rookie. And yeah, we wish him luck rest of the series as things progress. Pretty unfortunate spot Demps from really there. 20 bigs, fairly inexperienced, wants to take those strong starting hands and send them in. Just runs into, unfortunately, a hand that pipped him.
Dark coming in with an open. We'll change of strategy. And one I like to see, as we mentioned at the top of the final table, it'd be nice to see him leverage this position. And this is, you know, very worthy hand to do this with Datto looking down at 210s. And this is where things get a little different because you're up against a man who doesn't really raise that often.
This is the problem, yeah, for Datto. Like, normally I think we're fairly content around about 34 bigs against a chip leader. Might just run it with 10s. But yeah, a little concerned that King Dark normally raises his stronger hands and limps the weaker holdings, deciding to just take a flop. Can't really fault it, Demps, against the villain.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same camp as him here. Again, ICM, such a factor at this point at the final table. One of those sort of basically tied for 3rd in chips, doesn't want to be busting out here and sees a disastrous ace, king, queen flop. King Dark obviously going to c-bet this board. That does have a cut shot, of course, to Broadway, but maybe see him just kind of relinquish this against what we know is a tighter range in King Dark's, or what we perceive here in the booth to be a tighter range, as we see it as Jack 8 this instance. But I wouldn't be expecting 10s to be good here ever.
Agreed, and I wouldn't even mind to see a fold. It's one of these, even if you do make your hand,
right,
you're not necessarily going to get paid right on the 4-liner. Of course, a spot that for chips I think we would definitely call, but at this final table with a bunch of shorter stacks, Datto follows your advice, just gets out of the way.
Yep, nice fold, well played by both.
Now, will we see King Dark fully change strat? You said you wanted to see more opens. Does find one there. Be intrigued to see if he continues aggression rather than default into the limps.
Bel flop per TT.
Two Italians nestled together. Yeah, really wasn't his flop. Don't need to speak Italian to know that's what was being said.
Go on.
King Dark does go with limp, Queen 10 of spades. Another hand Demps we'd normally expect just to see a raise.
Yeah.
Just allows Mustafov to realize equity and take that one down. Bluffing with the best hand, gets it done.
Yeah, interesting. I thought when we saw the raise from Jack 8 might be the catalyst for the change in style.
Really is going to be fascinating to see if he can gear change. You know, with such a big stack, Demps, we know how much you can really somewhat abuse the rest of the players and not allow them to breathe. But if he does continue to limp, it's going to allow people to get in the mix when they normally wouldn't. Well, we've got our answer, I think, James. Sticking to the limps.
Yeah, with a hand that certainly warrants a raise.
I guess on the positive side, it's going to be so difficult to range him, right? Just almost an impossible task. He's limping hands as strong as ace-10.
It's funny how good does that feel now about calling with 10s and just check folding ace, king, queen when he's seen his man now limp a bunch of hands after that. Albeit was actually bluffed. Mustafa finding second pair on the 10, 9, 8, but it is King Dark with top, as you say, just hard to range him. Checks around to him, he's going to bet. What are you going to do? Can't fold a pair.
I mean, on a board this coordinated, though, Dems, it feels pretty grim, right, in Mustafov's seat.
Wow.
I don't hate it, you know. Still got Soiree attack behind. Bunch of guys on sort of 10 to 15 blinds. He's so tricky. King Dark. Soiree probably wants to get involved here, Dems.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what we're posturing here.
No, I don't think we can continue with this hand.
Yeah, it's a limping range. He's stabbing, and we know he stabs a lot in position, but a lot of the hands that he's going to play are going to connect with 10, 9, 8.
Agreed.
Very, very few hands that have nothing on this board.
Yeah.
So that Mustafov adjusting there by folding second pair with a second nut kicker. So.
Yeah, I like that from Faradine.
Yeah, it feels too tight to me, but I think our man's betting like worse than that for value.
Yeah. Perhaps just thinking out of position, so many bad turns for our hand.
And maybe Mustafov's looking at this as well, obviously. Looking at this farm table, perhaps thinking, this isn't going to play like a lot of the front tables are making high rollers.
Right.
People may be willing to bust too early. I'll just go chip preservation, ladder up, make a lot of money that way. Just a reasonable adjustment, I think. Panagaitis, ace, queen. This is a reasonable hand to raise with. What are those sub 20 stacks?
Should get this one through. Akimov is a defender. This hand certainly too weak on a final table. See the bucket hat there of Soiree. A bold look.
Mr. Mark, 550 Texas is open. Mr. Mark.
One of our friends, Steve Warburton, loves a bucket hat. You don't often see them. You don't often see them nowadays. It's a bold fashion choice.
I won't say on air what I call Warbs when he's wearing his hat.
Oh.
Bucket hat, something that rhymes with hat.
Got it. Akimov sends it. Demps, pretty standard stuff. Round about 17 blinds, ace-8 off. Certainly don't want to just raise against a player like King Dark who can liably defend any two. Just takes it down pre. See there Simone Andrian under the gun. Very up and down day. Did see him execute that amazing bluff. And when he left the feature table, Demps, you weren't in the booth, but he was on around 9 million. It's chipped down considerably. Down to 4.8, still in the mix. Dato here, +1. Raised with ace jack. King Dark finds pocket tens. Deciding just to call. 3-bet would have been a consideration. Panagaitis, little out of line here, Demps, completing King 8 off. Not a huge fan of this hand that's not going to play well three-way. But what do I know? Top pair for Panagaitis, but trouble potentially brewing. Dato with the nut flush draw and an overcard. King Dark with a pair with a club of his own. One of the problems, James, I think about defending this hand three ways. How do How do we navigate this post on a 3-club board? And he's going to lead.
Interesting. Line, of course, from the big blind does get to have probably the most flushes. We know all the sort of suited cards are going to defend that seat. But he does open himself up to getting lied to. Datto with the nut club.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that this is something we want to be doing too often. You know, leading here into 2 fairly undefined ranges at the moment. Datto should be pretty tight here from +1.
Call.
He's going to proceed with call.
Yeah, it keeps the options open. You keep in Panagaitis if he's drawing with a weaker club. You also keep King Dark in here with a hand like this, perhaps, that we can see only has 7% equity.
Yeah, he's going to pick up 2 calls here and not going to feel good about it.
No. Certainly not. Obviously a king with effectively no kicker.
Suggests some options here for Datto. Wow, Panagaitis really going to bet again.
Thinking about it. He has pot behind.
This would be pretty sick. Wow, he sends it down.
Wow.
That is pretty sick.
That's a shove and hope, isn't it?
That is, you would think, a jam and hope for the best. I would be terrified in his seat there that we could already be drawing dead.
Yeah, both of his opponents could have a better king. Both of his opponents could have flipped a flush.
Pretty wild. You can see he is correct. Look at this, Dem's going to deny equity to 2 hands that have heaps of it. Panagaitis gets the job done.
MPO.
That really was MPO in a nutshell. It can be so tough to get a read on some of these players. Typically will not see a lead there jam turn, but Panagaitis marching to his own beat. Huge pickup for him. Not far off doubling up there without showdown.
Yeah, I mean, you're shoving pot on the turn. It's a huge pickup. And both opponents fold.
Yeah, pretty frustrating for Datto there, I think.
Yeah, what's that like if Datto's just now with like King Jack of Hearts? What's he going to do there?
Probably folds.
Right.
To be fair.
So horrible.
Yeah. I don't even think you could be thrilled with a hand as good as King Queen. Probably don't fold that one though.
Ah, yeah. I mean, top 2 are beating all the other 2 pairs, right? Yeah.
Sure.
You got it, you got it. Mustafov sort of has it. 2 blinds with 6s. Notice he's slipped back to the min raising now. Obviously, he was going slightly larger when we're playing short-handed because you kind of want to get more folds. The price of poker is so much more. But here he's going to have a smaller sizing because your raises get a lot more respect.
Yeah, certainly a feature of final tables. Lots of min raising goes on, especially in the early going. Andrian going to defend 6-7 of spades.
An ace-queen 5 board. Neither like to see it, but one certainly has a range advantage.
Yeah, typically going to be c-betting this board. Very, very high frequency. It's going to be one and done.
Players in the multi-way, you're going to start taking your seat. It's 2 minutes remaining on your break.
Yeah, Mustafov, probably the most accomplished of this final table, but there are some players with some pedigree in this final table. You see 2 of them there.
Yeah, we've done a lot of streams with Daniliuk involved. Been very impressed with him always. He never seems to get flustered. You know, very patient, unruffled character. Remember when he came second in the warm-up at the Gangster Series? Really was dealt out for large swathes of the FT, faced 3 bets when he was light, never let it get to him, laddered up all the way to second.
Yeah, that was a good performance for him there, eventually losing to Govorov.
As we see here, a raise from King Dark, maybe a limp.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Yeah.
Andrian content to complete the ace-5 suited.
Again, like, it would just be nice to see King Dark leveraged. Had one raise this far on table with Jack X suited. Maybe that was just his hand.
Maybe that's the one.
Jack X's. Jack 3 deuce. Some interest for Andrian with the gut shot. Backdoor nut diamonds. And ace high. He's going to check and face 2.5 blinds. Certainly won't want to go anywhere just yet. And be aware now, as most, that King Dark does have a habit of stabbing some no equity in these kind of spots. We have seen it before, so certainly want to be keeping him honest here with this ace high.
Yeah, very much a feature of King Dark's play. If you check to him, he will fire.
Swift check back with that showdown value. I wonder, Andrew's just going to think he's got the best hand here a lot, be willing to check it.
Yeah.
And lose to the pocket pair.
Yeah, hand a little too good to turn into a bluff.
Right.
You're never thrilled. You think, right, I might lose to occasional better ace high or some little mini pair like King Dark had, but I'm not going to bluff this one.
Yeah, you know King Dark's in there with sort of 6-7 offsuit that's just going to give up and check back. So
he really is a perplexing character.
Yeah, it's fun having to watch these cerebral players having to, as we always say, adjust to MPO from their GTO backgrounds and figure out the best way to play against these styles. And it's kind of amusing to me as someone who's been playing poker for a long time that, you know, back when I was cutting my teeth, there were players playing with a variety of different styles, and kind of, it's how I remember playing poker. And then the last 10 years, we've certainly navigated, graduated to everyone playing pretty similar. Differences are far more nuanced now, but it's nice when you come here and see this, and these really high-level players maybe haven't played too many games like this.
It does show you as well that, you know, I'm sure there'll be lots of people watching the stream and thinking, oh, why is he limping loads? Come on, you got to raise, you got to raise. But players, like you just referenced, James, they don't face this ever really.
Yeah.
And it can be really difficult when you're at the table. If you're looking at a guy who's playing too many hands, you can't range him. It's tough.
So, all right. Raising things up with 2 sevens from +1. Andrew deciding he wants to have a little look with this Jack 10 suited. Such a delicious looking hand on the button. And now Datto in the small. Well, obviously a hand that does play well, but in the small blind with a button peel, we can be dominated so easily, can't we? And to the opener as well, of course, from +1.
I think typically just a hand we're going to bin. It's a little frustrating, but 26 bigs. Datto experience, recognizing lots of reverse implied if we peel.
It's almost one of those hands you look at it and think, oh, what's going to happen here is King Dark's going to limp. I'm going to get to see a flop with King 9 suited, and suddenly it all goes differently.
Absolutely.
Danilio with the ace 5 suited in the big blind. One would imagine would look to just call this for one more blind.
Yeah, beautiful little holding.
Yeah,
One BB price.
Like semi-disguised, isn't it, when you've got a hand as strong as this?
Oh, wow.
Huge flop for Andrew, and not a bad-looking one for the bucket hat. Sevens, great to be best here. Vast majority of the time.
Yeah, this is really tricky. Can go a couple of ways here. Elects to check.
Right, recognizing that Andrew does, of course, have some Jack X, the suited Broadway combos also, maybe 8s and 9s.
Definitely
these kind of hands.
them, yeah.
I
could maybe have gone for a little potential equity denier. But I like check.
And look at this. Just suspiciously small bet, 200k. But it does look like this is one of those kind of things, just trying to pick up against the garbage, right?
Yeah, button when checked to here. You see lots and lots of quarter pot type sizings. In the land of theory, you know, we get a good price on our bluff here with our weaker kind of holdings. Of course, Swari can't go anywhere here with the overpair to the 6.
And a bad card for him to see in that it brings no additional danger. Andrew, of course, now will feel he's got a fish on the hook.
Yeah, green light here to continue building the pot.
I mean, this is the dream scenario, isn't it? His opponent's got one of these pocket pairs. Obviously, any jack his opponent's open with is going to be better than his. Of course, all the pocket pairs are going to struggle to fold here. And again, he's gone for kind of a small bet. Is this trying to knock out some clubs, perhaps? The the theory of what this could be.
I think also when he bets so small on the flop, Swari now is going to have to continue with all of the sort of ace-queen, ace-10 potentially even with the ace of clubs, right? So his flop continue range gets a lot wider. So, you know, it's not like we're only targeting the pocket pairs. So we can still bet small again, I think. Seems nice from Andrian, especially against this particular holding.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's plenty of sort of ace-x of diamonds that reach this turn as well. Obviously can't call a second bet, so certainly reasonable to have some bluffs here. Goes for that smaller sizing. Is that a check raise?
It is.
2 green chips going in the pot. Millie. Now, all that said, Andrian suddenly starts to feel a little bit gross with the Jack-10 kicker, right?
It's very intriguing. I mean, maybe a function of the sizings being so small. Like Swari's just thinking to himself, I'm going to try and...
Right, try and shut this down here.
Yeah.
Kind of find out where I am. If someone's willing to bluff me in the spot, then good luck to them.
Absolutely.
And
Andrian not thrilled. Of course we're going to call.
I'd be pretty sick now, because I'm not expecting the 7s, 8s, 9s, aces, kings, anything that's raised me here.
Yeah, okay.
It always plays calls. Club comes on the end, and that's kind of the perhaps one natural bluff would be the club draws. So even worse now for Andrian. I wonder if Swari ever just says, well, I've come this far, I've kind of played this kind of odd, but I guess I bluff.
He shuts it down, Demps. Yeah, he might have considered having to turn it into a bluff. Maybe target a hand like 8s.
Right.
Something like this, Demps, like an 8s or 9s or 10s to try and get them to fold. Or even a jack, yeah. Even just a naked
Jack 10.
jack. Absolutely.
He's going to hate life. As it is, Andrian thinking, but I can't imagine he really wants to do anything but check this back.
I like it.
He might be thinking, oh, maybe he's got aces here or something, you know, like done some bizarre line.
9 jack.
Could get some value.
Yeah, it feels like when you bet, you might just potentially value on yourself, Demps, against the ace jack and king jacks of the world, Interesting hand. Very non-standard turn check raise from Swari. Nice pickup for Andrew.
Yeah, it developed to such a standard hand. I was almost saying this is like 3 of the kind of established pro players at the table playing out a normal one, but then we saw a deviation.
Yeah, really strange turn, sort of turn decision. I mean, was he just bluffing, trying to fold out a better pair, or are we just denying king, queen of diamonds that stabbed flop and decided to keep bluffing? Sort of intriguing one. Normally you would just see check call, I think. Swari has played very well thus far. Interesting one. Akimov. Can you use a suited ace as a steal? +1.
Staff off looking down at 7 deuce suited. Now, of course, if we were 50 players left, we might look to defend the 7 deuce, even though it's that bad a hand. But with the suited concept, of course, on a final table, we do have to defend that much tighter. The ever-aware ICM. Although our man Milbutesh did encourage everyone just to forget about ICM and go for the win. This is standard final table patter.
This is it. It's always fun for us in the booth when somebody just completely disregards it, then says, you know what, I don't care. I don't care about getting 6th. Let's go. Let's go for the win.
Yeah, I predict this. I mean, as was always the case when you get a final table with a big chip leader, the way it's going to go is dictated so much by that player. And King Dark having the lead, but not looking to leverage the position, limping a lot, says to me that this final table could go a very long time. This could be really cagey between the rest of them. Andrew, and again, like a spot here, obviously would usually look to ISO. Look at this. I was thinking we'd limp behind. Doesn't even want to play the ace-9 suited.
Yeah,
that surprises me.
Feels a little tight to me, and he hasn't been tight whatsoever.
But this goes to show you, these are the sort of hands that Yeah, this could go a real long time if King Dark just kind of preserves that chip lead but doesn't leverage. It's kind of hard to see how players are going to bust out bar some sort of cold decks.
Yeah, completely agree. It really is just going to change the matrix, so to speak. Soiree, though, deciding, I'm going to ISO.
Yeah, and
this is a strong holding for King Dark as far as his limps go.
Right. This is the thing. So Soiree's thinking, obviously, almost certainly got the best hand here. King Dark has raised some hands, tends to raise the good ones, so you can kind of eliminate him having anything better. Almost, not necessarily. You know Mustafov is not super strong here, so your short nines are best, but obviously very hard to play that hand three-way. Wants to define, probably expecting to get two folds there, but certainly expecting Mustafov to fold if King Dark does call.
Sure.
So he's got himself in that situation, but he is kind of playing blind, as it were, out of position against this super wide range.
Yeah, I was wondering if he would ever consider shoving pre. Like, it does seem like a lot, but I really wouldn't have minded it for shade over 30 blinds.
Yeah, I hear you.
You do avoid this situation. We can see that he should get it done with a small continue.
Yeah, terrible flop for King Dark.
Of course, uncomfortable for Soiree, but...
Yeah. Just betting, hoping for a fold, even though you've got a decent hand.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can't even rule out your opponent having a 3 or a deuce here.
Absolutely not. We haven't really seen King Dark do any incredibly insane floating or bluffing.
Yeah, his bluffing and betting post-flop has always been kind of orphan pots, isn't it?
That's it.
He's not pounced on others' aggressions.
Look at
wow.
this! Look at this! Oh, you love to see it.
Wow, we build it, and he comes out with the move. What is this?
This is pretty sick.
King Dark limped pre, as he does with almost all his hands.
How can he raise?
Flats the raise from the big blind. Gets c-bet into an ace deuce 3. King Jack of diamonds, no use to this board, no backdoor, no hope. Just casually slides in 9 red chips.
Wow, and Soiree Demps just feels sick to his stomach here. I mean, how can we continue, even though this doesn't make much sense?
But it doesn't make much sense, but you just
Look
got to go, okay,
this.
I haven't seen you do this.
King Dark.
Show 2 for the camera.
Enigma.
Why a bluff?
Bluff. Show.
No? Cannot show. You can't play with me. That you see, I bluff or not?
We did say Demps.
Bluff for
We
sure.
wanted to see
What
some
is
kind
that?
of gear change. What a
Didn't
bluff.
hear, what is
No, I must figure it out. I never bluff.
No bluff? You know I see later, yeah?
Camera maybe not good. You remember, huh?
And Mustafa was angling for him to show the card, saying, oh, this is a
King.
bluff. But I don't think he actually
King
believes
high,
it is.
yeah?
I think he was
Yeah.
just wanted to see what it was. Dato popping his head up. And then open this Queen Jack offsuit. And Mustafov with a suited ace on the button. Eyeing up the stack, licking his chops somewhat. Perhaps thinking of sneaking in one of those tickle 3-bets. And that's what he's reaching for. I like it.
Me too. Dato, a very nice person to do this against, I think, in terms of the fact he'll have enough raise folds. Queen Jack going to be one of those. Can't continue. Well played from Faradine. Wow, King Dark, what an enigma. It really is a treat to witness.
I mean,
like, who finds that? Who finds that limp call 5x? Bluff the ace 3 deuce. Looks kind of smashing Soiree's
right.
ISO
Soiree just
range,
has all the
right?
big aces.
Crazy.
Probably has some bad aces as well. Like,
yeah. Really amazing.
but it goes to sort of like King Dark can have all sorts of nonsense there. He's the kind of guy who can. He can have ace deuce, ace 3, you know, any ace. Can have 4-5.
Yeah. You've got to tip the cap to the bravery there, raising into that action. Great stuff.
$250,000.
Here we go, Demps.
Yeah. Dato going to get 3-bet again. Going to feel somewhat picked upon. This will be a test for him. The composure. He's over 20 blinds still. It's okay to have some raise folds.
And from the button both times, whether he will read too much into that, I'm not so sure. Very experienced player, I find that unlikely. The old, oh, now what?
I wonder if King Dark ever throws a spanner in the works here with appeal. He likes to play hands. He certainly likes to play suited Broadway. Usually, from what I've seen, get dissuaded by the fact there's a 3-bet in front of him. There he goes, flicks it in now.
Oh my goodness.
This suddenly gets so much harder, doesn't it, for Dato, because now there's like almost like a 600k overlay.
Yeah, this is arguably bad news for Dato. If he thinks that Soiree can be light enough, this pot has been juiced by King Dark.
Yeah, and he may feel, obviously, if he were to jam here, he could get Soiree to fold out a bluff, and
Called by
King
worse.
Dark would call with worse, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's like a value slash bluff jam, weird scenario.
This is incredibly tricky now.
Well done.
Well done. Finds it.
I do like that. I think he's passed the test there in not getting too flustered, recognizing that there's going to be some crazy action in here. Ladders are important on final tables. Don't need to push my edge here. There will be better spots. As it is, 6-6-4. Soiree loving life. Last time these two saw a flop, he got bluffed. This time he's saying, have a go.
He's not folding this one, Demps.
I'm ready for you.
Typically going to go very small, I would say. Super dry board.
Yeah.
We can get this in across 3 streets against a pocket pair of King Dark, for example.
Gone quarter pot. Might even see him just exploit, go even smaller, just so King Dark can fold nothing.
I mean, do we ever check? Just thinking about it, we know that King Dark likes to bluff, right? When you show weakness.
I can get on board with a check.
There's only really an ace to be concerned with, I think. And even then, you've referenced it, King Dark's range so wide, even calling the 3-bet.
Yeah,
Cold
I do
calling.
like that. Yeah, maybe a check.
I think I quite like it. I like it because he had Queen Jack of Spades.
Yeah, but he is going to have a lot of that kind of hands,
Yeah.
from what we've seen.
Exactly.
A lot of hands that are basically drawing dead.
Yeah, don't mind them catching up. It's actually great to watch because just his presence and the way he's playing, it's just making things ever so much more complicated and
Affects
complex.
the whole table, doesn't it?
Fun for us and hopefully fun for you guys on the rail.
And you're in 50 bigs, looks down at 2 10s. Start the proceedings from here. And Mustafa. Similar situation than before, but this time against under the gun, against a much healthier stack. I think probably best serve with just getting out of the way. Oh, but look at this. This man just shows so much aggression.
Yeah, this is spicy. I mean, Andrea not incentivized to get out of line here from under the gun. Although having said that, Demps, right? You give Andrea as strong a hand as an ace-queen off here or whatever, he's not thrilled.
Oh, he's got 10s here and he's not enjoying life.
Absolutely.
The green side.
Agree
Just
for
5. For there, okay, 5.
Power of aggression at FTs. 50 bigs deep here. Shade under.
Yeah, Andrew, of course, basically doesn't really get to have too many 4-bets ever, does he? So, I mean, does get to continue with a lot of the hands he opens here, which is why I'm not such a big fan of this move from Mustafa in this situation against this player. Wow!
Look at this.
Faddy, take a bow. Put me in my place. You can get 10s to fold. Carry on doing what you are doing. And that's almost, we say that, is someone going to step out and say, screw you, ICM? Faddy's going, I'll give it a go.
I will give it a go. Nice hand.
That's the intimidation of a player who's, you know, playing a tournament here with a big prize pool. We're looking at, what, 165k up top.
Yeah.
Faddy regularly plays tournaments at like 100k buy-ins.
Right.
So they kind of think, oh, this is the kind of guy who's not going to wilt over like a 5k pay jump because he doesn't care.
Doesn't care,
He does care, but the perception is here's a high roller playing in one of the smallest games he's going to play in.
Sure.
He's going to put him under pressure.
I'm with you, James. And it's tough to fault Andre in there. I don't even hate fold. It might seem on the face of it to be like far too tight. But, you know, under the gun there against hijack, 3-bet. Like, okay, we see there that Faradine was out of line, but he's not perceived to be very wide. 10 is going to be very difficult to realize across the streets out of position. Don't absolutely hate fold. Tough spot.
Is that a walk?
It was.
7-3. Was King Dark dealt into the hand? Has he folded 3 in a row? Is he still there? Do we need a welfare check?
He's still there.
Okay.
Action back on Daniliuk under the gun. Round to soiree.
Yeah, can't see much future in playing this ace-8 offsuit from +2, but he feels differently.
Yeah, one thing going for it, of course, does have that ace blocker. We'll see these hands employed as raise folds at FTs into the ace-queen of Andrian, though.
Yeah. Chance someone was going to find something behind. Opening from so early. It's almost one of those hands, obviously. Andrian doesn't even want to 3-bet fold this. Can't 3-bet call it.
I think we have to use it as a 3-bet fold.
Yeah.
You know, if we get jammed on, we get jammed on. It's one of these.
But it feels grim, doesn't it?
It
feels
does
like
feel
a waste
bit
of a
grim.
hand.
It feels a little bit of a waste.
But nicely done.
Yeah. Fairly large sizing. 8 bigs.
Yeah, the old 4x. Really asked the question there, and then
yeah. Really is fascinating because we have these technically proficient players recognizing not too much flat calling at finals. You know, you're typically going to play 3-bet or fold a lot, I would suggest. And then you have, of course, the enigma that is King Dark making his own rules. And Faradine in there willing to get after it too. We're getting after it here. Depths.
certainly will. Ace-10 suited, more than good enough for this man. Fall more and more in love with Faddy every time I watch him play. I think he goes for it.
Datto, a little bit of posturing here in the small. Not too sure what the tank is about. He just wants to keep balance for when he is going to play hands. Blinds going up potentially or something, Damps, bit of gamesmanship. I'm not sure what's going on here. Wondered if he wants the blinds to go up.
Yeah, maybe.
On somebody behind.
Well, just also the advantage of the blinds going up with just him being on the button even is
sure
something of a bonus.
Daniliuk here. Kind of a bottom peel for a final table, I would suggest.
Yeah, I guess, you know, deep enough that there's not too much jeopardy of busting here. Sure. You're going to get to play fairly honest. You can get little tough spots like this, though, when it comes ace, queen, 6.
Yeah, going to have to call one, reevaluate.
Yeah, and like you said, I think no decision just yet. 275. Actually, a reasonably sized continuation
40,
bet, but
40%.
I guess exactly what you're saying though. Normally we see this ace queen 6, say there's 100 players left. We know the big blind's in there with all sorts of garbage.
Sure.
On a final table, a much narrower range, so therefore if we are continuation
Look at
betting,
this,
we go bigger. And Daniliuk puts all that together and says, I think Mustafov has a decent piece of this.
That's a great laydown. Really does impress me, Daniliuk, every time we cover him. Just very unflustered. That's a nice laydown. Well played, sir.
Well, you called it. Blinds are going up. Man, Tato was just trying to engineer it so he gets the button with those 15 blinds. He and Akimov adrift the rest a little bit. Guidus and Suarez, the only two below 30. A bunch at 40, 42, and 43. But of course, King Dark furthering his chip lead. The first passenger play here on our farm table now has 30% of the chips in play. But again, still not leveraging it. Okay? Giving people a chance to play hands. And he's sort of observing the farm table more than anything. There are two six-figure payouts here. 165k up top, 121 per second. Everyone currently guaranteed 22k. With a 5.5k pay jump for the next spot. Albakir, of course, the only player to have busted so far. Second hand of the final, running the ace queen into ace king. The man who was making his first foray into kind of any reasonably sized tournament, let alone a $2,200 buy-in, getting all the way to 9th out of the 446 who played. A man that we all met last night in the bar at the end of the day, and he was just loving life.
He really was, living the dream.
In for 160 bucks, I think he said, so he's 100x his return.
Now this is a pretty grim spot for Akimov. King Queen suited, of course, we would love to play it, but we are facing under the gun open from the mid stack of Soiree. He should be extremely tight. This is pretty grim. Facing here, 15 big blind stack for Akimov. Facing that under the gun open. This is really tough, Demps. We would like to play our hand. I don't think we can.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's
I think we have to lay it down.
You want to play, but as we always say, you know there are going to be perhaps some unnecessary bust outs at this final table by some other players that I think just keeping ourselves in at a merit final table is worth so much. And there we go. He does arrive at the same decision, but
yeah,
you can see why. He's seen Soiree open a bunch of hands. Thinks maybe this guy's playing a little too loose.
Yeah, it's just so tough. It's just very difficult to continue.
Now here's a complete opposite scenario with Andrew potentially with a 3-bet bluff spot, but quickly deciding to let it go instead.
What a fascinating
And
hand.
Dato with, again, a hand that in a lot of situations you love the jam, but just really can't.
Yeah.
15 blinds.
Just an illustration here of how difficult it is to play these varying stack sizes. Dato facing an under the gun open, very similar to Akimov. Does have less players to act behind, but 15 blinds getting a bit too shallow to peel. And shoving here would feel very much a shove and hope. Yeah, also gets out of the way, can't fault it.
Suarez been put through the ringer on this open, isn't he? And that was without Andrin tanking with the ace-jack as a potential 3-bet bluff.
I mean, when he gets the information of the hands he got to fall behind, loving life.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, now, Andrew, you strike me as a man who's been somewhat starved of sustenance today.
Absolutely, they're putting me through the ringer myself. Time for something to eat, I'd say, Demps. I'm going to tag out now of the booth mid-frame. Going to tag in our wonderful compatriot, Mr. David Lappin. So I will leave you, James, in the capable hands of our Irish stalwart. And I'll see you soon.
We will send Andrew off to the buffet. It's second sitting because David's already had a go, so I'm not sure what's left.
Going to have to explain to Andrew what the word compatriot means.
Can't just come in here and the first thing you say 5 bullets at him just because as he's walking out the room. Poor man will get all sad. King Dark limping in as he does.
It's a warm
with
chair.
Pocket 4s. Dato, this much more enticing proposition than the last hand. Obviously just going to take his moment for balance, but of course we'll be ripping this in. And we'll probably be expecting a lot of folds, but he might not get one because King Dark's got a pair and he doesn't like to be pushed around with the chip lead.
I'm going to have to get a wee catch-up from you after this hand, James, because when I left the action, King Dark had 4.5 million chips. He seems to have a lot more than that now.
He's got the lion's share. I like this from Dato, actually, not jamming. He's going for the... He doesn't want King Dark to fold all the garbage that he limps with, so he's enticing him to come along, risking busting, of course, but as one of the shortest stacks, has the least to lose by busting.
Yeah.
So I do actually like this, but look at that, King Dark doesn't want to go any further. Nice pick up from Dato, but I really do enjoy that adjustment. I think if he was one of the players with sort of 35 blinds, I wouldn't like to see that. I'd like to see him kind of dissuade that action, but as the shortest, something I like to call the risk premium being the lowest. He decides to try and build a stack with this one. Yeah, lots been going on. Obviously, we kicked the final table off, King Dark with a big chip lead. We were questioning how he might approach it. I was kind of hoping that he would do some front running, some aggression, leverage the position. He hasn't. He's kind of stuck to his guns with his mostly limp strategy. Did open one pot for a raise with Jack 8 suited.
Okay.
He kind of flummoxed Datto. In fact, Datto just called from the small blind with 2 10s because he was like, whoa, this guy's actually raising for once, and had to check fold the ace, king, queen board. So it worked out perfectly for King Dark. And he ran a beautiful bluff as well, where he limp called with King Jack against a big blind raise. And then just raised on the ace deuce 3 board and put the 2 9s into the bin.
Oh, wow.
So he's ducking and diving.
He certainly is, by the sounds of things. Dado with another qualifying hand here. Maybe just going to stick it in. Maybe going to open. Yeah, I like the open much more. Ace Jack. Very playable. He does have 18 bigs here. Ooh, Akimov lurking in the big blind.
Oh, hello.
With just a 2 million stack here. 13, maybe 13 and a half big blinds. Clearly only one way to go. And Ace Jack, oh, it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, again, these two, of course, the ones who are shortest. I wonder if Datto ever does find the call here, just given the final table dynamic. He has been kind of put in the blender a little bit with his opens. He's been 3-bet. This is the third time I think he's had his opens 3-bet.
You talk about ducking and diving there. Akimov has been on the loose side on occasion. We've definitely seen him step out. Wouldn't be surprised if this was an ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited. Wouldn't be surprised if this was a king-queen, maybe even a queen-jack suited, sometimes king-jack suited, that kind of thing. Dado will be thinking about those hands where he's playing rather well. Pocket 5s, pocket 6s, not a disaster either.
Mm-hmm.
Call off when you see those. You get to go to the races. This is very close, guys.
Of course, they get this wrong, and you're basically out in 8th.
But the opportunity to knock out the player.
Right. Yeah.
Who is causing you the most ICM misery right now. It sort of works both ways.
Yeah, always best, of course, as a short stack to win chips off a fellow short stack.
This is super close.
I like it, and he's shown good resilience. There's been a few times where he's kind of been pressured, and he's got away from them. Last time he opened ace jack, it was the kings 3-betting him. This time it was queens 3-bet jamming on him. Keeping that composure.
Bluff, huh?
Nice played. This very venue for much bigger stakes, having finished second in the EPT.
Which EPT was that?
The EPT here.
Aha.
No, look at two.
So just back in October.
Really?
What an event that one was. While we have a moment to reflect on it, players absolutely loved it. Was not meant to come back in 2024. There was no available option to have an EPT in a different venue from the ones that had been preordained. But after Stars got the feedback, they were like, we have to. Players want it. We have to come back.
Preordained. I like that.
See there, Daniliuk still in the mix there, 5.9 million. What a day he had. 1.2 million to start the day, up to 4.8 million. In fact, up to 5.3 million at one point. Then way back down to 3 million after that epic clash where he got put in the blender by Andrian, and now obviously has mounted somewhat of a comeback since then, back to 6 million or so. Maybe, just maybe, the best player left in this, Daniliuk. Certainly one of. I'm sure Mustafov will be thinking he has a right to be thought of that way.
Now, you're rejoining me in the booth.
I am.
A lot of players just joining us for the first time. A lot of viewers, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
They'll look, and they'll look on the table, and they'll be like, what do these different chips mean? Well, let me tell you, the white chips are 25Ks, the red chips are 100Ks, and the green chips are the 500Ks. Do you see anyone perhaps wearing green at the small table?
Oh, here we go.
Perhaps they've listened to my early musings on this topic. He's got green jacket, green hoodie, green hat. He's fully in.
Well, let's just see how it works out from
Colour theory, of course. Dress like the chips you want. Simple. Well, going to give you any more with 5-2 soft suit, of course. I'm just looking across the desk here, and you've got a very, very ordered set of notes going on here. I'm very, I was about to say surprised. I'm very impressed. I'm also surprised, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, you said something yesterday while we had a little drink after the action was over. You said that I didn't clean up my area of the booth.
Spotless today, I have to say.
It's, yeah, I took that on board. both in where my notes are and in the orderliness of them.
Welcome to the
Some horizontal lines.
Yes, I have to confess, I came in and really David moved his notes off the desk and he came back to not be able to find his notes. It was mad panic.
He knows I need my notes. That's the
They were saved them just before they were jettisoned into the rubbish.
So interesting, Dado starts the day with 2.7 million. He's still got around about that amount, but a lot of progress and a lot of ladder jumps since then.
Yeah, you take it at all times. Have a little bit fewer chips you start the day with, but be down to the final 8. Be guaranteed, what was it, 22, I think I said, $22,000, as opposed to the 8,500 he was guaranteed at the start of the day. Akimov. In he comes. Good timing. Only man left in the pot is one he dominates. Does Andrian wish to play this 9-6? He will as the covering stack. Well, they pair the shared card.
Yeah, tough for Andrian to go away to one bullet here, but he's not going to face it. Oh, and would you believe it? Cheeky little 6.
Yeah, and a card that just kind of enriches this board, creates more bluffing opportunities, and therefore will make Akimov far more inclined to call at least one and perhaps 2 bets here.
Yep.
Andrian goes big. With all that in mind, the straight draws, the flush draws possible here. And up against what looks to be a weaker range, having opened and checked this board back, you'd expect off that stack size from Akimov for him to continue with the sort of queen X's he's raised with. The overpairs wouldn't be checking back. It's too scary a board, so lovely little adjustment from him and beautifully shallowing out the pot.
Yeah, going polar there, basically representing 2 pairs and representing draws.
Akimov with the redraw, gets there on the end, makes the straight, and it's such a nice one as well because your opponent can have a 7x making this line.
I think Andrian probably has to blocker this one. May just elect to check and then decide what to do based on sizing. Also an opportunity.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying with the block. I'd be a little scared in just the fact that, you know, Akimov did check back flop and then calls turn. It's like he's going to have maybe a hand like this, the 9-10, the 9-jack that have now got ahead of us, maybe. Even some jacks and 10s. Can't imagine there's too much weaker that could call us.
No, but a very small block here could still get value from a 10. It could get value from a queen that decided to check back flop and then was willing to call a big bet, remember, on the turn. So I think there's still some merit to a sort of a 15%er. But, you know, this is a perfectly fine line as well.
You just like little block bets. You always call for them. It's your thing, isn't it?
Well, I think there's a lot more situations where they've become a thing. Solver learning, it was almost like even in the early days of solvers, we didn't put sizings that small even into them. We just sort of assumed maybe 25 or 30% was the lowest you can go. So you'd put that in and sometimes it would pick that. But actually in reality, if you went all the way down to 10% or just one big blind, sometimes it likes that as well.
Wow, this is a tickler little bet. 375. Perhaps recognizing exactly what you said, this looks like 2 pair or nothing on the turn with the sizing. Let's make it a size where 2 pair can never fold because just getting that 375 is worth so much.
That's huge.
Nicely done.
Well played, Akimov.
Well played indeed. Player with a lot of experience.
How has Ferdinand Mustafov been faring?
In Hillview.
He's doing his usual sort of
Welcome
stuff,
to
getting in there, fighting a little hard. He pulled off a beautiful move not long ago, where Andrian opened under the gun.
Not yet.
2/10. Faddy 3-bet from, sort of mid-position-ish. You can see where they're both sat now. The ace-8 suited. And I thought, ooh, this is a bit optimistic against under the gun. Andrian just pitched the 2/10s.
Wow.
So
he's got a fear factor.
He really does, and as I mentioned at the time, he's the one that they all know plays regularly for super high stakes. So maybe thinking, hey, look, this is the guy who probably doesn't care too much about these pay jumps, even though he should, and probably does, because what's right is what's right. But you have that aura around you as someone who's a baller, high stakes player. Like, maybe he is willing to bust. Maybe he is willing to go for it.
Daniliuk from UTG here, suited ace-jack. Going to pick up a caller in King Dark with the 4-3 of hearts. Other end of the board there. And that's probably not going to entice anybody else. 10-5 gets pitched in the big blind by Dano. And well, diamonds are Daniliuk's best friend right now.
King Dark won't be done just yet, though. Got a gutter ball.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the sizings here. Obviously, Daniliuk up against one of the few players at this table who can bust him. Does go small. Dark happy to come along for the ride here. Obviously, 6 of diamonds would be the nightmare card.
Oh, the offsuit 6 is very bad news for Daniliuk. King Dark makes the straight. Anyway, Daniliuk will win this pot now, is of course making that flush, which isn't impossible. But he's potentially going to face a very big bet here. Whether he decides to continue with a bet himself, kind of a price-setting bet. He'll surely get some bad news if he does.
You don't want to get blown off this draw by checking and then facing a very large bet. So betting this sort of 650 amount, I really like it because, you could just win it here in right way, and also you're sort of building a pot that if you do hit, you can go bananas, and actually you've got a very good flop bet, turn bet, and actually maybe give up river if you miss.
And look at this, King Dark pulling out what looks to be 1.8 million, 1.9 million in fact, 3xing the bet. And how sick do you feel now as Daniliuk? But
it's very close to the right direct price here.
Right.
This is what's very tricky for Daniliuk.
Well, it is that, but also against this player, you must be thinking, I've got great implied odds.
Yeah.
I'm surely getting a lot if I hit.
Yeah, I got to put in 1.3 here. That will leave me with 3.5, but I could get the full 3.5. It's tough, though.
Plus, doesn't it? When you bet this 650 thinking, well, I'm never getting raised here, and then you get raised because, hey, it's this player. And you're going to have all sorts here. I mean, we can see he's got the 3-4 straight. You can have lots of 2 pairs. You can have a set.
What a card to find. When you think he's not really going to get jiggy if he makes his 3 or 4. It has to be a 6, and it can't be a 6 of diamonds. So he really has found an absolute miracle card here, has Mr. Dark. And Daniliuk just deciding that those chips in his stack right now too valuable.
ICM.
Yeah, it's ICM, and it's also the weapons that stack has.
Right.
And it's where it places him in the field right now. How he can still apply pressure to other stacks. It's so tough when playing against someone like Dark. This is one of the parts we haven't spoken about really, is because he does these positional flats with a very wide range, frighteningly wide range sometimes, he can sort of represent anything.
Yeah.
When the board gets in any way scary down the bottom end.
Because they know he can have everything.
All the 2 pairs are kind of possible with him. It's like you really find it hard to narrow his range.
Yeah, like I say, he was in there with a 3-4. Probably thinking more, I might be up against an 8-9 here or 2-pair combo, but no, it was the bottom end of the straight.
King Dark now 15 million. Basically 1/3 of the chips in play with these 8 players remaining. What a spot. Panagaitis going to open the ace-queen here. Oh, and he's going to get a customer in Andrian, and my goodness me, the man who began the day with such a massive stack may now be involved in a 6 million flip, where most of his stack is on the line, and there's still 8 players left.
It feels like he kind of has to run this right against a cut-off open.
I sleep good, this 5 are good.
He's going for a very large sizing, I think. Obviously, Oh no, pardon me, he's not. I thought there were 2 green chips in there.
Well, against a clicky sizing, it feels like Panagidis will think there's fold equity and probably take this spot. Ace-Queen just really too big, cut off against button. And I don't know, has Andrian sort of created a slightly messy one for himself in that? Is he going to call it off?
I think he's
Or
sized it in a way, though, where he can leverage himself, thinking his opponent can still have some of the smaller pairs even, perhaps.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a bit icky.
Oh, it is. Like, he's made it that size because he doesn't want to put it too much in case someone comes over the top behind.
Yeah.
But now it's actually created a tough spot against the initial villain. Oh, this is not easy. There's probably a couple of smaller pairs.
Yeah, he has made the call. I think he has to at this point. He has made it a situation where they are potentially those smaller pairs could still be jamming.
Super relieved to get a flip here, I'd say.
Yeah.
Overall. Someone's sweating those cards. Dato's sweating.
He's sweating
the ladder jump.
I don't know. I think he is. Andrew, I think, is a pal of his. Obviously, the 2 Italians at the farm table sat there, so cheering his boy on because it's his boy and he wants a ladder. The ladder looking good thus far.
Yeah,
Panagidis needing the ace or queen. Perhaps running Broadway. Perhaps the running wheel.
Oh, and a dagger to the heart of Andrian, who has dominated this tournament for the best part of 2 days. Yeah. What a shocking state of affairs if he was to be the next bust out, now down to just 1.6 million. 10 big blinds, James.
Yeah, it really does affect how this play is going to go on. Like you say, the man who really had it all, had 8.5 million to start the day, which was 20% of the chips in play, now down to just 10 blinds with 8 left.
11 million when I left the booth.
Wow.
2.5 hours of play ago.
Wow, okay. What I mean, so a quarter of the chips in play got up to.
Huge chip leader at the time as well. Remember, nobody had more than 6.5 when he had 11.
It's a cruel game, this one we play. And of course, this will affect the dynamic of those other players on the table. Now, those 20 big blind stacks suddenly look over and there's a man with 10.
Yeah.
It's tight time. Will King Dark step up now? This is his moment to pounce, I think. Such a short stack in play. Soiree, 30 bigs, ace jack. I don't know if he makes any adjustment here. There's obviously one he might have played a hand ago, but with a 10 big blind stack, I think he should make a lot by folding here as well as playing, but he is going to give it a go.
Soiree happy to join the party.
I knew you were going somewhere like that. Not the unpredictable.
Dado unlikely to use this ace-3 of clubs. As you said, ICM factors. Remember, ICM at its very peak with 9 left. There are 8 left. It hasn't shrunk too much. Dark, well, he finds ways to win pots he doesn't deserve sometimes.
Yeah, he ran a big bluff against Soiree. A couple of orbits to go. Raising the ace-2, 3 flop with King Jack, no interest in the hand. Making the 2 9s fold. Here they are, both missing the 8-3 deuce board. Soiree's going to feel comfortable, especially against King Dark, because ace-jack high is probably still best a lot of the time. Now, you can't rule out
the 3
AX, the 3X, and the deuce X, but he is going to be in there with a lot of hands that have missed on this very bricky board. Going for ace small. Just trying to keep those hands in, perhaps. Get a little value.
And Dark does have double backdoor potential here, the 9-10 and the hearts working for him. Would not be surprised to see him float, and indeed he does. And wow, he picks up one of those cards again now. Soiree does have a wheel draw, does have those over cards. Probably doesn't think King Dark always has it here. Knows he's going to be at it sometimes, but can't really bet again now, can you? It's definitely in Dark's territory and not yours.
But unless he goes for another one of those sort of small sizes again, and that's what he's going to do. I think I've still got the best of it. Don't want to check and get bluffed. I'll come with this size.
Oh, I feel like Dark pounces on this size.
Gets him to just call.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it does open himself up to getting bluffed again. Well, not again, but theoretically bluffed again.
Oh, it's so tough now. Soiree has 2 options. Rep this king now, or indeed maybe go for a merger type of bet where like he could still have jacks or queens.
I like the check. Is this a tiny bet coming in?
It's the bet he loves to do to
torture
people
the
sometimes.
milky bet. How can this be a bluff?
Oh, this could be, oh my goodness. If we see a fold to a, is it even a 10%er? Barely a 10%er.
Yeah, just over 10% bet. But what bluffs can he have at this point? It's this, isn't it? It's like Queen Jack, Jack 10 of hearts.
Like at some level, if King Dark doesn't get this through, he'll be wondering, why didn't I just make it 400 or 500? Why did I make it a curiosity call amount? But
beautiful this, we know King Dark has a habit of betting like a 3 or a 4 in these spots. We've seen it time and time again. So it is, his value range is super wide, way wider than the book would suggest it should be.
I don't think Soiree ever has a raise in him here, so I think this is just purely wondering how often could I be good. Very hard to imagine after being called twice on the 2, 3, 4, 8.
Right,
were you being double floated, and now the guy's actually happy to bet the king, which is a danger card as well.
Yeah, I find it so hard to call here. You just have to be beating exactly this kind of hand.
Here he comes, he's got the chips in hand.
The chips are in hand.
Can he get them across the line?
Huge moment. I'm going to get shown 6-4 here. That's what I'd be thinking.
But for 1.5 more big blinds.
Wow.
There it is. He's even handed them to him.
Makes
what a result for Soiree. Oh, the relief must be palpable.
What a bizarre hand.
Bizarre sizing on the river there. The idea of bluffing was good, but that size was very strange.
Yeah, I obviously you might go to going bigger, but it does bring into play those sort of third and fourth pair kind of value bets that we've seen from him.
We have.
It was just a curiosity call that paid off.
Yeah, he did, like he threw the chips to him. He went, just have them, I want to see your hand.
I'm just curious.
King Dark creating so much unusual dynamics wherever he goes. Still with 13.5 million and a stranglehold over this table. Limping in again. I'd really like to see him switch it up and start opening more hands.
Yeah,
he can pressure everybody at the table right now.
He is such an advantageous position right now. I would like to see that as well. And I like this from Andrew if he is going to take advantage of this. You see so many limps from King Dark with some really bad hands. Jack 10 suited. Plays nicely, even when called. Oh, he's ran into it behind Datto. He's folded a few times where he could have really gone bust and now gets rewarded with an effective jam in front. An ace-king in his hand.
The two shortest stacks, exactly that scenario we talked about a moment ago. Datto with an opportunity to eliminate the guy who's putting him under the most ICM pressure. Obviously, we know ace-king suited is going in. Jack 10 suited is virtually all in anyway. And actually, it's kind of live. Jack 10 suited will get there like 40% of the time. We see a king is in Dark's hand too.
Unfortunate from his point of view, of course, that he is dominated on the spades, as it were. But yeah, it's still live cards. Datto calls, leaving 800k back. Is this a King Dark specific call? Just calling with 800k back, just trying to encourage him to come in?
You never do know. Andrian has committed the rest of those chips. These cards are on their back.
No, he's got 300k back, of course. So
oh, sorry, because he made the call. Well, there we go.
Yeah, exactly. So he's got 300k back. Flops a pair. I mean, it didn't matter what the board came, realistically. It was always going in here. Andrian saw Jack in the window. King behind was the bad one. As you said, the man who had, what, 11 million in chips? 2 cards away from finishing 8th here. Can he find a Jack or 10? He has! He has! He's found a 10. Now, of course, that does open up a myriad of outs for Datto. Can find a queen for Bullway. An ace, king, or 3. Of course, we'll get him there as well. 6 is not it. Andrian, right when he needed it most, catches a bit of fortune. Double up plus a little. Sends Datto down to sub 4 big blinds. What a terrible time he's had at this far on table.
Yeah, fumes now for Datto. He's going to need the mother of all spin-ups from here. Who would begrudge Simone Andrian? It's not like he's lost these chips in a manner where he's been profligate. It's been sort of cooler after cooler, chips having to get in the middle and unfortunately coming out the wrong side of some of the really key moments. That double up obviously gets his head back above water. 4 million, still sub-average, but very competitive again.
Well, well, well. We carry on 8-handed, but for how long? We have a man on fumes. He'll be somewhat fuming.
This isn't far off. Queen 7 might have to go in here.
Race?
Now, intelligently holding back just in case there was some madness behind.
Right. 3 all-ins behind fold, get some ladders.
Yeah.
I would always. It's casual because he had 2 chips there, a green one and a white one, but maybe going 400 here.
Yeah,
is kind
I'd have left a little more, it's true.
But it's a facet of the fact he had those 2 chips there. I think it's just the casual flicking in a green.
Well, Akimov has given him a spin, and, well, good news for Dado. He's ahead.
Yeah. Very nice position to find himself in on this Jack 10 templed. I think that flop's a little bit of a needle, given the hand he just lost to.
Yeah, right. Well, 6 outs for Akimov. Dado not out of the woods yet.
Akimov has 7 players rooting for himself.
Can the shorty hold once more at this warm-up final table?
Oh,
Not to
a
be.
dagger to Dato. Just took the bad beat with Ace King v Jack 10 after a King Jack X flop. Now the offsuit napkin-looking 5 rolls off to give Akimov the knockout. Bring us down to 7 players. As I said, everyone else rooting for that card because they've all just made $5,500. That is the min payout with 7 left, 27.5 of course.
This Italian man, Andrea Dato, played superbly. A sort of a cockroaching performance from 17 left last night. Never really got going, never really built a stack, but hung in there, got his shoves through, got his reshoves through, and was incredibly unlucky there with the ace-king. Could have really got his engines going to make a run at this final table. Unfortunately, not to be.
Won't be. And the man, of course, though, a little consolation. Yeah, it's 10 times the buyer and a good start to the year. Fresh off that 2nd place finish here for over 600k in the EPT. So we won't play the violin just yet. Can, of course, jump into the high roller. Day 2 of that is about to recommence here in the room. 5k buy-in event. We will be bringing you the final day coverage of that, of course, tomorrow. And we'll be breaking Ali Najadin for the year.
Yeah, I think the eagle has landed, in fact.
The eagle has landed. You say eagle? Eagle. I didn't know.
I did say eagle, but...
that must have just misheard you.
King Dark with the call here in the big blind. 8-6. We know Soiree has a 6 as well. One assumes that means King Dark is dominated, but that matters little to this man.
Yeah, I don't think...
He's going to be looking at those 3 clubs in his hand.
I don't think even King Dark can win this pot.
Soiree, let's give him A6, King 6, King 6. Yeah, that's the one you want.
I said it, I mean...
There it is.
Here we go.
Here we go, James.
Well, have a gut shot draw.
These guys tussling
again.
once again.
Yeah, there's been a lot of battles between these 2 seats.
Would you be inclined now with some value hands, like if you have a king, just check it back anyway, and like
oh
let your
my
man bluff?
word! How has he done this? Check called, no pair, no draw on King Jack 9. Finds the backdoor straight. What looks like the sort of dustiest run out.
It's very dusty.
It almost feels like a waste over him because he's probably thinking I was going to win this pot with a bluff, and
Yeah.
now I get to value bet. Kind of boring.
It's very possible Soiree has a King 6 here.
Or Jack 6, perhaps.
Jack 6 even tempting.
Yeah,
And
see, he's going to bluff anyway. He's
Yeah,
like, this is no fun.
You're right. He's thinking that was a waste.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show when you got that sticky, floaty sort of style, it's very tricky.
It just makes me look at Mike. I said to you, even he's going to struggle to win this pot.
I had no doubts, though.
Next thing I know, he's check calling and
made the virtual nuts.
Yeah.
Stuff off. Brooding presence in any poker room, on any poker table. Gonna kick things off here with the ace-8. Soiree, very playable. Queen Jack suited right behind, but some tricky opponents behind him. Sure, he wants to play this hand and he would love to play it from the button. Cut-off's a little bit different.
800.
He's going to 3-bet it instead.
yeah, he's going to go after Faddy. I like this. Faddy, certainly one of those players who is going to be opening the widest. See, and look, he's not playing for the win, but he is the one who's kind of
James,
the most experienced. And King Dark, here we go.
Is he plotting? No, he's not plotting. Not this time.
Saw him earlier, cold call, a very similar situation with the Queen Jack suited this time. Kicks the Queen 10 into the muck. Soiree, one assumes he's going to get this one through. Faddy's going to stare his man down and give him a little intimidation factor.
Soiree. Looking good right now in the ascendancy.
Colour theory.
I'm not even sure they're green chips. Are they blue chips?
They're green.
They're not the same colour green he's wearing.
No, they're different shades of green, but he's...
I'm not sure
you know,
your colour theory holds
he's in
up.
green.
Sorry. I'm going to push back on this.
Well.
I never bluff. That's true.
Nice. Relieving of the tension, breaking of the ice.
You can trust me.
After a pregnant pause. Sorry, well, I'd let this one go myself, but he's been active.
Got some love in the chat. Some Italians certainly celebrating it in there. Victoria saying Soiree is the best player at the table. Got some Akimov love in there. They're calling him in. Let us know who you're rooting for. Here comes Akimov once again. That's certainly a spot that I'd love to see King Dark like mixing some 3-bets there. Then
Sure.
Ace 4 offsuit against Akimov's opens.
Well, here's the reality there. If Dark was to switch gears and start playing aggressively, the players would take a while to adjust
Right.
because they're so used to the limps. They face very few 3-bets from him. That should he now whip that out as part of his artillery, now that's going to cause a world of pain for at least 3 or 4 of those.
Yeah,
before everyone
he'd have
adjusts.
a good 20-25 minutes of being able to get away with a lot. Maybe saving that.
Mm.
King Dark, adorned in his full-on merit gear, the cap, the hoodie. You don't just get 16,000 of making this final table. You get those 2 little goodies.
They're gratis, are they?
I believe so.
Love to see it.
What I would like is a merit-branded cowboy hat for the Western Series of making the final, but, you know, apparently in my opinion means nothing in these parts. Probably a good thing. You're nodding in agreement.
Just the general principle that you shouldn't be given that kind of power.
I understand.
King Dark opening things up here with the 9-8 of hearts. Panagidas.
Yeah, a rare raise. And this is what happens, right? It makes it suddenly so much harder for these players. Panagaitis is still going to go for the 3-bet, but it's...
And I'm getting deja vu now, James. Like, we watched a hand play out, I think it was myself and Andrew 3 hours ago, where Panagaitis went for too small a 3-bet size, we felt, brought in King Dark, who can leverage so much ICM pressure on him down the streets. Well, obviously, so far so good for Panagaitis.
Yeah,
Outflapping his opponent, but I'm not sure about that size.
Yeah, it was a little too enticing. I'd be scared when this guy finally... It's only a second raise at the table when he's V-pipped like 15 times.
Also not a disaster to flatten that spot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think I'd just flatten, be somewhat wary as it is. King Dark going to continue with bottom pair and backdoor hearts to the 3-bet continued aggression and turns 2 pair. Panagaitis can look at that card and think, well, that's a really nice looking card for me.
Oh, this is a world of pain. I don't know. If I'm Panagaitis, I have to be honest here, because of my opponent's propensity to bluff, I probably check back and just resign myself to like pretty much calling any river. I don't want to put my stack on the line, so I don't put a bet out here.
I get greedy. I hear you, and I'm sure the theory kids will probably say you're right.
I think theory-wise it's close, but I think against this particular opponent who over-bluffs rivers,
yeah,
I think I'm probably just going to say to myself, okay, if I give him a free one and he gets there, so be it.
We've seen a lot of his bluffs tend to be quite small on the river, so how much chip equity do you get? But I hear you. As it is, he's sizing up a bet, and who can fault him for doing so? Question is, does King Dark now just jam it in on him? Or would he continue as a call?
Like, overall nut and range advantage still to Panagaitis here. He can have the ace-kings.
Right.
He can have the aces, he can have the kings, but King Dark basically hits his best card.
Look at that, Panagaitis. If he's looking at the corner of his eye, which I'm sure he is, just sees his man reach for the greens. You're like, what? No, don't raise me. Just call. Make a reluctant call. Please don't raise me.
And I think out of position, you probably are going to see a raise here more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, the jam's only, what, 3.6 million more into a pot of 5.5.
Yeah, it just seems like the only play. Now, King Dark never one to play super orthodox here.
The one thing I would criticize him here on is just reaching for those greens straight away. In terms of a live tail, it's like, and now tanking and then raising kind of looks like you're always going to raise.
Sure. Oh, Panagaitis has put himself in a world of hurt here. The 3-bet pre, no need for it. Maybe no need for even a c-bet sometimes, although I certainly don't mind it on the ace-king-9 texture, but I definitely would have checked back this turn. And I think he's going to be put in the blender. A 10-jack here may be the bluffy one. A 9x of clubs.
Yeah, some sort of club combo.
There are possible...
Even like some ace-x of clubs might even...
Sure.
In this man's hand, become a raise.
Yeah, yeah.
I think obviously he's best served as a call. He's going to throw in more time chips.
Okay. Not quite sure.
I almost like this. Now it's like reaching for the green straight away doesn't seem so important to me, if that makes sense. As a,
sort of
as a live tail man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like he just reached for some chips rather than... If he got the greens out straight away through a time bank and then raised, I'd be suspicious. I wonder if Panagaitis ever reads it. It's like, has King Dark just got an ace and wants to shut it down kind of thing?
Well then.
As he does move it in. Panagaitis is gonna feel sick. 3.6 million more. His tournament life on the line.
He has made this bed for himself. Panagaitis, the agony in which he now finds himself, very much self-inflicted. The 3-bet pre, the turn bet, has led him to this vital juncture on his warm-up journey.
And this is just so hard. Remember, it was a very, very rare pre-flop raise from King Dark in this instance. Usually opens with limps. Flat the 3-bet. It was 300k up to 800k. Check called flop. Now it's check, tank, jammed, turn. Panagaitis. Just trying to piece together what hands he's beat. You mentioned a hand like 9x of clubs. Perhaps even a... Oh, he's made the call. Who could fault him, really, against this man?
Wow, what a moment.
Monster pot here. 12.7 of the 44 million in play. Nestled right here. If King Dark could win this pot,
This
be
is
up near
a
20 million.
monstrously huge moment in the tournament.
Panagaitis were to win it, which he doesn't. You would have surely made him the favorite at this point, but he is out in 7th. Good news for the rest. They all ladder. Panagaitis is going to leave with $27,500. Smiles. Look at Akimov. He can't hide his joy at what's gone on there.
Yeah, look, I think Panagaitis has been left in a pretty awful situation that he's going to mull over tonight, tomorrow, maybe for quite some time. There were definitely moments in that hand where he could have avoided being put in that exact predicament against a dangerous opponent versus whom he felt maybe in the end obliged to make the call. But had he not put in that turn bet, worst case scenario, he would have been facing a bet for maybe a third of his remaining stack on the river, something of that nature, something much more manageable.
What a lead he had. What a lead he has now. All of the chips. 6 left. How do you feel about one-hand stackers? Do you think he's doing that to just like, oh, it's just taking me so long to stack all these chips at just one?
It's not an unpleasant feeling to stack chips.
He's definitely getting value for it. He's got more chips just sort of slid out in the middle there than most of the rest of the table have. There's 20 million of the 44 in play. As Soiree opens, and Mustafov with just the call from the big blind against the undergun open. I kind of like this with 5.5 mil each, roughly. Just play it kind of. If he 3-bets with jacks here, it's like not a lot of good stuff does actually happen. Ends up perhaps playing some flops where he gets to have a really strong hand, which is nice. Ace Queen 6, obviously a disastrous looking flop for him. Does have the jack of clubs.
Yeah, it's a call once situation for sure now. Obviously looking at 2 overcards and dangerous overcards at that. You have to be sticky in case your opponent's in there with some Broadway combos or indeed some under pairs to your jacks. And
right.
They would have to c-bet this board texture anyway, but that's basically it. You're one and done.
Yeah, the 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s would of course bet that flop, given the flow, given the positions open for. As I did Soiree with the kind of hand that may just check this back now anyway. So he has the second pair. I'm not going to make an ace fold, we'll probably make one of the worst queens fold. And we may just take this one to showdown.
Mustafov does have a hand with showdown, and he does have a hand that could be turned into a bluff. It's an interesting combo. I do prefer the check on balance, particularly after it goes check, check, turn. You can just be ahead of pocket 10s.
Yeah, I think I got to check.
Pocket 7s.
Soiree winning a small one. Table thinning out. Now we are down to 6 remaining. Gone quite quickly. Losing 3 players already in this final table. When the shortest stack at the start of the final, I think, was 18 blinds. Kind of surprising it's gone quite this far thus far. Quite this fast thus far. But I suppose King Dark is skewing the average quite considerably, having half the chips.
Yeah, 2 factors. The first one, absolutely, King Dark is skewing the average massively. He's got almost half the chips in play now. But the other one is that we did play 17 down to 16 over the course of 2.5 hours, and that really concertinaed everything. And yeah, since then it's been a bust-out bonanza. We've seen bust-outs pretty much every 5 or 10 minutes since then.
King Dark finally changing up tack, coming in with a raise here from the hijack, and may meet resistance from Mustafov in the small blind here with the ace queen, but may again, because it's a rare raise, just be inclined to call with this hand.
I think calling's really good. You keep in the hands you dominate. There will be some Queen X and some Ace X that Dark is in there with. Also, just so much ICM around now. Basically, these guys all sort of have to recalibrate and play for second for now. You know, things can change, cards can be kind, and maybe then you start thinking about taking on Dark. But right now, everybody has to just think about outlasting one another. Mustafov, he is going to be the kind of guy to take the aggressive line more often than not, but he is also very cognizant of the fact that Dark, if he is in there with any kind of real hand, any kind of Broadway combo, any kind of pair, he's not going to fold. He's not going to fold the hand you expect to get folds from, precisely the King Jacks of this world. Although, is it the Mustafov effect? We've talked about how players just really don't want to tussle with the big man.
Yeah.
And Dark does let it go.
Yeah, all right.
So almost like different rules for different players here. I feel like Dark definitely flats against some players there, but not Mustafov.
Some respect for the kind of 4x and the situation he's in, and perhaps just wanted to take a breather. He's got 20 mil. Just let him get away with one, but be curious to see if now he goes back to limping again, or he's going to keep raising, having raised that one up. I haven't really worked out when he decides to raise and when he decides to limp, because it does seem pretty random.
No, there is a random number generator sort of feel to it. We've seen some positional calls, which, you know, frankly, aren't in the book. But he makes them work by being so aggressive in position. So sticky, so floaty. And he's going to be in there again, probably with a limp, the 8-5 suited under the gun. Again, nothing wrong with opening a hand like this when you've got this absolutely dominating chip lead.
Right, I mean, you can make an argument for opening almost any two off this lead.
You really can. Everybody, as I said, trying to outlast one another now. It's going to be squeaky bum time.
I guess
for
all
these
the way around
players.
to Akimov, who just gets the check and see a flop with a very nice looking Queen Jack offsuit. Plays very well against King Dark's range, and an Ace King 5 flop. He'll like life for now. Gut shot to Broadway, the nut no pair against a man he knows is going to stab pretty much every hand he's limp with. We go to a turn. Pardon me, I have the lamp here on my way. I didn't actually realise we're up against the bottom pair. I saw the Ace King something flop. My view somewhat skewed, so is he going to somehow get this hand to the showdown and win with a pair?
Okay, I want to zoom in on a strategic point here. Obviously, you know, a lot of final tables don't end up in this fashion. We don't end up with a prohibitive chip leader with half the chips in play, 6 left. Generally, they're spread out a bit more. When you do have this scenario, when you are that guy, it really behooves you to open and not limp for another important reason, and that is because post-flop ICM is a very real thing. And if these guys are suddenly playing pots that are twice the size that they would be, just because you've been opened, suddenly you're bringing their stacks into play. You're making them feel like, oh no, I tussle with him, I actually might have to put my whole stack in. Not these tippy-tappy ones where he limps in, and you get to sort of realize equity all the time, and you don't really have your stack threatened.
Yeah, that's a great point. You just end up deepening the stacks when you want to be shallow. Daniliuk there just falling, and I've kind of almost forgotten he's here. He's just laddering up, doing his thing like he did in the warm-up last time out, getting second. Here he is again, down to the final 6. Staffov. The man that seems the most willing to get involved. Soiree freed him last time in a similar spot. Going to do the same again here with King 8 suited.
Yeah, Mustafov will be getting a little perturbed by the frequency with which Soiree has been pouncing on his opens. Obviously, he has one of those sort of 4-bet candidates, but I don't think it would be the time nor place. Does decide to pitch it. Does let Soiree pick on him one more time. Have these guys had a dinner break, James?
No.
I guess they had a break
They
for
have
the final table, which was almost an hour, but
Right. Well, they've got
no
some
meal
food.
times.
Well, yeah, it's the poker buffet here that
that's
they can
true.
get into. I think they'd probably rather just get it done, to be honest, at this point. I think anyone would be inclined to have a long break. They got the high rollers to jump into.
That's true.
Come on.
That's true also.
No. He was
Gotta
the
try
big
and
man,
go
I was
back
the
to
bottom.
back.
Give it.
Speaking of sort of back-to-back and regular stuff here, have we had any sight of Edward IV? Yeah, Edward Barsagan? Haven't
No.
seen him about. Has he?
But I have to say, because of all the coverage and love we've given Edward Barsagan over the course of 2023, I was watching his progress up the GPI rankings. He ended up very high, I think in maybe 30th or 40th place in the world last year. Obviously, a lot of the damage done in this poker room.
Oh,
but he also had some runs in Vegas, I know, over the World Series. Very impressive poker player who could be out there.
Oh, I'm sure
and
he's here.
And just busting early for a change.
I haven't seen him, but I'm sure he's here. Made his way out to the Bahamas, I see. 4 cashes. World Series of Poker Paradise there to end his year. Obviously, he got deep in Barcelona.
Andrian, 20 big blinds. He's picked up on some weakness here. Soiree aware that he'd be one of the loosest openers from the cutoff here. King Dark, that flat's almost always dead money. Such a juicy spot for Andrian to pull the trigger on a squeeze.
Huge pickup.
Beautifully executed from Andrian, who has played tremendously well. And if he does manage to get himself back in the mix here somehow, with 4 or 5 players left, he's got a lot about him. The path for many of these been much more incremental, much steadier. Skirmishes, tippy-tappy poker, building their stacks, but for a few, Simone Andrian being maybe the biggest example. 8.4 million to start the day, dropped all the way back to 6.6 million, then got into a pot where he was virtually certain to go down to 4 million, but actually spiked the river to get back to 8. Managed to grow that stack to 11.5 before almost being down to dust.
Yeah.
Moments ago with 8 left.
2 cards away from the door. He found it. King Dark with a rare raise, this time a 3x. How does Danieliuk sort of play against that?
Yeah, I think you might find a fold now.
Yeah, I'm in for the fold. Nicely done.
Dark.
Plays. Yeah, he just limps a lot. When he has raised been min, now suddenly fires in a 3x. I'd be thinking, wait, what? I don't know what this means, but I'm pretty sure it means Jack 10's not in great shape.
And again, a bit like what we said about opens and 3-bets, if he was to start opening on the larger size and really depriving these guys of the ability to play against him post-flop, would be the worst way to go about his business, actually.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
If I was in his corner, if I was his corner man, I think that might be my advice, actually. I'd be there, like, just open 2.5x and really lean into these guys now.
I have to say, if you were his corner man, my advice to him would be to get a new corner man. But, you know. How far down the list do you think you are for his corner man?
In this poker room? I don't know.
Well, we're back to limping. Sorry, that was a cheap shot. Yeah. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm a bit embarrassed I took a cheap shot. Danieliuk this time is going to elect to look at a flop from the small blind with that king 8.
How much is the break?
Fatty
The break, how much is it?
Check back the 10-5 and see a board. And Danieliuk finding the best of it on this king queen 4 board. Has the king of diamonds as well as a little insurance. Swift check throughs. I wonder how he rates that. The king dark kind of always stabs in these spots. Now checks back. Does have, of course, some showdown with that ace high. Danieliuk going to try and maybe get some value against that perceived showdown. Leading out here. Fatty in the middle, getting out the way. pick up. And it looks like players are going to head off on a little break. It's that time. When we return, the blinds will be increasing to 100, 200. We see there, look at that. Adrian Sore will be on 33 picks. Everyone else on sub 25 blinds. So much can happen in this next level, especially as we say, King Dark does go to his corner. He does get a little talking to. Someone says, hey, maybe just do some big raising.
I'm back in the corner again. Am I being sent out to give him that advice?
I'm just hoping there is a corner man there, perhaps someone like yourself.
I'm still sulking. I'm still smarting from that comment. To be honest. You do the work from here now. I'm upset.
He's fragile. All right, guys. We are on what I believe is a 15-minute break. So please don't go too far. When we return, more six-handed play here from the Merit warm-up final table. Sure, he'll be very happy with the return and the performance. And he'll be coming back for more, no doubt, after that. A little taste of how much fun these big tournaments can be. He gets $16,500 for his efforts. Perhaps had the most animated walk-on as well. He was really leaning into that, wasn't he?
He was firing the air guns, getting ready to gunsling at the FT. You did reference them. Cinderella story of Albakir, unfortunately, won't be going to the ball on this occasion.
Yeah, like I say, he was in there with a 3-4. Probably thinking more, I might be up against an 8-9 here or two-pair combo, but no, it was the bottom end of the straight.
Team Dark now 15 million. Basically 1/3 of the chips in play with these 8 players remaining. What a spot. Panagaitis going to open the ace-queen here. Oh, and he's going to get a customer in Andrian, and my goodness me, the man who began the day with such a massive stack may now be involved in a 6 million flip, where most of his stack is on the line, and there's still 8 players left.
It feels like he kind of has to run this right against a cut-off open.
Sleep good, this way for good.
He's going for a very large sizing, I think. Obviously, oh no, pardon me, he's not. I thought there were 2 green chips in there.
Well, against a clicky sizing, it feels like Panagaitis will think there's fold equity and probably take this spot. Ace-queen just really too big, cut off against button. And I don't know, has Andrian sort of created a slightly messy one for himself in that? Is he going to call it off?
I think he's
is
sized it in a way, though, where he can leverage himself, thinking his opponent can still have some of the smaller pairs even, perhaps.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a bit icky.
Oh, it is like he's made it that size because he doesn't want to put it too much in case someone comes over the top behind.
Yeah.
But now it's actually created a tough spot against the initial villain. Oh, this is not easy. There's probably a couple of smaller pairs.
Yeah, he has made the call. I think he has to at this point. He has made it a situation where they are potentially those smaller pairs could still be jamming.
Super relieved to get a flip here, I'd say.
Yeah.
Overall, someone's sweating those cards. Dato's sweating.
He's sweating,
he's sweating the ladder jump.
I don't know. I think yeah, he is. Andrew, I think, is a pal of his. Obviously, the two Italians at the farm table sat there, so cheering his boy on because it's his boy and he wants a ladder. The ladder looking good thus far.
Yeah,
Panagaitis needing the ace or queen. Perhaps running Broadway. Perhaps the running wheel.
Oh, and a dagger to the heart of Andrian, who has dominated this tournament for the best part of 2 days. What a shocking state of affairs if he was to be the next bust out, now down to just 1.6 million. 10 big blinds, James.
Yeah, it really does affect how this play is going to go on. Like you say, the man who really had it all, had 8.5 million to start.
Unusual dynamics wherever he goes. Still with 13.5 million and a stranglehold over this table. Limping in again. I'd really like to see him switch it up and start opening more hands.
Yeah,
he can pressure everybody at the table right now.
He is such an advantageous position right now. I would like to see that as well. And I like this from Andrew, if he is going to take advantage of this. You see so many limps from King Duck with some really bad hands. Jack 10 suited. Plays nicely, even when called. Oh, he's ran into it behind Dato. He's folded a few times where he could have really gone bust and now gets rewarded with an effective jam in front. An ace-king in his hand.
The two shortest stacks, exactly that scenario we talked about a moment ago. Data with an opportunity to eliminate the guy who's putting him under the most ICM pressure. Obviously, we know ace-king suited is going in. Jack 10 suited is virtually all in anyway. And actually, it's kind of live. Jack 10 suited will get there like 40% of the time. We see a king is in Dark's hand too.
Unfortunate from his point of view, of course, that he is dominated on the spades, as it were. But yeah, it's still live cards. Data calls, leaving 800k back. Is this a King Dark specific call? Just calling with 800k back, just trying to encourage him to come in?
You never do know. Andrian has committed the rest of those chips. These cards are on their back.
No, he's got 300k back, of course. So
oh, sorry, because he made the call. Well, there we go.
Yeah, exactly. So he's got 300k back. Flops a pair. I mean, it didn't matter what the board came, realistically. It was always going in here. Andrian saw Jack in the window. King behind was the bad one. As you said, the man who had, what, 11 million in chips? 2 cards away from finishing 8th here. Can he find a Jack or 10? He has! He has! He's found a 10. Now, of course, that does open up a myriad of outs for Dato. Can find a queen for Broadway. An ace, king, or 3. Of course, we'll get him there as well. 6 is not it. Andrian, right when he needed it most, catches a bit of fortune. Double up plus a little. Sends Dato down to sub 4 big blinds. What a terrible time. With a man on fumes. He'll be somewhat fuming.
This isn't far off. Queen 7 might have to go in here.
Race?
No. Intelligently holding back just in case there was some madness behind.
Right. 3 all-ins behind fold, get some ladders.
Yeah.
I would always, it's casual because he had 2 chips there, a green one and a white one, but maybe going 400 here is kind
I'd
of
left a little more, that's true.
But it's just, it's a facet of the fact he had those 2 chips there. I think it's just the casual flicking in a green.
Well, Akimov has given him a spin, and well, good news for Dado. He's ahead.
Yeah. Very nice position to find himself in on this Jack 10 temple. Do you think that flops a little bit of a needle? given the hand he just lost to.
Yeah, right. Well, 6 outs for Akimov. Dado not out of the woods yet.
Akimov has 7 players rooting for himself.
Can the shorty hold once more at this warm-up final table?
Oh,
Not to
a
be.
dagger to Dato. Just took the bad beat with Ace King v Jack 10 after a King Jack X flop. Now the offsuit napkin looking 5 rolls off to give Akimov the knockout. Bring us down to 7 players. As I said, everyone else rooting for that card because they've all just made $5,500. That is the min payout with 7 left, 27.5 of course.
This Italian man, Andrea Dato, played superbly. A sort of a cockroaching performance from 17 left last night. Never really got going, never really built a stack, but hung in there, got his shoves through, got his reshoves through, and was...
King Dark adorned in his full-on merit gear. The cap, the hoodie. You don't just get 16,000 of making this final table, you get those 2 little goodies.
They're gratis, are they?
I believe so.
Love to see it.
What I would like is a merit-branded cowboy hat for the Western Series of making the final, but, you know, apparently in my opinion means nothing in these parts. Probably a good thing. I'm nodding in agreement.
Just the general principle that you shouldn't be given that kind of power.
I understand.
King Dark opening things up here with the 9-8 of hearts. Panagidas.
Yeah, a rare raise. And this is what happens, right? It makes it suddenly so much harder for these players. Panagidas is still going to go for the 3-bet, but it's...
And I'm getting deja vu now, James. Like, we watched a hand play out, I think it was myself and Andrew 3 hours ago, where Panagidas went for too small a 3-bet size, we felt, brought in King Dark, who can leverage so much ICM pressure on him down the streets. Well, obviously, so far so good for Panagidas.
Yeah, great.
Outflapping his opponent, but I'm not sure about that size.
Yeah, it was a little too enticing. I'd be scared when this guy finally... It's only a second raise at the table when he's V-pipped like 15 times.
Also not a disaster to flatten that spot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think I'd just flatten, be somewhat wary as it is. King Dark going to continue with bottom pair and backdoor hearts to the 3-bet continued aggression and turns 2 pair. Panagidas can look at that card and think, well, that's a really nice looking card for me.
Oh, this is a world of pain. I don't know. If I'm Panagidas, I have to be honest here, because of my opponent's propensity to bluff, I'd probably check back and just resign myself to like pretty much calling any river. I don't want to put my stack on the line, so I don't put a bet out here.
I get greedy. I hear you, and I'm sure the theory kids will probably say you're right.
I think theory-wise it's close, but I think against this particular opponent who over-bluffs rivers.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Merit Resort and Casino on the picturesque coastline of North Cyprus. The sun has set on another day in Crimea, but under the canvas of darkness, 6 players remain in contention for the Western Series warm-up title. I'm David Lappin alongside James Dempsey. James, we have a prohibitive chip leader in that man, King Dark. Can any of these other tributes take him on?
It was 15 minutes and he came back with that. I'm upset. Yes, they can. Of course they can. And especially, I think, if he doesn't change tack. I've been pleading for him to get more aggressive. Of course, he started the final table with about 12.5 million. Now has 20.5. So he's doing nothing wrong thus far. But I think would be best served now with ramping up. You don't want to allow the likes of Fadi Mustafov to be able to get into the game. Soiree as well. We've seen him kind of opening up a little bit. Want to punish those guys.
Yeah, I think what his strategy has relied upon is him actually making hands a lot of the time. Yes, he's bluffed in a few spots, that's worked, but actually most of the time it's when he's made these weird 2 pairs that the other guys haven't been able to predict. That's where he's got the chips. That relies on making hands. You're not always going to make hands. And actually, if he ramps it up now, if he starts opening, if he starts 2.5xing maybe, or just raising it all, he can put these guys under a lot of pressure, win soft chips, get chips without showdown. not have to make real hands.
Yeah, and that's how we see things stand now. Of course, Soiree over 30 bigs. The rest, as mentioned before the break, separated by just 5 blinds. Third down to 6. It's a dream scenario to have these 100 blinds. Just gotta apply some pressure now.
And it's particularly nice at this blind level, and that's only going to last for the best part of an hour, to put pressure on them now. They've got 20 bigs. When they have 14, 15 bigs, they're going to be much more liable to reshove on him. With 20 bigs, all basically trying to outlast one another, it's very, very difficult. And, you know, they're going to have to take the bull by the horns if they want to take him on, whereas I think he would get away with an awful lot should he change tack. Now we say there 165k up top. Do have that interesting wrinkle where the gap between second and first is not quite as large as the gap between third and second. A merit.
The merit signature.
Wrinkle. Yeah.
We like it. Well, I think we're ready to go.
Well,
we're missing a player.
One player missing. I think Seb maybe saying, well, you just got to get on with it. I'm sorry, guys.
20 minutes is a long break when there's just 60 left. It's not like there's a queue for the toilet at that point, is there?
I like the idea of maybe giving a player a minute's grace in a
Good
situation.
courtesy, yeah.
What's the break? That's
in a situation where we're just 6-handed now and nobody really wants to see a player blind off in any way, shape or form. But yeah, a minute or two, that's all you could really offer.
Only the good news, you bring it to me. You bring me a lot of good news. Don't use your phone, big blind.
Well, eventually, we have to get on with things. Oh, is it? Actually, of course, we've sort of reshuffled, so it's King Dark just sitting it out with his 20 million in chips.
Yeah, obviously not going to make any material damage to his stack sitting out in this spot. In fact, it could create some opportunities for carnage as the other players maybe clash a little bit more often. Akimov taking that spot, ace-8 suited under the gun. As we see Dark coming into picture now, it's going to be there for hand 2. Daniliuk on the button. Yeah, look at these guys, all basically playing 20 to 25 bigs against one another. It's very awkward.
It's funny that he decided to sit out, but obviously, you know, in no rush to make it back.
Yeah, swan in.
Creates a even weirder dynamic, perhaps.
Yeah.
Where would he finish if he sat out, do you think?
That's a great question.
With 100 blinds?
I think third.
Yeah.
It would change how the players would play.
Probably wouldn't finish first.
Particularly if they thought that he wasn't coming back.
Right.
Big difference between just a player being missing and could reconnect at any moment. And someone who's gone off to take a flight.
Well, he's back and he's got the ducks.
Yeah, and look, we've talked about it. We
All
really
right,
want to
here
see
we
him
go.
open up here, and this is what he's starting to do.
Did you have a word with him?
Work with the ducks.
A word?
Oh, did I have a word?
As your ring man, your corner man even.
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sending your ring man in there.
All I know is that if I was your wingman, I would be the wingman from Rocky, I think it was 3, who didn't throw in the towel, which allowed Apollo Creed to be killed by Dolph Lundgren.
Spoilers there for anyone who hasn't caught up with Rocky 3 just yet.
I don't know if it was Rocky 3, I can't remember.
I can't remember which one's which. Da-da-da. Anyway, Queen 3-4. Akimov defending the King 6-0. Little loose defend, I'd say, with that King 6-0. And faces a full pot-size bet.
If he dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies.
King Dark. Maybe we've just seen a statement of intent there. Limper no more. Going to try and get this one finished. Give us all an early night, perhaps. He drops the hammer. These boys really can't fight back without the goods. Very awkward stacks right now. I was saying there, James, a moment ago, and I'm interested to get your perspective on this one. When these guys suddenly become 15 big blind stacks, 14 big blind stacks, it's kind of a different equation. When they're all sitting around 20 to 25, they're very pick-onable.
Yeah. A little bit of playability for them. They have to open up a little bit more. You can go after them. Once they get to 15, yeah, they can just go for the open shove or 3-bet jams and don't really have to do anything else. Andrian still in here. It's been a roller coaster. Pop this one up on the chip leader's big blind. King Dark, pardon me, will defend. Find top pair on this King 6-4.
How often have we seen King Dark with the king in hand?
Yeah, that's
make top pair.
That was all of yesterday, right? Oh, here we go. Check, check. Andrian picking up a flush draw, the nut flush draw, facing a very swift 800k bet.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is super messy. This is reminiscing the Daniliuk hand from a while ago where an opponent really doesn't love life. I guess the fact that he's ace high means his hand could be good already. King Dark, well, I reckon he will pursue small value here.
Love it.
Incredibly small. Oh, no.
No, 1.5. Just swiftly done as well. Very lackadaisical.
Well, nothing to be done here for Andrian. Completely outmaneuvered now.
Yeah, I mean, we said, you know, King Dark's relying on, up to now, had been sort of somewhat cold decking people, but little things like this, big pickups. He bets 800k. Opponent's got a very legitimate draw, misses, just more chips to the good.
Yeah. I think we are watching a new King Dark here. I think we're watching somebody who's taken stock over that break and realized the dream scenario in which he finds himself now. Half the chips in play and everybody trying to outlast one another with big pay jumps for every spot now. They're all sweating these jumps. He is not.
Daniliuk. He has 20 blinds. Staff off 24. Soiree, he's the one just over 30. Akimov with 23, but he has the ladies on the button.
Apologies to our listeners there.
Oh,
perhaps your eardrums
here we go.
Blown out as well.
Akimov raising it up with the 2 queens on the button. Andrin with, what, 11.5 blinds after posting finds ace-king. This is the most traditional of all-in maneuvers on a final table. He would have gone with far less. And both will be upset to see they're up against a flip, as it were.
Oh, yeah. Andrian, well, once again, he finds himself at risk. A couple of ladder jumps since the last time that happened.
And an ace on the flop. Will he survive once more? Akimov reduced to just the 2 outs. The stacks will effectively switch here. It feels like it's Andrian's fate to do something this time, doesn't it? Having gone so short from having the big lead, putting him to the test. Now he's 1 card away from 5.25 million in chips, and that's where he's going to find himself.
Yeah, I keep tabs on the chip counts on final days generally, and sometimes I almost have no notes as somebody adopts a holding pattern for much of the day. Simone Andrian started with 8.4 million, dropped down to 6.6 million. Looked like he was on the cusp of dropping to 4 million, but a river card got him back to 8 million. He then built upon that to 11.5, lost a huge hand against King Dark on the outer table with about 13 or so players left. Brought just 4.5 million, I think, to this final table. Ended up down at 1.5 million, flipping for his tournament life. 5.3 million now again, he's back.
I'm looking at your notes here, and I see you've written in sort of his stack about 7 times, looking at this. The man behind him in your notes is King Dark. You've still got written down with 6 million. I feel like there's been some movement in that stack as well.
It's been one-way traffic for him. You happy, James? There, look, 20 million. There we go.
Faddy, like the rest, was hoping for no ace-king there. Got a ladder up, but...
In my defense, King Dark in the first frame of the day did pretty much adopt a holding pattern at 6 million, and then I left.
Okay, fair enough. Everyone guaranteed 33k, of course. If the queens had held, everyone would have moved up to the 41k payout, so we're getting very substantial at this point. King Dark, ace-queen, half the chips in play. Going for a big one, 4x.
And no one's going to fight back for that price. Daniliuk, definitely a defendable one.
Right.
2.5x, maybe even a 3x, not to a 4x.
Yeah, he faced the 3x before, didn't he, with Jack 10 in the big blind, had to fold it. Now he sees, again, a rare raise from King Dark, and the first time we see him go this size.
Why so much?
Why so much?
Why so much?
Because this.
Good hand?
Very good hand.
Okay.
I will show you one day. Passport.
My hunch is a lot of the players will be expecting that to have been a small to medium pocket pair and not an ace-queen. Soiree. Canny villain here.
Yeah, nestled in that sort of second place spot. Still going to give it a go on occasion. And I think you can hear more than perhaps you should in normal situations, because although King Dark is in there limping a lot, he's not really ever 3-betting applying pressure. So,
but he has found his favourite hand.
Jack Deuce suited. He has had great form with it. He mentioned it a moment ago because I think he had it in that Ace-King v Queen's hand, and it did come with 2 deuces. So he's thinking, I didn't play it then, would have knocked a couple of players out. He's also not going to play it now. Andrian, King Queen. Similar stack. Does he go straight into the attack?
We talk about the King Queen on the button being a mix. 26 bigs. Doesn't give a lot of wiggle room for a 3-bet.
No, well, he's going for it. Is it 1.1? I'd like it to be 1.1. It's 1.2. All right, the full 3x.
Nice. That will get the job done here. Soiree unlikely to stick around. Andrian.
Yeah, and Soiree has been very active. Like I say, opening perhaps more than you would typically in this situation with the big stack behind you, because the big stack isn't punishing. Andrian picking up on that. Of course, having King Queen, perfect candidate to do this with. And now he himself has pulled himself into second place, just covering the other sort of 30 big blind stack. A change in dynamic, as is always the case on far tables.
Akimov contemplative now. Short. Searching. He's played very well, it must be said, all day. And yesterday as well. Man from Kazakhstan.
The man from the stand.
And he's found a gift from the poker gods, or at least it seems that way right now.
11 blinds. Ace King, Ace Queen bottom 8. Yeah, I was going to wonder if he does that. The non all-in but committal can fold if it all goes bananas behind.
Adrian gets out of the way, makes way for Daniliuk, who is similarly disinterested. Oh, but Soiree.
Here we go.
Very interested here. Basically going to treat this like an all-in for the whole stack. 11 bigs. Feels like you might have to go with the ace-jack suited here.
Oh, for sure. We're loving life with ace-jack suited against 11 big blind jam. I can't imagine Akimov really folding any aces.
No, I think this is going to showdown here. Soiree, rightly so, taking a moment. Maybe scan his opponent up and down. Here we go. Domination.
Domination indeed. Akimov thrilled to see that ace-jack. Man who finished 5th in the main event last time out here. Gangster Series. Next final table in the venue. He makes it. But he's been spiked on the jack high flop.
Domination, dislocation.
Akimov, it's just gone wrong since the break for him. Okay. Picks up 4 more outs. You're a queen, a wry smile at his table mate. But that is where it will end. He hits an ace, improves to a pair, but of course, no use. Soiree having top 2. Sends Akimov out in 6th.
I had jack. Jack 7.
Good for that $33,100. To go with the $74,000 he got on that final table of the main event last time out. So really trending in the right direction for this man. A good start to the year. No doubt we will see him hopping into the high roller and then the main event.
Yeah, terrific performance yesterday and today. Akimov on the feature table. One of Andrew Headley's favourites to take this one down. Sadly, not to be. Lost that key flip, queens against ace-king a moment ago, and of course we saw him get dogged there. The ace-queen falling to the ace-jack of Soiree.
Yeah, so much luck in these final tables, and they lose with that flip. If he wins the flip, he's in 2nd place with 5 left. Instead, out in 6th. It's a cruel, cruel game. Paddy keeps himself in here. Soiree now with 40 blinds, 2 10s, out of position against the man with half the chips.
Yeah, it's probably worth treading carefully here.
He's going to raise it up. I'm with you. I might just seen a limp and just play a super defensive strategy against this player now, especially because you have moved yourself up to 8 million. You are divorced from a couple of the very shorter stacks.
That's exactly what I would have done. And remember, playing it softly in that manner does allow your opponent to flop top pair on a board of undercards, and you know, he can get your value in other ways.
Oh yeah.
So we take a look here at the chip counts after that bust out. Akimov 33k to the good, leaving Daniliuk now our short stack, 3.5 million, not too far behind Mustafov with 21 big blinds. Middle of the pack, Andrian 30 bigs. Well, what a roller coaster day he has had. Soiree in 2nd, and of course that man King Dark, stranglehold over this final table, 165k up top. Hard to believe he doesn't get at least 3-handed, if not heads up from here.
Yeah, Daniliuk, I have to say, the one kind of impressed me a lot here. I haven't really seen him play too many hands. Finds himself down to the final 5.
Oh, he's a canny operator.
Yeah. 2nd, last time out in the warm-up.
What's interesting about the stack distributions here is we're effectively playing a 20-25 big blind tournament now. King Dark's additional chips, sort of irrelevant to the strategy.
Okay, raising it up from the small. Andrian with deuces. And again, it's not like we describe a normal raising range here against a man who does tend to play passively pre. But of course, deuces in position. Do we just want to have a look at the flop? Amazing things can happen if we find one.
I don't absolutely despise folding 2s here, given the awkwardness of this spot. And
Fold and pretend it didn't happen.
Well, they are only deuces, like.
Yeah.
That does seem incredibly nitty, I know, to those at home. And again, I wouldn't be admitting it. I wouldn't do something so stupid as to admit it on a live stream, but that's what I would do.
King Dark going to check a board that is of no interest to him. The Jack 9-3. Andrian, one imagines, will check this back. He does, and this means, well, I was about to say King Dark can perhaps show an aggression and still win this pot. But he doesn't need to, because he's now found the best hand.
Yeah, Adrian in an absolute dark tunnel here. Potentially good, potentially very good. Could be as good as 80% right now.
But how can you call 850k with an underpair to the board?
In the darkest of tunnels. And Rianne trying to...
I have a pair, but
figure his way
So was good
out of trouble. He does in the end.
Yep.
Three of kind, good. Sorry? V6, good. Yeah, 6 is good. But I had on a pair, a small pocket pair. Six, yeah.
Fatty just soaking up all that information.
Yeah, thanks guys. Tell me more.
King Dark on the button. Let's see another raise. He does. This time, minimum. Daniliuk's been facing a variety of sizes. This is the first time he's faced the min raise from the button, and it's the first time he looks down at a hand that can't defend to a min raise. 9 for offsuit. Going to find the muck. Perhaps we have had a change of pace then. He's definitely leaning more into raising as we get shorter and shorter handed.
I think we've seen a total revolution in his style since the break.
Do you notice he's got a secondary stack there? He's got most of the stacks in his left. He's now got a little stack on the right. Is that those are the chips that over half the chips in play? They're my gamble chips. I'll put this half out of play.
These are my covering chips.
Yeah, this is just my little play stack, the gamble stack.
A dominating performance so far. And it does appear to be a gear switch at a crucial moment, recognizing the value of that from King Dark here. As we see this particular hand action make its way over to Andrian.
Just rips it for, what, 25 blinds. Daniliuk with, of course, Fury. Okay, so we're ripping for 19 effective. Seems pretty good, doesn't it? We don't really want to invite action there. We don't want someone jamming an ace-5 on us.
No, and what's kind of cool about that spot is obviously you're putting all the ICM pressure back on your opponent. You've got your chips in first. But secondarily, the category of hands that really like to do that big shove are the small pairs. But you can't only have small pairs, because then some of the slightly bigger small pairs are very incentivized to call if it's that transparent. So you have to have a few king-jack suited, king-queen suited in there as well.
3.1.
To make yourself less exploitable.
3-7.
Yeah, no surprise to see him coming up with a very balanced scenario there. Obviously a player that's exhibited a lot of skill thus far.
Yeah, I have to say, Andrian has really, really impressed me. Obviously, it's been a roller coaster day for him. He doesn't seem to be perturbed by anything. He seems to just sort of carry himself with a huge amount of composure. But it has been a wild ride. And he does deserve, not that you get what you deserve in poker, but he does deserve a top 3 finish here, I feel.
I hear you.
The two men I am most interested to see over the course of this final table are Daniliuk and Mustafov. I think maybe the two best players left.
Yep.
Not to take anything from Andrian.
Well, he's got a pretty good hand right now. 2 kings. Catching a bit of heat at the right time.
Yeah. Should either Mustafov or Daniliuk get the double up, I think they're very, very dangerous. And in with a big shout. As we see King Dark, well, he loves to defend.
And he's coming out the gambling stack. There's only about $1 million left in that gambling stack. Maybe 1.4, so don't bet too big here, Andrew.
Because it's over.
On the favourable flops. Wow.
Check.
Queen in the window, followed by a king and a jack. Andrew with all of this board. But his opponent does have enough of a hand to potentially continue.
Yeah, and Andrian will be looking to bet top set in this instance. Obviously, top set sometimes the kind of hand that likes to check back, but this board very wet and containing a lot of possibilities that his opponent may have. Now, King Dark stone dead right now. He does have a propensity for hitting turns if he was to do so, and he hasn't. Well, he would be in trouble, but it is a danger card.
He somehow has hit the turn here, because obviously it's going to freeze the action.
Yeah.
Doesn't lose any more, and You never know, might find some really optimistic bluff on the end.
I don't think.
Oh, he's found a bluff now.
Oh my goodness me!
He's gone tiny.
Into a player who absolutely can have an ace.
Right.
So now, actually, kind of interesting for Andrian because he only has to call 375 and may think his opponent has a straight right now. And what an amazing spot if he was to hit his bow to get paid.
375 is matched.
Such a strange bet.
And a broad run out that brings Broadway. How sick is Andrian going to feel?
Penalty.
Penalty. Someone asking for the penalty.
Penalty.
Oh, he went close.
No, for the imposition. He checked back with the nut.
Yeah, but I mean,
we might have to get a ruling on this
No.
one. I hope sense prevails. Obviously, both players recognizing the exact situation.
33. Have 33 million.
Allowed to check back with the
Count there. It's up at
Is
12.
she allowed to check back in that spot? Like, don't get me wrong, the player asking for this ruling does have a point. There is a rule in place where you cannot check back
Well,
the nuts, but when both players have the stone nuts,
There's a rule in check that you're supposed to bet with the nuts, but it doesn't stipulate that you should always get a penalty. It's tournament director's discretion, so there are situations where, like that, checking back is of course fine.
yeah, both players have sort of indicated that they know what's up here. We're not dealing with a newbie who might be somehow bluffed off his chop. We're playing the final table of the Merit Western Series here.
How grim is that, though? Flop top set, get a little bit of action, end up chopping.
Mustafa off. 18 bigs. Gonna get busy here. Queen Jack of Diamonds, Soiree. Well, we've seen him pick on the cutoff opens of Mustafa. I think the last two cutoffs to his button, in fact. So this would be 3 in a row.
And it's certainly a reasonable hand to do it with, but it looks like he's going to just call. Doesn't want to necessarily get this in. It's pretty shallow to have some 3-bet folds. Cool, keeping some dominated perhaps and some weaker like this. As he is that second place stack now.
These
Salut.
cards interact with one another quite often.
Cool. I'm just going to feel actually not hating that flop. Like, what kind of hands does Soiree flat with? Does he really have pocket pairs that flat the 18 big blind open? Doesn't strike me as likely. More likely to be this kind of
Broadway
hand.
stuff.
Yeah, so I like this continuing, even though things are looking pretty bleak for that hand.
And also the 9-10 possibility, the backdoor diamonds possibility, and 2 overcards do give you reason to fire out here. You can exploit some King X, maybe even some Ace X. Although probably the Ace X gets sticky. Well, it is a high ICM environment. Well, King 10 gets sticky. Some backdoors of his own, of course, and wow. Really interesting one here. Mustafa very conscious of the fact that his opponent may well have flatted an Ace X and.
But what? Yeah, what Ace X are we putting him on here? You know, the sort of.
An Ace 10 maybe.
Ace 10's about it, right? Is Ace Jack? I mean, Ace Queen, Ace King, and a 3-bet. Ace Jack, probably 3 bets. Goes with it, I would imagine. But is it just, yeah, Ace 10 with a backdoor flush draw?
Does a hand like pocket 7s and pocket 6s always raise?
Again, I think
always
they do just
fold?
I think they 3-bet or fold, don't they? Pre, I don't think they're flatting. But of course, Musta blocks some of the hands he wants his opponent to have in the sense that he's got those 2 Broadway cards, which had a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't surprise me if he does go again. I like it. He does.
450.
And, well, it just cannot work when Soiree is drawing to the nuts.
Yeah, unfortunate timing.
It's just going to come down to a very serious spot here on the river, whether Mustafa can pull the trigger on a blank. I don't think Soiree going to do anything other than call here. No, he does make the call. And
yeah, little does he know, he's got his man in terrible shape. But can Mustafa ever fire the third one? It seems unlikely.
it's so hard to fire again here.
Yeah, waves the flag.
And Soiree, not sure if he's good right now. Obviously, could be behind a king-queen, a king-jack, a small pair.
I wonder if he's ever thinking it's kind of like an overpair to the eights that would better flop and knows he's not up against too many ace-x's, so would perhaps bet again. Does he try and bluff those hands off and try and rep, like you say, like an ace-10 or perhaps an ace-jack that just peeled pre and peeled flop?
Yeah, the fact that we know he's good sort of takes the tension out of this one for us. But the tension very much still exists for the two of them.
Yeah. I mean, Fatty knows the hand's over. Soiree, though, really the decision point here. Can I bluff off like nines, jacks kind of hand? I think that's what he's arriving on. And it's a spicy combo to do it with because, of course, he blocks the kind of flush draws that would fire twice.
Faradine unlikely to burn a time bank on this one, so.
I like this bet, though. Well played, Soiree.
Chipping up nicely now, 10 million. He is very much in contention.
Yep, above average. I mean, it's the first time someone else has been above average for this entire final table. I mean, they've got 35 of the 44 in play, basically, between them. Fatty down to now just 12.5 blinds. He's going to utilize two of them here with the ace-5 offsuit. Into Daniliuk's big blind. Daniliuk really has ninjaed his way to this final five. Hard to imagine he wants to continue with 6-5 offsuit given the fact this is a final table.
Mustafa now having to commit 2 pigs. He is perilously short now. And at sea of the rest. Going to look to make something happen. Although not a man to get panicky or phased. While these blinds and ante swing around every 5 hands now. They're going to catch up on him. There will be some profitable, one presumes, opportunities on the horizon.
I'd like to see if Soiree just kind of opens a little bit larger here. He has. I like it. The adjustment going into these kind of shorter stacks in the blinds.
Excellent.
Wanted to sway them from peeling. Want to make it a little bit harder for them to get involved.
Dissuading dark as well.
Mm-hmm. I don't think much dissuades dark. I really like this just slight adjustment from Soiree because look at this, Fatty with, I mean, he's not going to fold this hand, but he's got 13 blinds behind the big blind.
Yeah.
The extra half a blind makes a big difference to him, what he can defend with.
Mustafa looking for something.
Oh, what a lovely flop when you've opened the 2 sevens.
Yeah.
10-10 deuce.
Can fire nice and small here, probably something around 350.
350. You said that like a man who shouldn't say the word fiddy.
Why shouldn't I say the word 50?
Don't take that the wrong way. How about 300? About the fiddy.
How do you know?
What will you have me know?
I have every right to use the word 50.
You've alluded to a story you told me before, I think. Want to elaborate for the hundreds of viewers who weren't privy to that story before?
No.
Okay.
Not a name dropper.
Well, I think you are. I think you're trying to get me to drop the name for you.
Gonna have to surrender this button. Patient, but now down to just 13 bigs. Mustafa Probably going to go with the queen 8 off here, blind v blind. Could limp it. Does
Kind
shove
of
it.
the mindset to get rich or die trying, I guess.
Yep, he's going to try and take his opponent to the candy shop.
Gets one through.
It's your birthday.
I had my one, that was it.
Such a waste of a hand.
Don't complain.
This is not complaining. I have a 60 hand.
I don't think Fatty's in the mood for this.
And who doesn't love 60?
It wasn't a don't complain followed by a smile. It was don't complain followed by a stern look. Not gone his way thus far, down to sub 15 big blind stack, as is this man, Daniliuk, with 13 blinds. Deuces in the cutoff. Are we at the stage of a pair's a pair?
I think maybe, yes, we are. He is second shortest. He is depriving Fatty of a spot.
Oh, yeah, good
as
point.
well by doing it. Oh, I don't know. It's really, really horrible.
Are you depriving Fatty the spot of potentially busting by jamming here? You fold. He's going to jam very wide from the button. Maybe he runs into something. Here we go. Queen 10. Assume he's going to jam this.
Yes, he is. Mustafa.
Maybe. Yep, he goes all in. So maybe he engineers by folding a situation here where Mustafov might bust, and that's surely a very likely scenario here. Suarez wakes up behind with ace-queen suited. He's going to slide in the chips for the call.
Oh,
Dark.
don't tell me Dark's woken up.
No. He's got connectors. So by folding the deuces, it is Fatty at risk. It would have been deuces v ace-queen. One assumes.
Can I do this?
No.
Wow. All right. No love lost.
Nice hand. I have 6, 7. 6, 7. Yeah.
Okay.
Can Fatty
Same
find a
color,
10 or some diamonds?
I will call it same color, but no. 6,
He
7.
does.
There is a 10.
King 10, 3 flop. Not out of the woods yet, though. Suarez, of course, the gut shot, the ace still live, and of course, backdoor spades, always a potential. Oh, the jack on the turn.
Trying to just a chop now.
And now there is some gentlemanly conduct there. 3 outs for the chop, not materializing. Farahadi Mustafov out in 5th place. And wow, Daniliuk with the fold of the deuces. Keeps himself in, sends someone else home. All the little maneuvers here, the recognition of the situation he was in there. Very well done indeed. GG, Fatty. We know he'll be in the high roller because, hey, a merit high roller for him is chump change to the rest of us.
He's a phenomenal talent, Faradin Mustafov. He has shown it time and time again in this poker room and in other places too. An exquisite talent who will be back at a final table. You can bet your money on that one.
So the man dressed in green is the one attracting the high value chips.
Now I need
This mid-stage
to
final
make
table
sure
develops.
Kung Fu.
Yeah, I think he's making a ninja reference there. How he's managed to find himself with 4 left.
It's an extraordinary performance by Daniliuk to be here with 4 left.
Here we go, 13 blinds.
And
By far the shortest now. This suddenly gets a lot easier, a lot freer. He isn't hoping that Fatty busts behind anymore. That has happened. He and the rest are, of course, now guaranteed that pay jump. It is a minimum payout of 55k at this point.
so committing 2.1 million here. I did wonder whether he might open this hand or shove it.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, kind of wants to almost elicit some action now because, hey, busting out in 4th when you're this far adrift isn't a disaster.
No.
Do you need to accumulate? You're not in survival mode right now. In fact, it is that man on the left of the screen who is the kind of one in the survival mode now with Daniliuk short. And the other two covering him considerably. King Dark. Still got a little gamble stack off to the side. The speculation pot. Suarez continuing to find the goods. Up to 13 million.
Yeah, a real contender now, Soiree.
Okay, thank you.
He's obviously behind by
Great.
10 million and change, but it's actually
He's
a great spot to be in.
He's above average, and he's 10 million chips behind the chip leader.
Yeah.
Andrian's got 10% of the chips in play and is in third with 4 left.
Yeah, awkward one now. Andrian is the person with the most ICM pressure on him.
I like this, just kind of grim, but you want to see Daniliuk do something first.
Nice pick up from Soiree. He's going to look to open his game up. He has been one of the loosest, maybe even the loosest at this final table anyway. And he's in a great spot now where I don't feel like Dark is going to pick on him. We still haven't seen the 3-bet mode. We've seen the opens now again, and I like that from Dark. I think that's a good adjustment, but we haven't seen 3-bets.
No, yeah, King Dark really has to adjust now, or exactly that happens. Soiree effectively becomes the chip leader, gets to play like the chip leader, because he's not getting punished. Here's our man. Coming in for a raise, though. At least for now, the limp seems to have been abated as we got shorter and shorter handed.
Yeah. Daniliuk out of there. Soiree surely out of there.
Yeah. I mean, he gets to play still quite a lot of hands, obviously, when he's 70 blinds deep against the chip leader, but Queen 3 offsuit, he's not going to fit that bill.
Скажи, я подвину тут, давай.
Again, it's left to call how it's going to go. We've got those, we've got the short stack and the shortish stack. Playing some sort of waiting game between them. This man taking the reins somewhat, but King Dark can just burst into life at any minute. This could be a quick final table from here, or it could really stretch out. We could see the stacks really even out.
Sure.
Because everyone knows what they're doing here. Andrian, again, this is kind of grim. He's gone to play it, but it's not enjoyable. And look at this, he's going to get pounced upon against Daniliuk. 13 blinds with a 3-bet jam. And does Andrian have a decision when it comes back to him?
The reason he has a decision is because it is that scenario we've talked about, I think, on 2 previous occasions on this table, which is you get to knock out the guy who's putting you under the cosh right now.
All in.
It's a close one anyway. I think you're going to call off 11 bigs all day long here. 12 bigs becomes cuspy. This is 13 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, for chips, it's you want to be in there, but look at that. He's going to waste no time.
No.
Yeah, ICM-wise, obviously making it a lot harder. But yeah, I'm with you. It's like suddenly, well, hang on, I can bust out the guy that, if you say, is the thorn in my side.
Yeah. And
that's such a huge pickup for Daniliuk, taking it off the other guy who's short.
yeah, when you consider that very cuspy moment he had with the pocket 2s only 10 minutes ago, it would have been him eliminated. Instead, he gets the pay jump, and now he gets to attack the guy who's in second last position now.
Yeah, the foe with the deuce is recognizing carnage equity behind.
Sure.
There was a 13 big blind stack, or a fellow 13 big blind stack. It's going to jam a lot, going to get looked up a lot. I say a lot, I mean a reasonable percentage chance at a ladder up. King Dark 4xing it from the small, really putting Andrian in a tough spot with his 20 blinds with a lot of hands, and Jack 3 suited, of course, not really one he can continue with. So we are definitely seeing that change of pace now from this man.
And Andrian's so nailed on, it's got to be said. You know, he walked away from those 5s in a fraction of a second. He just knows his ranges. He has it all worked out already. I feel like he's still a real threat in this tournament. Obviously, in the somewhat sandwichy position right now of
they have over
second
3
last,
million, right?
looking to get that ladder jump.
Over 3?
Yeah.
Thank you.
3-3, 3-5.
Thank you.
Dark, not the kind of player to put undue pressure on Soiree by attacking his opens to create a situation where he and his 60 bigs could be threatened down the streets as a consequence. These guys getting to play not the kind of final table you would expect when there's 4 left, one guy has half the chips and the other guy has 33% of the chips. Actually getting to play pots.
final four. Warm up. First event of 2024 here at Merit. Who will be first Merit Champion of the Year?
It has been an engrossing day of poker.
Andrian, 22 blinds. Gonna raise it up. Oh, Daniluk, 15 blinds. Queen Jack suited. Hello.
Very tempting again.
Yeah. Extremely so.
And pocket fives and ace 10, very similar sort of hands in terms of their relative value.
He does go for it. And,
it's a close one again for Andrian.
I mean, I feel like this is much more attractive, and he does
I'm
make the call. Here we go, the two shorter stacks, getting it in. Daniluk needing a little help with double, but effectively a flip. Closer than ace, king, v queens anyway.
Yeah. He's feeling it. Daniluk ninja'd his way to this four-handed confrontation. Can he get his nose in front and be not last anymore?
8-4 deuce flop. Doesn't look likely. Andrian just has to fade two. Still be shortest, but he'll be three left.
Oh,
there is the queen on the turn. Disaster strikes for Andrian. Daniluk has, as you said, been so patient. Now just one card away from that final table double up. Finds himself with 6.5 million chips and reduces Andrian to just 6 blinds. Looking very likely to find himself another ladder up.
Now at this point, Andrian
1,075,000.
really just wondering if he can get off this roller coaster at some point.
I think he wants to stay on for a little bit longer. He wants to see it climb.
Yeah, he wants to get off the roller coaster, and he'd like to just get into steady ascending mode. Now back down to 1.3 million, just 6 bigs. Daniluk, we said he would be a threat if he got his double. What kind of threat can he mount now? Remember, rolls have reversed slightly. He now does have a lot of ICM pressure on him, while Simone Andrian remains at this table.
Yeah, so much change in dynamic. This is where King Dark can really exert pressure.
How's your short stack game, Simone?
This is the spot where it's nice. Andrian's going to have to fold this now. Now the other two just really hard for them to play. Obviously, Daniluk's looking down at garbage and probably happy to do so. Don't mind looking down at a deuce. Soiree, again, looking down at a hand he can't help looking at. Ace Jack. We saw him raise in a kind of similar spot earlier with 2 10s. I'd love to see him just limp here, just keep the pot as deep as possible, pardon me. Obviously for chips, it's an easy raise, but the situation is not a standard chip situation. If you were to bust now, it would be disastrous. Now I know we're talking about effectively 70 blinds deep, 65 big blinds deep. It's very hard for him to bust, but not unheard of.
I was about to say, I'd be very surprised to see Dark fold King 9.
Hey, blind,
That's a tight one.
Yeah. I'd love to see him just
sorry.
make it 2.8.
Yeah.
What are you going to do now?
Do you fancy coming fourth?
Okay. A lot of the chips are in. 100, 200 with that 200 big blind ante. Andrian finds something in the big blind here. I assumes King Dark will put him to the test with a very wide range.
Yeah.
Oh, an ace certainly going to qualify. Slides forward some reds. Slides towards the gamble stack. Andrew, this is grim. Finds Jack 5 offsuit.
Yeah, he's got to let this one go.
Yeah.
As gross as it is, 4.5 bigs for the next door, but he will find profitable spots, one would assume. Certainly better spots than calling it off in this situation. Sure, that jack high could be good sometimes. Oh, he does, no, time card it. Okay, so it's very cuspy in his mind.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because I still think there's a chance that something crazy could happen. Yeah, the players involved. I think King Dark's also not jamming here like 100%. If that's the decision he's making. We know King Dark kind of plays a not quite aggressive enough style.
Like, you're never folding Jack 7, but Jack 5 is a couple of pips beneath that. I think you could probably let this one go, find a more profitable spot. Yeah,
Nicely done.
It's very close, but ICM is a thing right now, very much so. And I think
you just fold it.
Good fold, bro. Good fold. Yeah.
Big collision could happen. Give that equity the chance. You say you still got just enough chips to kind of get a jam through here, blind on blind himself, and
yeah, probably
4.5 blinds. You can get some folds.
Perhaps.
I mean, you can run into bottom of range. Here we go. Let's see. Well, he's got the same hand again. We'll be moving it in. Let's see if he does run into... Well, he runs into a snap. King 8 suited for Daniliuk. More than enough to take on his man. He'll look to finish the job here. Spiked the queen on the turn a moment ago. Double up. Create the situation. Now it is Andrian looking to get a little fortunate over 5 cards.
I mentioned a moment ago, the roller coaster Andrian has been on all day. I said, will it be his time to get off the roller coaster? You said to me, James, he'd like to stay on it a little bit longer.
Well, here we go. Jack on the flop. Looking like that may just happen. Phil's diamonds. Of course, that is Daniliuk's second way of winning. Well, he's found an 8. There's a third way of winning I hadn't considered, which is the old 8-8 run out. It will just be a king or 8 from here. Wow, that's a diamond, but too little, too late. Andrian doubling up, but far from out of it. Just back to 10 blinds. Again, takes it from Daniliuk, which is the spot you want to take it from.
Precisely.
Reduces him to, what, just under 30 blinds.
And while the stacks get counted down, welcome to the booth.
It's the most...
The best of Scotland.
It's the most sort of... I don't want to call him British because he's Scottish, but he is British.
No,
it's the most British-looking cup of tea I've ever seen.
You're done now, James. You can leave.
I don't know what it means either, Andrew, but Andrew has wandered back into the booth fresh with a tea, a belly full of good food, no doubt, a cold bottle of water. He's come at the right time because we've got some shallow stacked forehand in play. I'm going to call one more hand before letting him in here. I've just got to hope that this is the big one.
I already sent you away and welcomed him.
Well, premature. Andrian, 10 blinds. King 8 off on the button. Still, obviously, a long way adrift of Daniliuk, but a lot closer than he was a moment ago. He will fold. And this is like, Daniliuk's just so hard to play this hand right now. Again, with the player behind him, is going to take advantage.
Oh, he will. He'll pounce on almost everything here. Good hand,
well
bad
done,
hand,
Daniliuk.
indifferent hand.
Hello.
Certainly ace-9.
All right, well, I will bid you,
final. Can you
bid you
wait
for
an
now.
hour, please?
Be back a little bit.
Thanks for doing that
give you
extra
more,
hand.
don't
Really
worry.
appreciate that, James.
Yeah, wait.
Gave you the top level insight
you,
there
thank
that Andrew wouldn't have been able to give you. So
Okay.
I'll see you boys in a little bit.
There is some good-natured joshing in this booth, I won't lie, between myself and James Dempsey. But I do hold the man in high esteem. WPT champion, WSOP champion. Recently the serious head injury ward heads-up champion. Watch out for that three-handed spin and go champion. He stumbles out of it. It's over there, James, the door's there.
Yes.
Just straight in front. Earl James, some cerebral commotion in his recent past.
Cerebral commotion. Is that the excuse for him giving me dog's abuse on my way back in? Hello, everybody.
Cerebral commotion, actually, as I only learned a few moments ago, thanks to James, is actually the direct French translation of concussion. Cerebral commotion, really? Every day's a learning day.
I think he hit his head harder than we thought. So I join you back in the booth. King Dark, 23 million. ISOing pre here with the Queen Jack against Soiree, second in chips. Still happen, I presume.
Soiree very comfortably in second, well ahead of third, and still well behind Dark in first.
Yeah, it does check fold here with bottom pair. Makes some sense. Deep enough, I think, that we can still peel versus the ISO. You know, we are deep enough that don't necessarily need to get chunks in post unless we make a big hand. Looking for opportunities, I guess, to play with King Dark heads up, try and flip-flop the chip stand-ins.
Yeah, I think what we're witnessing right now has been a sort of a back and forth between Andrian and Daniliuk as they've sort of exchanged stacks on a number of occasions, both battling out at the bottom. Everyone trying to outlast each other, obviously. It's so crucial here with these ladder jumps.
Yeah.
Two players very much adrift of everybody else. Daniliuk in a good spot here with 5.4 million. Could have closed the door on Andrian's chances there, but Andrian fortuitous to dog Daniliuk in a small pot for his last 4 bigs.
Okay.
Now finds himself with 8 bigs.
Yeah, interesting here. Lots of King Dark's small blind range should just open shove.
Sure.
So when he limps, mostly going to be polar to very good hands and complete junk, like as we see. It's going to allow Andrian to realize, checking the ace, queen, queen. Yeah, and here comes the delay. Don't mind it. Lots of his queen X and ace X would have jammed pre. Of course, Adrian himself heavily lacking any ace X, particularly. King Dark, the enigma, out in front, lapping to take down this title. I did say yesterday there was 17 left and he won some huge pot. I said, is it name on the trophy stuff? It seemed a bit early for that declaration, but we're getting there.
Yeah, he's obviously got an enormous chip lead in this tournament still, but he had roughly the same amount of chips when we were 6 or 7 left. Okay. So I'm wondering if maybe the mistake being made by our chip leader is that he hasn't really pushed on. He hasn't really started to open up and push the other guys around.
Yeah.
And that's where some very soft chips are available, let's be honest. These guys are going to under-realize, he's going to over-realize. He can open wider, they can defend, you know, with fewer hands. This is just a situation made for him to push the envelope, and don't feel like he has.
It's certainly getting to the realms of not opening any but he can, especially against Daniliuk and Soiree to an extent, really leverage pressure whilst Andrian is in there with 8 bigs.
Yeah.
Have we seen a change from the limping strategy? Still doing it short-handed?
We have seen a change. We've seen a revert to opening, which is obviously better. I think it would be a disaster to be limping in this situation when it's so advantageous to raise. He obviously has another openable candidate here.
Yeah, what a dream of a situation. And waking up with some playable hands also, pocket 8s, closely followed by the king, queen of clubs.
Yeah, and no problem whatsoever with the playable ones. He's in there, he's battling away. He's going to do a little show to keep his reputation solid. But it's actually the less than playable hands he's not been pushing the envelope with. They're the moments that we're identifying as maybe chips left on the table. Chips he might very well need when he gets to heads up or three-handed play.
Yeah, I always find these spots fascinating. Somewhat incentivized to keep Andrian in the tournament at the moment. So if it falls to him in the small, could potentially be a few spots where you might even walk your opponent just to keep him in so that you can leverage this pay jump pressure on the other two stacks. Andrian, probably go time, I would suggest. 7.5 bigs. You know, we do get to a stage where we're going to have to run it. And here he goes. Wondered if you would ever half stack. It's gone a little more than that. Looks like all except one big.
Good luck.
Gets it through though.
Always a great result with the deuces.
Yeah, very welcome time. Or is he? Is there?
It's not a break, my friend.
Does he still have cards? No, I was confused as to why there was a count. Maybe checking it for us in the booth, making sure that he has 1.5.
Thank you.
Adesso meno perché si è appena alzato.
And we are going to zoom out here for a moment. Blinds are going to increase to 125, 250k with the 250k big blind ante. Price of poker going up here, 600k around every 4 hands. That's what these guys have to pay. That will really put the cat amongst the pigeon when you are sitting there with 2 million and 5 million, as Simone Andrian and Daniliuk are right now. 55k locked up. Nice little 20k jump for the players who survive to 3-handed. And then that wrinkle in all merit tournaments where the gap between third and second slightly larger, basically the same, but slightly larger than the gap between second and first.
Yeah, it really changes like strategy, baseline strategy, shall we call it, of these ICM situations. That jump, if you can get 3-handed, the jump from third to second is obscenely large in the context of the overall tournament.
And I must admit, I never had the opportunity to talk to a TD in this poker room about the reason for it. It's remained a wrinkle. We identified it this time last year. Okay, so now maybe.
Yeah, King Dark goes for the min. I would just shove, you know, opponent 6 bigs.
Yeah.
We're not going to raise fold a hand as good as Queen 5, blind on blind. In any case, good to see pushing the envelope as you suggested. Some of those weaker holdings. Yeah, you were saying, David, we've never had clarity on why they choose this payout structure.
Yeah, and I'm going to make that my mission over the next few days to find some TDs, find maybe the person responsible for that wrinkle, and have them explain it to me. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting thing.
I've never seen it. Never seen it anywhere else.
Don't like that card.
But it does. It increases the ICM quite profoundly, 3-handed.
Definitely does.
At a time where actually ICM is way lessening. That's the period of time where ICM is almost vanishing.
Wow, King Dark folding ace-8 off on the button. I mean, it seemed like a pretty mandatory all-in to me.
These are
20
the
bigs.
You gave me another 4.
Yeah,
and they're free chips.
That's a strange. That's a very strange laydown.
Maybe not imaginatively putting himself in the shoes of these other players who are under the cosh right now.
I mean, you could stick that into a sim. Likely going to be open jamming like 3/4 of the deck there from the button for 20 bigs. Like Daniliuk's risk premium is absurd. You know, if it gets through the small blind, you can probably jam as wide as like a 9-4 suited and stuff like that in this spot, and it's going to be printing money. He is such an enigma, though. You never quite know. And we do know what's going to happen here. It's go time. 5 bigs. Beautiful looking holding when you're this short. Andrian going to send them in. Doing the same thing again, leaving himself 1 big blind.
Big blind going to be laid a price. He needs about 40%. He's got to look down at whatever it is and figure out if that's what he has. Looks
Quick
like
fold.
it isn't. A great pickup there when you get 600k.
Yeah, crazy. Picking up half your stack non-showdown.
Huge spot.
We know Andrian as well, very dangerous player. They will want to get him out of there sooner rather than later.
For sure.
You know, if he gets a couple of double ups and does have direct position on King Dark, of course, long way to go to get back to a competitive stack. Still in the heat, still in the mix, excuse me. Had a little wander around the card room before I came in here. 5K high roller in progress. Lots of big names, in fact. I noticed a few new additions to the room. And we'll have coverage of that tomorrow, I believe, the final day.
Correct. What are the numbers in that one?
That's one thing I have not seen yet. I did not pass a monitor, but we'll check up on it.
Yeah, because late reg, I know, open for day 2. I'm not sure how far into day 2, though. So we could be getting close to the end of late reg, or maybe we've already passed it, so we might have final numbers. If we do, we'll try and bring them to you as well, because it does preview what's to come tomorrow as much as we're covering this final table. We sort of view these live streams as a all-together package of the festival. We pick out 3 events and some cash games that we know are of greatest interest, but we want you to know what's going on in general as well, and preview some of the days you don't see of the events that we will be covering later on.
Did you see there, Daniliuk forced to fold ace-7 of diamonds on the button. Going to be frustrating for him until we get rid of the short stack. He's, of course, praying for some collision effect, so to speak. Wants Andrian out the door before he steps out. Nice check here from Soiree. Opponent's going to be perceived to overbluff. We have a hand that comfortably fits into check call. He does do so. Improves to an open-ender, David, to go with top pair.
Yeah, great spot. Dark quickly checks, and now, having tripped up, I wonder if he's going to target a 3 or a deuce, or indeed a 5 for some value.
100% going to bet here. Don't see any reason to check. Your opponent isn't going to reopen the action often enough. I mean, we could see he may do so with 9 high, but not going to be doing it very often. Going to look to target some of those weaker pairs, as David referenced. It's gone for overbet, it looks like. Interesting decision to overbet this river. Don't think we would overbet with a hand like a 5, for example, you know, like a 5-6. Ace, even like an ace-5 type, potentially an ace-5 could go for a large size, but no matter. King Dark just with 9 high. Just let it go. It's intriguing whether Daniliuk could have opened there. You know, not to be unkind against certain opponents in the blinds, I think you will get reshoved on incredibly liberally. I'm not sure how often King Dark's just going to launch it on you, you know, with a marginal hand.
No, he's not been that kind of guy. That's not his modus operandi.
Of course, can understand the fold. Daniliuk really incentivized to try and ladder up that $20,000. Can't overly critique him for that fold.
Dark is going to get in there with a dirty diaper. Andrian more than happy to ship in the ace-8 here, and we know Dark will be tossing this one.
And you know, with everyone you get through, every time you stay alive, every time you creep up back over 10 bigs.
Not good. 2-2, 2-3.
We have been very impressed with Andrian, haven't we, across the coverage. Hasn't made too many mistakes. Ran that huge bluff. Bluff of the tournament, which was a lot of fun for us in the booth. Made some nice folds where he turned a flush, folded to the min raise earlier on of King Dark. Had the 6-3 of clubs on the paired board. Correctly bet folded.
4700. 4700.
Apologies there, guys, for some interference on Daniliuk's mic.
5.
Might be a little sensitive.
And here we go, David.
Oh my goodness, engines purring now. Andrian, 4 bigs just 10 minutes ago. Probably just gets this one through, but what a huge pickup.
Yeah.
In any case, adding half to his stack once again. No showdown.
It's very interesting, you know, King Dark there. From a modern theory perspective, can just open shove the button here.
Sure.
But with this min raise strategy, allowing himself to get away from a premium hand.
Very frustrating passage of play for Daniliuk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Failed to take out his opponent and collect those 4 bigs to his own stack to take into 3-handed play. Instead, doubling up the short stack Simone Andrean, and now watching him get shoved through, get re-shoved through.
Yeah. Here we go. Gonna get another one.
Again, picking up 20% here. A really nice outcome, even if he doesn't get called. I feel like
Very
Daniliuk
interesting.
will be willing to take a spot if one manifests. No, and that is 4 million now, or the best part of for Andrian. What a comeback.
Finally had some
I
good
don't
hands.
know. Perhaps I've got it right, David. I did say you got to get him out the door. Yeah, interesting there that he decided actually not to leave any chips behind, whereas we had seen him do it on the previous jams. I think sometimes you might just get swept away in the
Yeah.
in the mini heater. Forget to do it. Yeah, one double up now. Going to be up in the best part of 8 million, right? And you're right in the hunt. Yeah, Daniliuk, of course. Least happy of the 4 remaining to see the other short stack building. Look at this, they have the same stack now, David. Daniliuk and Andrian pretty much within 2 big blinds of each other now. Soiree, of course, out of position to the chip leader. Is going to continue to limp the small.
Please.
Here we go, a nice adjustment from King Dark here. We've been asking for it, David, asking for him to leverage that stack.
Yeah.
Well played. And Soiree's the one guy he can really put in the coffin.
Yeah.
You know, you should be attacking this limp extremely liberally. Looking to 3-bet if he opens, really putting him in the cage. The best part of $70,000 difference, I believe, 4th to 2nd.
Sure.
Which is absurd.
It's a big leap for 2 more spots, and Daniliuk, oh, you can tell already wearing it in his body language. A bit of frustration. Would have really been hoping to be 3-handed now with those kinky handcuffs off.
Yeah.
Instead, very much tied to the bed right now.
And not in a happy way. Yeah, absolutely. Soiree here with a nice holding. King Queen.
Raise.
Comes in for the min. See, this here, for example, David, a spot I was talking about.
Yeah.
You could feasibly jam here with deuces and it would be absolutely fine. Feels like a lot.
Yeah, 43 bigs does feel like a lot, but I know, or 46 bigs even, 48 bigs. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Andrian here finds an overcall.
Okay, some poker. Oh,
flops best.
What a result for Andrian if he does find a way to win this pot.
This is actually really interesting. It could be some potential for Donkin here. Decides not to.
Tough board for Soiree to c-bet.
Yeah,
I think we're going to see a check back
I
here.
don't think we are going to bet here.
Okay. He might. Soiree will be thinking my hand is good sometimes now, but he'll also be wondering how often he can get maybe a hand like 6x or 4x to fold in the big blind.
Look at this. King Dark. My goodness.
Who saw this coming? Everyone.
The river deuce. Andrian now with a pretty gross decision point. Half pot. Little shade less, in fact. I think 750. Well played, sir. Gets away from it correctly.
This was a bluff, right?
Yeah, Andrian skeptical.
I have 6. You have 6 there? No good. Two. Half two. Deuce? Ah, two. Wow. River deuce, right? Huh? River deuce. Yeah, but no, the deuce. 3. Ah.
Oh no, I had 3 deuces.
Got there in the end, fellas. Very much feels to me like he's just going to win. just everything, the stars keep aligning.
They are aligning all right. We've seen so many strange hands make 2 pairs. The fact that he was allowed get to a river there to make a set. does sometimes feel like it's your day. But here's a man who'll be keen to spoil the party soiree.
Yeah, Soiree now going to use that ace. Is out of position at King Dark, but if we're going to open for some steals, very viable candidate. Yeah, Daniliuk here really going through a cold spell. Nothing playable, nothing defendable. Basically a race at the moment to get three-handed.
Very much so. Cagey passage of play. And one that Soiree, and even more so Dark, can take advantage of. You're right though, we're starting to see shades of aggression that we haven't seen maybe before from Dark.
Yeah.
Some bigger opens, some more frequent opens. Well,
and some big hands.
Some real hands helps.
Has made that gear change now, which is good to see. I haven't seen him limp for a long while.
Big open, 3x.
Well, this is it. Can't imagine.
No, this is definitely it. Andrian, even facing the 3x from Dark here, 6 is way, way too good. Perfect sort of stack as well, 12 bigs. Might even feel like he's fold equity sometimes.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, I think, David. It's kind of grim. We're not thrilled, of course. Yeah, I don't absolutely hate it when we're racing Daniliuk. And if we think there are no folds...
If we think there are no folds, for
then
sure.
I think it's okay. You know, they're so close together. Daniliuk and Andrian. But you never know with King Dark. It is possible he could 3x fold for sure. Soiree now with a kind of ugly spot. But I think our hand's too good to fold.
And what we can be sure of, actually, is that had this been an Orthodox open to 2x, the 6 is going in all day long.
Yeah. Wow, here we go. Soiree doesn't want to tangle with King Dark. And look at the sizing, David. He's lacing it.
Wow, he's gone big. Half pot.
Yeah, a little shade over that even.
Soiree's just got one of those has to call flop and turn hands.
Certainly have to call flop. What we have seen from King Dark is he doesn't kind of recklessly barrel off from what we've seen.
True.
So we may be able to just call one here and expect a shutdown with the bluff part of the range. This is a big turn. Ace 5-3, gut shot working for Soiree. Doesn't get there. It's a type of card texture that should slow things down.
Yeah, diamonds may slow the Dark man.
This will not slow him down. A couple of options for Soiree. Could block here if you think your opponent won't exploit it too much. Very wet board, of course.
And you can definitely target some King X and Queen X with a small bet here, coming in for around 15%.
Yeah,
maybe a 500k, 600k bet. It actually works, has a lot of function to it.
And here it is. Two big blinds, 400k, I believe. Now, this is a test for King Dark, not to just snap call. And yeah, you definitely should consider a raise. You know, of course, you're not thrilled if you raise and then get jammed on. The hand might be a little too strong, David, I think.
I saved myself. I had a 6.
Certainly take a bit more time. Andrian, happiest guy in the room, would have been out the door if the 6s went all in pre.
As that graphic just showed, 64% of the chips in play now sitting in the stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's
of Mr. Dark.
Just time to have fun as that tower grows. Yeah, surprised he didn't take a little more time, River. I think important there. Take your time. We have such a nutted holding. In any case, Andrian here. Looks like he still thinks he has room to min. Perhaps thinking that King Dark is going to defend liberally. We'll get to play in position. Could potentially just pick it up pre. Very grim for Daniliuk, this. Here is that liberal defend, though. Now we do get to play in position as a 2-1 favourite.
Yeah, Andrian really backing himself here.
I think I quite like it. We have to try and keep ourselves afloat. Ace 5-7.
It's a big swing and a miss for Andrian, but he can just c-bet this one. It's a board texture that favours his opening range. He can just fire once. He can fire quite small, 300k, something of that nature, I think, is incoming.
Yeah, very much agree. That's exactly that. From what we know of King Dark, not going to mess around with this one. Well played. Andrian keeping himself
What
alive.
I give him, huh? Because you, huh?
Really should be open season at this point for King Dark. Taking that substantial pot from Soiree, pushing him down further towards the two shorties. One thing I will say, David Daniliuk, we've seen this before in a bunch of streams. He's had these very frustrating spells and it never ever affects his play. I've never seen him get tilted. You know, he may look a little weary, but never lets it get to him, always grinds it out and picks the right spots.
Yeah, I think there are two kinds of physical tells, if you like, in this situation. It's the player who's, you know, maybe wearing his frustration on his sleeve is obviously a frustrating passage of play for him, but at the same time, it's not going to change how he plays his cards.
Absolutely.
So you can look as, for want of a better phrase, pissed off as you want.
Absolutely.
But you're still going to play the cards as they come. You're not going to do anything reckless or silly.
I'm playing the cards as they come. King Dark flatting the open out the small with Jack 3 of hearts. Not a play you're going to see too often. Soiree, though, hating this texture. Actually has a pretty good candidate to delay bluff if we are going to bluff. Not a massive fan here of just sending money into the abyss. I like this check. We can, of course, see that it would have worked against Jack 3 of hearts, but it's not going to work against too many parts of King Dark's perceived small blind flat range. Soiree now might go for the double delay.
I'm going to push back on you for just a moment there. I would be very worried about letting Dark see the turn, because I haven't seen a turn card that he hasn't hit today.
Look at this, though. We've now given ourselves the opportunity to win this pot.
We have. And a very plausible situation, having checked all the way down. Makes so much sense now to bet this.
Yeah, this was
work.
Really nice play
Great
from
work.
Soiree. Very nice.
Верните нам это, экран.
I will qualify that by saying against a normal small blind peel range, I quite like delay. But against King Dark, who is so wide, you might decide just to go ahead and c-bet. If he's in there with hands like Jack 3, Jack 5 suited, in any case, well done, Soiree. Picks it up. And of course, I missed the last couple of hours. Soiree has been very impressive in the lead up to the final table, picking some light 3-bet spots. We saw him taking on Farhadin. With a lot of marginal holdings. Andrian just keeps finding it. Pretty much a fist pump jam. There it is.
Yeah, it can get called by an awful lot worse here. Doyle Brunson in the muck with a plum.
Yeah, a little frustration shown there. Can't blame him. Andrian, though, just still can't get rid of him. And the longer he stays around, the more uneasy Daniliuk becomes. He's now been overtaken in chips by the Italian.
It's truly been an extraordinary journey for Andrian through this tournament. Remember, sitting with thereabouts the chip lead at the beginning of yesterday, drifted back to third or fourth spot, but still very much amongst the chip leaders for the middle part of yesterday. Then got the chip lead back, arrived in this morning with a very, very big stack, 8.4 million. He's one card away from being down to 4 million after just an hour of play, but spiked a river to get back to 8 million. Built upon that to 11.5. Some bad stuff obviously happened on the outer tables. And when we caught back up with them on the final table, 4.5 million. And, well, it went south from there. He spun back, drifted back once again, and has spun back up again. So, a serious journey.
And more chips journeying towards King Dark.
Yeah. Just nice little subtle gear change. James and I talked about how much credit he would get if he did it as well, because it's not been his modus, because he's been limping sometimes, because he's been generally not barreling, because he's been almost never 3-betting. As soon as he stepped out and showed a bit more aggression, blind v blind, taking these 4Xs, going for some of these bigger opens, just opening a bit more often, he's getting a lot of credit, not just because he's the big stack who can put all the pressure, but also because they actually do probably believe him.
Sure.
We saw the 6s get folded a few moments ago. That was sort of part of that.
Absolutely, yeah, getting lots of credit for his opens. And Daniliuk, well, the time is now. Been very, very patient.
Yeah.
12 bigs here, short stack.
Got to send this one.
A very easy shove. Does do so.
How's your look, Daniliuk? Pretty good. Some quick folds, and this time it's he who gets to add 20% to his stack without showdown.
Happy just to stop the bleeding. Sometimes you just really need to get one through.
Yeah.
For morale, if nothing else. Seasoned campaigner, though, won't be giving up.
No, and just the fact that he's still there. Like, yes, a little frustrating not to be still there. 3-handed, of course. But given how he's never really accumulated, he's never really gotten out of that sort of sub 5 million zone.
Sure.
He's managed to navigate all the way. Remember, 5 million, pretty much the average when this final table began.
Yeah, to still be in the hunt. Now, King Dark deciding to limp this one. Could feasibly have no limps whatsoever, of course, with this stack depth situation.
Yep.
It's going to give Andrian a free look. More than content to check his option. The free look results in middle pair, David.
Yeah, Andrian content to check it back over. Going to go into bluff catching mode, most likely.
Yeah, this is very nice. Knows the King Dark is overly aggressive for facing weakness. Take a turn, improve to a gut shot. Going to be very happy to see this river card.
Yeah, love that card.
Yeah, King Dark shuts it down.
Can you pursue value?
I don't think so.
Seems a bit thin.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think you can end up value timing yourself here against an 8. But King Dark probably just bets that. So, on reflection, my initial instinct was no, just because of the distributions, and we don't want to get sucked down towards Daniliuk if we do indeed run into a slightly better hand. But facing the snap check, and King Dark probably just bets an 8 himself. Seems reasonable to go for a little bet.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about an inferior 7. I'd be thinking about a 3. Be thinking about maybe even a... I don't know, does a king high ever get curious? No, it doesn't. But yeah, one of those ones where once you get checked like that, you probably realize that your opponent's given up, but maybe, just maybe, you can find a smidge of value. Soiree, south of 10 million now.
Sorry.
King Dark. Can let this one go. Battle of the Blinds. These are our two shorter stacks. Very similar stacked players as well.
Look at this, sends it. Happy to run it. Poor Daniliuk, just coming up empty time after time. Just like that, David. Andrian, the bones of 5 million. You know, he's one double up from overtaking Soiree now.
Yeah, and remember, he was sitting on 875k with a 35% hand all in only half an hour ago. It's been quite the spin up since then. Overtaken Daniliuk now, pushing distance between himself and Daniliuk.
Yeah, most interestingly, spin up with pretty much not too much stress either, right? No showdowns, just getting shoves through, getting reshoves through. I'd be delighted to still be alive here. Daniliuk just getting the bottom distribution of the deck. Fortunately for him, did not find a shovable hand. Soiree with a beautiful ace-10 of clubs.
Yeah, the frustration is certainly palpable now, as we've seen Daniliuk remain patient, and as spoken of only a moment ago, I can't see him do anything rash, but I can see him being frustrated.
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun, you know, four-handed, paying those blinds. Every four hands, they're coming your way. He will be aware with the distributions. Gets one double. It's right back in the hunt. We did see Andrian willing to continue to try and find spots. I'd expect him to min here again. No.
Very much in the spot that Daniliuk was in only 15 minutes or so ago, where he couldn't really open, knowing the shorter stacks around now. Rolls are reversed and all the ICM pressure is now on Andrian.
It really is interesting with this large third to second jump.
Yeah.
Because of course it would be nice to ladder 19,000. But if you can get to second, you're laddering 65k.
Yeah.
So there is actually incentive to, for now, for Andrian in particular, to get himself closer to Soiree, to inch closer and closer, so that if he gets three-handed, you know, you're in position to secure that, what was it, 43k jump or something absurd between third and second. Really quite interesting. Maybe that's why the tournament director at Merit okayed such a structure, David.
I like to think so. Finally looking down at a playable one. Question is, will he open this or will he shove it?
I think this one will likely just go all in. Yeah, he's half stacking. Hand's a bit too good, David, I think. You don't want to ever raise fold it. Just gonna get the job done.
Yep. Soiree contemplating a loose open here. Thinks better of it. King Dark getting jiggy with the 9-6, 3xing, and Andrean, wow. Beautiful spot here to pick up 1.4 million potentially without showdown if he was to get the reshove through. We saw him fold the sixes a short while ago, but he's got a bigger stack now. That extra million in his stack certainly changes everything.
Yeah, can't fold this one. Hard blockers to value hands.
Daniliuk praying Dark is in there with the real one.
That's never great news as soon as the button declines the count.
Andrian again, no showdown. Up to well over 5 million now. Clear daylight between him and Daniliuk.
And this is becoming slowly a real problem for Soiree. Doesn't want to see Andrian continue this rally. You know, in an ideal world for him, the 2 short stacks would have just continued to dwindle until they're so short that he's guaranteed second. Finds another one here, ace 10. And for the min raise, Soiree here with a suited connector. 8-5 of clubs. So of course, getting the direct price. Makes the call. And wow, 9-7-4 with 2 clubs. Gut shot draw to the straight flush.
Yeah, massive draw here for Soiree. Interesting to see how he proceeds. Looks like he's going to lead at it. Andrian, tough one now with the ace of clubs in hand. Obviously got backdoors of his own as well as those overcards. Hard to fold for 400k here.
Yeah, this is really quite interesting. Soiree leveraging that pressure on Andrian. Of course, he knows that Andrian and Daniliuk are relatively close in chips. Electing to donk. Improves now to the best hand. That small lead. Targeting hands like this without a club. King, Queen, King, Jack type holding's going to have a hard time continuing. Very interesting card, David.
Yeah, Soiree now with showdown. One wonders if he just elects to take that showdown to go with the draw.
I think there's an argument to just bet small again.
Sure.
That is what he's going to go for. You know, deny some equity. Pretty unlikely
to get raised.
I think. You know, if Andrian has pocket 10s, for example, I believe they would go all in on the flop.
Sure.
You know, hands like this that are going to fast play. Oh my
Oh,
God,
hello.
it's jammed. This is somewhat unexpected. Andrian. Yeah, what are we repping here?
What do we shove turn that we don't shove on the flop? Or at least raise on the flop to that very small probey bet. That did suggest a lot of equity. So, you know, you had to have a hand that was sort of invulnerable. Was he literally sitting there on like pocket 7s?
Soiree may sniff this out, David. He really might. You know, the button, if we think about his overall range, Andrian, I don't think he's going to open a hand like 8-9 suited, for example, with the distributions, right? He doesn't want to get reshoved on by Daniliuk. Doesn't want to be raising with marginal holdings into the big blind. So we're basically repping, like you said, a very strong flopped hand, like a set. Potentially a hand like aces. Are we, you know, that doesn't raise flop. Like, I think 10s, jacks, queens likely to raise, get in on the flop.
Aces can't love that 8.
No.
I don't know. It feels like you had a hand that was almost so invulnerable, like 7s or 4s, that you were going to let your opponent hang himself a little, and then hated that 8 and just went, oh, better shut it down. It's a very surprising play from Andrian, who's been so nuanced and deft. I'm really surprised to see him play kind of a big ball sort of hand here in this situation. It's very hard to figure out. Like, he's not going to do it with the nuts. 10 jack is just simply not going to raise this amount.
I don't think so.
5-6 is not going to do it either. Is 5-6 even in there in the opening range?
Exactly.
Maybe
I think
not.
you can discount it, David. And hands like pocket 9s, 8s, and 7s, for example, are supposed to jam a good amount, I think.
He does pass.
Got it through.
Wow.
Very critical moment in the tournament.
A real head scratcher, because I don't think he was representing much.
Very thin value range.
Top set?
It could be. Yeah,
top set that just thought, ooh, don't love that turn card. But then wouldn't you raise a normal amount? Wouldn't you still?
Nah.
Would you really jam? Jam is big.
It's not that big, I don't think. I think if we do raise here with only, what, 4.5 behind, likely are going to pile.
Yeah, 9s like the sets make sense, but they're a very small number of hands.
Absolutely.
Siamo tornati. Siamo tornati.
Very interesting. Little does Andrea know quite how strong a hand Soiree just let go. Huge moment, potentially.
Huge moment.
Andrian and Soiree now going to be neck and neck.
Yeah, and that was surely a big part of the consideration for Soiree there. If he calls and is wrong, well, now he's in a real battle at the bottom versus Daniliuk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas by letting this one go, he and Andrian get to have sort of the same stack, and our short stack is still sort of adrift. Both players with an equal chance of getting into that top two that we're talking about being such a jump in this structure. Oh, what a fascinating afternoon and evening of poker it's been. So many twists and turns. One constant has been the onslaught, doing it very much his own way by King Dark. Some unorthodox lines, but combination of card catching, positional awareness, fearlessness. It's really served King Dark well, put him in the box seat. Daniliuk all in with the eights. Going to get this one through, crucially.
Yeah, very timely pickup. Keeping alive. We'll be hoping to go on a run similar to Andrian.
I'm going to say it here. Andrian has had one of the most interesting journeys through a tournament that I've seen in a while. Flying high with one of the big stacks through the opening days. Not really surrendering that big stack at any point until we got to this final table. Very swingy indeed. Twice down to sub 1.5 million. In fact, once down to 875k. Back up now to 7 million. And if he keeps growing like this, and he actually was to do the unthinkable and win this tournament from that position of having just 4 big blinds, I think we'd be talking about one of the greatest stories ever here in the Merit Poker Room.
Absolutely. He's getting a little out of line here, perhaps feeling that momentum. Daniliuk finds a rejam hand. Going to be delighted to be able to send this in. Andrian first, little small misstep. You can't even really call it one, right, but he just ran into it.
Yeah, I don't call it a misstep because I think he can get away with a small one there. I think the 9-4, he doesn't want to limp in, so he's either got to pitch it or raise it, and I suppose he just decided, you know what, this poor man has not woken up with much of a hand for a long, long time. He's probably not got one this time either. As we see.
Yeah, purely said misstep, based on the fact that Andrian, every step has been perfectly uniform the last 40 minutes or so. Once again, waking up with a playable hand on the button. Makes it 500k to go. Fascinating stuff now. All 3 of these stacks starting to bunch together. You know, this should be music to the ears, really, of King Dark. Should be looking at this now, this distribution, and thinking, okay, Andrian and Soiree can't do anything against me here. Should really take this as his moment to ramp up the aggression.
Sì, tipo 4 milioni. Sì.
Sunt la egalitate cu băiatul. Da, close acolo.
Sì, 7 milioni.
Are mai multe acum, că a dat open și ne-a...
Andrian now 7 million. Daniliuk 4.2 million. Soiree, I think, sitting around the 7 million mark as well.
Yeah, things have gone south for Soiree. When I rejoined the booth, had around about 14 million, had that cut in half. And continue to try and limp into the big blind of King Dark. Once more elects not to punish. Don't really need to punish though, David, when you flop a 6 high straight flush draw. Big size in.
Yeah, and tough for Soiree, who I'm sure was thinking he'd probably check call. Can't really against that size anymore.
Shows the 3-6 of
Flush
clubs.
straight.
Nice.
Straight flush.
Nice hand. Nice draw.
Very nice hand.
King Dark inching his way towards the 30 million mark.
Do wonder if he is looking at this distribution as I just referenced and thinking now is the time to really put his opponents under the cosh. So we see Daniliuk here waking up with a premium, pocket nines. Interesting spot.
Yeah, almost too good to shove.
Yeah, with the distributions, I wouldn't hate jam, but I think min, of course, fine. Here we go, though. King Dark. Again, exercises caution. We haven't seen him, you know, take a hand like this, 3-bet shove it.
No.
Perhaps giving respect to Daniliuk, who really hasn't opened many hands. Pretty much a dreamy flop for those nines. Be very comfortable here, bet getting it in.
Probably going a slightly larger sizing here now on an 8-high board. You want to go probably around half pot.
Yeah, I like it. You can make this a 2-street hand for sure. A little smaller. Look at this. King Dark nonchalantly snap check calling.
All those back doors, Andrew. All those back doors.
Does have a bunch of them working for him.
We've seen him come out with some unorthodox leads. Not going to do it here on the queen. Not sure what that would have represented anyway. Daniliuk probably continues to pursue value here.
Yeah, I think we can relatively comfortably bet get this in still.
Yeah. It would just be a very bad beat if your opponent had a queen here, had floated you. I think you probably just stick in another. Okay, he's just going to try and close out the hand here. Enough is enough. King Dark obviously going to get out of dodge here. For a moment's posture. A nice pickup. And as you said, Andrew, just a moment ago, these guys bunching together again, even more so now. 7 million, 7 million, and 6 million.
Pretty much joint second place for all three. It's basically a race to get heads up. With King Dark at this point, you would imagine, barring disaster for our overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah, not too long left on this level. I think we might have 10 or 15 minutes. Maybe just 10.
Yeah, the next level is really going to start to leverage pressure.
Sure. Unless King Dark was to leak chips in all directions and turn this into a deeper stacked affair, one presumes another bust out is on the horizon. But to be honest, it could come from any one of three sources. All of these guys very much in contention for second place.
Yeah, King Dark continues now. Try and ramp up the aggression.
Nice. I like this.
Yeah. It's so hard for any of these players to defend correctly. You know, hands that you would ordinarily defend for chips. Going straight into the muck.
Sorry, this.
Didn't want to give back the 8-3 of hearts.
That's strong. That's very strong.
You give me video, then I'm count. No problem. To time. Choose what you want, and then.
Next blind level will be intriguing. May get to a stage where King Dark can start to do a lot of open shoving. Although having watched his play, David, it doesn't seem to be his style. Feasibly open jam. Lots and lots of hands against the sort of 20 bigs or so that the next level will bring of all three players. Very surprised to see Swari defend this. Yeah, let's go.
Pivotal.
Again. Aye, aye, aye.
Very sexy, this hand.
Adrian, all business.
It's coming at some point, the song, I promise you. Heads up. Heads up, we'll give you a little rendition. Very much now, all the table, it's very much feel like we're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
Waiting for the inevitable clash. Don't envy Swari's seat here. Very difficult. Don't get to act after King Dark very often. Electing to check here with ace-6. Could have considered a shove pre at depth. Let's check it back.
Hit check.
Check.
Of course, reasonable to have some mid-range ace-x in there in your check-back range. He's got a hammer lock on this hand.
250.
Swari has to be getting frustrated here, David. He's feeling like he's limp folding all the time, and look at this. Putting the cape on. Gonna call one with king high. Somewhat understandable.
Yeah, that ace not supposed to be in
Yeah.
King Dark's range too often. Although I do like the fact that he
King
held
high.
back a hand like ace-6 to have an ace for exactly this situation.
Dark.
A bit surprised by the lack of bet there on river.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to bet. Just declines to go for value. Swari can have a bunch of 7x, bunch of jack x even.
Totally.
Some 4x, some queen 10s, some king queens that limped. Don't want to get it in pre with the ICM situation. Ace-6, certainly more than strong enough to bet. In any case, more chips. Going to King Dark. It's going to be tough to stop him at this stage. Just feels as if it's destiny. See if one of the 3 other players can stop it from happening.
I don't know, Andrew. I feel like destiny is maybe
A resident Italian, is it?
Andrian.
Could be.
I have this sneaking suspicion. Although here we go, jacks for King Dark. Just have this sneaking suspicion. Andrian is going to do something special here. I don't know why.
Could certainly see it. He's put in an absolute warrior-like grind to get himself back in the mixer.
Really has. I think he'll let this one go for 850.
Yeah, I'd be shocked to see anything else. Of course, another spot we're going to defend for chips.
And again, I actually like the show. I like the show with jacks here. If you're dark, you know, you're not really giving away any information.
Right?
Obviously, you're going to always raise the jacks up, but you know, no harm for him to show the odd real one. When, in fact, I think these guys think he's at it very infrequently.
Agreed.
Reinforce that image and maybe use that image a little bit more over the next hour or so. We've been saying it for as part of a couple of hours now, but real opportunity to pick up soft chips here with some wider opens. Maybe an occasional 3-bet. That's light. So, who are we to say anything? King Dark's been doing his own thing, and he's built a stack of 2/3 of the chips in play, being his own man. Beautiful thing about poker is there's room for all sorts of styles. Oh,
here
hello.
we go. This is it.
Huge moment here. Andrian. Well, did I speak too soon?
Yeah, this is it. Can't fold this. Oh. Here we go. We'll call this one a slight misstep. Runs into the ace-9 of Daniliuk. We will test David's theory about something special. 34% for Andrian to knock out Daniliuk in 4th.
Huge moment for both players
10
here.
million in the middle, David.
10 million in the middle, 800k behind an Adrian stack. It's basically
меня туз 9, там
all
король
of it
3.
right now. What a huge moment. There's a 3.
Wow.
A cheeky little 3. Daniliuk. He's got some back doors to go with the ace and 9. Plenty of ways to win from here. Far from out of it.
Туз 10 тогда, ладно.
Has
little bit of help.
improved to a gut shot. Massive river incoming here, four-handed.
What a card this is.
Four
my God,
of diamonds.
really
Can't get there. Daniliuk busts in fourth place.
Good game, man.
And Andrian
Well
from
done.
the ventilator on fumes, 800k, now has 11 million in chips. Commiserations to Daniliuk. Ground it out like a champ, David, to be fair. Kept himself in contention. Got it in with the best of it. To be second in chips with 3 left. Difficult to argue with that. Kept himself afloat. Ground it out. Unfortunately, run down by Simone Andrian's King 3. Finally, we are three-handed, guys. Merit
Only the big,
Series warm-up event. 3 left in contention for the $165,000 first prize.
Yeah, understandably disappointed and despondent. Daniliuk walking away from our table there. He was so unlucky on 2 occasions there against Andrian. Once when Andrian had just 4 big blinds and the worst of it. Then when, of course, pretty much all of both of their stacks were in the middle. And again, Andrian with the worst of it, getting there. But Daniliuk, what a class act. Unruffleable, unflappable.
Yeah.
A real talent, a supreme talent in this poker room. And a man I have no doubt we will see back both the final table and in the winner's closure in the not too distant future. He is a serious player, and the way he navigated today without ever really getting going just shows you what kind of player he really is.
Agree completely, David. Positioned himself there, 2-1 favourite to get three-handed. Just unfortunate. It's King Dark limps in with the 8-5 suited. Gets it done with a post-flop stab. We do have a story brewing. Andrian back in the mix here. He's down to 4 blinds, as David said. All
Yeah,
of a
I got the big
sudden,
blind.
has the best part of 50 bigs.
That was last time.
You would imagine if he can get himself heads up, David, probably fancies himself. I don't know how much either player has played heads up. But Andrian, you would think, would have himself as a favourite. If he can get to heads up play.
Sorry.
Yeah, I do think he would be the favourite, but I also have a feeling we could be in for a war of attrition here between these 3.
Yeah, Soiree not out of this by any means. Very skilled player. Of course, now gonna have to take off the shackle somewhat, three-handed. Even more pressure. Blinds coming round now. Every few moments. Again, if he can find that double up. We've yet to see King Dark take a substantial hit, David, from when I've been in the booth. Haven't seen him lose a big pot, I don't believe. Across the 2 days almost. Tends to be, you know, small losses, and then the rest of the time just pure accumulation.
Yeah, I have a feeling we didn't get to see a very large pot between him and Andrian on the outer table when there were 2 tables left. Just the way the chips very dramatically moved from Andrian's stack into Dark stack suggests at least one, if not a couple of big confrontations there. But you're right, from what we've seen for the most part, it's been Dark chipping up with small to medium-sized pots for the most part.
So we see Andrian wake up with the ladies, limped pot. And will Dark consider continuing here? Pretty weak holding, of course, out of position. I know he likes to play post-flop.
Yeah. But he does love position.
Is going to make the call, though, David.
Okay, okay.
Roundly dominated here.
2 million in the middle. And he's got a goodie.
Does have a gut shot. Saw him earlier in the stream run a pretty wild bluff with King Jack of Diamonds on a similar texture, but with all black cards. I don't think he'll fold this flop. Question is, how will he approach it? I think it's just a call.
Just calling chip.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were digging deeper.
Oh my word.
Would you believe it? Well, look, diamond in the hand of Adrian. He's not
My goodness.
out of the woods yet. But how does this man hit so many turn cards, Andrew?
And look, he's gonna lead. And Adrian is in trouble here, David. I don't believe we can fold. You know, our opponent, we know he's capable of splashing around. Nothing to rule him out having some kind of a 9x hold in here that is just messing with us. And we have that all-important Queen of Diamonds in our hand.
Oh, this is so messy. Obviously, he could just have a flush now, and that's much more what Adrian's worried about. But
Yeah.
he has the Queen of Diamonds in hand. He just can't get away right now.
Never fold in turn.
His hand could be best, and his hand could get there.
Critical river, and it's
Oh, and he
another
does find
diamond
it.
on the river. My goodness me.
Dark maybe looks to blocker this with the diamond of
It's
his
gone
own.
a bit too big for block.
No king, please.
2.2
You have lush.
million.
That's a third.
Huge, huge hand. What a swing.
Oh my goodness me.
What has just happened over the
Fucking
course
diamond,
of the
yeah,
last
diamond,
hour,
yeah.
Andrew? 800k to 16.5 million.
Simone Andrian, what a spin. 20xing that short stack. Look at this. And within a few precious moments, gets himself up to 55 bigs. All of a sudden, starting to become more of a two-horse race. But let's not count out Adrian Soiree. Still in there, still 18 big blinds, looking to spin it up. King Dark now with pretty narrow lead from about an hour ago from Simone Andrian in second.
What an extraordinary passage of play we just witnessed there. King Dark obviously plays to the beat of his own drum. He never misses a turn card. Unfortunately for him, his opponent hit the river. But what a wild hand that was to see Adrian propelled up to that 16.5 million mark. Only a few moments ago was he sitting with 800k and a 30% hand.
Insane.
Heads up. He looked like he had one foot out the door. My goodness me, I would make him favourite right now.
I think, yeah, in terms of overall skill set, you know, let's not count out King Dark. I know he's had a very non-standard way of approaching the game, but he does make it work, but he can get himself into some of these sort of ugly situations with that style of wanting to see so many flops. Adrian now, though, 55 bigs, momentum behind him. You'd have to give him a very strong chance of taking this down.
Yeah, it cannot be underestimated what a huge moment that river diamond was. 8 of diamonds,
That's
I believe.
huge.
It just swung everything.
Yeah.
11 million pot would have gone the other way, most likely. And then we would have seen a sort of a battle for who could, you know, get second place.
Definitely.
2 guys sitting with 7 million and 1 player with 80% of the chips in play. It's all to play for now, suddenly.
Yeah, absolutely. Critical river card. Yeah, any other card, and he may even have had to call off a value bet from King Dark on a blank.
Yeah.
We know he's spicy, we know he can get out of line. But yeah, that's it. Three-handed. Soiree looking to spin. Adrian looking to continue momentum. King Dark looking to regain control.
Guys, we're going on a 15-minute break. It won't be long. We will be back for three-handed action. We want to know who will win. Are you not entertained? I know I am. Come back to us.
Now the tap is real. Albuquerque out. Second hand of this final table. A fun ride he's had.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sure he'll be very happy with the return and the performance. And he'll be coming back for more, no doubt, after that. A little taste of how much fun these big tournaments can be. He gets $16,500 for his efforts. Perhaps had the most animated walk-on as well. He was really leaning into that, wasn't he?
He was firing the air guns, getting ready to gunsling at the FT. You did reference them. Cinderella story of Albuquerque, unfortunately, won't be going to the ball on this occasion.
We have a man on fumes. He'll be somewhat fuming.
This isn't far off. Queen 7 might have to go in here.
Race?
Now, intelligently holding back just in case there was some madness behind.
Right. 3 all-ins behind fold, get some ladders.
Yeah.
I would always. It's casual because he had 2 chips there, a green one and a white one, but maybe going 400 here is kind of
left a little more, it's true.
But it's a facet of the fact he had those 2 chips there. I think it's just the casual flicking in a green.
Well, Akimov has given him a spin, and well, good news for Dado. He's ahead.
Yeah, very nice position to find himself in on this Jack 10 tempo. Do you think that flop's a little bit of a needle, given the hand he just lost to?
Yeah, right. Well, 6 outs for Akimov. Dado not out of the woods yet.
Akimov has 7 players rooting for himself.
Can the shorty hold once more at this warm-up final table?
Oh,
Okay.
a dagger to Dato. Just took the bad beat with Ace King v Jack 10 after a King Jack X flop. Now the offsuit napkin looking 5 rolls off to give Akimov the knockout. Bring us down to 7 players. As I said, everyone else rooting for that card because they've all just made $5,500. That is the min payout with 7 left, 27.5 of course.
This Italian man, Andrea Dato, played superbly. A sort of a cockroaching performance from 17 left last night. Never really got going, never really built a stack, but hung in there, got his shoves through, got his reshoves through, and was
King Dark adorned in his full-on merit gear. The cap, the hoodie. You don't just get 16,000 of making this final table, you get those 2 little goodies.
They're gratis, are they?
I believe so.
Love to see it.
What I would like is a merit-branded cowboy hat for the Western Series of making the final, but, you know, apparently in my opinion means nothing in these parts. Probably a good thing. You're nodding in agreement.
Just the general principle that you shouldn't be given that kind of power.
I understand.
King Dark opening things up here with the 9-8 of hearts. Panagidas.
Yeah, a rare raise. And this is what happens, right? It makes it suddenly so much harder for these players. Panagidis is still going to go for the 3-bet, but it's...
And I'm getting deja vu now, James. Like, we watched a hand play out, I think it was myself and Andrew 3 hours ago, where Panagidas went for too small a 3-bet size, we felt, brought in King Dark, who can leverage so much ICM pressure on him down the streets. Well, obviously, so far so good for Panagidas.
Yeah, great.
Outflapping his opponent, but I'm not sure about that size.
Yeah, it was a little too enticing. I'd be scared when this guy it's only a second raise at the table when he's V-pipped like 15 times.
Also not a disaster to flatten that spot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think I'd just flatten, be somewhat wary as it is. King Dark going to continue with bottom pair and backdoor hearts to the 3-bet continued aggression and turns 2 pair. Panagidis can look at that card and think, well, that's a really nice looking card for me.
Oh, this is a world of pain. I don't know. If I'm Panagidas, I have to be honest here, because of my opponent's propensity to bluff, I probably check back and just resign myself to like pretty much calling any river. I don't want to put my stack on the line, so I don't put a bet out here.
I get greedy. I hear you, and I'm sure the theory kids will probably say you're right.
I think theory-wise it's close, but I think against this particular opponent who over-bluffs rivers,
yeah,
I think I'm probably just going to say to myself, okay, if I give him a free one and he gets there, so be it.
we've seen a lot of his bluffs tend to be quite small on the river. So I don't know how much chip equity we get. But I hear you. As it is, he's sizing up a bet. And who can fault him for doing so? Question is, does King Dark now just jam it in on him? Or would he continue as a call?
Like, overall nut and range advantage still to Panagidis here. He can have the ace-kings.
Right.
He can have the aces, he can have the kings, but King Dark basically hits his best card.
Look at that, Panagidis. If he's looking at the corner of his eye, which I'm sure he is, just sees his man reach for the greens.
Oy, oy, oy.
You're like, what? No, don't raise me. Just call. Make a reluctant call. Please don't raise me.
And I think out of position, you probably are going to see a raise here more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, a jam's only, what, 3.6 million more into a pot of 5.5.
Yeah, it just seems like the only play. Now, King Dark never one to play super orthodox here.
The one thing I'd criticize him here on is just reaching for those greens straight away. In terms of a live tell, it's like, and now tanking and then raising kind of looks like you're always going to raise.
Sure. Oh, Panagidis has put himself in a world of hurt here. The 3-bet pre, no need for it. Maybe no need for even a c-bet sometimes, although I certainly don't mind it on the ace-king-9 texture, but I definitely would have checked back this turn. And I think he's going to be put in the blender. A 10-jack here may be the bluffy one, a 9x of clubs.
Yeah, some sort of club combo.
There are
even like some ace-x of clubs might even.
Sure.
In this man's hand, become a raise.
Yeah, yeah.
I think obviously he's best served as a call. He's going to throw in more time chips.
Okay. Not quite sure.
I almost like this. Now it's like reaching for the green straight away doesn't seem so important to me, if that makes sense. As a,
sort of
as a live tell man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like he just reached for some chips rather than... If he got the greens out straight away through a time bank and then raised, I'd be suspicious.
Welcome back to the Merrick Crystal Cove Hotel, where there has been plenty of drama on the felt. And then there were 3, Andrew Headley, King Dark, Andrian and Soiree, all still in contention. Obviously King Dark with the big stack, Andrian in the ascendancy, Soiree probably going backwards more than anyone else in a sense. I don't know. I just still feel it for Andrian. It has all the makings of one of the great Merit Poker Room stories. This guy, big stack, almost felted, and makes this incredible comeback.
Really could be one of the stories of this series, any Merit series. Yeah, 3-handed soiree indeed. We are down to 3. Soiree looking to spin it up. Andrian with that incredible comeback, now with 55 big blinds. King Dark still with the chip lead, around about 75 bigs in front of him. So yes, anybody's game now. It was at one stage looking like King Dark for the win. At this stage, anybody's game. Andrian right back in the hunt. Very intrigued to see this one play out, David.
Yeah, and Soiree not too far behind. Like, okay, 18 bigs, 5 million, but we've seen it time and time again. He gets the double up. He's well back in the hunt, and yeah, the handcuffs are off him now. The ICM pressure not really there. The other 2 guys are way away from him, and he can play fairly untethered now.
Yeah, he's going to have to certainly moderate how he's been playing. Of course, somewhat forced out of position to King Dark. He was having to limp a lot of small blinds. Wasn't having too many opportunities to raise pots himself. So we'll see if he is able to gear change, into more aggressive mode. To be fair to him, card distribution hasn't exactly been in his favor. Can't recall him picking up any real big hands. But yeah, Andrian, the big mover within that last sort of 30 to 40 minute spell. You see the payouts there. 74k locked up for all 3. And that big pay jump we've spoken about, $47,000 pay jump up to second. First place, looking to take home $165,000.
Yeah. A menage à trois is upon us now.
Ooh la la.
Soiree. Sorry, when
I
you
know,
said
I had to get the pun in there. It was a pretty good one, I thought.
Very nice.
Thank you. So cards back in the air. Blinds are now up 150 and 300k. Not insubstantial increase, notably for Soiree. As we see King Dark back at it. King Queen sizing up here. 3.6x.
Yeah.
Just denies Soiree any opportunity to defend light. Of course, wouldn't have defended with the Jack 3 in any case.
3-3 now, huh?
And interesting because it has been, for the most part, one-way traffic and very consistently chips going in the direction of King Darky. Suffered his first real setback, and I wonder if he will feel mentally strong after that, if he will feel as though, oh no, it seemed to be all going my way and now it's not.
Yeah, that genuinely was the key river card of the tournament so far. You know, if it had bricked out, we commented, myself and you during the break, not impossible that Adrian might have had to call a river bet there with queens, with that hard diamond blocker of the flush, which was mostly, you know, the sort of value representation from the small of King Dark. You see here, both players holding a 5. Don't know King Dark's side card.
Oh,
turn of a straight here for Soiree. Gonna look to trap.
Well, if it's a 9, there's trouble.
This is a big bet. 650k into 850. Representing that 9, we don't know King Dark's side card. Soiree, of course, gonna close his eyes and click call.
Yeah.
Hope for a non-massive sizing on the river from King Dark. Very interesting here. Look at this, quickly reaches.
Could be the same hand.
It could. We have seen him shut down a lot, King Dark, right, when called. I haven't seen him, David, run multi-street bluffs. So I would, you know, purely from a selfish perspective in the booth, wouldn't mind seeing what he's showing up with here. This is a tournament-defining spot for Soiree. If he calls here, David, and is wrong, going to be down to 2.2 million.
I think you just have to click call.
I think so. Although it really is a player-dependent spot. Haven't seen King Dark, as I say, run these bluffs. But as you say, underrepresented straight. If we're folding this, it does feel as if we're folding everything that isn't a 9.
Yeah.
Big moment.
You hate it, but you have to do it.
I think so.
And it's fun that we don't actually know whether it's the correct decision. Please find that card.
Show me.
Please, dealer.
Asks the show.
Please. Oh, we'll never know. We will never, ever know.
Fuming. Okay, look at the respect he gets. It's absolutely insane. I feel like he might just have it there, honestly.
Oh, he absolutely could, but... Ugh.
You'd like to know.
Usually I don't pass this. I don't fold this hand, but I don't know.
Good.
You had a straight?
Yeah.
He could have had the same straight, though.
Claiming a straight. Yeah, he
9-5.
could have. Could have been a
9-5.
chop.
Wow.
Certainly could have been. Of course, less likely with Soiree holding one of the 4s. Wow, gets away from it.
If he did get away from the loser, that is a above the rim moment.
So we see King Dark, the small with 8-6. Andrian here really has to feel comfortable. He's getting to see the flops. He's in position. You know, certainly an argument here for King Dark to open extremely wide out the small. Andrian not incentivized to play pots. He's allowed to take a look here. Flops middle pair. Really like how he holds himself at the table. Probably going to induce a bluff here with this flop check. Doesn't. Decides to check again. Double check from Andrian. Trying to induce a river bluff.
So surprising if Dark checks this one 3 times.
I mean, he has to stab, surely. Doesn't do it.
Like, we see it wouldn't have worked in this instance, but it just seems like a very weak way to play your 8-6.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when you have absolutely no showdown, Just put a little
One
tickler
card
in there.
straight,
Fold
but
out some
nothing
jack highs, some 10 highs, potentially even some king highs, David.
5.
Of course.
Yeah, a little weak.
Almost 4 come.
Astazi.
And the flush also.
Would
You
be a
have flush?
worry, I think, for fans of King Dark.
Ah, big.
Haide, mai zi ceva? Mă uit?
Excuse me, little interference there. Would be a worry, I think, for fans of King Dark that, you know, playing down the streets against a player of the caliber of Andrian. Some potential that he could be a little outmatched. Don't want to sell the man short. He's put on a very impressive performance. As we see Andrian rip it in here with 8-4 of diamonds. Gets the better hand to fold. All of a sudden, David, Soiree really under it here.
Yeah.
Started this three-handed with 18 bigs, down to around about 10. So tough, of course. Three-handed to find situations where you can get it in. As we see Andrian, king 9 of diamonds. Very premium holding three-handed. Soiree here, king 7 off, gets out of the way. As we see King Dark defending Queen Deuce suited. Does flop the best of it. Queen 10-9, very coordinated. You can expect Andrian to check a lot here. Does check back, turns the effective nuts. Of clubs turn, king high straight for Andrian. Look at this, David, doesn't seek value on the turn.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah, very intriguing.
Queen.
King Dark, of course,
Nice.
tries to get value with his trip queens. Shown the bad news. Andrian scoops in a nice one.
Ma ci
Very
sta.
intriguing check back.
Guarda, ci stava.
Most players would start to seek value.
9 dama T.
Balance that out by
Jack.
bluffing some of the race X.
No,
Some of their
dama,
under pairs to
dama
the
X.
board.
Ah, sorry.
In any case, nice little pot goes the way of the Italian. Soiree gonna have to get busy here, David. It's go time. Gonna get eaten alive by these blinds. He doesn't find some jams. And here we go, pocket eights. Just in time. Soiree more than strong enough.
1.5.
Situation he was in. Goes for the half stack.
Yeah, got to be done here just in case some carnage develops behind.
Sure. This one's going to get through.
Bad for who? Bad for me or bad for? Okay, okay. be more specific. My heart. Bad. Nice.
Nicely timed pocket snowman for Soiree. Gives him a little bit of breathing room. See King Dark, King 4 of hearts. More than good enough to open the pot. Soiree here dominated. We'll see him start to defend more liberally now. Of course, so short, so far behind his opponents. It's going to be time to start trying to flop some equity.
No.
He is going to let the 5-4 go.
I like the 5-4 fold, to be
Yeah.
honest. I don't think it qualifies.
Seems fine.
think you're absolutely right about how he's going to find more flats, because he's going to be able to realize so much more easily off this short stack. Just look for some reasonable equity, maybe a bottom or second pair sometimes will be enough to go with.
Take it ready,
But in this instance, yeah, the 5-4 is just going to be a bit too grim.
Yeah, agreed.
And what a spot, Andrian. Such a cool customer, such an unruffleable personality here. He has flown high. He's also been down at the shoreline, but whatever stack he had in front of him, he played it well. Yes, he's gotten lucky a couple of times. I get it. Maybe even we can be critical of that King 3 shove. I also get that. But
oh, here we go, David. Sorry to cut you off. This is going to be it.
5.
Wow, he folds King 10. Please excuse my high-pitched declaration. Shocked to see him lay that down.
That's an extraordinary fold.
In a three-handed game, facing 10.5 blind jam.
You're dominating so much of the hands that jam there.
Yeah,
so
pretty mandatory call.
That's a real insight into maybe, just maybe, how Dark will be the least capable of these three of adjusting to the short-handedness of what we're about to have, and you know, the inevitable heads up that's coming too.
Yeah, I think so. Don't want to be too critical, but of course, obviously a lot different at a full ring table if you are facing a jam for 10.5 bigs. But blind on blind, three-handed when Soiree must get it in. I'm inclined to agree. Seeking Dark.
Okay, well.
4xing the small. Don't hate it at all.
No, I think this is actually really nice, and Andrian does have a call, so we're going to have a big pot here, 2.7 million already in the middle between the two big stacks. Andrian flopping best here. Little chance of King Dark checking this one, although we see him check flop so often, but he really has to bet this one.
I think so.
Decides on a 30%er. Andrian obviously going nowhere, the nut 10.
Yeah,
combinatorically the ace unlikely.
Yeah, it comes with B40. Andrian, of course, pretty easy flop call. Dark slowing it down. Have seen Andrian very willing to pot control. Once more elects to do so. I think I'm a fan. Can induce some bluffs, might induce some light river calls. Got to go for value here, David. Pretty clear. Look to get called by a worse pair. Maybe some curious king highs.
Yeah, and he will have some jack queens.
Really big fan of how Andrian is playing.
Yeah.
Goes for the small, non-greedy size. Quarter pot. Snapped off by the eights.
Is he in the lead now?
He is, I think so.
Wow.
Takes the chip lead in this three-handed match.
Who would have thunk it? There is a new sheriff in town. Simone Andrian from 800k, now sitting behind 22 million in chips. And that was an hour ago.
Absolutely insane spin. And what a story developing. Absolutely incredible. Simone Andrian, 800k at one stage. Less than a couple of hours ago, somehow finds himself with the chip lead. It's King Dark back at it.
Oh,
King Jack off.
Another conflict brewing here between the two big stacks. Playing pretty deep here, 65 blinds deep.
I'd expect to see flat, and we do. You know, Andrian knows he's extremely capable post. No reason to inflate this three-handed. Comes with call. Flops best. 10-6-3 all diamonds. 7's still good. Dark finds a prudent check. Don't mind this. Do have 2 overcards. Can look to just realize with a free card. Andrian likely to bet here. What we know of him, wants to deny equity here, get value from worse. Really hasn't put a foot wrong, David, for a long time here.
No.
Look at this. 1 big blind.
Wonderful poker here. An absolute clinic being put on by Andrian.
Yeah. This is very dangerous now for the other 2 players. Has the bit between his teeth. Is whipping the horse across the desert landscape. Do my best. Going for a few Western Series references.
Do they whip their horses?
I don't know.
I think that might be like a jockey more
Oh,
than
come on. I'll leave the references and puns to you, David.
Just don't remember a lot of whipping in the Westerns I watched.
Don't they do? They go, hiya, don't they?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, they kind of crack it at the top. Yeah, it's not the...
Exactly. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about a riding crop. I don't remember seeing John Wayne just whip out the riding crop. Let's go. Silver. No, wait, that's the wrong guy.
Very big jockeys
that's the Lone Ranger.
in those Westerns.
Look, whatever, they whip them, all right? Anyway, back to the action. King Dark here, very favorable flop.
Open ender.
Don't see Andrian's side card. Big flop for the 5-3 off. Open-ended with that baby flush draw. Andrian going to use the small sizing, typical of these monotones. Of course, King Dark, mandatory continue. Could have considered a raise. Decides to just call. Checks over to the Italian. This turn decision, of course, a function of what his side card is. He's lining up the barrels, David. Half pot. This is something that you will see a lot on these monotones with value and with bluffs. This kind of half pot sizing. Look to clear out a random low diamond. Look to get value if you have a hand like Ace-Jack, which potentially Andrian could have. Of course, going to have some semi-bluffs here. King-Jack, Queen-Jack with a diamond. King Dark. Rivers a flush.
Gets there both ways.
Yeah, it goes check-check, so you would imagine that the 5 of diamonds is good.
Was it an Ace-Jack?
Probably pocket jacks
Was
or
it
Ace-Jack.
I think it was an Ace-Jack that flashed.
Pocket jacks or Ace-Jack, both going to look to deny that random diamond on the turn. King Dark takes one down.
Ace-Jack, Ace-Jack.
Ace-Jack shown.
Please.
Okay.
I thought it was easier for you.
Timely boost. King
You
Dark. After a little rocky
for
spell.
her was easy, for me impossible.
Back into a very, very narrow chip lead.
I'm still here, guys. I mean, I try
Yes,
to,
you're
okay,
right.
don't show me the card. I'm still here. Okay?
No.
It's like you play each other and with the dealer. No.
Brilliant stuff from Soiree. Love to see the humor from the man. As if to say, I'm still here, fellas. Don't forget about me.
Oh my God.
New blind level, blind 1,000, big blind 2,501, big 2,500.
Now the 2 big stacks, 70 bigs deep. Andrian going to ramp up the pressure. 4 big blinds. And look at this, David. King Dark, undeterred. Says, absolutely not, my friend. Will not be folding 10-4 suited. You can see Andrian's gone for it with the bottom part of the range. And both players. Flop 2 pair. Checks over to Andrian. Pretty great flop for the 8-4 off. Gonna go for that little small bet. A little bit of value, bit of protection. Very easy continue here, of course, for King Dark. Is he counting out a raise? No. Just calls. That's the 5 of diamonds. Pretty much a blank. Andrian, couple of decisions, David. Can go for another bet. Try and get some value from some ace high, king high type holdings.
Yeah, I like a very small sizing again, maybe 800k this time.
Yeah, sort of set your own price. Does land on 900k. 20%. Don't think we can fold here as King Dark. You can see his kicker is going to play.
And versus King Dark, I don't think you need to blocker river. I think he'll play pretty straightforward and check back for you.
I agree.
So
Me too.
we can see.
So we see that the 10 does play. And
It's good.
well played from both players, I think.
Yeah, very nice. King Dark. Nice little recovery. Had a little rocky spell. Back up to around about 23 million.
Anch'io, minchia.
You see the heat being cranked up now on Soiree. 8 big blinds behind. Gonna have to find something very quickly.
Yeah, Soiree 10 bigs now. Blinds are at 150, 300, remember, so 750k every 3 hands. Easy to do the maths here. In 12 hands time, Soiree will have no chips left unless he commits some at some point between now and then. And that's not a lot of hands. You are really at the mercy of the deck in a big way.
Yeah, Soiree gonna need to find some heat. Find some playable hands. So we see Andrian. That's a very easy shove, you would imagine. And in it goes. Fortunately for Soiree, Jack Deuce off. Not going to get it done.
I will help you, don't worry. You're not here? Okay. Didn't tell me.
We see Andrian here. Another playable holding. King Jack off. Soiree can't find it. King Dark, pocket 5s. Of course, these two very deep.
Please.
Look at this, David. Finds a 3-bet. First time we've really seen a 3-bet from King Dark on the lighter side. Wow, Andrian. Deciding just to let it go. Of course, makes a lot of sense. $47,000 pay jump incoming. Soiree on the ventilator. 7 or so blinds. Don't want to somehow get ourselves coolered out of the tournament. Big few minutes coming for Soiree. Got to find something. As David referenced, stack going to be eaten alive unless he can find something to jam. And right on cue. Beautiful looking Queen Jack of diamonds. About as good as it gets. 3-handed with 8 blinds. I wonder if he goes for the all-in or the half stack approach.
1.2.
Does half stack it, David. Makes a lot of sense. Intention, of course, of never folding to one player.
Bad. Huh? Bad.
Keeps himself alive. Just trying desperately to hang on. Very likely at the moment that we have a heads-up gunslinger showdown between King Dark and Andrian. Can't count out Soiree though. One double up needed to try and kickstart his engines. King Dark here, Jack 8 of hearts.
Sorry.
Back to the limping strategy he goes. Soiree here, gonna get a look, David. Somewhat surprised to see limp here.
Yep.
You know, Jack 8 of hearts, probably good enough to just go ahead and raise call and shove from the big. Working with only 8 bigs behind.
Yeah, and I just don't think he's aware of those kinds of finer details.
Sure.
And is limping here because he doesn't want to call an all in and doesn't want to overcommit. Well, interesting card here.
Look at this.
King Dark open-ended. Soiree picks up top pair. Adrian also with a double goodie.
Yeah, this is really interesting now. Adrian declining the invitation to open the action.
Surely Dark goes for it here, yeah.
This is going to be a gross spot for Soiree because Adrian is not going to fold. In there with the 10 deuce, your hand kind of figures to still be good.
Is Adrian raising this spot ever?
I don't think so. Not with the ICM pressure here on Soiree. Sorry, on himself with Soiree being so short, right? Like if you raise here and somehow torch your equity, I'd be surprised.
3.2.
There you go.
3.2.
Mr. Lappin has called it.
Sorry?
This is intriguing stuff. Kind of expected Adrian just to take his equity. But here we go. Massive river incoming, David, in the context of this tournament.
Really is.
And by the way, if the 7 of diamonds rolls off here, Adrian is going to have a disaster. Wow. Jack of clubs.
He's getting paid now.
Adrian. What a river card this is. Really the one river card that King Dark did not want to see.
Yeah, it's made a lot of 2-pair combos. Now, we see obviously it's just 1 pair in King Dark's hand, but actually there's a lot of 2 pairs have gotten in there that would have done this limp
7.6.
and then been happy to call the raise on the 10, probably some 10x. So Jack 10, very much a possibility.
Look at this.
Full pot.
Full pot. I mean, this is grim. Don't be any of the value portion of Adrian's range here.
No, it's
And
just
he's
missed spades.
Yeah, he's gone incredibly polar. Great laydown, King Dark. Well played.
Bravo, sir.
Adrian there. Little grimace.
Bel river qua.
Maybe went a little too greedy. Tough to blame him on blocking the board. You know, all those 2-pair combos that you just referenced, King Dark could potentially have been holding.
Allowed.
Deciding to go full pot.
E se mostrava K-dama piangevo. Se mostrava K-dama piangevo.
See Adrian back at it. Queen 10, raising from the button. King Dark defending 7-5. Does flop a gut shot. Backdoor baby club. Adrian here. 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw of his own. Going to try and just shut this one down now. Let's go for 1.5 big blinds. Quickly called by King Dark. Improves to an open-ended straight draw. of diamonds turn. Haven't really seen King Dark go for any of these sort of solvery bluffs. Certainly had a candidate on that flop to check raise. Andrian checks back, content to just take his equity. Makes some sense. Don't want to get blown off our hand. And, very nice. King Dark takes it down, half pot river. Recognizing 7 high is no bueno. Gets it through. Fascinating battle between those two. King Dark giving as good as he gets. Found that lovely fold a moment ago with the river top pair. And gets that one through with a bluff.
Soiree, very much.
This is grim.
On death's door here.
Really grim.
8 bigs, button king. 5. Does he take this spot?
It's really nasty.
I don't know. If it was suited, I think you take it. Looks like he might try to open it.
That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Actually don't hate it.
No. Using his blocker.
Trying to represent a hand of real strength, of course. Not too many hands inducing off 8 blinds. Yeah, I think Andrian aware of this. And they decide to take a peek regardless. Pretty much a dream flop for the King 5.
Yeah, Soiree gets to win this with a single big blind bet.
Yeah. Pretty unlikely that our opponent connects. It's gone a bit bigger. Of course, immaterial.
Nice bit of creativity there from Soiree, finding a little bit of playability to that 8 big blind stack.
Yeah, very nice. Deciding to turn it into a min-raise fold. Gets it done post.
Curious release there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very shocked to see it. Of course, ace-5, more than playable. Andrian sends in the 8-9. I've seen a few curious little folds from King Dark. With an ace in his hand, of course, just so powerful, especially short-handed. Allows Andrian to take the blinds and antes.
Yeah, it's just too tight.
Yeah, for sure. Action back on the Italian. Likely to bin this one, I think. No? Intriguing. Soiree. This is interesting, David. Jack-9 of hearts. I don't think it's out with the realms of possibility that we decide to VPip here with a call even. Just try and flop some equity. We're so short.
Yeah.
Does decide to fold it.
Well, that leaves room for a tussle between Andrian and King Dark. Obviously, Soiree an interested onlooker. Andrian virtually certain to stab here.
Yeah, this pot could get interesting. Run out dependent, of course. Gonna start with a small bet. King Dark. Middle pair, best kicker. Do somewhat feel like this could end the hand, even if he checks. This is not a card that the button should be barreling on.
No.
Flush gets there, middling card gets there. Big parts, of course, of King Dark's range. Hand over. Again, though, just the awareness of Andrian, right? He just recognizes Queen of Spades, Got to shut this one down.
Yeah, there's no
Whereas,
way about.
you know, if it comes to deuce of hearts,
Queen bueno.
they have elected to try and continue
Queen
to
bueno.
leverage. I've been very, very impressed from Andrian, I have to say. Fantastic performance so far.
Yeah, a young player who has already achieved quite a lot in the game, it's fair to say, on a bit of a heater these past couple of years. Post-COVID lockdowns, seem to have maybe been in the lab studying hard. He's come out firing and produced quite a few big results. I'm going to talk about some of those shortly. And take a look at Soiree, who may well just ship this king 2 suited. I did say a moment ago of a similar stack, if he was to be short, as he is now with a suited king.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Very unfortunate here for Soiree. Runs into the dominant holding. Here we go, David. Could be about to be heads up. Soiree at risk. 27% only to survive. If Andrian can hold here, going to be heads up against King Dark with a chip lead. Jack 9-4. No help to Soiree. Needs one of the remaining 3 deuces in the deck. He is going to be gone in third. 7 of clubs on the turn. 3 outs once for Soiree. Can he get there? King of Hearts River, no good. As we do lose Soiree in third place. Pretty titanic struggle from him, David. Hung around. Could not find the spin up he needed. Here we go. Heads up. Simone Andrian against King Dark for the warm-up title here at the Western Series in Cyprus. Merit poker.
Yeah, no deuce, no dice for Soiree there. He played tremendously well, and there was a moment, there was a period of this one where we did feel as though perhaps it was his day. He had built himself up to what was about 13.5, 14 million.
Yeah.
Actually, you balked him. It was your arrival in the commentary booth that immediately sent him on a downward spiral. Adrian Soiree, 74k, phenomenal performance. He probably played the most loose aggressive style of any of the players on this final table. He really put Mustafov, actually, of all people, in a tough spot. Probably singularly responsible for Mustafov's lack of progress, or, you know, failing to get into the top 4. Just kept getting picked on. It was cut off to button all the time, and those guys battled away. Soiree, very, very good performance, but he will not be in this heads-up counter where, I don't know, it seemed almost like destiny. They're the two players we've been talking about for 2 days now. They've sometimes been on the same table, they've sometimes been separated. Simone Andrian, well, he's had the most roller coaster of rides of any player. King Dark, a bit more steady. You know, we've seen a few chinks in his armor. We probably have identified a few weaknesses. This is a very honest heads-up battle now. They basically got the same stacks. Andrew Headley, who do you like?
Based on skill level, overall technical ability, you'd have to favour the Italian.
Yeah.
But King Dark, he's just found a way to get it done time after time after time. Anyone's game, I would give Andrian the edge.
For sure.
But you never know.
Well, I, for one, am very excited by the prospect of this heads up. I think we have a real clash in styles. We have two players who played a lot against one another as well, so they've probably got a good sense of each other. I think that's something we can probably be pretty sure of now. Sure. I think Simone Adrian is probably honing in on those chinks, on those weaknesses, on those pressure points where he can maybe exploit his opponent.
Yeah, I would say that is very fair. I think we're going on a short break now to set up the heads up.
We are actually going, just in our ear right now, we're going to go straight to heads up. These guys didn't want to muck about. They were pretty much sitting in the right seats anyway, so let's get down there and have a look at what's going to take place. There you see it, basically level. 48.5% of the chips play, 51.5%. King Dark does have a small chip advantage, but like you say there, Andrew, and I do agree with you, I think the skill edge goes with the Italian, who I want to talk a little bit about some of his results recently.
Sure.
Because since the COVID lockdown, since coming back out, obviously there's been a bit of a boom time in live poker. Well, it's been boom time in the world of Simone Andrian as well. He came 29th just a few weeks ago, in fact, in the WPT Win World Championship. That was a 10k, of course, for 159k. Also in the last couple of years, he came first in the San Remo WPT Prime 2023, 157k. First in the UK IPT Malta Festival 2023, 168k. I was there. I actually now recall playing with him late on in that one. And he has a World Series of Poker Europe bracelet from 2021, where he won the 6 max for 180k. This wouldn't be his biggest result ever. It would be his third biggest result ever, but he's really got all his results bunched around that 165k mark. It would be more money on the pile, and I think that's what we're going to see happen today.
What you've just said, David, has the pedigree. Very much a closer, it would seem, from what you've just been saying over the past few years, which is important. So we come into the heads-up action here. Checks down. King Dark going to win this one with a pair of queens. Andrian going for the delay bluff there, but rivered just enough showdown. Yeah, Andrian, very impressive. That 10k at the win, one of the tougher fields when you get deep, obviously has the composure to see things out. Very intrigued to see how King Dark approaches heads up. We know he likes to limp, we know he likes to see flops. Typically, the deeper stacked you are heads up, the more that you should just be open raising pre. So I'm intrigued to see if he adjusts. Does he want to ramp up the variance? If he thinks he's at a disadvantage skill-wise, time will tell.
Time will tell, indeed. I'm having all these recollections right now. I'm now remembering David Doherty, who came fourth and actually lost, I think, a huge flip against Adrian.
Right.
With 4 left to go out in fourth. It was basically like the two of them playing for 2/3 of the chips in play, kind of unavoidable flip. And I remember David saying that of the remaining players, he was the only one who was decent, to be honest. He didn't
worrying him,
Yeah, so, yeah, as I said, memory being jogged by a few of these results. In fact, having played against him myself, it is coming back to me on a table at that event, at that festival as well.
As we see Andrian here, comes in for the min raise. They are very deep, certainly heads up. Some argument for sizing up your pre-flop opens here. Getting more money in pre with your value hands, which of course Ace-7 is one. Look at this. King Dark, donking for a very big size-in. 70% pot. It's Andrian just going to be a non-believer here, David. Like, you really just going to donk Jack into me? Probably not. But can just turn a pair of kings. Look at this. Checks it on over. Andrian, though, with ace high, content just to check. Thinks he can just be ahead here of some random stabs, some random bluffs. So we see King Dark, David, blocking river. This could induce something from Andrian. Not normally the type of hand you're going to want to bluff with. Can still be winning against some random hands. Flicks in the call reluctantly. Showing the bad news.
Another one to Dark.
Again, he is such an unknown quantity even now. Like, this hand here is such a random sort of way to play the hand. Befuddled Andrian to making the river call. Nice little blocker resizing from King Dark. Guys, if you are just joining in the wee small hours here in Cyprus, oh my goodness, hold on a moment. My goodness, Ace-9 of hearts somehow facing aces.
This could be a monstrous hand.
This could be a big pot.
900.
Look at this. 3x open from King Dark. Andrian. Show tunes going off in his head. What a spot to find. Mandatory 3-bet, you would imagine, at 60 bigs effective. Here it comes. It's gone very big. 12 blinds.
3.
You can see King Dark with a hand that wants to continue. And just like that, David, 7.5 million in the middle. Andrian with 2 pots back. Flop dependent, this could be big. Fortunately for King Dark, bricks completely. Jack 5 deuce. No hearts in play. Andrian, no slow play in here. 2.5 million. Quick release from King Dark. Gets away relatively unscathed, I guess.
Yeah, and I think played the hand perfectly fine.
Sure.
Obviously, went for the large open. We can certainly put a question mark over that sizing, but you know, you have to defend the ace-9 suited, I think, to the 3-bet, and then, yeah, you're not going to put any more chips in on that board texture. So, Dark, certainly a man who, as you said, has a randomness to him, but also falls onto the sort of right decision a lot of the time.
Yeah. I actually don't mind his 3x open size. We are like 70 bigs deep. And, you know, you are incentivized heads up to use some bigger open sizes the deeper you get.
And very importantly, this big blind ante in play. So actually, it really juices up the pots. Effectively, we're playing so much shallower than we were in the old days when you sometimes just took the ante out of play at this point. Just to simplify things.
As we see our TD changing up some of those white 25k chips.
Yeah, speaking of simplifying things.
Okay, 6.
Continue to change up some of these smaller denomination chips.
Yeah, it's just going to make life a little bit simpler for these guys.
Two very playable hands here, heads up. And look at this.
Wow.
King Dark deciding to limp this one. Andrian checking his option. Could have raised. Have a bet of 2/3 pot here. Top pair for King Dark. Andrian going absolutely nowhere.
No, and obviously 10 would be the wild card here.
Look at this. Think he's raising, David. Oh, wait a minute. It must have been a larger bet. Okay, 1.2 million. So I think we did have a raise and call pre. Then a C bet of 1.2. I'm going to see a bunch of leading here. And yeah, I'm not shocked to see it. I'm going to try and just fold out the pure bluffs, right, of King Dark.
Yep.
No equity hands.
Set your own price to draw as well.
Absolutely. Set ourselves a price for the river.
Maybe give up now?
Yeah, he does give it up.
Okay, king.
Really seems to have a nice feel for where he is, Andrian.
Yeah.
You know, 7 high here, right? We really don't arrive at the river with a worse hand. Just recognizing, I think, that King Dark's going to play pretty honest on the turn. Decides, don't want to try and get him to fold. Perceived strong range. Nice give up. Definitely wasn't getting through.
No, it was not. And Dark has had a good start to this heads-up encounter. Obviously, lost the hand where he had the ace-9 against the aces, but I think he's won every other hand and has actually increased his chip lead overall. I think we're now playing something around 26 million to 19 million, something in that region. To another flop we go. This time Andrian flopping way the best, top and bottom. King Dark, big whiff. Likely to put another chip into this pot. On we go. A small skirmish going the other way this time. And I don't know about you guys at home, but I think we could be in for a long heads-up encounter here. Buckle up, put the kettle on.
Yeah, it's an intriguing matchup. King Dark, we haven't seen him look to overly inflate pots, I would say, without the goods.
Yes,
overall.
that is fair.
And Andrian, very deliberate player. Would imagine his plan of action here is just going to be to slowly chop King Dark down. You know, look to use a perceived advantage technically. As you see here, declining to isolate with the suited ace. Happy to keep pot small, I think, until he has the best of it.
Well, he has the worst of it, but he has the best draw. King Dark. Probably going to bet this, and probably a quick fold from Andrian, turning the best hand into a loser. But what could he really do there? Nice awareness from King Dark. Another small skirmish, nothing too crazy as of yet.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Andrian will be keen to small ball his opponent here, probably figuring himself to have a post-flop edge greater than his pre-flop edge.
I think it's going to be the plan, you know, even there, electing not to ISO ace-6 suited.
Yeah.
Obviously, nice to have some deceptive checks. Not to say that it's a mistake, of course it's not. But would imagine he's going to want to just slowly chop his opponent down. Try and VPip as many hands as he can. Get involved.
Liz.
Look at this, min-click 3-bet. We're in the streets.
Well, there are literally no folds to this sizing, so...
Well, there's one.
Sorry, what? No, it must have been a limp.
No, he min-raised to 600k.
Oh, wow.
3-bet to 1.2.
Okay, okay. Well, giving him a lot of credit there.
I think a hand as ugly as Queen 5 off. If you think your opponent is going to be too nutted. And with you, not too many folds to this tiny size. Let's decide to let it go with the Queen 5.
And maybe indicative of how he wants to keep life a little simpler here.
Exactly, yeah.
Just feels as though he has a pre and post flop edge, and obviously getting into a sort of a bloated pot with a very, very wonky hand, good price as it may be, is not the sort of dark tunnel he wishes to find himself in.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely going to be ISO in this one. King 10 of spades, 5 bigs.
Here we
Look
go.
at that, King Dark finds a very quick fold with King 9. Well played. Certainly going to be figuring to be a very strong hand heads up. Snap folds. Was crushed.
Well, huge credit to our dealer here. No shuffling machine, but she is a bit of a shuffling machine. Scrambling and spitting out hands to these guys. Rapid fire, which we appreciate here in the booth. Keeping the game moving here as these guys send chips back and forth in quick succession. King Dark happy to knuckle back, and big swing and a miss for everybody. Andrian probably thinks he is the best hand and will stab small.
Mr. Cedric, Texas Hold'em, 515, sit
Just a little equity denier. Gets the job done nicely.
That makes a lot of sense. King 4, not quite enough showdown in the long term. Rather just clear out some of those live cards. Early stages here in the heads-up battle. A little back and forth. No major pots of note as of yet. Again, King Dark. Shouldn't be too much folding heads up. Let's let go of the Jack 5. With a slight chip lead, around a 5 million chip advantage on Simone Andrian. Credit to the players, David. It's a long old grind, right? This is day 4, I believe. Both players been at it for many hours.
But what has been very nice is no long days. Short day 1, short day 2, turned out to be a short day 3, and now we're not exactly burning the midnight oil yet.
Exactly. Yeah, great feature of these series out here in Merit. Lots of the days, not too taxing, also allows the players to play as many events as possible on the schedule. Nice little wrinkle in the organizing here in Cyprus. As we see Andrian comes in with c-bet with the gut shot, gets the job done. Both players playing very quickly. King Dark gives another walk. 10-3. Andrian with a very playable King Jack. Takes down the blinds and ante's free. Reminder, guys, first place money, $165,000. Around about $45,000 heads up match. Not too insignificant amount of money. Don't believe any deals were considered or made. They are playing it out. 45k difference. Big old chunk of change. As we see Andrian limp the 8-4. Does flop the best of it. Checks back. King Dark improving here to a gut shot. He's going to get another free look. Board bricks out. And look at this. Going to announce himself now, David. I'm not too sure Andrian's going to give this a lot of credit. Firing 800k here on the ace of diamonds. I think he's going to look this one up.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice call.
I think 9. 9?
An attempted scallywaggery there.
And high.
Sniffed out.
Yeah, potential. I think to bet the turn here with our hand. We do turn a gut shot. Our opponent's check flop. Probably more credible to lead turn rather than on the ace river. Sniffs it out. Andrian makes the quick call. Nicely done. Big hand here. Ace 9 of hearts. Large open size. 4x. Just another example there. Andrian electing not to get involved in the inflated, bloated pots with marginal holdings. Some of our predictions coming to fruition, I would say, David. Andrian deciding, trying to keep pots small, wait for his moment to strike and win a big one. King 6 off on the button, comes in for the min. King Dark defending, the suited gapper.
Oh, this has potential.
Certainly does. Ace, King, Jack. 2 clubs.
Andrian with a hand that wants to check, but range-wise probably always bets.
I would agree completely. Look at this. Quite like this from King Dark. Electing to take one of his worst flush draws. Start turning it into a bluff. Little uncomfortable for Andrian. Can't fold just yet. Let's make the call. Here we go. Can King Dark power through the door?
Too quick. He needs to take more time.
Yeah, you got to
over
take
these
a little
key
more
moments.
time. We can see that a bet very likely would have worked.
He has another bite at the cherry, but less plausible now, perhaps.
I agree.
Oh, big bet. Half pot.
Something problematic here, David, for me, is one of our likely value hands going to be King Jack, right, on the flop that check raises. That's now been counterfeited, and Andrian can now chop with this hand. You know, Are there many ace-X that just defend? Yeah, finds it again. Very well played, Andrian.
This
Picks
is
it
very
off.
sexy from Andrian, picking off bluff after bluff. And there's a classic spot where if that same barrel comes on the turn, snap fold.
I think it gets through. Pretty critical moments these, you know, these small little pots where you're losing them, getting caught bluffing. Andrian now all of a sudden taking a 9 million chip advantage, 60-40 in his favor, the percentage of chips in play. All of a sudden the Italian chipping away at King Dark. Now have to find a way to stem the tide. Of course though, heads up, anything can happen. All it's going to take is one big pot, one way or the other, to swing the momentum. As you see the payouts, 121k locked for both players, 165k still available for the winner of this warm-up event here at the Western Series.
Yeah, wishing in no way to be disrespectful to King Dark, who has played tremendous poker and entertained us all day long, but I do feel like he's outmatched now heads up. I feel like he's winging it against an opponent who's very razor sharp, both heads up and his general, you know, post-flop game as well, and that's really compounding right now. If I was Dark, I think I start bloating pots. I think I start trying to get Andrian to feel uncomfortable and feel like he has to gamble a little with me.
100%.
Because yes, it does feel like with those last two hands that we just saw, and a few others as well, indicative of how good a hand reader Andrian really is, and how basically seeing into King Dark's soul right now he is as well.
Oh, look at this!
Wow. Well,
it's almost as if he
from
has
my mouth to his ear.
What's going on? A direct line to the consciousness.
Now that was wild.
King Dark.
Don't get me wrong. I was not advocating for 40 big blind rejams.
It really does make sense though. Like, we have seen that the clear strategy of Andrian is the small ball, this heads up. And you're very right, David. You know, if you can start putting in these 4x opens, big 3-bets, big rejams,
yeah,
you're really going to ramp up the variance and take away some of that perceived skill edge of the Italian.
Yeah, because two things will happen. One, you'll ramp up the variance and actually increase the luck factor by shortening the stacks effectively. But secondly, you're going to get Andrian turning down some spots because he does perceive himself to have that skill edge and he doesn't want to give it up by getting into these bloated pots. We saw a small example of that earlier with the Queen 5 hand. So yes, I think it works on two fronts.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see here, King Dark opening ace-10, flops the gut shot with the backdoor nut flush draw, gets it done with a small bet. I do agree completely. We can't discount him. He's played a great tournament. You know, he plays a very non-standard style, but it's worked very well for him thus far. Of course, heads up, a very different animal. See if he can find a way to get the better of Andrian. Is on the verge of one of the greatest comebacks in Merit Poker Series history. David had referenced earlier. Whilst I was on break, Andrian was down to 4 big blinds short-handed and has run it all the way up to the chip lead heads up. So we see him opening ace-deuce. Defend from 10-3 of spades for King Dark. Does flop the best hand, bottom pair.
Yeah, and again, I think Andrian with a clear small bet here, a little equity denier against some random 2-card combos. He's also got a lot of backdoors here, flush draw, wheel draw, Broadway draw. So there's a lot of barrelable turn cards. That ain't one of them, and I wonder if he will slow down now.
Yeah, it's interesting. On these type of boards, you know, our hands that do go crazy and barrel off are a lot of these sort of ace-X hands. But he has decided to shut this one down. Again, David trying a small ball.
Does have the nut blocker now. Interesting to see if he chooses to use it. I feel like he might. I feel like he might target certainly a 3, but maybe even think of a sizing for a queen. Now he does decide to take that scant bit of showdown, and maybe just felt like it would be a fishy story.
I think so. I think I like check. You know, most of our real value hands are 100% betting this turn.
Yeah.
We'd kind of be representing thin value with a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 10, something like this.
Yeah.
That decides to check turn. You know, I think our strong King X definitely going to bet. Some of our high equity draws will bet turn. Some will check. But yeah, I think deciding, once again, like you said there, might have been a little bit of an unbelievable tail. Certainly to put a large bet in. Again?
Oh, wow, look at these holdings.
First big clash potentially incoming, David.
5x.
Wow.
Oh, the dream situation. He's got an opponent on the ropes. Psychologically, perhaps, even though they've got the same stacks, who feels like he has to blow pots, immediately does bloat an ace-x suited. And Adrian, wow, he's got the Djangos. And they are very much unchained right now. 3 bets to 5 million.
Here
5 million.
we go.
Cool.
Oh my goodness, we're in for a big one here. Should that ace come down, going to be difficult for Adrian not to lose some chips.
Critical moment in this heads up, David.
10 million in the middle. Stack to pot ratio less than 2. And this could be it, guys.
Really could.
I'm not sure King Dark is in the mood for folding top.
He jammed? Oh my word, he rips it.
Wow.
Wow, did not expect to see this jam.
I hope he hasn't found the only sizing Dark folds to for his own sake.
This is pretty sick. Wow, finds the jam for 1.6x pot. I mean, King Dark. Top, 3-bet pot. I'm not sure I can get away from this, and I can see the cards.
Oh, I feel as though Adrian may have just given his opponent an opportunity to find a fold, because King Dark doesn't like putting in the last of his chips in these sort of situations. He is actually kind of instinctively a bit nitty. Look, if this goes bet, shove, call, it's all over. I think that might have already happened by now, but he's chosen this shove line.
Very interesting.
Polarizing himself in the mind of King Dark maybe to like, oh, I've got a flush draw or I've got an overpair.
Yeah, we certainly do have some value hands that benefit from this big shove. I'm not sure that kings with the king of spades is one of them. You know, hands like 9s and 10s, I think, and jacks potentially really benefit from just saying, let's go, let's deny equity. If you have a good piece of this board, you're going to call off. Kings with the king of spades, I'm not too sure. But we can see it's very likely to work.
Yeah, I think you just go a 2 street sort of sizing. You can sort of go half pot and then you set it up pretty nicely for yourself. Anyway, what's done is done. All of Adrian's chips are in the middle. King Dark does cover by 1 million. We could be watching the last hand of the tournament if Adrian gets these kings run down.
Credit to him for this tank. So much money out there, David.
Yeah.
11 million or so, right?
And he'll be asking himself the question, why would you shove an overpair?
Here we go, he's called it off.
Wow.
Don't blame him for doing so. And here we go, guys, about to flip turn and river for it all. And what a spot for Simone Andrian, 4-1 favorite. To have King Dark on fumes, 2.5 big blinds only behind.
We are on the cusp of potentially the most famous victory, or one of the most famous victories in this poker room, should Adrian hold here, which so far so good, and then close the door in the next hand or two. On the other hand, should the ace or 8 come down, King Dark with the famous victory. Two of clubs. And all the chips, bar a solitary million, go to the stack of Andrian. We're going to get them all counted. Obviously, this could take a moment or two. Maybe both players not even sure. Maybe they think one covers the other way around. So they may feel as though it's over already. King Dark will get the news that he has 1,125,000 back, and very much a sort of a chip in a chair scenario.
Wow, what a moment. Yeah, I think Andrian is aware. Even heard him say there to King Dark, you have a little bit more. So aware exactly where he is in the chip counts. What a defining moment, David. Pretty tough to fault King Dark. Top. Inflated pot.
Yeah, we talked about the kind of hand situation he had to set up, and that was it.
Yeah.
But his opponent had kings. There's the problem. It's a tough situation. I don't really blame King Dark there. I certainly don't blame the call to the shove. The shove is kind of non-standard and a little bit different.
Sick.
So, credit to Andrian for maybe thinking his opponent was capable of some heroics. But also, was a strange line.
Sure was. Yeah, difficult to fault King Dark. Top pair, top kicker, 3-bet pot, bloated heads up. I don't think I would fold either.
No.
You know, our opponent can have
flush draws.
Maybe some nut flush draws. King, queen of spades that decided to 3-bet pre would make some sense.
Yeah. And if they need to balance that with some value, you're right, it's more likely the 9s and 10s and not the big pairs that don't need so much protection.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it, but hey, Andrian finds it and gets King Dark to call it off. All of a sudden, we spoke about comebacks. Andrian with a famous one. If King Dark comes back from here, 3 big blinds against 109 bigs, might be the greatest comeback in poker history, never mind just at merit.
Yeah, that is too much unfathomable stuff for one night for me. It's very likely these guys with the big blind ante are just pot committed, both of them. The next hand, they might just go in blind. But we have witnessed an extraordinary passage of poker. I would like to know, dead money on the clock, how long ago it was, or how many hands ago it was, that Andrian had 875k and the worst hand heads up against Daniliuk. Because it doesn't feel like a long time ago. It feels like it might have been 3 hours ago.
Oh
I was in the booth.
Look at this. King Dark finding a very playable all-in hand with his 3 bigs. Andrian somehow has ace-jack of spades. This could be it, David.
This could be it.
Pirotecnica.
What an extraordinary day of poker. What an extraordinary performance from Andrian. And that is it pretty much.
Death knell waiting to be struck. Gonna need backdoor deuces, or we have our champion. There it is. King of Hearts on the turn. Simone Andrian, champion of the warm-up event. Very well played, sir. Commiserations to King Dark. Valiant effort, comes in second, but David, an absolutely world-class performance from Andrian, especially after getting that spin up from such a short start.
Yeah, before we pay tribute to the winner, and we're really going to do that in a moment, it does take two to tango, and I want to say King Dark really did bring his own unique style to proceedings. He was unpredictable, he was loose passive at times, but he was also sort of very canny in the post-flop situations, using position very effectively. He did mix it up. He did change his game actually in the end game. He started opening a bit wider. He started attacking some of the shorter stacks when he was really in the box seat. He was in pole position for a while. I think he made it difficult for his opponents. He was outmatched heads up, and he did realise that in order to defeat a player of the calibre of Simone Andrian, he had to bloat pots. He had to probably let variance take a greater hold. And I suppose the one time he steps out in that manner, his opponent has kings, and that's all she wrote.
Agree completely, David. Yeah, kudos to King Dark. And he really was difficult to play against. There were some genius moments from him in amongst the kind of madness of some of the lines. Gotta hand it to him. Great effort, coming in second place. Bravo to you, sir. But yeah, Andrian, fantastic. You know, never gave up, got super short, found ways to get little sneaks through off the short stack. And once he got sort of up to that 15 million chips or so realm, really put on a clinic. World-class stuff, brilliant.
Oh, it was a clinic, and he's compiling a really impressive resume for a young man in poker. More money on the pile. I expect to see this guy in high rollers, in big buy-in stuff going forward. I think he's a real talent. I think he has produced, I know there's a danger right after a win to hyperbolize, but I think he has produced one of the all-time great performances here in the Merit Poker Room. A comeback for the ages from 4 big blinds, and the worst of it against Daniliuk. Yes, he needed a little bit of luck on 2 occasions, but for the most part it was just exceptional hand reading, exceptional poker from the Italian. I'm so impressed. Guys, we're going to throw it over momentarily to our Master of Ceremonies, Mil Budas, who always does a wonderful job in his analysis. But before I do that, I want to just tell you, please join us tomorrow when the commentary team will be bolstered by the presence of one Ali Najad as we play down to a winner in the 5k high roller, which is going on right now. It's a very exciting tournament. It's got a 40-minute clock, but lots of levels. It's usually a cracking event. I can't wait for that one tomorrow. On that note, send it over to Mil Budas with our champion, Simone Andrian.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we have the very first champion of our Merit Poker Series in 2024. It's none other than our champion from Italy, actually, Simone Adrian. 165,000 goes to your pocket. What's the feeling inside you now?
Of course, it's a very nice feeling. Winning money, of course, is always amazing, yeah. And also winning a tournament is even better than the money, yeah.
Probably it's the best way to start the year.
Yeah.
And what was your journey to this tournament, you know? From the day start, how many entries you made, etc.?
I made just 1 entry.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And also I think that the structure is amazing, so it's easier to avoid many bullets. And day 2 was good. I was second in chips at the start of day 3, then chip leader. Then the final day was such a roller coaster.
Yeah, up and down.
And then, yeah, finally at the end, I mean, everything was fine. Yeah.
Probably most of us saw that spectacular hand. I still can tell you it's the most memorable hand of this tournament. I should ask about the hand when you were two-handed. It was on the feature table, of course. What was in your mind when you got your ace on the river? Of course, you were expected for the flush, but how you made that idea? It's the perfect time and it's the perfect opponent to turn your ace in the bluff. What was in your mind at that moment?
I mean, at the beginning, I thought like my ace can be good because he can have like king queen and stuff. But once he bet, for sure.
1.1 million, big one, yeah.
Yeah, he can have. I was not expecting queens, but jacks, yes, and then maybe queen jack, ace queen, ace jack. And but I think yeah, in that stage it's pretty hard to him to call.
Absolutely.
So yeah, having the nut blocker was good.
That was amazing experience for us. And what about the final table experience? What was the toughest opponent for you, and where was the crucial moment on this final table when you thought, okay, I will get it?
I think the toughest was Andrea Dato. And also I get lucky against him. And also I know the Romanian guy. I played against him in the past. And yeah, I mean, good players, good structure.
And talking about live tournaments, according to Handom, you have amazing post-pandemic time. You started the biggest one from the 2021, and with this tournament, maybe you don't know, but you surpassed 1 million mark, and you know you were lucky. So what's the secret? How you came to live scene like a storm, you know?
Like yeah, I started pretty late to playing live, but then I mean I was lucky to get like a good score at the beginning, so obviously it helps. But yeah, I mean, I like more playing live because I played too many tournaments online. So right now, I enjoy more playing live tournaments. Yeah.
And this is the second your experience here. You were here, you were introduced to Merit Poker during EPT Cyprus, and it's very first series for you during the our classic Merit Poker. What's the feeling to be for you here, and now it's when it's have a luck in that one? What's your expressions about this venue?
I love the place. First of all, I love the place, like close to the sea, which I love. The hotel is great, the food is good, so I love everything here. And yeah, it's my first, but not the last for sure.
I'm really glad to hear that, and it's just the first our experience during Western Poker Series. I wish you all the best. Cheers once again, and see you soon, guys. Pretty quick, and best of luck in the other tournaments. Cheers.
Thank you.